Prologue. In the celestial embrace of the angel nebula, amidst the tumultuous seas, the female angels launched a surprise assault on the weary legion of male angels. They were valiant and undaunted, relentless in their advance. This marked an unprecedented advantage since the rebellion against the order of Huayes' heavenly palace. Under Huayes' celestial regime, the angelic legion had grown complacent in their indulgences, lacking any sense of crisis, while technological progress had stagnated. In stark contrast, Caesar's faction had risen to the challenge, now rivaling Huaye in terms of high-end combat capabilities. Above the towering battleships, three striking figures gazed down upon the unfolding battlefield from the heavens. Dressed uniformly in silver-white armor complemented by red skirts and knee-high boots, their only distinctions lay in the hues of their hair and cloaks. From left to right, the trio comprised a woman with flowing brown locks, the exuberant Liang Bing, a solemn-faced Caesar with resplendent golden hair, and the composed He, whose silver tresses cascaded elegantly. Each was a stunning beauty in her own right and the foremost leader of the female angelic rebellion. Observing the battlefield from their elevated vantage point, they could even discern Huaye's ashen countenance. Liang Bing laughed heartily, reflecting on how, a century ago, she could scarcely have envisioned the swift conclusion of this protracted war. However, Caesar and He remained serious. They had not yet been utterly vanquished, and the conflict was far from over. Though they enjoyed the advantage of waiting for the enemy to tire and held numerical superiority, the average combat prowess of Huaye's celestial forces still surpassed that of the female angels. Even with several of their strongest legions diminished, a prolonged engagement might exact a heavy toll on the female angels. Caesar surveyed the tense battlefield, resolute. Exchanging a glance with He and Liang Bing, she brandished her sword, plunging towards Huaye's flagship, the Celestial Palace. As Huaye beheld the three charging towards him, his expression darkened further. In a different time and place, he would have relished the opportunity to engage with these three enchanting figures, showcasing the irresistible charm of the Angel King. Yet, it was evident that Caesar and her companions had precisely targeted this moment, and they were not about to let the opportunity slip away. With a swift stroke, Caesar's blade descended, prompting Huaye to unfurl his wings and evade her strike. Observing the three women's grave expressions, he smirked lecherously. "Ah, is that my queen Caesar? You come rushing at me the moment you see me. Are you so desperate?" Caesar closed the distance, continuing to wield her sword, ignoring Huaye's lewd taunts. "Huaye, your filthy celestial order must meet its end here today." With a horizontal slash, Huaye countered, their swords clashing. Utilizing his greater strength, he momentarily pushed back Caesar, still wearing a lascivious grin. Anyone can boast, but whether you can deliver is another matter. I hope you remain this defiant when I have you pinned beneath me." Swish! In a flash, Liang Bing and He rejoined the fray, attacking from either side. Huaye had anticipated this and leaped to evade their strike. Liang Bing and He landed beside Caesar, standing resolutely against Huaye once more. Amidst the vast, tumultuous seas, the celestial palace loomed majestically, serving as the stage for this monumental confrontation and epic battle that would determine the fate of angelic civilization. Caesar, He, and Liang Bing, three extraordinary women, possessed a grace that belied their formidable strength. Armed with their swords, their blades shimmered with lethal intent, akin to the sharpest ice crystals piercing through the winter air, aimed squarely at the arrogant Huaye. With a resounding cry, the four simultaneously unfurled their immaculate wings, the gentle flaps stirring a breeze, heralding the impending storm. In the skies, their figures intertwined, creating a breathtaking tableau. The sword light wove a tapestry of destruction, each strike imbued with cataclysmic power slashes, cuts, thrusts, flicks, and cleaves, each maneuver precise and deadly, as if they were orchestrating a fatal dance. The speed was blinding, the battlefield shifting around them, leaving only fleeting afterimages, elusive to the eye. The clash of swords against armor sparked brilliant flashes, sometimes breaching formidable defenses, leaving behind gaping fissures. White feathers scattered like the first snow of winter amidst the ferocious conflict, adding a touch of poignant beauty and resolute finality to the battle. At last, following a particularly fierce exchange, a sharp crack echoed through the air, a testament to the culmination of metal and might. Liang Bing and He moved in perfect synchrony, their swords akin to twin silver lightning bolts, expertly parrying Huaye's tempestuous onslaught, weaving a deathly net around him. In that critical moment, Caesar descended like a divine avenger, her form light and agile, diving from the sky. Her sword traced a flawless arc, slicing from Huaye's left shoulder to his waist, cleaving his ornate yet fragile armor in twain, revealing the terror-stricken visage within. Before her feet could touch the ground, Caesar summoned her strength, akin to a swift falcon, leaping high, her foot channeling the full force of her being, striking Huaye squarely on the chin. Accompanied by a resonant thud, Huaye's massive form was sent hurtling through the air, like a kite severed from its string, tracing a long parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the distant deck, stirring a cloud of dust and debris. In that instant, the atmosphere aboard the Celestial Palace seemed to freeze. All present held their breath in awe as Huaye staggered, incredulously touching his chin. Wow, that kick was quite impactful. Saying this, he theatrically sniffed his hand, revealing a grotesquely lecherous grin, so delightful. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he took flight, flapping his wings and retreating without a moment's hesitation, while hurling a parting threat. "Wait for me, King!" On board the Celestial Palace, as they observed Huaye's ignoble flight, Caesar, gripping her sword, finally exhaled in relief. After millennia, she had truly triumphed. She had won. She turned to Caesar, her usually calm and gentle demeanor now tinged with excitement. "Caesar." "I know," Caesar replied, drawing a deep breath. She immediately focused on Running, who had just landed on the Celestial Palace. "Running, relay orders to the entire army. Huaye's fled. All male angels are to surrender immediately." Though her voice was not loud, it resonated powerfully across the battlefield, causing Ruoning's previously tense expression to finally relax. After a respectful bow, she activated the communication system, broadcasting the message throughout the entire battlefield. The female angels erupted in cheers, while the male angels stood in stunned silence. They had lost? King Huaye had actually been defeated. All the male angels were rendered speechless. The angelic civilization was a monarchy, and Huaye's Elysium Palace had been built upon the foundations laid by the previous kings, reducing the kingdom to just Huaye. He was the undeniable leader of angelic civilization, the supreme commander of the angelic legion. Yet now he had fallen. This not only signified the end of Huaye's reign, but also heralded the collapse of the celestial order, indicating that the male-dominated angelic civilization had been overturned. Henceforth, they would be subjugated under the rule of the pleasure-seeking female angels. They were transitioning from rulers to the oppressed. Such a drastic shift left them momentarily disoriented, rendering the male angels utterly helpless. Then, they made their choice. Some discarded their weapons, surrendering their fates to the female angels, while others turned to flee the battlefield, seeking refuge in the cosmos. Regardless, Huaye's main forces disintegrated in an instant. The era of the male angels had come to an end, and the dawn of a new age for the female angels was imminent. The term male angels was on the verge of becoming a relic of the past from this moment forward. The victorious Caesar would bestow upon them the title of heavenly scum, just as she had proclaimed before the final battle. Whoever lost would be deemed as such. "Sister, I shall pursue Huaye." Liang Bing, ever impulsive, saw that Huaye's forces had completely collapsed and was unwilling to grant him any chance of resurgence. Rallying her subordinates, she set off in pursuit of the fleeing Huaye, determined to drive him out of the Angel Nebula, even if she could not slay him. Before Caesar could respond, the fiery Liang Bing had vanished into the horizon, leaving Caesar to shake her head in exasperation. She pondered whether to destroy the Celestial Palace, a symbol of Huaye's reign. She blinked her cerulean eyes, surveying the now demoralized angelic legion, her lips curling into a slight smile, her tone light and cheerful. "Caesar, I shall pay a visit to the Celestial City." Caesar understood Hizai's intentions well. Though Huaye was a wretch, the accumulated legacy of angelic civilization over the past 70,000 years was not. Only by inheriting these riches could they hope to restore order, and capturing the Celestial City was essential to dismantling Huaye's final bastion of power. She smiled. "I'm a master of swordsmanship. You should be more concerned about Liang Bing. Her temperament is too impulsive." With that, she departed with her loyal contingent of over 1,000, making her way towards the Celestial City. News of Huaye's defeat would soon reach the stronghold, and she needed to arrive before any critical documents were relocated. Kaisha commands the front lines to eliminate the remnants of the enemy. Liang Bing pursues Huaye, while Yishi engages in plunder. Each of the three tasks holds significant importance. However, upon He Zai's arrival at the outskirts of Tiancheng, she discovers the city deserted, save for a multitude of corpses clad in battle skirts and armor. The scene before her is overwhelming. Is this the Fourth Pillar Legion? This is the third most formidable legion under Huaye's command. Yet it has been so easily annihilated. Who could have done this? It couldn't be. A familiar face flashes through He Zai's mind, her blue eyes blinking in surprise as her expression grows complex. The Heavenly Base King? Noticing He Zai's silence, a female angel cautiously inquires. She shakes her head, casting aside her tumultuous thoughts. Let us proceed directly to the library. She murmurs to herself, hoping it is not too late. Yet, as she and the female angels step into Tiancheng, the gruesome battlefield shocks them. It is a veritable sea of corpses. Everywhere lie the severed limbs of male angels, blood pooling upon the grand avenues, saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent. The female angels accompanying He are seasoned warriors, but such a harrowing scene is rare even for them, momentarily causing them to falter. Their expressions reveal their shock and fear, glancing at one another in disbelief. Have these once familiar male angels truly become so subdued? Just moments ago, they were startled and suspected they had walked into a trap, prepared to sacrifice themselves for the Heavenly Base King. Yet what has transpired? Have they changed their nature? Or do they know Huaye has been defeated and have surrendered voluntarily? There's no need for infighting, is there? The female angels chatter amongst themselves, bewildered by the current situation, while she, upon noticing some male angels adorned with purple manes atop their helmets, confirms her suspicions. Wordlessly, she continues onward, and the female angels, compelled to follow, traverse the inner city unimpeded, as no one seems inclined to obstruct their path, until they reach the library. Before them lies a sea of male angel corpses, and Huaye's commander is pinned to the bronze door of the royal library by his own dagger. At this juncture, she and the female angels are finally intercepted by a vigilant squad of male angels, led by a tall, stern-faced man with whom she is somewhat familiar. Qiong sang, so it was indeed you. As expected of the Imperial Guards, your combat prowess is impressive. She, undeterred by the interruption, gazes at the tightly shut door ahead, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. We are old acquaintances, why the formalities? Let me assist you inside. Qiong sang shakes his head resolutely. No, the command from the Legion leader is that until he emerges, no one is permitted to enter the royal library. If you find yourselves with nothing to do, perhaps you could assist us in clearing the battlefield. She. I came all this way just to help you clean up the battlefield? What nonsense! Upon overhearing the exchange between the Heavenly Base King and the male angel commander, the female angels suddenly comprehend the situation. The Imperial Guards? They are merely another faction of rebels, not enemies. Why wasn't this made clear sooner? Yet, they still harbor some resentment. How dare you raid while we confront Huaye's main force hidden? What happened to revolutionary camaraderie? Qiong sang easily perceives the thoughts of the young angels, but finds no desire to explain. After all, the relationship that will develop between them and the female angels is unlikely to be harmonious. Explanation is a futile endeavor. As the two factions remain at an impasse, the door swings open, revealing a strikingly handsome male angel with black hair and eyes. He exudes an air of indifference mixed with a palpable intensity, drawing the attention of all present the moment he steps through the threshold. Mo Yun. She calls out his name, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. Descending the staircase, Mo Yun finds his path cleared by Qiong sang and his group. Does Huaye falter so easily? Or are your female angels stronger than I anticipated? How bold of you to say that. You leave the mess of dealing with Huaye to us, while you come to steal our spoils. She regards the male angel before her with a complex expression. I truly did not expect to encounter you here. It has been quite some time, Mo Yun. By the way, is this not a case of you taking advantage of us? Mo Yun chuckles lightly. We last met over 100 years ago, hardly a long time. And as for taking advantage of you, defeating Huaye is precisely what you desire, is it not? Consider it a form of mutual assistance. She remains non-committal, simply observing Mo Yun. Her focus is singular, The accumulated knowledge of angelic civilization, the very foundation of their heritage, must be secured. Mo Yin scratches his head, appearing somewhat awkward. Why do you look at me like that? Although we are not your comrades, I have restrained Huaya's forces, granting you precious time to develop while weakening his celestial army, ultimately informing you of their marching route. Is it too much to ask for a small reward? I have copied all the documents, and I only took half the supplies. I believe I have shown considerable goodwill. She feigns indifference, a charming smile gracing her lips as her blue eyes sparkle mischievously at Mo Yun, resembling a cunning little fox, clearly dissatisfied with his proposed division. Mo Yun can't help but facepalm. You're being quite greedy. Do you think you can consume all of this? This is the accumulation of angelic civilization. It cannot be allowed to disperse. His eyes' tone is clear yet stubborn. Am I not an angel? You were once, but no longer. According to the words of the male, Kaisha, you shall henceforth be referred to as heavenly dregs. His eyes' expression is earnest. Mo Yun smirks, contemplating whether to teach this silver-haired woman a lesson. Kaisha is the same how casually she bestows labels upon others. If you wish to claim this accumulation, you must either join us or defeat me. She flips her hand, revealing a long sword, her gentle and refined demeanor dissolving, replaced by an aura of grace and poise. The female angels behind her draw their swords in unison, while Cheongsang's imperial guards do the same. Tension mounts as the two factions stand at odds, the atmosphere thick with anticipation, waiting for the command to unleash chaos. Yet, at the heart of the storm, the two leaders remain composed. She smiles, extending an invitation. With Huaya's celestial domain toppled, a new order for angelic civilization is imminent. You are welcome to remain. Mo Yin shakes his head, firmly rejecting the proposal. Prejudice is a mountain, not easily moved by our will. Haven't we already attempted this? It is futile. After the celestial era and the current conflict, male and female angels can no longer coexist harmoniously, at least not for now. Next, it will be an era of suppression and exclusion for male angels. Personally, I am indifferent, but I cannot allow my brothers, who have fought alongside me, to endure such discrimination. They have committed no wrongs, yet must bear the blame for Huaya's actions. It is profoundly unjust. She opens her mouth to respond, but upon noticing the vigilant expressions of the angels behind her, she reluctantly closes it. Given the current circumstances, it is most appropriate for me to lead them away. In response, she smiles wryly. So, you have chosen to engage in battle with me? Your court swordplay prioritizes aesthetics over practicality. You are no match for me. She remains silent, sword held steadfast. After a prolonged moment, Mo Yun exhales deeply, handing over a spatial ring to He. You have saved me, and I wish no harm upon you. Continuing this skirmish will only draw Kaisha and the others here swiftly. It is unwise you have won, Miss He. I shall only take 20 of the supplies. This is my final bottom line. He turns to watch Mo Yun's retreating figure. Where do you plan to go? Just somewhere to rest. I am weary after such a prolonged conflict. Will we meet again? Let us hope we do not encounter one another again. TSK, quite the presence he carries. Huaya has so few followers, yet he commands multiple legions. Such prestige. No wonder others regard him with disdain, yet refrain from direct confrontation. Upon hearing this, Liang Bing shoots an irritable glare at He. Is this intentional? I will definitely kill him next time. Kaisha furrows her brow. There will be no next time. This war has raged for millennia. All warriors are utterly exhausted. Huaya's celestial order has crumbled, and all male angels who followed him shall be expelled. It is time to put an end to this. We must swiftly reconstruct our governing order. Liang Bing, still reluctant, tentatively asks, what of Huaya then? If he were to quietly remain at the edge of the universe, we would not need to concern ourselves with him. However, some necessary surveillance is still required. Should he dare to show his face and cause trouble again, I would not hesitate to eradicate him completely. Liang Bing nodded upon hearing this. It was indeed a favorable situation, for she had long grown weary of war. If Huayi were to re-emerge, she would not mind dealing with him once more. She smiled and handed the spatial bracelet to Kaisa. This is the crystallization of civilization accumulated by the angelic civilization over the past 70,000 years. It represents the legacy of our kind. Kaisa observed the bracelet, evidently designed in a masculine style, and cast a curious glance at He. quickly grasping the implication. He has appeared again? She nodded. He arrived in Celestial City before I did by the time I reached there. He was already preparing to leave. Did he truly relinquish all the heritage of the angelic civilization so easily? Kaisa's confusion deepened. Mo Yun's early arrival in Celestial City was clearly aimed at acquiring this very accumulation, and it was evident that she alone could not contend with that individual. Was it possible? He claimed he did not wish to harm me. If he had delayed, you all might have arrived, so he simply gifted it to me. He is always so rational, never engaging in unnecessary or ingratiating actions. She shrugged nonchalantly. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, Kaisa couldn't shake the feeling that she was somewhat boasting, which suddenly irked her. At that moment, Liang Bing's eyes lit up as she grasped his arm, her enthusiasm palpable. Has that scoundrel appeared again? Where has he gone? His eyes gaze shifted thoughtfully, scrutinizing Liang Bing with a knowing look. Who can say? That fellow has always been shrouded in mystery. I invited him to join us in restoring order, but he declined. Ultimately, it was Kaisa who steered the conversation back on course. Let us focus on the urgent task of revitalizing the livelihood of our people and re-establishing governance. Unlike Mo Yun and Hua Yi, those violent and indulgent male angels, he is disinterested in power and the celestial order, and he has aided us. He will not pose a threat. Liang Bing crossed her arms, gazing into the distance, indifferent to the matter. That scoundrel still owed her a gift. Moreover, she had yet to exact her revenge on him. She observed Kaisa's resolute demeanor and Liang Bing's sulking expression, and in a moment of clarity, a joyful smile broke across his face. That fellow truly bore many sins. Indeed, while it was true that he did not indulge in excess, even his legion adhered to this principle. Yet, to claim he was not violent, was this some cosmic jest? Who among those dubbed God of War had not tread upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Fear not, I have a premonition that he shall one day reappear before us. Chapter 1. Mo Yun as dawn broke and the sun ascended the horizon, its rays, still imbued with a hint of coolness, penetrated through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon the city. It was now 6:15 in the morning. And in a sprawling metropolis like Juxia City, it was hardly early. The early risers had already commenced their morning exercises, while some particularly beleaguered office workers were getting out of bed and preparing for the day ahead. After a night of rest, the city was gradually awakening from its slumber. Stepping out of his residential complex, Mo Yun navigated his way to the nearby supermarket with ease, only to once again sense a faint yet persistent gaze upon him. What is up with this guy? Mo Yun mused inwardly. Hadn't he been lingering around for 2 or 3 days now? Surely he doesn't believe he is concealing himself well. Not long ago, Mo Yun had noticed someone covertly observing him. Despite the individual's discreet movements, Mo Yun had easily detected him, though he couldn't quite fathom why this person had fixated on him. Had he committed any act deserving of such scrutiny? With such free time on his hands, why not seek employment at a circus? Nevertheless, considering the apparent lack of malice, Mo Yun chose not to dwell on it too much. If the individual wished to stare, so be it. He had nothing to hide. As Mo Yun entered the large supermarket, he embarked on his shopping expedition. He found no need for vegetables, being a quintessential carnivore, and thus prepared to gather some pork, beef, and lamb. While the nutritional value may not be significant, the flavor was certainly appealing, especially when paired with his well-stocked fine wines. With this in mind, he selected 10 pounds of each type of meat and placed them in his shopping cart. However, he felt that merely purchasing meat was somewhat monotonous. It seemed only fitting to make this outing more substantial. Perhaps a bit of tea. Having grown weary of Da Hong Pao, he considered sampling some cheaper varieties. After a brief moment of contemplation, he dismissed the idea. Those inexpensive teas were simply unbearable to him. Perhaps some fruit would suffice. Organic fruits should be delightful. Resolving this in his mind, Mo Yun made his way to the fruit section, where his eyes immediately fell upon the radiant yellow bananas. The reason for this choice was, of course, tied to the individual who had been hovering nearby these past few days. Mo Yun's lips curled into a slight smile as he tossed 5 pounds of bananas into his cart. Bananas! A man dressed in casual attire, sporting a baseball cap, watched this scene unfold from a distance, his eyes flickering with surprise. Was this deliberate or merely coincidence? However, upon closer observation, he was astonished to find that this individual was remarkably law-abiding. harboring no malicious intent, merely engaging in normal activities such as running a shop, finishing work, playing games, tending to flowers, and caring for fish, he appeared utterly harmless. This behavior only deepened his curiosity. Could he be, like Old Dew and his companions, a well-meaning outsider? He found himself perplexed by the origins and intentions of the person before him. He had informed Old Dew of the situation, but nothing substantial had surfaced from that inquiry. Perhaps he could simply inquire directly? After all, Old Dew had mentioned that the Super God Academy had discovered some unusual occurrences, which might be linked to this individual. It was essential to discern friend from foe in such times. Thus, he resolved not to remain cautious any longer. Well, I shall proceed according to my own inclination. He approached Mo Yun without hesitation. Excuse me, friend, do you have a moment? I am Sun Wukong, and I wish to engage in a meaningful conversation with you. Mo Yun turned around to face the person who introduced himself as Sun Wukong. This Sun Wukong appears rather fashionable. His disguise seems quite adept, and the dark energy he emanates is robust. Could this indeed be the legendary monkey? The so-called great sage equal to heaven is, in fact, a beastly entity. After a moment of reflection, Mo Yun nodded in agreement to the request, intrigued to discover why this individual had taken an interest in him, after all. He had no intentions of devouring Tang Seng's flesh. Sure, let us head to my shop. It's not far from here. Upon witnessing Mo Yun's agreeable nature, Sun Wukong felt relieved. At least it seemed he was not regarded as an enemy for the time being. After completing the checkout, Mo Yun led Sun Wukong out of the supermarket, and in his presence, he stored all the items into his hidden dimension. Sun Wukong observed this occurrence, further solidifying his belief that Mo Yun was not an ordinary individual. Please, find a seat. What would you like to drink? Just to clarify, I do not have any banana-flavored options. Sun Wukong smirked slightly, finding a spot to sit. I'm fine with anything. After all, coffee is merely a secondary consideration. Mo Yun understood his implication and chuckled softly, shaking his head. You really are quite impatient. He prepared the coffee with his usual remarkable skill. This cup is on me. No need for formality. Sun Wukong nodded, lifted the coffee cup, took a sip, and then furrowed his brow slightly, setting the coffee aside. I still can't quite get used to these things. Mo Yun did not press the matter. After all, as a beastly life form, it was only natural that his taste buds would differ from those of a divine river-dwelling entity, as long as it wasn't a reflection of his culinary skills. He had nothing to worry about. Let us cut to the chase. I still don't know your name. Sun Wukong regarded Mo Yun earnestly, eager to engage in a genuine dialogue. I am called Mo Yun. With Mo meaning inexplicable and Yun signifying the gathering of winds and clouds. Is it all right if I refer to you as little brother Mo Yun? Mo Yun momentarily paused, taken aback by the term of endearment. Little brother? That's quite an uncommon address. How old are you, if I may ask? At least 1,400 years, though I can't recall the exact number. Old Dew mentioned I am nearing 10,000 years, which certainly justifies calling you little brother, Mo Yun. 10,000 years? Is that significant? Little monkey, perhaps you should refrain from such titles. You hardly qualify to call me little brother. This, Sun Wukong's eyes glinted with intrigue. It seemed Mo Yun was truly an ancient being. How long have you lived? All right, I shall be direct. Where do you hail from? What is your purpose on earth? Are you in hiding? Or do you seek to conquer this place? Inquiring about Mo Yun's intentions was paramount, especially with the impending changes looming over the earth. Hearing Sun Wukong's straightforward questions, Mo Yun felt a mix of bewilderment and amusement. Was this monkey truly so naive as to believe he could not be deceived? Did he not worry about being led astray? Shaking his head in amusement, he replied, I come from a distant land, though I shall not disclose its specifics. You wouldn't recognize it anyway. I am neither in hiding nor seeking to conquer this realm. 3,000 years ago, I chanced upon this planet and found it reminiscent of my homeland, which is why I chose to settle here. 3,000 years ago. That predates Old Dew and his group. This fellow had indeed been on Earth for quite some time. As for whether he bore goodwill or malice toward this planet, Mo Yun stroked his chin in contemplation. May I ask how you define goodwill and malice? To harbor compassion is to do good. To bring suffering to living beings is to do evil. Not to harm the interests of this planet, to avoid injuring humanity, and to not go against the will of humankind is to possess goodwill. Mo Yun chuckled at this, pondering how to respond. After all, he was just a monkey. His naivety was rather amusing. And what if humanity chooses to harm me? What if they decide to damage the planet themselves? Opting for destruction? Mo Yun felt no obligation to elaborate extensively, yet it had been a long time since he had conversed with someone of his kind. It was a rare opportunity to engage with an entity clad in the guise of Sun Wukong. Possessing such simple and innocent thoughts, which piqued his interest and encouraged him to converse further. Sun Wukong fell silent, realizing that this Mo Yun seemed to have experienced a great deal. After a prolonged silence, Mo Yun resumed speaking. Rest assured, at least for now, I harbor no malice toward Earth. After all, aside from billions of laborers, there's little of value here worth coveting. And those billions of laborers, in the eyes of a higher civilization, were no different from ants. I have no interest in becoming a ruler. If I had such ambitions, I would have acted long ago. Mo Yun. This place was merely a shadow of something vaguely familiar. Hardly worthy of mention. What would he gain from invading Earth? A form of interstellar charity. He could hardly fathom what sort of individual would be so inept as to covet such a remote planet. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Although Mo Yun's words were somewhat unpalatable, he could not deny their validity. However, you do not harbor goodwill, do you? Sun Wukong had not overlooked the subtlety in Mo Yun's language. Mo Yun merely stated that he currently bore no malice toward Earth, but that did not preclude future hostility. Moreover, he had not explicitly declared his goodwill toward the planet. 3 millennia ago, they descended upon Earth. Yet when the blazing sun invaded, they remained conspicuously absent. This serves as the most compelling evidence. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong found nothing amiss. After all, he was a being who had existed for several thousand years, possessing a profound understanding of such matters, devoid of any inclination towards moral coercion. The other party was not of Earth, so why should they plunge into the depths of peril for a planet that is not their own? The questions posed now were merely to ascertain their thoughts and obtain a definitive answer. If they truly required external assistance to fend off the invasion, then their demise would be but a matter of time. Each super-civilization grapples with its own set of troubles. Once a divine-level civilization intertwines, a cascade of reactions is inevitable, resulting in utter chaos. Of course, this is a perspective rooted in civilizational considerations. Mo Yun set down his cup, smiling softly as he remarked, "For me personally, I simply find this all too troublesome. Matters that do not concern me are hardly worth my involvement." After a moment of silence, Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Well, at least he had discerned Mo Yun's stance. For now, he was merely an observer, neither an enemy nor a friend. On the brighter side, there appeared to be no imminent threat. Sun Wukong rose to depart, but suddenly posed one last question. By the way, I have one final inquiry. You seem to exude a strong aura of bloodlust. What was your profession before? Mo Yun glanced with interest into Sun Wukong's eyes and replied, I was a soldier, though I have long since departed the battlefield. You must have taken many lives then? It would be peculiar for a soldier not to. Sun Wukong acknowledged with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. Killing the enemy is a soldier's duty. If this individual truly was a soldier from some super-civilization, then such an aura of bloodshed might indeed be explicable. Let us hope you do not become an enemy of Earth. Sun Wukong said as he exited. Having lingered far too long, he ought to reach out to old Du with this thought. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Du Cao's number. Hello, old Du, he began. Yes, I have made contact with him. Identity? He revealed his name to be Mo Yun, who arrived on Earth 3,000 years ago. I could not glean more, nor was he inclined to divulge further. However, from my assessment, this fellow possesses considerable strength. And his stance? Du Cao inquired. If he is not lying, then I can only surmise that he does not appear to be an enemy at present. As Sun Wukong departed, Mo Yun stood and stretched, glancing at the time to find it nearing 7 o'clock, indicating the impending start of business hours. It seems today will once again be a tranquil day. Chapter 2. The Visiting Angel. South China Sea Fleet. Zhu Xiaohao in the command room. Du Cao, clad in military attire, ended the call, his expression grave. Beside him stood a striking woman with flowing red hair and an alluring figure. Is there a problem? Du Cao shook his head. Not exactly. At least not as far as we can ascertain. He does not seem to be an enemy, although he does pose a certain level of threat. Given the threat, why not act decisively? Wasn't there a warning just issued from the Sunlight Star? The Mingyi system is making moves, and suddenly, an unidentified alien appears in Juxia City. Surely that raises suspicions? Du Cao sighed in response. If even Sun Wukong finds him challenging, then then I must conclude he is indeed a troublesome presence. With the threat of Taotai looming over Earth, it would be unwise to provoke him recklessly. Is he truly that formidable? Rosa, you are still too young. It is understandable that you lack this knowledge. In the vastness of the universe, Earth is but a remote speck. Civilizations that have endured to this day either possess power or are under protection. He has concealed himself on Earth for 3 millennia, longer than we have. Do you grasp the implications of that? Rosa shrugged. It implies he possesses technology surpassing that of the Dino system. Not only that, it also suggests that our every move may be under his scrutiny. He may know much about us, while we remain almost entirely in the dark regarding him, Ducao gravely cautioned Rosa. Such a being should not be trifled with lightly. After a pause, he added, Reina of the Sunlight will soon arrive on Earth. Perhaps we can converse with her to discern his identity, but until then, it is prudent to refrain from any overt actions, so, for now, we simply observe, maintain some basic surveillance. Beyond that, there is no need for concern. Surveillance? Rosa hesitated, glancing at the screen showing an individual attempting to clear his name. Insisting he was merely a well-intentioned bystander. For a moment, she was taken aback. Would such monitoring truly yield results? Ducao calmly articulated a response that left Rosa momentarily speechless, and without hesitation, he dismissed her. At the mysterious coffee shop, as time passed, the number of patrons gradually increased. Due to its high-end positioning, both in terms of craftsmanship and quality, the establishment commanded a premium price, which would typically deter customers. However, the presence of a mature, composed, and handsome young proprietor had altered the dynamics, particularly for the youthful and vibrant women, transforming it into an ideal venue for leisure and socializing. Gathering friends during breaks to sip on exquisite coffee while admiring the young owner's striking visage became a cherished pastime, transcending mere financial concerns for the sake of aesthetic pleasure. While some girls might summon the courage to request his phone number, the owner, ever the gentleman, politely declined, offering only to take a photo with them, which only fueled their enthusiasm further. Handsome, composed, and exuding an aura of restraint. Who could resist such allure? Moreover, he appeared to possess wealth. Was he not the epitome of an ideal partner? Since its opening, the CAF had never lacked for customers, especially attractive female ones, save for during breaks. This, perhaps, was the bittersweet burden of happiness. Listening to the murmurs of human women and feeling their occasional glances upon him, Mo Yun shook his head in exasperation. Though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, he was acutely aware of the changes occurring on Earth. Dark energy had begun to stir. Given humanity's current technological capabilities, any attempt to harness dark energy was nearly a fool's errand. Unless aided by the remnants of the Dino civilization. Despite their own limitations, their assistance would be akin to a boon for Earth. Earth was indeed peculiar, a mere distant planet, yet it was under scrutiny from entities such as Death God Carl. The Sunlight Civilization, Angels, the Dino Civilization, and the Super God Academy, all of whom had established a presence and facilitated humanity's rapid progression from a slave society through feudalism to the nuclear age within mere millennia. Such an astonishingly swift advancement, akin to hastily promoting seedlings, was exceedingly rare throughout the cosmos. When anomalies arise, there is invariably a reason. Nothing in the universe occurs without cause. Every action is underpinned by a tangible rationale. Mo Yun's instincts told him that a conspiracy lurked beneath, a grand chess game where Earth served as the initial stage, with the Taotai of the Mingi system poised as the first piece to be played. Sighing, he realized he had sought refuge in this remote location for a well-deserved break, only to find himself at the eye of the storm upon arriving at a familiar Earth. What should he do next? Flee? Or remain? If he chose to stay, what role would he assume? Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had already been in seclusion for quite some time. Perhaps it was time to engage with the various civilizations anew. He wondered what the current state of angelic civilization was, justice and order. What he heard and what he perceived were often worlds apart. If even justice and order were faltering, Owner Mo, is my coffee ready yet? A cool voice tinged with mild annoyance broke through Mo Yun's reverie. He turned towards the source of the voice, an ethereal beauty who seemed as if she had stepped from the pages of a painting, effortlessly captivating the attention of those around her. Dressed in a pristine white shirt that billowed gracefully with the breeze, she exuded an untainted purity, complemented by a fitted black pencil skirt that accentuated her figure while adding an air of sophistication and elegance. This black and white ensemble, simple yet refined, highlighted her strikingly delicate features. Her visage resembled a freshly bloomed lily, unadorned by cosmetics, yet radiating an undeniable beauty that was hard to overlook. Those clear, water-like eyes seemed capable of piercing through one's soul, now glimmering with a hint of playful reproach as they rested upon Mo Yoon, who was lost in thought. Not far away. In her gaze lay a mixture of dissatisfaction at being overlooked and an unspoken softness. She sat quietly beside Mo Yoon, observing him with a semblance of resignation. There was no anger, yet her displeasure was palpable. When Mo Yoon finally became aware of the gaze upon him and looked up, he was met with a playful roll of the eyes from the woman, imbued with a hint of cheekiness and pride, as if to say, "I have paid for this, you wouldn't dare refuse me. Would you?" Mo Yoon chuckled softly and handed over the completed cappuccino, apologizing. "I was lost in thought for a moment. Please accept this cup." The woman accepted the cappuccino, blinked her eyes, and declined his generous offer, saying, "Never mind, I cannot accept it." Mo Yoon laughed upon hearing this. "It's just a cup of coffee. Even if you are a police officer, Chi Lin, it shouldn't be a big deal, right?" The strikingly beautiful Chi Lin shook her head, casting a meaningful glance at the other patrons, and whispered, "I'm not worried about that. I'm more concerned about how they perceive me." Chi Lin felt a touch of helplessness. It seemed that Mo Yoon was oblivious to his own attractiveness. Was this merely about coffee? The crux of the matter was that he was treating her. If others were to witness this, what would ensue? Though she was not one to shy away from trouble, it was unwise to invite it. Mo Yoon, deep in thought, nodded and then scrutinized Chi Lin before him, eye in his eyes. This frequent visitor of his CAF, who already possessed breathtaking beauty, had somehow elevated her allure further. Ordinary people might not notice, but Mo Yoon could clearly see the changes in her. The minuscule imperfections on her face that were invisible to the naked eye had vanished completely, and her skin had become even more fair and smooth. Such transformations were not achievable through mere human technology. They could only result from a genetic metamorphosis and evolution. Thus, Chi Lin was indeed a bearer of the Shinha genes, and it seemed she had begun to activate them. What a small universe this was. Under Mo Yoon's unwavering gaze, even the policewoman Chi Lin found it somewhat overwhelming and shyly averted her eyes, a seductive blush gracing her cheeks. After clearing her throat, her voice took on a tone of playful reproach. "Still looking? Don't you understand the concept of inappropriate gazes?" Realizing his lapse in manners, Mo Yoon smiled apologetically and shifted his gaze, explaining, "I was lost in thought. I wasn't staring at you." Hearing this, Chi Lin frowned, giving him a disapproving glare while inwardly lamenting his lack of tact. Yet, outwardly, she adopted a different demeanor, smiling graciously with a hint of teasing. "So what if you look? We're old friends after all. I am not going to hold it against you for glancing at my face a bit longer. Why the need for explanations? Are you feeling guilty?" "Guilty?" Mo Yoon chuckled at the notion, declaring that he had never felt guilt in his life. "Has something unusual happened recently?" he inquired, seamlessly shifting the topic. Chi Lin took a small sip of her cappuccino, retorting with irritation, "Everything is perfectly normal. Stop worrying unnecessarily. Trust the state, trust the police, don't be an alarmist." Was it ignorance, or merely a matter of confidentiality? Perhaps he could simply read her thoughts? After all, there was still ample time, so for now, it would be best to let it be. Noticing Mo Yoon's lack of further inquiries, Chi Lin breathed a sigh of relief. What special circumstances could she possibly reveal? Last night, she had personally dealt with a peculiar incident involving an old rogue who had bullied a young girl, only to be confronted by a courageous university student passing by. What should have been a trivial matter, merely a scuffle, turned into something far from ordinary. One's head could be driven into the concrete floor without consequence. And the fight had even dislodged an air conditioning unit. The alley resembled a war zone, yet astonishingly, neither of the combatants had sustained any injuries. This was all too strange. However, such matters were certainly not to be divulged to Mo Yoon. Any hint of this abnormality could easily incite panic. Chi Lin understood the importance of discretion as a police officer. She knew precisely what to say and what to withhold. "Be careful, as you are a police officer," Mo Yoon advised with a nod before turning to leave, his movements swift and decisive. Chi Lin watched him depart, puzzled by the sensation that he might know more than she did. Could he possibly be affiliated with some secret organization? That seemed unlikely. They had known each other for years without any hint of odd behavior. Perhaps she was overthinking it. It could merely be a friendly reminder between acquaintances. In Tiana City, a brilliant light suddenly streaked across the sky. A colossal fireball descending with great force, crashing into the landmark building, the Angel International Tower, which soared 100 stories high. The directors of Angel International, engrossed in their meeting, were taken completely by surprise. Unaware of the impending calamity, a middle-aged woman stood at the forefront, commanding attention as she passionately articulated her vision for an imminent acquisition. "This project must be secured in its entirety," she proclaimed. The directors nodded in agreement. Then, a thunderous crash interrupted the high-level meeting. A blinding white light, flashing as a figure, burst through the tempered glass of the top-floor meeting room, sending a cloud of dust billowing. What is happening? A terror attack? What on earth? Amidst the swirling dust, the directors of Angel International were thrown into a state of panic, utterly bewildered by the situation. The closest individual, however, caught a clear glimpse of the ethereal figure amidst the haze, a stunningly beautiful angel. Her golden hair and pristine wings invoking ancestral legends, prompting her to instantly deduce the identity of the intruder and swiftly formulate her response. The other directors began to evacuate, some having already glimpsed the breathtaking figure. Yet none had the inclination to remain, for the shock was overwhelming. "I apologize, but this is the first time I have ever seen an angel," the female CEO stammered, her voice tinged with trepidation as she found herself at a loss. Unsure whether to kneel, her gaze fixed on the stunning angel seated in the CEO's chair. Clad in silver armor with a crimson skirt and silver boots, this angel stood nearly 6 feet tall. Her golden hair cascading and her white wings gently fluttering behind her. Her skin was as smooth as milk, and with a faint smile playing on her lips, she exuded an air of playful seduction. 2,000 years ago, your ancestors proclaimed the need to spread the glory of angels across the earth, to ensure that the faith in angels would govern this world. A glint of mockery flickered in Yan's eyes, her tone shifting to one of discontent. The female CEO lowered her head in resignation, offering a somewhat guilty explanation. "Due to the existence of the Super God Academy, we had no choice but to alter our approach." "What approach? Monetary donations? Indeed, investment. You cannot fault us for that. Who could have known that angels truly existed? We had never encountered you before. Had we known, we would have gladly supported your cause. But our entire nation is comprised of atheists." The female CEO chuckled awkwardly, yet her thoughts were effortlessly gleaned by Yin, who had activated her inside eye. "Investment? Quite impressive," Yin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "How should I put this? Although I am somewhat displeased with your failure to uphold your end of the bargain. Considering you are merely a group of primitive humans from a pre-nuclear era, and given the complexities of the situation on Earth, I have no inclination to hold it against you in no time." Yin had comprehended the current circumstances. On a technologically backward planet like Earth, nothing could impede her angelic inquiries. The entire globe held no secrets before her inside eye, akin to a defenseless woman stripped bare. "You are in grave danger." Yan's tone turned serious. "What has transpired? Evil has risen, darkness is imminent, and justice." She chuckled at herself, quickly correcting her statement. "I should be clear. The River Styx system is preparing to invade you. They are a spacefaring civilization, while you are a pre-nuclear civilization." The female CEO was left in a daze. "What can we do?" Yin straightforwardly outlined what they could do. As for the matter of assistance? The Super God Academy and the remnants of the Danu civilization might not be inclined to accept the angels' goodwill, given the minor conflicts that had arisen between angelic civilization and the Super God Academy. According to Queen Kasha's doctrine of justice, angels respect the sovereignty of each civilization. In the absence of a supreme deity on Earth, the Super God Academy serves as the planet's overseer. Without their consent, angels cannot intervene, for such actions would contradict the principles of angelic justice. However, if it were merely the gluttony of the River Styx system, Earth still possessed the capability to fight back. Even if that so-called sunlight was just a young girl, she was still a deity, part of a divine civilization, and certainly not something the likes of the River Styx could contend with. Moreover, during the recent exploration, Yin discovered that several supergenes from the divine river civilization had been activated, including the galactic power, the god of war of the Nox Star, the spear of the Distar, and the Nox Star dagger. Without delving into the others, the three major divine engineering projects of the Super God Academy have all converged. Even though they are still mere children at present, aspiring to become divine beings would require at least a millennium. However, dealing with the insatiable hunger of the Tautai, which lacks any divine presence, should pose no insurmountable challenge. After all, it merely entails the loss of a few more lives. While the angelic order of justice bears the obligation to provide sanctuary to weaker civilizations that adhere to righteousness. If the Super God Academy remains resolute and the angels ascertain their ultimate victory, there would be no need for the angels to intervene. I have yet to inquire. May I ask who you are? Yin introduced herself. I am Angel Yin. Suddenly, she sensed a peculiar dark energy, instantly locking onto its direction. A slight smile crept onto her lips, curving upwards. Oh, let me see. What an intriguing discovery in this place. It seems Earth harbors significant issues, grave ones indeed. The female CEO hesitated, unsure whether to voice her thoughts, but Yin had already lost interest in conversing with her. After all, she had already issued a warning. And her rather brazen appearance should have caught the attention of the denizens of dinner. Thus, her purpose of investigation and signaling to the Super God Academy had already been fulfilled. Now, all that remained was to await their initiative to contact her. In the meantime, perhaps she could indulge in a bit of relaxation, seeking some amusement for herself. With this thought, Yin promptly activated a wormhole, honing in on the exceptionally peculiar dark energy. The enemies of the angels are not limited to demons. There also exists the detestable taint that all angels loathe from the depths of their hearts. Moreover, compared to demons, the ancient taint has garnered even greater disdain among the angels, thanks to the teachings and examples set forth by the elder angels. Chapter 3. The encounter between Angel Yin and the taint. As the left-wing guardian of the sacred Kaisha, Yin frequently traversed the cosmos to execute various missions throughout the ages, during which he encountered some of the taint exiled to remote star systems. They were just as rumored, debauched, violent, and plagued by unhealthy thoughts. They often moved in packs, and upon catching sight of the beautiful angels, they would almost instantly transform into lecherous fiends, rushing forward without hesitation to unleash their carnal desires. Yet, they were effortlessly dealt with by Yin. Before meeting their demise, they experienced the unprecedented thunderous power unleashed by the God of Thunder, and from their wails, it was evident their passing was quite painful. The consistent behavior of these taints only confirmed their infamous reputation. However, upon arriving at the city of the taint's dark energy, Yin found the circumstances to be somewhat different. She emerged from the wormhole directly within a CAF, harboring no intention of concealing her identity. Her pristine wings folded gracefully behind her, and the silver armor accentuated her fair and delicate skin. With a flirtatious smile adorning her face, her captivating peach blossom eyes observed the taint busying himself at the coffee machine. Yan's sudden appearance elicited gasps of astonishment. Everyone was awestruck and terrified by the arrival of this stunning being, enraptured by her unparalleled beauty and physique, yet alarmed by her unexpected manifestation, for she had indeed materialized out of thin air. Sensing the fluctuations of dark energy, Mo Yun raised his gaze, locking eyes with Yan's enchanting orbs. Before him was the angelic visage he had not encountered in over 20,000 years, leaving him momentarily dazed. The two remained silent, scrutinizing one another, neither making a move. Yin silently heightened her vigilance, feeling something amiss with this taint. It seemed his reaction to her presence was rather subdued. His earlier gaze, a mixture of shock and nostalgia, bore no hint of desire. Could this individual genuinely be a taint? It felt rather peculiar. Although perplexed, Yin did not let down her guard. Instead, she activated her insightful eye to discern more about this individual. Then, she was taken aback. The strength of this taint's dark energy was astounding. He was merely a second-generation taint, yet should be among the elite of his kind. For someone of her third-generation angelic lineage, there should be no secrets. How could he be so formidable? It was utterly incomprehensible. Taint, what is your name? Yin teased, her gaze akin to that of a hunter eyeing her prey, leaving Mo Yun somewhat astonished. It appeared that this little angel possessed a rather mischievous streak. Let us change locations. It might cause some trouble if ordinary people find out, Mo Yun suggested, putting down what he held. However, engaging in battle in such a place could indeed harm innocence. Therefore, Yin readily nodded in agreement. Once they reached a consensus, Mo Yun nodded, a flicker of white light gleaming in his eyes. Instantly, everyone present fell into a stupor, suspended in a brief moment of disorientation. Subsequently, Mo Yun turned to leave, while Yin glanced at the entranced crowd, her expression darkening. Memory alteration? Such a disdainful manipulation of human memory, utterly devoid of respect for life and justice. How atrocious! Truly, a taint. Yin activated a wormhole, vanishing from the spot without concern for his escape. As long as she had locked onto his dark energy, he could not evade her. In fact, she was rather eager for him to attempt to flee. When he unexpectedly found himself cornered, her sudden emergence before him would surely elicit a delightful expression. One must admit, Yin was a particularly mischievous angel, and her reputation throughout the cosmos was far from pristine. Mo Yun, on the other hand, harbored no thoughts of fleeing. On the contrary, he felt a surge of excitement. Although the angelic civilization under Kaisha's governance had indeed ascended to the ranks of the universe's top civilizations, even being revered as the king of gods, it had been quite some time since he had interacted with a female angel. He was rather curious about their strength and technological prowess. Now that he had fortuitously encountered a female angel, presumably a third-generation one, how could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? She was, after all, an excellent specimen for observation. Mo Yun leisurely drove to the outskirts, parking at the foot of a mountain. The moment he stepped out of the car, Angel Yin appeared before him. Micro-wormhole technology? Angels possess such expertise in this regard? Merely a basic level. The spatial structure of Earth is overly simplistic, lacking any coding protection or barriers. It's akin to an open highway. Anyone can traverse it. As she spoke, Yin revealed a fox-like, alluring smile, her left hand gently brushing her cheek, with an air of nonchalance. She teased, well, except for you taints. Even the Taodai can achieve this with their warships, but you are far too backward to manage. Oh, Yun raised an eyebrow, sensing a slight emphasis on the word backward in her tone. Was this individual truly an angel? Why did she seem so akin to a taint? I am not a taint. I am an angel. Considering the demeanor of Hua Yi and his ilk, Mo Yun felt compelled to clarify. Frankly, associating with them felt rather revolting. Angels? Yin squinted her fox-like eyes. Just self-deceiving taints. Really, it is well known that all male angels in the universe are taints. This has been the case since the Battle of the Angry Sea. What use is there in denial? All right, little taint, let's not waste any more time. Sister does not have much of it left. Come, let us engage in a thoroughly enjoyable and in-depth exchange. I promise to be very gentle. Staying true to her playful nature, Yin indulged in her characteristic teasing, uttering words that could easily lead one's imagination astray while summoning her flame sword from the dark dimension. Despite the smile gracing her face, she was already prepared for battle. The flame sword? It has been ages since I last saw one. Mo Yun summoned his own weapon, revealing a dark silver longsword as the faint glow dissipated. Dark silver? How peculiar, isn't that exclusive to Queen Kaisha? A mere taint possessing such an item in substantial quantity felt utterly wrong. Something was decidedly amiss. First, I am not a taint. Secondly, I am certainly not small. Humph! Yin scoffed, swiftly drawing her sword to strike at Mo Yun, dismissing any concern for his origins. She would deal with him first, and there would be ample time to ponder afterward. However, as Yin executed her strike with remarkable speed, being the left-wing guardian of sacred Kaisha, capable of executing the flame judgment independently, her standing in the angelic legion was second only to Queen Kaisha. She was not yet a deity, but with the computational support of the angelic network, she could face the main gods of other civilizations confidently, assured of victory. In addition to this, her formidable close combat skills as a seasoned warrior made her swordsmanship exceptionally powerful. Confronting a mere second-generation taint should pose no challenge. Even without Queen Kaisha's support and authorization, relying solely on her abilities, she was confident of an effortless victory. This was, by all accounts, the expected outcome, the most logical conclusion. Yet, when faced with this taint, she faltered. The taint's reflexes were swifter than hers, as the flame sword cleaved through the air. His dark silver longsword had already lunged toward her. A crisp clash resonated as the flame sword collided with the dark silver blade, and the playful demeanor on Yan's face vanished, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. Had it not been for the timely fixation on dark energy, I might have sustained injuries myself. This fellow, in terms of swordsmanship, far surpasses my own abilities. Crack. The dark silver weapon is remarkably simplistic, devoid of any functional attributes, and cannot even accommodate an engine core. Its singular trait is its sharpness. It can effortlessly slice through entities below the third-generation divine body, representing a weapon with a high upper limit where its power largely depends on the skill of the wielder. Moreover, it is particularly susceptible to resolution, thus imposing significant demands on the user, especially regarding computational prowess. These are all insights known to Yin, who is no stranger to such weapons, as the armory of the sacred Kaisha is replete with them. As Kaisha's student and guardian, she not only possesses knowledge of their specifications, but has also witnessed the sacred Kaisha wield them on numerous occasions. Hence, she is acutely aware of the characteristics and shortcomings of the dark silver weapon, which is why she harbors no particular trepidation towards this sword. Yet, she did not anticipate that this celestial scoundrel would effortlessly sever her flame sword. This is a weapon ranked third in the known universe. It inherently possesses the ability to resonate with solar energy, resulting in formidable physical force and radiation effects. Although forged in the shape of a sword, it is, in fact, a stellar weapon endowed with a supercomputing core. With ample stellar energy at its disposal, it can easily obliterate colossal interstellar warships akin to a miniature sun. Consequently, how could such an impressive weapon be so effortlessly severed in the heat of battle? While the opponent wields a dark silver weapon, this seems excessively exaggerated. After all, the adversary is merely an underdeveloped celestial scoundrel. This defies all logic. Bam! Mo Yun severed the flame sword and then delivered a powerful punch to Yan's abdomen. Yin countered instantaneously with an elbow strike aimed at Mo Yun's neck. Their attacks collided simultaneously, sending both of them hurtling backward, retreating over 100 meters. Hiss! Mo Yun clutched his neck, gasping in surprise. This young girl possesses considerable strength. No wonder she is a third-generation angel. Her physical capabilities far exceed those of my second-generation angel form, and I nearly became minced meat. It seems that I have indeed fallen behind. It's unwise to isolate oneself in closed quarters. I must find a way to level up. Yin, having been knocked back, widened her eyes. Mo Yun's punch to her abdomen was inconsequential, posing no real threat. However, gazing at the neatly severed flame sword left her momentarily bewildered. This sword has been by her side for thousands of years. It has been severed just like that? How did you manage to do it? Yin felt a flicker of curiosity, sensing that this celestial scoundrel was indeed intriguing. Although she still intended to slay him, she couldn't help but indulge her curiosity first. Unable to lose, such a notion does not exist. It merely requires a bit more effort. Does it need mentioning? An advanced angel guardian is tantamount to a superfleet of a spacefaring civilization, not to mention her status as a left-wing guardian. An advanced angel alone is sufficient to roam the universe unimpeded, serving as the foundation for the angels' long-standing imposition of justice and order throughout the cosmos. Yan's unabashedly frigid hostility is something Mo Yun admires, particularly her decisive retreat upon recognizing the lack of an advantage in close combat, opting to utilize the flame sword's functionality to gain the upper hand. Thus, while this young girl may appear somewhat frivolous, her strength and combat awareness are commendable, revealing her potential merits. Yet, it appears that the technological pursuits of these female angels seem rather misaligned. Tio put it more accurately, the entire universe's technological trajectory seems skewed. Or perhaps overly specialized. Even the angels, hailed as the kings of the gods, are not exempt from this. Perhaps future advancements could draw from the experiences of other divine civilizations. However, the pressing matter at hand remains to deal with this young girl first. What is your name? Mo Yun inquired as Yin, in the midst of channeling energy, narrowed her eyes, realizing the other party intended to buy time. Nevertheless, the righteous angel harbors no fear, possessing absolute confidence in her abilities. Yin, I am Yin, the left-wing guardian of the King of Gods, the sacred Kaisha, the thunder god of war. To perish at my sister's hands is a tremendous honor for you, celestial scoundrel, god of war? Is that so? Nowadays, even the most trivial beings can claim the title of god of war, it seems. Ugh, I feel insulted. Mo Yun, already disinterested in correcting Yan's designation of him as a celestial scoundrel, shrugged it off. What is your relationship with the angel Yutong? You bear a striking resemblance to her. Mo Yun's casual remark left Yin momentarily stunned. What is going on? This wretched celestial scoundrel actually knows her mother. Could it be that this fellow is an ancient celestial scoundrel rather than a newly emerged one? Yan's mood darkened. She is well aware of the nature of celestial scoundrels. To say they are beasts would be an understatement. But to label them as lecherous would find no opposition among divine civilizations. This fellow knows her mother and wears a vile grin. Clearly not a good person. Surely, he must be harboring some unsavory thoughts. That is my mother, celestial scoundrel. You have successfully provoked my ire. Prepare to meet your demise. Yin furiously raised the flame sword in her hand, as the violent and searing energy began to coalesce. Not far away, Mo Yun wore a perplexed expression. Surely, this young girl has not misunderstood something? Mo Yun sighed inwardly. No wonder she bears the appearance of an acquaintance. It turns out she is the descendant of an old friend. Very well, regardless, as a descendant of an old friend, I shall impart a lesson on respect for elders. After uttering those words, a beam of black light emerged from behind Mo Yun, swiftly expanding to envelop everything, including the explosive flames and Yin herself. Chapter 4. Yin, the outmatched youth, is indeed marked by impatience. In the dimly lit space, Mo Yun sat upon a black stone chair. Before him stood a massive white cross, upon which was bound a youthful and beautiful angel. Yin, despite being restrained by Mo Yun, she exhibited no hint of panic. Her lips curled into a confident smile as she gazed down at Mo Yun, maintaining the demeanor of a lofty left-wing guardian. If one were to overlook the fact that her hands and feet were entirely shackled by enormous dark alloy chains. Oh, you enjoy bondage play? Do you? But I do not appreciate being bound. How about we switch places? Yin teased Mo Yun, attempting to buy time with her playful banter. This space felt exceedingly strange. Here, she could not harness dark energy, nor could she restore communication. Moreover, her movements were severely restricted, placing her at a complete disadvantage. However, this did not equate to her defeat. All angels exist within the same communication system, and the highest authority of this angelic system lies with Queen Kaisha. Although her dark energy had vanished and communication remained unrecoverable, Queen Kaisha must have sensed something amiss. She could not believe that this celestial scoundrel was superior to Queen Kaisha. While it might be slightly embarrassing to relay this later, it was far preferable to falling into the hands of a celestial scoundrel. Mo Yun cast a calm glance at her, his emotionless gaze sweeping from her armored feet, traversing her form, and meeting her fox-like eyes with a composed stare. Is your mother aware of your current predicament? Yin, TSK, why do I suddenly feel like I'm being reprimanded by an elder? Moreover, this fellow's gaze is devoid of any desire. Is he truly a celestial scoundrel? Something feels amiss. My mother has already passed away, Yin replied softly, her demeanor turning serious at the mention of her mother's death. Yet, there was no trace of sorrow. After all, she was over 7,000 years old. Such matters had long since become a part of her past, and her mother had died for the righteous order of Queen Kaisha. Dedicating oneself to justice and perishing in the embrace of Queen Kaisha is the aspiration of every angel. She has already passed? Mo Yun momentarily fell silent, not expecting to hear news of an old acquaintance, only to learn of her demise. Life is indeed fraught with unpredictability. Were you familiar with my mother? Yin noticed an unexpected hint of nostalgia in this celestial scoundrel's demeanor and was taken aback, sensing that this fellow had known her mother. I taught her how to fight. Huh? According to records, the only forces that had ever aided the female angels in their resistance against the celestial order were the 3 rebellious legions that had defected from the heavenly palace. Yet, had they not remained holed up in the Urilan star system, only occasionally acting as mercenaries in nearby star systems? How could they afford the time to travel all the way to Earth? But if what he said is true, then this fellow might actually be an ancient angel over 30,000 years old. Cough, cough. An esteemed elder. However, upon further reflection, his formidable dark energy and strength, along with his mastery of dark silver weapons, seemed to clarify matters. What is your name, sir? Which legion do you hail from? Yin resolved to inquire thoroughly, hoping not to wrongfully accuse him. If he truly belonged to one of the 3 ancient legions, he could hardly be deemed an enemy. It would be an injustice if Queen Kaisha were to come and slay him. Only now do you think to ask for my name? Mo Yun scoffed, unreservedly critiquing her. Truly, you are the daughter of that foolish Yutong. It seems that apart from Hushi and Kaisha, all you female angels are devoid of any brains. Hey, don't go too far. Show some respect for my mother and Queen Kaisa. Yin Xiao's expression turned frosty as she glared at Mo Yun, her displeasure unmistakable despite her lack of intimidation. Even though she found herself bound and helpless upon the cross, Yin was aware of her initial misstep. Yet, that did not justify the other's slander against her mother or the disrespect shown towards Queen Kaisa. Insulting her was one thing, but insulting her mother was intolerable. This fellow truly knew how to infuriate someone. Mo Yun. This little girl is quite stubborn, isn't she? Is this really a lack of respect? This is nothing but the truth. The female angels have been foolish for ages, easily swayed and all caught up in romantic fantasies. Never mind. Why bother engaging with someone so dim-witted? Mo Yun shook his head, deciding against further commentary on her behavior. I am Mo Yun, Angel Mo Yun, the former commander of the 10th Conquest Legion, the 1st Imperial Guard Legion, and the 6th Iron Blood Legion during the Heavenly Palace era. Presently, I am not affiliated with any legion. Angel Mo Yun. Yan's expression sharpened as disbelief widened her eyes, scanning the male angel before her with uncertainty. Indeed, that is me. No wonder I couldn't possibly defeat him. I am merely a little girl of over 7,000 years. How could I dare to show off in front of this man who is over 30,000 years old? Even if he is merely an ancient second-generation angel, he is not someone to be trifled with, especially since I underestimated him. Since this is a misunderstanding, could you kindly let me down, uncle? Yin feigned a pitiful look towards Mo Yun. Realizing he was not a scoundrel, she relaxed, returning to her previous demeanor. I could. But do you truly trust my identity so readily? Mo Yun scrutinized Yin with a skeptical gaze. This little girl was rather clever. Not one to be easily deceived, I simply believe in judgments that serve my interests, and it seems you have no reason to deceive me, do you? Yin replied nonchalantly, acknowledging that she was bound and at his mercy. So he had no need to mislead her. After all, Yin felt there was no necessity for such deceit. Mo Yun waved his hand, releasing the chains and the cross. Yin spread her pristine wings, her lithe form gracefully descending to the ground. Thank you, uncle. Yin had no intention of launching an attack at that moment. As she expressed her gratitude, she began to stretch her body, for being suspended on the cross was rather uncomfortable. With a mind like yours, can you truly be called a god of war? Mo Yun posed the question without malice, merely voicing his curiosity. Truth be told, Yan's strength was indeed commendable, but her capture was largely due to his unique abilities and her own underestimation. In an unrestrained confrontation, he doubted he could easily best her now. However, this girl seemed rather, well, not exactly foolish, but rather straightforward, and she seemed completely oblivious to the treachery of human hearts, her arrogance aside. She was quite reckless. Had all her skills been allocated solely to combat? Could such an angel truly be deemed a god of war? While times had changed and the genetic evolution of angels had significantly enhanced the combat capabilities of high-ranking angels, it did not imply that sheer recklessness sufficed in battle. Where was the command? Where was the intellect? Even ordinary angels could manage, but wasn't Yin heralded as a god of war? Surely, strategic thinking was essential in that role. He had easily subdued this so-called divine left-wing guardian. After all, had the meaning of a god of war been reduced to merely possessing strong combat abilities, without the necessity of tactical acumen? If that were the case, the future of the angels seemed rather bleak. I am a warrior, bound only to follow Queen Kaisa's orders in battle, and today was merely a lapse in my vigilance. Uncle, do not underestimate me. Now aware that her opponent was an ancient angel, Yin refrained from teasing him further, recognizing that such behavior would be impolite. Yet, she reiterated that her strength was far from feeble, asserting that her being subdued was primarily due to her underestimation of the situation. She hadn't even unleashed her full potential, nor had she engaged her dark energy fully. It wasn't that she was truly incapable of withstanding a blow. Mo Yun noticed that when she spoke of obeying Kaisa's orders in battle, her chest puffed out with pride, as if she were basking in glory. Though this, Mo Yun felt somewhat perplexed. Was this truly something to take pride in? What if Kaisa were to perish one day? Would the angels then lose their wits entirely? She, scientists and leaders are not the same. She cannot even be considered a competent warrior. It seems the status and prestige of the angels relies solely on Kaisa's support. This is hardly encouraging news. Do you have a crown prince? Regarding the matters of angel civilization, I have several inquiries I wish to discuss with you. Do you have ample time? Mo Yun intended to seize this opportunity to thoroughly probe the current intelligence. If all went well, he might even secure some resources and technologies. If Yin could not be persuaded, perhaps she could. Do you wish to glean information from me? Given that you are of my kin and not an enemy, I might oblige, but only with trivial matters that do not pertain to the secrets of our Meluo heavenly court. Most of this information was already public or could be easily uncovered. So sharing it with Mo Yun posed no harm, provided he did not inquire about the identity of the crown prince or delve into secondary biological engines. Yin blinked, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Mo Yun. However, how long must we remain in this little black room? Uncle, do you have a penchant for secretive play? Mo Yun. Is this girl truly the daughter of Yu Tong? Her demeanor resembles that of the overly serious he-she. With the activation of dark energy, the black space shattered, and the two reappeared in the outskirts, everything unchanged, as if nothing had occurred. The pearlescent light in Yan's eyes faded, replaced by an expression of intrigue and admiration. Quite an impressive technique. Your technological level is commendable. Although it may not rival our Meluo heavenly court, it possesses its own unique merits. Mo Yun cast her a nonchalant glance. Do you believe that the commander of the Imperial Guard can maintain his position solely through strength? Do you think I merely subdued the 3 major legions through brute force? Hardly. During the Heavenly Palace era, I was among the few allowed access to the Royal Library. Back then, 99% of the female angels were illiterate. And aside from a handful of noble women, none had the privilege to study genetic knowledge. I, on the other hand, would spend my time in the library and the gladiatorial arena whenever I had a chance. Though I may have fallen behind now, I have not been idle over the past millennia. I have made discoveries while exploring the cosmic fringes. It would be odd to remain stagnant, wouldn't it? Miss Yin, never underestimate anyone. You may be exceptionally talented among your peers, but to ancient beings, you are no different from a child. Mo Yun earnestly cautioned Yin. The young angel in the battlefield, the powerful do not always perish. Nor do the weak invariably survive. However, the arrogant will pay a heavy price, even if they live. Respect every individual and maintain constant vigilance. This is the key to enduring survival. Is mere survival all that matters? Survival is the foremost necessity of civilization. Principles and ideologies are insignificant in the face of a civilization's continuity. Yin furrowed her brow, somewhat dissatisfied with the ancient angel's sentiments. As a paragon among the younger generation of angels. Having basked in the light of justice and order for 7 long millennia, the divine order of Kaisa was indeed supreme. Even at the cost of their lives, angels must uphold it, even if it meant the extinction of their civilization. Yin found herself irked by Mo Yun's complete disregard for the divine order, his indifference to any principles, only pursuing survival. Other divine civilizations held their own ideologies, yet Mo Yun seemed entirely unconcerned with such matters. While he did possess some merit in his arguments, Yin could not shake the feeling that this angel Mo Yun was even more perilous than Morgana. Mo Yun observed the shifts in Yin's expression but did not concern himself with her thoughts. After all, a being steeped in ideologies for thousands of years could hardly waver due to a few spoken words. Is this your first question? I recall that when I departed from the Angel Nebula, many male angels remained there. I heard they gradually left. Are there any still residing there? Yin shook her head. As the female gene began to dominate, the male gene naturally declined. Over time, they ceased to receive attention and either lived out their days in solitude or distanced themselves from the heavenly city. Presently, there are no male angels left in the Angel Nebula. Only the remnants remain. Except for you all. In conclusion, Yin added this remark. Mo Yun fell silent. Indeed, while he had long anticipated this outcome, it was only at that moment that he received confirmation. This was how it had ultimately developed, wasn't it? It was the backlash of the Heavenly Palace Order. After all, it is the inherent inferiority of the male angels that has sealed their fate. Queen Kesha has granted them ample time to prove themselves, yet they remain as unruly and indulgent as ever. Yin articulated this with a hint of apprehension, casting a wary glance at the male angel before him. In the scattered whispers, this male angel, known as Mo Yun, has been dubbed the god of war, a vanguard of expansion during the celestial era. Go speak favorably, he is a valiant warrior. Conversely, to speak unfavorably, he is a ruthless bloodletter. They truly believe that the Angel Nebula has always been home to a singular angelic civilization. While indulgence seems absent, the brutality is undeniably palpable. Yin harbored concerns about any irrational actions he might undertake. Although Queen Kesha is certainly unafraid of Mo Yun, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict, for Mo Yun wields considerable influence among the male angels. Indulgence and brutality? Mo Yun found himself at a loss. Did those male angels, notorious for their excesses, dare to remain after the Battle of the Angry Sea? Moreover, let us not speak of the surrendered captives. Did Kesha not have a few male angels under her command when she rose in rebellion? Have you witnessed this firsthand? Upon hearing this, Yin furrowed his brow, his tone turning somewhat harsh. Queen Kesha would have no reason to deceive us. These matters are all documented within our communication network. Mo Yun nodded in agreement. Kesha indeed would not engage in such duplicity, yet how can the truth be discerned solely through records by outsiders? While Kesha would not resort to oppression, the male angels, bereft of strong leadership and a central command, would inevitably find themselves marginalized and overlooked, leading to a natural inclination to flee the celestial city over time. There is no need for concern. I merely inquired casually, harboring no thoughts of injustice. These matters do not pertain to me, Mo Yun elucidated, acknowledging that a significant backlash would arise after prolonged oppression, a scenario he had anticipated with a sigh. He reflected on it, but it was merely a fleeting thought. Yin silently nodded. Indeed, Angel Mo Yun is rather exceptional. Yet, is his demeanor not overly nonchalant? Chapter 5. The Arrival of the Gluttonous Beast in the Angel Nebula. Within the Melrose Celestial Court lies the private garden of King Hishi. A brilliant golden artificial light illuminates the horizon, casting gentle rays upon the verdant ground, where delicate flowers are scattered amidst the lush greenery. And beautiful butterflies flit gracefully about. In this idyllic garden, reminiscent of an earthly paradise, stands a pristine and exquisitely crafted pavilion, where two stunning women sit, elegantly sipping floral tea. One, with golden hair and azure eyes, and the other, with silver locks and sapphire gaze, both possess ethereal beauty. These are none other than the illustrious commander of the Angel Legion, the divine Kesha, and her dear friend, the retired King Hishi. These two venerable ladies, each surpassing 30,000 years in age, find themselves in a rare moment of leisure. As the leader of the angelic civilization, Kesha carries the weight of her responsibilities, while she, the finest scholar of the celestial city, often finds herself engrossed in her studies. Yet, occasional relaxation is essential, and gathering to share tea and converse, while also discussing resource allocation, primarily for Hishi's endeavors to secure additional resources for research, with a touch of personal gain, serves as their primary means of unwinding. Though Hishi seldom indulges in such pursuits, she finds them a delightful way to pass the time during her leisure hours. Today, however, she has stumbled upon an anomaly. The dark energy of Angel Yin, her left-wing guardian and student, has suddenly been obscured, resulting in a brief disconnection. This unusual occurrence immediately captured Hishi's attention. Should danger have befallen him, it would be imperative to intervene, both for the sake of Yin and her own student, Jiaxian. Conversely, if no danger lurked, it would still be prudent to investigate the situation. For the angelic communication system is a vital pillar of their military strength, warranting utmost vigilance. "What have you discovered?" Kesha inquired, seated upon an intricately designed stone chair, her tone calm yet her brow slightly furrowed. Betraying her inner concern. As the core and supreme authority of the angelic communication system, Kesha had indeed noticed Yan's disconnection. As her left-wing guardian, Yan held the second highest level of access within the angelic communication network. Thus, the sudden disappearance of such a crucial administrator would not go unnoticed. Kesha and she concurrently recognized the issue at hand. Yet Kesha's probing efforts were thwarted, leaving her entirely unaware of Yan's circumstances. In this regard, Hishi held an advantage, being the architect and maintainer of the angelic communication system, undoubtedly having left behind secret doors and contingencies. Kesha was all too familiar with Hishi's character. Though she appeared gentle and refined, she possessed a mischievous streak. Seems I have indeed uncovered something noteworthy. Fear not, Yin is not in danger. She merely encountered an old acquaintance of mine. Hishi's eyes narrowed with delight as she smiled. Surprised to discover that the elusive Mo Yun, who had been playing dead, had resurfaced. Since departing from the Angel Nebula, Mo Yun had vanished, and she had assumed him to be deceased. To her astonishment, he had suddenly emerged from Earth, capturing Yin, the young girl, and binding her to a crucifix. Such a wicked sense of humor. Is he perhaps a lowly Khan and a sadist? Acquaintance? You have acquaintances in such a place as Earth? Upon hearing that Yin was unharmed, Kesha's furrowed brow relaxed, yet she struggled to comprehend how she, a self-proclaimed homebody, could possibly have connections in the cosmos. She rarely ventured beyond her abode, after all. Moreover, even if she did have acquaintances, it was improbable that someone would emerge from the remote Chi-Wu star system. Something felt decidedly amiss. It was utterly peculiar. She chuckled knowingly. What's this? Are you worried about me? Are you perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy? Kesha couldn't help but twitch her lips at her friend's impish remarks, feeling exasperated. Oh, you old hag, have you been celibate for too long? Leading to such peculiar thoughts? Has your sexual orientation shifted? Though she was merely a year or two Kesha's senior, it was this slight age difference that prompted Kesha to affectionately call her old hag. For she was indeed older. However, in the eyes of angels, such a gap was trivial, akin to mere hours, hardly worthy of mention. Yet, age remains a sensitive topic for women, even for angels. Despite their lifespans nearing eternity, discussions of age can easily spark tension. Were it not for their deep sisterly bond over the years, she would have seized every opportunity to tease Kesha about it, insisting that she was indeed the old hag. I'm just fine. In this vast universe, there isn't a soul worthy of my divine counterpart, which is why I remain single, she countered, all the while keeping an eye on the happenings on Earth. What I'm truly concerned about is your sexual orientation, Kesha. You possess beauty and strength, yet you seem entirely devoid of feminine charm. Shall I examine your testosterone levels one day? Kesha shot a sidelong glance at she, who chuckled sheepishly, sensing the shift in topic. Honestly, you constantly urge others to retire in pursuit of true love. What about yourself? You are over 32,000 years old now. Perhaps it's time to contemplate your own happiness? She continued, her smile unwavering as she gently urged her dear friend. Kesha shook her head in resignation. Let it be. No one in the universe is worthy of the king of the gods. Besides, my status is far too sensitive. Even retirement would not alter that. She covered her mouth with a laugh, playfully observing Kesha. What are you on about? I'm advising you to retire and enjoy life. Not to marry. Can't you do as I do? Upon hearing this explanation, Kesha couldn't help but chuckle. She was well aware that she's comments were meant to jest, yet she found herself yearning for a life of retirement. It is not yet time. There remain matters unresolved. Kesha gazed into the distance, pondering that Anishita was still too immature and youthful, far from being qualified as the Angel Queen. She would require at least another 1,000 years to attain that status. However, this was not of paramount importance. More pressing was the unresolved issue of Morgana and her demon legion. Since the concept of ultimate fear had been introduced, Kesha had been contemplating whether her just order still aligned with the universe's progression. As the king of the gods, especially one who had witnessed the destruction of the outdated heavenly order, Kesha understood that no perfect order existed within the cosmos. Everything perpetually evolves. The just order may suit the present, but it will certainly not endure into the future. Even though Kesha vehemently denied the ultimate fear and the existence of the Void civilization, she could not escape the reality that the dawn of the Void era was inevitable. To endure and thrive, civilizations must adapt to the development of the cosmic era. Otherwise, today's just order could very well become tomorrow's relic. Yet Kesha recognized that she was the very foundation of this just order. The young angels under her leadership held an unwavering obsession with this ideal, which, quite frankly, was not advantageous, as long as she remained. The just order could not be dismantled. Even she could not achieve that. The just order she had painstakingly forged had ultimately become a shackle, binding both herself and the future of angelic civilization. How ironic indeed. Should one persist in the traditional adherence to the principles of justice and order? Or should one embrace the notion that destruction must precede creation, allowing angelic civilization to adapt to the evolution of the cosmos? This dilemma was presented to Kesha long ago, and perhaps the time has come to make a decision. Death? Merely another form of repose. With eternal life, why fear death? Having lived for over 30,000 years, I too yearn for rest. The order of justice arises from the ruins of celestial order, and so must the new order. However, before that, I have certain matters to arrange, such as whether I can take Morgana along. At the very least, the angels should know who their enemies are. It seems I must also arrange for a proxy heir. How troublesome! She glanced at the contemplative Kaisha, her sapphire eyes rolling as she quickly deduced her sister's intentions. After thousands of years of companionship, she could read her thoughts with just a glance. This tomboy clearly intended to abandon her responsibilities entirely. Humph! How naive! While I retire to continue my work behind the scenes, you wish to simply slumber, leaving the mess for me to clean up? Absolutely not. Retirement is acceptable, but fleeing is out of the question. Her gaze locked onto a figure on earth, a thought quietly blossoming in her mind. As a retired scholar, it is indeed inappropriate for me to intervene directly. Nor do I possess the capability to do so. Yet, is there not someone on Earth who can assist me? When it comes to planetary destruction and civilization annihilation, no one in the universe rivals him. If he lends his aid, everything will fall into place. Achoo. In a CAF, Mo Yun suddenly sneezed, eliciting a peculiar expression from the angel Yin opposite him. Uncle, you're a second-generation angel. Surely you can't still catch a cold? Yin chuckled softly. Uncle, even narcissism has its limits. While you are indeed not unappealing, your age is rather advanced. Who, apart from Earth women unaware of your true age, would fancy an old man over 30,000 years? Mo Yun shot Yin a disapproving glance, wishing he could pry open the mind of this irreverent little angel to see what absurd thoughts occupied it. Is this what you meant by longing? Such youthful minds filled with unhealthy notions. Who constructed your angelic communication system? She from the orbital base. Why? Mo Yun stroked his chin, immediately realizing who was fixating on him. This individual must be scheming to ensnare him again. No, I must ensure she pays a price. I still intend to upgrade my genes to perfection. Just because Cheong Sang and the others have insufficient resources does not mean she lacks them. This hoarder possesses quite a bounty of valuable items. Perhaps there are rare resources that could aid me. Yin silently finished her coffee, and then Mo Yun began ushering her out. All right, your coffee is done. Let's hurry. Remember to keep my affairs here confidential. Yin nodded slightly, preparing to leave, but before departing, she cautioned Mo Yun. I can agree to your request, but our angelic experiences must be uploaded to the system for sharing. And should Queen Kaisha inquire, I will not lie with that. Yin turned and exited the CAF, leaving Mo Yun in deep contemplation. He had yet to grasp the situation, unable to distinguish friend from foe. It would not be wise to reveal himself just yet. Moreover, if he were honest, he felt quite envious of Kaisha's so-called divine form. Although he had only heard of it, it seemed remarkably impressive. If he could obtain some data and genetic material for research, perhaps she could facilitate this. After all, this silver-haired girl would most likely come looking for him. He could test the waters then. Soon, the CAF's closing time arrived, and Mo Yun locked the door and drove away, intending to explore the city. The night in Jusha City was bustling with traffic, a sight Mo Yun had long since grown accustomed to. Yet today felt somewhat different. While driving, he quickly noticed an energy reaction ahead. It was neither the dark energy utilized by divine civilizations, nor was it energy that could be produced by Earth technology. It felt akin to a spacefaring civilization. Was it a reconnaissance unit from the Tao Tai fleet? Mo Yun seemed to grasp the situation. Yin had previously mentioned that Earth was on the verge of an invasion by the Tao Tai civilization from the Mingi star system. Consequently, the blazing sun's rays had descended upon Earth, activating the super gene warriors. However, he had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift, coincidentally in Jusha City. Should he investigate? Spacefaring civilizations might be on par with the blazing sun from over 20,000 years ago. The current standards of spacefaring civilizations are uncertain. He had heard that the Tao Tai were a primitive beast civilization that had been expelled, rendering him somewhat curious. Yes, he would take a look. Refraining from unnecessary actions. Chapter 6. Who are you, really? At the Filiu District Airport, hidden in the shadows, Mo Yun beheld a Tao Tai reconnaissance soldier, a towering figure exceeding 3 meters in height, appearing as a blue and white supermech, equipped with mechanical wings for flight. From a distance, it was quite imposing. An aerospace civilization's super alloy mech. Such a thing posed considerable trouble for contemporary Earth. Mo Yun observed from afar as the blue and white Tao Tai soldier wreaked havoc. floating midair, unleashing a barrage of laser fire that left the once smooth pavement pockmarked and chaotic. The human military had even deployed tanks, but such measures posed no threat to it. The relentless shells could hardly breach its energy shield. Yet, this was all in vain. Despite not wielding dark energy, the aerospace civilization's super-alloy mech relied solely on biological and mechanical energy for combat, making it no match for humanity's conventional weapons. Unless missile-grade armaments were deployed, breaching its defenses was impossible. It was a one-sided massacre. The Tao Tai reconnaissance soldier rampaged freely, bringing destruction to all in its path. Ha ha! Did you see that? The resistance of these Earth natives is utterly laughable. They remain in a pre-nuclear age, posing no threat to us at all. Inside the mech, the Tao Tai soldier, tasked with executing orders, reveled in the carnage and death he was creating, casually chatting with comrades aboard the fleet. To him, such combat was devoid of pressure. There was no need for full engagement. He merely activated his energy shield and kept firing, each laser blast capable of obliterating a tank, if you ask me. There's no need for further probing. We can simply charge in. These Earth natives are utterly powerless against us. We can shut up. To the Tao Tai civilization, Earth's military capabilities were virtually non-existent, akin to primitive savages. A lowly civilization incapable of even leaving their home planet, posing no real threat. The only force worthy of their attention was the super-gene warriors created by the remnants of the Denua civilization, who were as warlike as the Tao Tai themselves. Furthermore, they had the shadow of the Super God Academy behind them. Even I, the God Carl, was once part of the Super God Academy. When facing them, caution was prudent. This was precisely why the King of Devouring decided to initiate a firepower probe first. Having achieved their goal, it was time to withdraw. The Tao Tai reconnaissance soldier, having received orders, ceased to speak. The Tao Tai operated under a militaristic regime that placed immense importance on hierarchy, making insubordination among lower-ranking soldiers virtually non-existent. Although he relished the destruction, upon receiving orders, it was time to retreat. The Tao Tai reconnaissance soldier fired once more, obliterating a human fighter jet that had just arrived, before taking off, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Watching the enemy depart, Mo Yun had gathered sufficient intelligence regarding their intentions. The civilization level indeed belonged to the aerospace era, seemingly lacking a super-gene system, primarily relying on mechanical equipment for combat, not even matching the angelic civilization from 30,000 years ago. It appeared that this so-called Grim Reaper Carl was rather indifferent towards the Tao Tai, treating them as mere cannon fodder. Moreover, the opposing commander appeared quite cautious, not allowing the disparity between their strengths to cloud his judgment. He first dispatched reconnaissance units to probe the situation, then retreated upon achieving his objectives. At least in this regard, he qualified as a competent commander. The absence of expanded gains raised questions. Was it due to apprehension? Was it because of Sun Wukong and the remnants of the Denua civilization? However, this should be the final probe. Once they are adequately prepared, the Tao Tai will launch a formal assault. Yet, why did the Tao Tai choose to attack Earth? This place lacks resources and poses a challenge with the Super God Academy present. Even if Carl is obsessed with studying death, he shouldn't take such risks. It feels as though he is deliberately stirring up trouble to achieve some grand scheme, whether to divert attention or entice someone. Mo Yun pondered. He turned to leave. He had never encountered Carl. During the Super God Academy's first visit to the angelic civilization, it was still in the era of King Huaji. At that time, he had only recently joined the military and had yet to ascend to the higher echelons of angelic civilization. Moreover, Carl was reportedly playing in some remote star system back then. The Super God Academy's second visit occurred after the Battle of the Angry Sea, but by then, Mo Yun had already departed from the angelic civilization, thus missing the opportunity to meet him. During 2 visits, Mo Yun's only interaction with the Super God Academy was when they supported the rapidly advancing civilization of the Blazing Sun, which was still in its pre-nuclear era, only to deliver a devastating blow that annihilated 5 of their fleets and brought them to the brink of destruction. Nevertheless, Mo Yun was quite familiar with the infamous Grim Reaper, Carl, not only because he was among the scant few expelled from the Super God Academy, but also due to the similarities he shared with himself. Wherever he went, carnage, death, and chaos would inevitably follow, making it difficult for Mo Yun to overlook him. He halted his steps, his expression shifting from indifference to turmoil. Not far ahead, a police car was stationed, and several officers lay in pools of blood on the ground. Among them was a female officer, her chest pierced by a laser cannon, struggling for breath in the crimson puddle. Qi Lin. TSK, what unfortunate luck for that little girl to encounter danger. Had she not been a supergenetic warrior, she might have met the same fate as her colleagues today. Should he intervene? Mo Yun momentarily lost himself in thought and sighed softly. He crouched down, extending his hand toward the wound on Qi Lin's chest. Treating such a non-fatal injury was merely a trivial task that wouldn't delay matters. Qi Lin instinctively grasped Mo Yun's hand, clutching it tightly as if it were a lifeline. Embodying the primal fear of life in the face of death, as she hazily opened her eyes, she beheld a gradually blurring familiar face. Mo Yun, rest assured, you shall not perish at a brief slumber, and you will awaken anew. His gentle, familiar voice resonated, the last words she heard before a soothing energy flowed into her wound, circulating within her body, enveloping her in warmth as she surrendered to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Mo Yun withdrew his hand from Qi Lin's grasp, observing her now healed skin. Pristine and unmarred, he nodded in satisfaction. Noticing that the military had commenced their search for survivors, he swiftly departed, having saved a life. The subsequent matters were no longer his concern and were best left to the Super God Academy to ponder. Though the God River Sniper was an ancient relic, he was still a super warrior, and as long as the Super God Academy wasn't foolish, they wouldn't abandon their own. Good luck. Qi Lin Mo Yun vanished into the night. Reluctant to meddle in such affairs, as an angel who had lived for over 30,000 years, from the heavenly realms to the present, he was a true harbinger of death. While he was not one to indiscriminately trample upon life, he regarded the essence of life as rather insignificant, devoid of profound reverence. Over the course of eons, his humanity had gradually eroded, leaving him indifferent to all things in the present day. With a sigh, he mused to himself, in comparison, I seem utterly devoid of humanity. However, it was undeniable that in this lifetime, he was not human. Merely a fleeting 20 years of human existence paled in comparison to over 32,000 years as an angel. His memories of humanity had long since blurred, and this place was not the earth he once knew, but merely a semblance of a flower. Mo Yun's lips curled into a bitter smile as he murmured to himself. Had he not already concluded such matters after exploring the unknown universe? It seemed that prolonged exposure to humanity had indeed influenced him, albeit to some extent. Qi Lin slowly opened her eyes to find a white ceiling and an exceptionally bright light. After slightly adjusting to the illumination, she began to scrutinize her surroundings, questioning, Where am I? You are currently in a hospital and have been unconscious for an entire night. A clear female voice responded beside her. Qi Lin turned to see a woman clad in a burgundy uniform entering the room. She appeared to be in her 20s, with striking flaxen hair. The woman quietly seated herself on a round stool beside the bed and commenced her explanation. When we discovered you, your wound had already healed. Judging by the scene, you must have sustained severe injuries from a tasty soldier's laser cannon. Huh. Qi Lin instantly recalled the events of the previous night. While on patrol, she had received orders to provide support, only to arrive at the scene and encounter a mech from a science fiction film wreaking havoc, after which she had been struck. She placed her hand on her chest, still haunted by the pain of being pierced by the laser cannon. If memory served her right, she should have perished from such a wound. Yet where was the injury? How could it be that she had survived without even a scar? It was only then that she noticed her upper body was entirely bare. Instinctively, she shrank back, cocooning herself in the blankets. Although the woman beside her was also female, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Do not worry. The nurse had to remove your clothing for a thorough examination. The woman in red reassured Qi Lin with a smile. Once Qi Lin had gathered her thoughts, the woman continued, Your body is unlike others. Upon examination, we found that although you are not listed in our system, you are indeed the inheritor of the first generation of God River supergenetics. The God River Sniper. You are not a descendant of the Dino civilization, yet you are a bearer of the God River genes. Qi Lin was perplexed. Genetics? Did this mean she was not from Earth, but rather an adopted alien? A superhuman? This was an absurd jest. Her confusion was palpable, and the woman in red effortlessly discerned her thoughts. Do not fret. You are indeed an Earthling. You may understand it as being chosen by a certain unique ability. Oh, Qi Lin nodded, still struggling to comprehend but feeling somewhat reassured. You encountered an alien warrior, Yet you are also a super warrior, which is why you survived. We wish to invite you to serve in a higher security department. Are you interested? A special department? Indeed, a department dedicated to safeguarding Earth. Your enemies are those very entities you faced last night. May I inquire about the condition of my colleagues? I accept. Qi Lin closed her eyes and gently nodded. She had become a police officer to protect the people, and now, armed with greater power to defend the Earth, what reason could she have to refuse? Moreover, she needed an opportunity to avenge her colleagues. Welcome to the Heroic Brigade, Qi Lin. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Lien Feng. Though I am not frontline personnel, we shall be comrades from this day forth. Lien Feng stood and approached the bed. Extending her hand to Qi Lin with a smile, Qi Lin opened her eyes and politely shook her hand, saying, "Hello, it is my honor." After their introductions, Lien Feng resumed her seat and posed a new question. Based on the recovery capabilities of the first generation of God River genetics, a wound like yours should take around 3 days to fully heal and may even leave a scar. Yet, your recovery has surpassed our expectations, and you were unconscious for only a single night. What transpired? Mo Yun. Qi Lin's furrowed brows relaxed as she swiftly locked onto the name in her mind. Yes, it was Mo Yun. He had appeared beside her, the last person she saw before losing consciousness. Did this fellow harbor some secrets? Qi Lin, have you recalled something? Lien Feng inquired, curiosity evident in her gaze. Qi Lin's expression revealed that she had indeed remembered some details. After a moment of hesitation, she shook her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she apologized. I apologize. I have a vague impression, but cannot recall it clearly. Qi Lin felt compelled to consult Mo Yun first. He undoubtedly held secrets, yet he did not seem to be a villain. If he wished to keep his matters hidden, as a friend, she could not betray him. Lien Feng shot Qi Lin a surprised glance, and she instinctively averted her gaze. As someone who had lived for over 10,000 years, Lien Feng could easily discern that Qi Lin was being dishonest. A police officer like Qi Lin, lying? Qi Lin silently sighed in relief. She had been worried about further inquiry, as she had little experience in deception, and any slip-up could lead to trouble. After a few more reminders, Lien Feng took her leave, being a busy individual with little time to linger. The new department, are you referring to the Heroic Brigade? Indeed, it is a name personally established by the highest authority. Huang Lao, you are now part of it, and we eagerly await your arrival. Watching Lien Feng depart, Qi Lin found herself in a state of complex emotions, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. God River genes? Super warriors, aliens, the Heroic Brigade. Her right hand unconsciously brushed against her chest, concealed beneath the covers, where a wound should have been. Instead, she found only smooth, supple skin. Was it merely her imagination? There was no trace of injury. It felt as though her skin had become even more refined. It was all akin to a dream. Mo Yun. Who exactly are you? Chapter 7. The curious Angel Yin. In the following 2 days, everything returned to a tranquil state, and Mo Yun continued to manage his little shop as usual. Qi Lin paused outside the familiar CAF, hesitating indecisively. She had already exchanged greetings with her colleagues at the police station, and her parents had been informed as well. Now, she could confidently report to the Xiong Lian. However, before she could do so, there were still some lingering doubts that needed resolution. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself in front of the familiar establishment she often frequented. As she passed by for the 3rd time, she finally mustered her resolve, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. Greeting the owner with a casual smile, "Mo boss, the usual, please, a cup of cappuccino." After speaking, she settled into her customary spot, offering a warm smile to Mo Yun. Regardless of who he truly was, he had saved her life. And expressing her gratitude seemed only polite, did it not? Mo Yun, with an expressionless demeanor, placed a cappuccino that had been prepared in advance before Qi Lin, and without any pretense, took a seat across from her. Qi Lin accepted the cappuccino, her eyes widening in surprise as she scrutinized Mo Yun, her large, curious eyes filled with questions. I noticed you loitering outside for quite some time. I thought you weren't coming in. Don't worry, this isn't left over from someone else. It was made just for you. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin, who was about to take a sip, froze momentarily. What do you mean by that? I wasn't thinking along those lines until you explained. Moreover, since you noticed me outside for so long, couldn't you have given me a hint? How inconsiderate of you. And to point it out in front of others. No wonder you're single. After a brief hesitation, Chi Lin shyly shot Mo Yun a playful glare, subtly voicing her discontent, before lowering her head to sip a small amount, letting out a satisfied sound reminiscent of a contented kitten. Do you have something you wish to inquire about? Mo Yun cut straight to the point. You should have been recruited by now. There's no time to waste, is there? Although Chi Lin knew that Mo Yun was typically forthright, she still felt a desire to retort. Can't I simply be here to express my gratitude for saving my life? Do you think I'm so impolite in your eyes? Chi Lin, this guy is truly something else. What does he mean by just being severely injured and unconscious? Doesn't he count? Leaving a scar, especially on my chest, doesn't he matter? This is of utmost importance for a girl. Sensing Chi Lin's exasperated expression, Mo Yun pondered for a moment before adding, that wound can be repaired at the Super Divine Academy. It's truly not a significant issue. Due to personal experiences, he had some understanding of a woman's perspective. Women across the universe, particularly those of the Shinha race, have an obsession with their beauty, figure, age, and other aspects of feminine allure that surpass mere genetics. A woman wishes to bear any flaws, and the stronger, more exceptional and beautiful a woman is, the more tenacious she is about this. Mo Yun, though not a woman himself, expressed understanding and respect for this sentiment. Seeing that Chi Lin maintained her calm demeanor, he found himself somewhat speechless. How does he interact with women? Do those female patrons know that he behaves in this manner? This is the essence of distant fragrance and near stench, isn't it? Regardless, I still wish to express my gratitude. Thank you for extending your hand to me. Chi Lin sincerely thanked Mo Yun, who merely nodded in silence. Don't you have any questions? The sound of Mo Yun's voice interrupted Chi Lin's attempt to continue speaking. Fine, this guy probably really doesn't care about such things. Chi Lin hesitated slightly before asking, who exactly are you? Is it convenient to share? If it's not, then forget it. It's merely my curiosity. Seeing Mo Yun fall silent, Chi Lin assumed it was an inconvenient topic and quickly added an explanation. Mo Yun shook his head. It's nothing to hide. After all, you're already aware of the Taodai incident, and sooner or later, you will encounter my kind. I am an angel, Mo Yun. Angel? Is it the kind I'm thinking of? Those beings beside God? Chi Lin involuntarily lowered her voice, still somewhat incredulous. Was this myth becoming reality? Not quite the angels from mythology, Mo Yun clarified, shaking his head. However, they are not entirely unrelated. The myths of Earth are essentially tales of various divine civilizations throughout the universe, evolved over thousands of years of transmission. One could say there is a slight connection, but not much. Chi Lin? Recently, she had come to terms with being a supergene warrior and was about to join a group of fellow supergene warriors to combat aliens. Her newly established worldview was shaken once again, leaving her somewhat baffled and unable to grasp the concept fully. Let me give you an example. The archetype of God is not a benevolent being. He is currently exiled in some corner of the universe. Furthermore, the heavenly court in your mythology was not virtuous either. Over 1,000 years ago, they were invaders of Earth. Do you understand what I mean? Chi Lin nodded thoughtfully, signifying her understanding that these mythological entities indeed existed, but their stance was not benevolent, correct? Good stance? What a naive notion. When has there ever been such warm terminology as good and bad in the universe? The universe itself is a brutal battleground, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and survival of the fittest prevails. Morality? Faced with Mo Yun's silence, Chi Lin suddenly recalled a crucial question. She looked at him with a conflicted expression, her sparkling eyes gazing earnestly into his. And you? Are you good or bad? Chi Lin fixed her gaze on Mo Yun, eagerly awaiting his answer. The archetype of God is indeed a malevolent presence. But that does not imply that all angels are wicked, does it? Why do you ask? Mo Yun queried. We are somewhat acquainted, and you have aided me. I certainly don't wish to become your enemy. Chi Lin appeared remarkably composed as she set her coffee down, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her face adorned with a warm smile. Sunlight streamed in from behind her, illuminating her youthful radiance. Of course, if you were my enemy, I wouldn't hold back either. However, I believe you aren't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have helped me, would you? Observing this remarkably beautiful woman smile at him, Mo Yun sighed deeply. One should never jump to conclusions too early. My assistance does not stem from the reasons you might think. While I am not currently an enemy of Earth, I am certainly not your ally either. This conflict belongs to you Earthlings. You must fight it yourselves. A civilization must endure the growing pains of development. So, You are merely an observer, Qi Lin inquired. This war has nothing to do with me. I have no need to get involved. How blunt, she remarked. You truly want Qi Lin a hand. How long have you been on Earth? Do you feel no attachment? Qi Lin's curiosity was evident, devoid of any moral coercion. At present, I have no reason nor sufficient incentives to join the fray. Moreover, my involvement might not be beneficial. I have resided on Earth for 3,000 years, but for me, that duration is insignificant. I am not human, and thus, I harbor no emotional ties to Earth, so, spare me the sentimental talk. There is no emotion among the nations on Earth. Only interests prevail, and the same goes for interstellar civilizations. Concepts like truth, goodness, and beauty are merely tales for children. Qi Lin was momentarily taken aback. Her brows furrowing in shocked, it appeared that the universe was not as warm as humanity imagined. The relationship between civilizations was far from harmonious. Equality in status is only established on the foundation of equal strength. Strength determines voice, and this principle is universally applicable. Qi Lin nodded, unwilling to delve deeper into the weighty topic. She smoothly shifted the conversation. You've been on Earth for 3,000 years. What about before that? How old are you, really? This was a matter of genuine curiosity for Qi Lin. As a living being, one naturally wonders about their lifespan, and for women, the allure of eternal youth is especially captivating. She was uncertain about her own situation, but here was someone she could consult. Over 32,000 years, though I can't recall the specifics. When you live this long, such details tend to fade. Over 32,000 years? Qi Lin was utterly astounded. This was not merely an ancestor. This was the ancestor of ancestors. Is that true? Can angels live that long? You look barely 25 or 26. The lifespan of a typical male angel with ordinary genes exceeds 10,000 years. For someone of my caliber, surpassing 100,000 years is commonplace, and our appearance remains largely unchanged. This look is from over 20,000 years ago. The current angelic genes seem to have advanced further, likely resulting in even longer lifespans. 100,000 years. Qi Lin regarded Mo Yun with envious eyes for the first time, astonished by the prospect of living for over 100,000 years in eternal youth. Angels truly embody beauty. Qi Lin hesitated, her thoughts evident. Mo Yun cast her a glance, easily discerning her intentions. Are you certain you wish to know your own fate? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qi Lin nodded earnestly. I believe knowing how much time I have left is quite important. It will allow me to plan my future accordingly. The ordinary supergene warriors of the Dino civilization have lifespans that do not exceed a millennium. Upon finishing his statement, Mo Yun began to observe Qi Lin's expression. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qi Lin nodded in satisfaction, saying, well, that sounds rather good. Although it cannot compare to beings like you angels, it is certainly a vast improvement over my previous fleeting century of life. Pausing for a moment, Qi Lin then inquired, can one also retain eternal youth? Mo Yun, who was about to commend Qi Lin for her mindset, mused. Is it true that all women, when compared to longevity, are more concerned with the prospect of eternal youth? Women, whether angels or humans, seem to share this trait. That is about right, so that is reassuring. Qi Lin nodded contentedly and cheerfully resumed sipping her cappuccino. Soon, she finished her drink and stood to bid farewell to Mo Yun. By the way, do your matters require confidentiality? Mo Yun shook his head, responding, no, they are already aware of my existence. They just haven't decided how to approach me yet. With a contemplative expression, Qi Lin departed, while Mo Yun remained still, silently awaiting the next occurrence. Before long, a stunning figure with golden hair emerged from the storeroom, revealing herself to be Angel Yin. She had exchanged her silver armor and short skirt for a simple white t-shirt paired with denim shorts, her feet adorned with silver low-heeled sandals. Her long, flawless legs were exposed, with skin as delicate and smooth as jade, complemented by her alluring fox-like eyes and captivating smile. A beauty that could drive any man to madness. Without hesitation, Yin approached Mo Yun, her slender, fair hands brushing past him, lightly grazing his shoulder in a teasing manner. She circled around him with an air of self-satisfaction before taking a seat opposite him, crossing her legs, propping her chin on her right hand, and gazing at him with a smile. Mo Yun sighed. You might want to tone it down a bit and be mindful of your image. This hardly resembles the demeanor of an angel. Have all female angels become like you? The allure of angels is omnipresent. Showcasing one's charm is a display of confidence, Yin replied with a smile, her nature being one that relished in teasing various men. A guilty pleasure of hers. Knowing that Mo Yun was not an enemy allowed her to be even more brazen. She had previously only teased and tormented various young boys, but now she found herself face to face with a renowned ancient angel, an opportunity she could not resist. Angry? Surely not. You, an ancient being of tens of thousands of years, would not stoop to the level of a mere girl of over 7,000 years, would you? Where is your dignity? Yin raised an eyebrow. I was meaning to point out, isn't it a tad disrespectful to address Queen Kesha by her name so casually? Uncle, you are also an angel. Your queen is not my queen. Besides, Kesha herself has no objections. So why should a young girl like you concern herself with me? Yin fell silent for a moment, conceding, well, who can blame you for being of the same generation as Queen Kesha, if you choose not to show respect? Then so be it. I have already reported to Queen Kesha, and she has sent me here to negotiate with the Super God Academy. The Angels of Justice wish to extend their efforts to protect the vulnerable Earth. But we must first obtain the consent of the Super God Academy. If it pertains to Earth, then you should approach the United Nations, not the Super God Academy. The Dino civilization and Earth cannot be equated. And the Super God Academy cannot represent the Earth, Mo Yun stated. Yin nodded, finding no fault in this reasoning, acknowledging its validity, yet they could not deny that the indigenous inhabitants of Earth could not comprehend the challenges they were about to face, leading to inefficiencies in communication. With the support of the Super God Academy, the remnants of the Dino civilization effectively represented Earth. Earth entered the aerospace era. Though this process had nearly been bypassed, they had directly transitioned into the age of God-making, where the only ones capable of representing Earth in communication with God-level civilizations were the remnants of the Dino civilization. We angels come for justice, not for war. We aim to resolve the conflicts of civilizations and protect the weaker ones, rather than incite greater discord. Engaging in conflict with the Super God Academy is not a rational course of action. Then why not confront Carl directly? Isn't he the one backing the Devourer? His actions should contradict Kesha's order of justice, right? Is it true, as the rumors suggest, that Carl cannot be killed? Mo Yun posed another question. Yin shot him a glance. Uncle, are you attempting to extract information again? Mo Yun nodded in agreement, his candor catching Yin off guard. There are two reasons. First, Carl's underworld star system is located at the edge of the universe, beyond the reach of the order of justice. Second, Carl is indeed quite peculiar. His physical form is enigmatic, and he possesses the most powerful celestial computer in the universe. Even Queen Kesha can only suppress him, not truly eliminate him, and he never personally intervenes. Hence the need for suppression. The edge of the universe? An enigmatic body? Carl bears a striking resemblance to me. The celestial computer must refer to the great clock of space, right? It seems Carl also. So why are you here? Go attend to your own matters. Yin rolled her eyes, pulling out a silver die from a dark dimension and slamming it onto the table. Do you think I wanted to come here? Someone transmitted this to me, asking me to deliver it to you. Want to know who? Yin asked with a smile. Yun silently picked up the die and examined it closely before smiling. Who else could it be but she? Oh, Yan's interest was piqued. Gossip is a woman's nature, and angels are no exception. Ever since she received the task, she began to suspect there was juicy information at hand. Is there something going on between you two? Mo Yun shot a glance at the gossiping Yin and turned to leave, disinterested in entertaining the inquisitive angel. Hey, uncle, don't be so boring. You should learn to share joy. The Celestial King is far more interesting than that little policewoman named Chi Lin. Hey, Mo Yun, you aren't planning to do something outrageous with the die, are you? Although it does carry my enchanting aura, which might be quite alluring to you, it's rather disgusting. Can you please be a bit more mindful? Suddenly, the die emitted a faint white light, and a voice that one could not help but want to slap emerged from it. Mo Yun was unfazed, yet upon hearing the familiar voice, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. After many years without hearing from this acquaintance, the first thing she said was this. Even someone as composed as Mo Yun found it hard to maintain his composure. The current generation of little angels, could it be that you have led them astray? What has become of the dignified and graceful she? Haha, you are mistaken. Yin, that little brat, is a tomboy student. Her personality has nothing to do with me. Surprised, aren't you? Who would have thought that a tomboy angel would produce such a student? It's quite a contrast, isn't it? Hishi's voice carried a hint of smugness. But she did not forget to subtly jab at Kesha. Angels should not be judged solely by appearances. Her unusual behavior surely indicates she is not a good angel. Overall, I am far superior to her. Am I not? Mo Yun replied. Since long ago, you have enjoyed speaking behind others' backs, and it seems you still do. You dare to say anything in Kesha's absence, but you present a different face in front of her. Truly, you are something else, Hishi. Cough, cough. Do you have a different opinion? Not at all. You may say whatever you wished. I may not know Kesha as well as you, but I still want to say that you are not much better than her. On the surface, you appear mature and reliable, but essentially, are you not just as unfocused? The dignified elegance you display in front of the young ones is unnecessary in front of an old acquaintance like me. Who doesn't know who? A splashing sound echoed from the communication die, but Mo Yun paid it no heed, continuing to inquire. So, what do you need from me? So direct. You seem rather impatient. I thought we should reacquaint ourselves first. Your eagerness has taken me by surprise. Hishi's calm voice came from the other end, sounding leisurely and content. I believe the renowned Celestial King would have no reason to waste time with me. Your urgency in having Angel Yin contact me only indicates that the matter is pressing. Speak, and I shall assist you, provided the price is right, out of respect for our past friendship. Oh? Hishi's voice brimmed with curiosity. Accompanied by splashing water sounds from the other end, I thought that given our friendship, you would assist me for free. Alas, it seems I was mistaken. It is merely a transaction. How disappointing that Mo Yun remained unfazed. This person was not only mischievous but also a dramatic one. Hey, I saved your life. Is this how you repay me? One must return to the essence, and at worst, I can simply rescue you once in the future. You are well aware of the depths of my poverty, which pales in comparison to the grandeur of your illustrious Melro heavenly court, burdened as I am with the upkeep of a legion numbering in the tens of thousands. It is, indeed, a case of expenditures exceeding income. Is it not merely a performance? Who cannot play a role? You invoke emotional appeals while I lament my destitution. Who is truly afraid of whom? Far away in the luxurious bath of the Melro heavenly court, she found herself suddenly displeased. She submerged her delicate form back into the warm water, leaving only her head above the surface, puffing bubbles in irritation as a cascade of silver hair rippled across the water. How audacious of him to utter such words! Are you impoverished due to the maintenance of an army? You abandoned the military 17,000 years ago, wandering aimlessly. Although you left behind your accumulated possessions, could those alone sustain you for so long? That star system is desperately poor, devoid of any significant resources, reliant solely on my clandestine support. Otherwise, what legion would you possess? A beggar's army, perhaps. TSK. I rescued you back then and even aided you in raising your army. Now, when I seek but a small favor, you bemoan your plight and play the victim. Truly a heartless scoundrel. Had I known, I would have refrained from assisting you. Though the difficulty of this task is indeed considerable. I had genuinely intended to provide you with some resources. However, your attitude is quite unappealing. If you had approached me with humility, I would have gladly offered my assistance, yet here you are, displaying such a disposition. Humph. How disheartening! Mo Yun chuckled softly as he rose to the window. The night enveloped the slumbering city in a gentle embrace. Outside, a breathtaking tapestry unfurled as the silvery moon hung above the profound sky. Resembling a pearl lost to antiquity, quietly illuminating all beneath its gaze, draping the tranquil night in a mysterious and frigid veil. The moonlight, pure and unblemished, cascaded down in a nearly sacred manner, intertwining with the mottled shadows on the ground. Crafting a silent poem, the stars twinkled, densely scattered across the vast night sky, their intermittent glimmers weaving a resplendent galaxy that spanned the horizon, inviting boundless contemplation. The interplay of starlight and moonlight adorned the night with both depth and romance. The crystalline light streamed through the partially opened window, gently cascading onto Mo Yun's shoulders, casting a soft silver sheen upon his solitary figure. Leaning against the balcony railing, he seemed to merge with the tranquil yet magnificent nightscape, becoming an indispensable part of the painting. His gaze was deep and distant, as if it could pierce through the layers of night, reaching the elusive Angel Nebula, traversing light years to engage in conversation with he-she. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, occasionally interrupted by the gentle night breeze rustling through the leaves, adding a touch of liveliness and harmony to the serene evening. The view here was indeed splendid. Such beautiful starry nights were a rarity on Earth. The normal progression of the pre-nuclear era. Atmospheric pollution was indeed severe. Such is the pattern of development through the ages. Meanwhile, she could not help but cast her gaze out the window, where a dazzling river of stars met her eyes. Mo Yun, do you truly know how insufferable you are? After a moment of silence, she suddenly recalled something, muttering in exasperation. This fellow must be doing this on purpose. He has been like this for ages. Did he really think I could be so easily deceived? It would be strange for someone like me to be likable, wouldn't he it? TSK, so you do possess some self-awareness. She curled up, hugging her long legs, tilting her head to gaze at the brilliant starry river in the distance. A slight smile gracing her lips. I am willing to agree to any conditions you propose, so long as they are within my power to fulfill. How generous of you. In the face of Hishi's sudden willingness to compromise, Mo Yun did not lower his guard. Instead, he heightened his vigilance. She was a remarkably astute individual, and Mo Yun did not believe she would engage in a losing bargain. So, Miss Hishi, what are your conditions? She was quite pleased with Mo Yun's timely recognition of the situation. Her tone noticeably lightened. I want you to unconditionally agree to 3 requests. No matter what they are, you must fulfill them. 3 requests? So vague. And I must fulfill them. This sounds rather troublesome. I have a heap of my own issues to deal with. Is that really something to contemplate? Is there a lack of sincerity here? Hishi's displeased voice echoed once more. Mo Yun pondered for a moment before deciding to inquire, what are your 3 requests? Please enlighten me. You will only know once I have thought them through. Mo Yun sighed. It felt like he was inscribing a warning on his forehead. He truly did not wish to acquiesce to her demands. Yet she was among the top 3 scholars in the universe, and the resources she held were likely the most abundant across the cosmos. He silently pressed his hand to his chest. He genuinely needed her assistance. Troublesome as it may be, he doubted her request could be more burdensome than his own predicaments. I agree. But do send me a copy of the latest research findings from the angel civilization. I intend to upgrade myself. Heh, a cold laugh emanated from the dice. Hishi's derision palpable. You wish for me to hand it over simply because you ask? Do I appear to you as a naive little girl? Oh, more shameless than I? Fulfill my first request, and then I shall bestow everything upon you. But I truly need to upgrade right now. Spare me your pleas. If you wish to level up, there are ways to do so. I do not know what you intend to achieve, but your goal is certainly not so simple. I suspect you merely desire the 3rd and 4th generation angel genes, correct? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Nonsense. Who would dare to cross you? I fear being strung up on a cross. She, with her signature sarcasm, retorted. You ought to offer something, at least. Rest assured, I cannot provide you with the data on the sacred body and celestial computer at this moment. Those are tightly controlled by the Amazonian, and I cannot procure them just yet. You will only receive them once you fulfill my first request. However, I do have some stock of the 3rd generation sacred body data and resources, which I can provide. When can I expect them? In a few days. I must first search for them, and then I will transmit them to you through this dice. Very well, then, what is your first request? Even the smallest fly has meat. Let us first study the data on the 3rd generation angel sacred body, and then we can pursue other sacred bodies. The 3 major divine creation projects of the Super God Academy and the likes of Sun Wukong are also viable for research. The situation on Earth seems rather peculiar. I suspect a conspiracy targeting the angel civilization, or perhaps specifically aimed at Kesha. I have a premonition that Earth may soon face a significant crisis. I need you to resolve this crisis flawlessly, Mo Yun. What do you think? It's super simple. Simple for you. Perhaps you might as well ask me to flatten the solar system. Your instructions are vague, lacking any standards. Are you trying to trick me again? Your words wound me deeply. Do you think I am such an angel? Then what is the standard? Very well, you must ensure Kesha's protection. She cannot truly fall. Does that imply that the sacred Kesha can perish, but Kesha herself cannot? I didn't realize you had such a good relationship, Mo Yun remarked with a hint of admiration, while Hishi chuckled lightly. After all, they had been sisters for tens of thousands of years, incomparable to that icy wench, of course. More importantly, I have no interest in cleaning up her mess or babysitting. Indeed, it is somewhat troublesome. However, if you seek me out, You have come to the right person. When it comes to destruction and obliteration, no one in the universe is more proficient than I. Likewise, I hold the greatest authority on how to prevent such destruction. Mo Yun fell silent upon hearing this. Just as she anticipated he would offer her words of comfort or inquire about Liang Bing, Mo Yun spoke again. Is this your second request? You have quite the imagination. She was somewhat annoyed. This falls under one request, which you may consider as an additional item. You may choose not to fulfill it, but should you do so? I would be quite pleased, and perhaps you could then pose some outrageous demands of me. All right, I understand. I will seriously consider this additional item. Mo Yun chose to disregard her last statement, readily agreeing. Oh, you acquiesce so easily? I recall your relationship with Liang Bing was rather good. She was once one of your subordinates. Do you harbor no lingering feelings? To Mo Yun's complete lack of hesitation in agreeing to consider the matter, she found the response quite amusing. Those who err must accept the consequences, no matter the justification. Wrong is simply wrong. You are aware that my legion is renowned for its strict discipline? And even I, residing in such a remote star system, have heard of Liang Bing's exploits across the universe. I believe she will likely be quite furious. She laughed upon hearing this. Her spirits lifted immensely. Just imagining Liang Bing, that wretched traitor, that lying scoundrel, raging and cursing. Such a scene brings me great joy. Wait a moment. It seems there might be an even better option. Achoo, damn it. Who is the scoundrel whispering behind this queen's back? It wouldn't be that wench Kesha, would it? In a distant galaxy, a woman with long black hair cascading down her back, pointed ears and amber eyes, clad in a black deep V leather coat, adorned with iron wings that resemble a grotesque demonic outfit, sneezes several times before erupting into a string of curses. She expresses her most affectionate greetings towards her sister. Kesha. This is none other than the demon queen Morgana, sister to the holy Kesha and once known as the apocalyptic king Liang Bing. Although she still bears the title of demon queen, she is now akin to a stray dog. During the fourth war between angels and demons, all her demonic subordinates were obliterated by the angels, and she herself suffered grave injuries. Were it not for Carl assisting her in escaping and finding her a refuge, she would have long since fallen to Kesha's hand. Damn it, that bitch Kesha must still be searching for me throughout the universe, right? Let her bask in her moment of glory. This time, I shall make her kneel and beg for mercy, letting her bask in the splendor of defeat. Morgana exclaimed, her excitement making her almost dance with rage, eager to eliminate that wretched Kesha. Morgana, my queen. It has been a long time. The visitor was Snow, the demigod under the death god Carl. This masked figure from the river Styx bowed respectfully to Morgana upon their meeting, showing no sign of disrespect. Recognizing an old acquaintance, Morgana immediately relaxed. Snow? What brings you here? My queen Morgana. My god Carl has sent me to inform you that the god-slaying plan is about to commence. Upon hearing this news, Morgana felt a surge of exhilaration. She had awaited this day for far too long, and now the time had finally come. So, does that mean I am to go to Earth next? Yes, and Carl's promised support? It is already in preparation. You need not worry. Are you certain? That bastard Carl wouldn't be playing tricks on me, would he? Please rest assured. My god Carl would never deceive you, Snow explained, aware that Carl was indeed Morgana's ardent admirer. Fine. At least we share a common goal in eliminating Kesha. We won't turn against each other until that wretched Kesha is dealt with. Morgana shook her head, trying to convince herself of this conclusion. Snow felt speechless at her words, realizing she truly did not regard him as an outsider. I am not one of your foolish subordinates. I serve my god Carl, Snow thought, pondering Morgana's temperament and her often erratic behavior. Morgana, however, was too impatient to concern herself with Snow's thoughts. She was already calculating her plans for Earth. I've decided. The moment I arrive on Earth, I shall resurrect my demonic army through genetic implantation. But I will still need more capable subordinates. Carl's plan is good, but I must enhance my own strength as well. Chapter 9. The philosophy of free fall. Yesterday, in Tianhe City, unidentified armed forces descended from the sky and abducted another crocodilian humanoid creature. Witnesses described the entire incident as a scene straight out of a science fiction film. The investigation into this event is still ongoing. Such occurrences, with a large number of witnesses, can indeed be suppressed by the authorities with minimal cost. However, they have chosen to make this information public. Ordinary citizens merely view it as entertainment or feel a slight panic. but Mo Yun immediately discerned the authorities' intentions, as they were about to engage in war with the gluttonous civilization. They sought to gradually disclose limited information to acclimatize the public and prevent greater panic. Unfortunately, the Chinese authorities have grossly misjudged their enemies. They faced not only the spacefaring gluttonous civilization but also divine-level civilizations. Potentially more than one, their measures against the gluttonous civilization will be futile when confronting divine-level beings. Mo Yun paused, gently closing his eyes, allowing his face to bask in the rare sunlight, feeling its warmth suffusing through his skin, bringing a sense of tranquility and serenity. This may very well be the last calm before the storm. His weary bones needed to move, but before that, he needed to strategize and prepare, I must say. She and I truly resonate with one another. Mo Yun mused, contemplating how the Super God Academy had formed the elite legion to tackle the impending war. He felt it necessary to engage with them. As he was very interested in the technologies of the three divine creation projects, the pinnacle of the divine river civilization, the finest works of space. While he knew he could not completely analyze them, conducting some data analysis should be feasible. To surpass all, one must draw from the strengths of many, treasure one's own broomstick, but it must also meet one's needs. It seemed he was ultimately destined to play the role of the antagonist. Now, he pondered how to approach the elite legion. Should he stealthily analyze their data or confront them head-on? Having contemplated this for quite some time, he concluded that a direct confrontation carried significant risks, and revealing his intentions too early would not be wise. Hence, stealthy development seemed preferable. It would be ideal to find an ally, someone not too bright, easily swayed, yet possessing some strength, ideally from a divine civilization, to act as a scapegoat. After much deliberation, one suitable candidate emerged, Liang Bing. While her primary focus was not the elite legion, according to the information from she was likely intended to lure Kesha. And this upcoming battle would undoubtedly involve her. Utilizing her should not pose much difficulty. A fragrant scent wafted before him, and Mo Yun opened his eyes to find a stunning woman with long black hair smiling brightly at him, her exceptionally ample bosom drawing attention. Liang Bing? No, she should now be called Morgana. The demon queen Morgana has finally arrived. Morgana was particularly elated. She had just resurrected her demonic army using genetic implantation technology with the help of humans from Huangzuan and was eager to explore Earth, to understand how its inhabitants perceive the concept of demonic free fall. Upon activating her inside eye, she detected a familiar dark energy and, upon closer inspection, discovered an old friend, the ancient angelic war god Mo Yun. She felt this was an excellent beginning. She had been seeking a formidable ally, and now, having just arrived on Earth, she had found the very commander she urgently needed, the perfect stroke of fate. After facing Kesha in 3 battles and suffering defeat, Morgana could no longer deny the significant gap between her and Kesha's power, not only in terms of their individual strengths but also between their respective armies. The angels boasted numerous high-tier guardian angels from the 3rd generation, each worth a fleet, while she could only field one Addo capable of contending with such angels, yet insufficient against Kesha's elite guards. It was a recipe for disaster. This was merely the active angels. Although the ancient angels had retired after millennia, many remained in the mellow celestial court. Winning through brute force was unrealistic. Thus, after her defeat in the 4th war, Morgana reflected on her past campaigns and, heeding Karl's advice, chose to recuperate and enhance her divine form while also adjusting her tactics. This time, she would not engage Kesha in interstellar warfare, nor fight within the angelic civilization's sphere of influence. Those regions were Kesha's stronghold, filled with her supporters. While striking there might disrupt Kesha's so-called righteous order, as a mere rogue, she could not pose a substantial threat. Therefore, she conferred with Karl to relocate the battlefield to the remote corners of the universe, Earth, where Kesha would lack the home field advantage. If Kesha were to descend upon this secluded planet, she would be isolated, becoming the lone combatant, creating an opportunity for Morgana to eliminate her. However, there remained minor flaws in this plan that necessitated Morgana to bolster her own strength as a precaution. Initially, she intended to request additional forces from Karl, but now, a particularly suitable subordinate had presented herself. Black Wind gestured towards the tall Addo, but Addo remained unperturbed, silently on guard against the man, explaining, "That does not appear to be human. He emits an aura similar to that of angels." Addo, one of Morgana's last surviving veterans, was well acquainted with their old adversaries, the angels. Although differing in gender and lacking white wings, he sensed an aura reminiscent of the angels. Angels? Black Wind mused, scratching his round head. The queen is actually conversing amicably with an angel. You might as well say the queen has taken a liking to humans. Besides, are there male angels in the universe? Aren't they all referred to as heavenly trash? Addo shook his head. How would I know? However, since the queen has acted in this manner, there must undoubtedly be her reasoning behind it, and we need not concern ourselves with such matters. After he spoke, he fell silent, while Hafing cast a glance at him, blinked, and chose not to say anything further. Not far away in the reception room, Morgana was introducing her philosophy of free fall to Imo Yun, attempting to entice him to join her cause. Although Imo Yun's genetic model was somewhat outdated, merely a second-generation angel, advancing to a third generation would pose no significant challenge for Morgana. With a little effort, the resources for a third-generation divine body could be procured. You have witnessed how foolish Kaisa's order of justice truly is. She is nothing but a hypocrite, and her so-called justice is nothing but trash. Every life is born free, and nothing should constrain us. There is no need to adhere to any rules or order. Each of us possesses a free will, and every life deserves respect, every will deserves recognition. Kaisa's so-called order of justice is merely her own tyranny. Such a garbage system has long since been discarded on this primitive and backward planet, yet she clings to it stubbornly. Morgana was filled with fervor at this moment, vehemently denouncing Kaisa's order of justice while extolling her own philosophy of fallen freedom. However, Imo Yun remained rather indifferent, questioning the relevance of her ideology to him. Even in the heart of the demon stronghold, he showed no deference to Morgana. He was unyielding in his stance, genuinely believing that the deities in this universe were all somewhat deranged, with Liang Bing being the most afflicted among them. Ha! Do you not find it beautiful? My fallen freedom surpasses Kaisa's hypocritical order of justice by leagues. Academic freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of belief, do as you please, without being bound by any form of rules. Then I, too, possess the freedom to refuse you, and those who were slain by you also have the freedom to live. Imo Yun coldly interrupted Morgana's words once more. The freedom you speak of benefits only you. You raise the banner of liberty to trample upon the freedoms of others, then proclaim that you bring freedom to them. Do you not find that absurd? Morgana was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting tightly. No, I have never actively harmed them. I merely brought them evolution. These demons, my warriors, follow me in pursuit of freedom, Imo Yun sneered, his gaze fixed intently on Morgana, as if he could pierce through her very soul. Surely you do not believe I am completely unaware. Hasn't your demon army perished multiple times? Their resurrection, was it not due to your genetic implantation technology? Not long ago, there was a news report about the disappearance of everyone in Huang Village overnight. Do not tell me that bears no connection to you? Morgana shook her head, her confidence wavering. I provided them with evolution, allowing them to grow stronger. Yet they were deprived of any opportunity to retain their consciousness. Ultimately, those who returned were merely your subordinates. Imo Yun regarded Morgana with a sardonic smile, his tone laced with irony. The freedom you espouse is merely that of you and your followers. You have never cared for the freedom of others. In essence, it bears no difference from Huaya's celestial order. A small faction benefits while the vast majority suffers oppression in the guise of freedom. At this juncture, Imo Yun could not help but chuckle. So, perhaps we should abandon the concept of ideological indoctrination. You are certainly not as great as you perceive yourself to be. I am not your brainless subordinate. Your allure holds no sway over me. Morgana's expression soured considerably, her dissatisfaction palpable as she found her philosophy likened to Huaya's celestial order. She was on the brink of fury. Then why are they the ones sacrificed? Why can it not be you? Ultimately, they lack even the freedom to determine their own fate. Have I said anything incorrect? Freedom is precisely that. And what of fallen freedom? Is your notion of fallenness merely the slaughter of cities and the indulgence of your demons in their rampages? Because your demon army claims to be free, they are permitted to fall and act with impunity? Imo Yun stroked his chin, adopting a pose of deep contemplation, quickly arriving at a conclusion. Compared to freedom and fallenness, I believe it resembles absolute self-centeredness, lawlessness, and utter chaos in any case. I do not find this ideological order appealing at all. After speaking, Imo Yun cast a mocking glance at Morgana, who, after a brief silence, erupted with fury, slamming her fist onto the table. She berated Mo Yun. "What the hell makes you better than me? The lives you have taken, the worlds you have destroyed. No, even I, the Demon Queen, and the entirety of the universe cannot measure up to you. And yet you dare to criticize me. Do you truly consider yourself a good person? Damn you. If it were not for our past acquaintance, I would turn you into mincemeat." Morgana's face flushed with rage, her chest heaving as she stormed about in front of Mo Yun. "Damn it. This wretched bastard is even more infuriating than Kaisa. I extend a hand to recruit you, and you have the audacity to belittle my philosophy. My fallen freedom is not lacking in any regard. It is only you outdated, conservative, obstinate fools who refuse to acknowledge it. Freedom and fallenness are the essence of life. Rules and order are mere illusions. Non-existent. You would rather be blinded by falsehoods, bound within the confines of order, than accept reality. Truly, what a bunch of fools." Mo Yun remained deaf to her tirade. To him, Morgana's philosophy seemed more a manifestation of primal instinct. Indeed, it was the essence of life. Yet, while such instincts are deeply ingrained, they must be naturally suppressed by the development of civilization and moral ethics. Not only absolute freedom and fallenness, but even slightly excessive freedom and fallenness would lead only to chaos. And the destruction wrought by chaos is incalculable. Morgana's philosophy was fundamentally flawed. It was too extreme, too self-centered, but then again, all the deities in the universe were quite similar. Morgana's fallen freedom was a perverse doctrine. She truly embodied such a deviation. Beyond her own self-indulgence, what other civilizations would pay her any heed? Only Kaisa, due to her conflicting ideals of justice and Morgana's fallen freedom, as well as their familial ties. Kaisa, who considers herself the sovereign of the gods, pursued Morgana relentlessly. Other civilizations were disinterested in her. Her philosophy was utterly absurd. Even civilizations like the Taisu, which revered death, kept their distance from demons. Any rational being would not wish for their civilization to descend into chaos, with rampant looting and destruction. What then of development? Stability is the pursuit of all. If Morgana's fallen freedom were truly as magnificent as she claimed, it would have garnered the support of other civilizations in the universe long ago. Why is it that only she and her demonic army still believe in it? Kaisa's order of justice has gained backing, not only due to her strength but also because it aligns with the survival needs of weaker civilizations. As for Morgana's ideology, of course, this does not imply that Kaisa's order of justice is without flaws. There exists no perfect order in the universe. Justice and order indeed maintain stability among civilizations, fostering peace. Yet, it equally constrains the development of civilizations, particularly those of divine nature. Justice and order, in essence, are merely a form of gentle hegemony. Over time, they are destined to crumble. No one wishes to have a living overseer. Chapter 10. Joining Forces. Crash. Morgana smashed the vase on the table, greatly infuriated by Mo Yun. The crux of the matter was that she found some merit in Mo Yun's pointed arguments, which was utterly vexing. "Humph, in your eyes, I am inferior to that hypocritical Kaisa, am I not? You are all of the same ilk, self-important and arrogant, believing yourselves to be perpetually correct, unwilling to entertain any opposing thoughts. You are all fools, utterly ignorant of the truth of the universe, unwilling to acknowledge your own backwardness, filled with fear of the unknown. No, you are even beneath Kaisa. You lack your own philosophy, and you do not even comprehend what ultimate fear is. Ignorant and primitive beings, the detritus of the cosmos." Morgana's anger erupted, her body trembling with rage. Had she not already attained divine form, Mo Yun would have been concerned that she might suffer a fit from her fury. Nearby, the demon soldiers watched in astonishment, equally incensed. Even when faced with the sacred Kaisa, their queen had never been reduced to such a state. Today was quite the eye-opener. They seethed with anger, yearning to rush forth and tear apart this insolent celestial being who had offended their queen. Yet they were restrained by Otto. How did he know? Obviously, the queen was not a deity of gentle temperament. If you were to confront her, you would have been sliced to pieces long ago. Smash a vase? Hitting someone with a vase would be more appropriate. Though he would willingly die for the queen and would unsheath his sword against any who dared offend her, he placed her will as his highest priority. If the queen desired it, he would gladly comply. However, if she had no such desire, he could do nothing. Watching Morgana in her fit of rage, Imo Yun shook his head. Ultimate fear, indeed. I may indeed possess knowledge that surpasses yours. Sighed Imo Yun, suppressing the thoughts swirling within him. He lifted his gaze toward the distance and called out leisurely to Otto, "Big guy, could you fetch me a cup of coffee? Surely, you have coffee here?" Otto, taken aback by the audacity of such a boundaryless individual, felt a reluctance to engage with him. Otto glanced at Morgana, who, in her impatience, waved her hand dismissively, instructing him to procure some fine earthly wine instead. What use does a male angel have for coffee? Otto turned to leave, while Haifeng cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. He then returned his attention to the two individuals who were locked in a silent stare. A wry smile tugging at his lips. What a melodramatic love triangle this is. You just belittled my ideology, and now you wish to sip coffee aboard my fleet. Are you not afraid I might poison you? It would be quite simple for me to eliminate a second-generation male angel like you. You certainly have some audacity. Morgana vented her frustration but gradually regained her composure. Although her anger simmered beneath the surface, she refrained from shouting threats, instead glaring at Imo Yun with a fierce expression, conveying her discontent. Yet, Imo Yun appeared utterly unfazed, gently soothing Morgana. What good is anger? Your ideology is indeed worthless. That is a fact. Your impotent rage only reveals your own insecurities. If you could out-argue me, you wouldn't display such a vexed demeanor now. Morgana clenched her fists in silence, seething, "Damn it, I truly wish to obliterate this scoundrel. Don't think that our past acquaintance grants you immunity. I could easily deal with that little vixen, Kaisa, so why would I care about you?" She paused, reflecting, if I truly cared, it would trouble me greatly. Imo Yun's casual remarks triggered yet another wave of frustration within Morgana. Damn, I must have been blind to have ever held any affection for this rascal. Do you still think you're the formidable celestial war god? Now, I am the demon queen striking terror across the cosmos, while you remain a primitive second-generation angel. I had even considered inviting you to join me, yet you chose to insult me upon our first meeting. Degrading my ideology of free fall into a pile of dung, I spared your life out of nostalgia. You know, I do not agree with your ideology, but I do concur on one point. Kaisa's righteous order must be dismantled. Huh? Morgana was taken aback, her disbelief evident as she gazed at Imo Yun. Had she misheard? Was this scoundrel being serious? After a brief moment of hesitation, she activated her inside eye, seeking to read Imo Yun's thoughts, only to find nothing but an empty void. Roar. I can't believe this guy has fallen so low, yet he has managed to encrypt his own data so thoroughly. It seems he has not been idle all these years. Can Imo Yun's words be trusted? Queen, I have brought the wine, Otto returned, having procured a bottle of red wine from Earth, which he placed on a tray. Morgana accepted it with a gesture for Otto to withdraw, then politely poured herself and Imo Yun a glass. After setting the bottle aside, she scrutinized Imo Yun with suspicion. Your change in attitude is rather abrupt. Is there a hidden agenda? Imo Yun chuckled, leisurely swirling his wine glass, closing his eyes to savor the enticing aroma. A smile crept upon his lips as he casually explained. It's not as complicated as you think. Just because I find your ideology of free fall to be trash, it does not mean I endorse Kaisa's order of righteousness. I may detest A, but that does not imply I favor B. Can you comprehend this analogy? Though the metaphor seemed somewhat peculiar, its meaning was clear. Morgana rolled her eyes in exasperation. I am not a child. I certainly grasp such matters without your simplistic analogies. However, why do you reject Kaisa's righteous order? This hypocritical order is still revered by many weak and ignorant civilizations across the cosmos. You disdain my ideology while also rejecting Kaisa's. What do you advocate instead? Morgana raised her wine glass, the red liquid glistening as she locked eyes with Imo Yun, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. My rejection of Kaisa's righteous order is straightforward, rooted in two reasons. Firstly, its existence hinders the advancement of cosmic civilizations, rendering our current progress stagnant. Such a universe is dreadfully dull, and I abhor it. Secondly, the angelic civilization under Kaisa's leadership appears grotesque to me. There isn't even a single male angel left. A hint of sorrow flickered across Imo Yun's face. I recognize the injustice of the celestial order, as it oppresses female angels, but is the current righteous order truly just? Let us not even mention the irredeemable scum who follow Huaya. What of the male angels who resisted the celestial order? Why must they be ostracized and antagonized? The situation has remained unchanged for far too long. I believe I have given Kaisa ample time. Since she cannot instigate internal change from the top down, I shall dismantle it from the bottom up. Mo Yun drained his glass, laughing heartily. As for the ideology I uphold, it has little to do with you. The cosmos is vast, and it does not revolve solely around your free fall or Kaisa's righteous order. There are many other commendable ideologies to choose from, or one could even distill their OWN. Mo Yun's candid explanations, laden with reason, centered around the attitudes of numerous god-level civilizations toward Kaisa, both reverence and loathing. They feared Kaisa's immense power but detested her domineering ways that stifled the development of various civilizations. This reasoning, upon reflection, seemed somewhat reasonable to Morgana. However, she remained skeptical. After all, Mo Yun was not a divine civilization's deity, merely a washed-up individual. Would he genuinely care about such matters? Nonsense. This fellow had the potential to establish his own rule but chose not to, abandoning his legion shortly after leaving the celestial city. He exhibited a complete lack of responsibility, only indulging in self-pity, and was unlikely to concern himself with these issues. The second reasoning held a hint of plausibility, yet Morgana surmised that his dissatisfaction with the plight of male angels stemmed from guilt. Something about his rationale felt off. You doubt my sincerity? Mo Yun discerned Morgana's thoughts, and this was precisely his intention. After all, Morgana had lived for over 30,000 years. If she were so easily deceived, she would have perished long ago. Although she was indeed the most unfortunate among the gods, constantly pursued by the universe's most powerful forces, it did not imply that she was utterly incompetent. She was a seasoned being of over 30,000 years, not devoid of cunning, especially since her intellect was quite sharp, albeit somewhat naive. In the face of such an entity, constructing an impeccably crafted argument would only lead to easy exposure. Thus, Mo Yun took the opposite approach. He began by expressing disdain for her ideology, which, while enraging her, also alleviated much of her suspicion. To deceive her, he needed to first earn her trust, did he not? This required him to actively court her favor. However, Mo Yun's strategy, combined with his barely plausible explanations, inadvertently signaled to Morgana that he held her ideology of free fall in even lower regard. Yet, given Kaisa's overwhelming influence, he was compelled to endure the distaste and cooperate with her, only to part ways afterward. This implied a limited, transient partnership, subtly guiding Morgana's thoughts, making it difficult for her to perceive Mo Yun as a significant threat. After a moment of contemplation, Morgana managed to smile, probing once more. Mo Yun, I can empathize with your sentiments. After all, Kaisa's treatment of male angels has indeed been excessive. Rather than enhancing male angel genes, she would rather create new ones with the Super God Academy, and no matter how eloquent her words, they cannot mask her inherent disdain and contempt for you male angels. That wretched hypocrite, Morgana spat, cursing her sister while closely observing Mo Yun's expression, curious about his reaction. Mo Yun, however, remained silent, his face impassive, unable to comprehend how the sisters had arrived at such a fractured state. He recalled that their relationship had once been quite amicable. What is the name of that male angel gene? Mo Yun's tone remained indifferent as he posed the question, primarily to align with Morgana. Wasn't her mention of the matter meant to pique his interest? Naturally, he felt compelled to indulge her. Additionally, his curiosity regarding this issue was genuinely sparked. After all, this entity was intended to replace them, the male angels. As one of those slated for replacement, it was only natural to feel a sense of concern. The power of the galaxy, was it truly designed to supplant male angels? They certainly held us in high regard. But what was Kaiser's perspective on this? Perhaps it would be prudent to seek her out for clarification later. You were involved in creating the new male angel genes alongside the Super God Academy, weren't you? You must have still been in Heaven City at that time, Mo Yun remarked casually, casting a half-smile towards Morgana. Morgana opened her mouth, intending to offer an explanation, but ultimately chose silence. What does it matter to me? I won't explain. Speculate as you wish. After all, this matter was decreed by Kaiser, given her authoritarian nature. Where would I have a say? It's evident she intends to completely eliminate your kind. Morgana seized every opportunity to sow discord against Kaiser, Yet Mo Yun was not easily led. He placed greater trust in information verified through multiple sources than in the accounts of others. I am aware of this situation and will verify it myself later. Mo Yun was unwilling to delve further into this topic, and Morgana, sensing the moment, temporarily relinquished her attempts to tarnish Kaiser's reputation. If I may inquire, how do you intend to treat those beautiful angelic compatriots of yours? Is it possible that the Demon King is genuinely concerned for the safety of angels? Aren't you enemies? Mo Yun toyed with the goblet in his hand, regarding her with a scrutinizing gaze, unable to decipher Morgana's thoughts. Damn Kaiser and her righteous order. What wrong have the beautiful angelic compatriots committed? Morgana spoke with righteous indignation, her expression earnest. Mo Yun studied her intently for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. What are you laughing at? Oh, it's nothing. Just reminded of something joyful. You rascal. Morgana glared at Mo Yun, then suddenly recalled something and laughed. Let me confirm. You are indeed agreeing to collaborate with me, correct? Yes, Mo Yun nodded without hesitation. Before we dismantle Kaiser and her righteous order, we can reluctantly be considered allies. Oh, Morgana mused, stroking her flawless chin, her demeanor turning unexpectedly serious. Let me think. Although you have agreed to be my ally, we are still in the evaluation phase, so I cannot divulge detailed plans and intelligence to you just yet. You understand, right? I cannot. Mo Yun shot her a cold glance, bluntly exposing, it's because you have no plan at all, isn't it? Or rather, the planner is not you. You yourself are unaware of the specific plan. Mo Yun had little faith that Morgana intended to confront Kaiser alone. After so long, even she should realize that solitary combat against Kaiser was futile, coupled with a series of unusual actions on Earth. A bold hypothesis began to form in Mo Yun's mind. This was a conspiracy of the gods rebelling against Kaiser, with the three godly powers, Solaris, the demons, and the underworld, colluding to set a trap. Possibly with the Super God Academy's shadow lurking in the background. Morgana, representing the demons, was merely one piece of the puzzle. As her true situation was laid bare, Morgana felt a twinge of embarrassment and coughed awkwardly. Diverting her gaze, in any case, the specifics of the plan will only be revealed when it commences. At that point, you will merely need to assist me in directing it. She then boldly patted her chest, creating a tempting ripple. Of course, our camaraderie notwithstanding, this queen is clear about business and pleasure. I won't allow you to assist me without compensation. I shall first upgrade your genes for free, enabling you to become a third-generation divine body, a true god. Such benevolence? Mo Yun expressed skepticism. Given Morgana's circumstances, she could easily be deemed the most impoverished deity in the cosmos. Could she truly be so accommodating? A sense of conspiracy lingered, as if on cue. The moment her previous words fell, Morgana's expression turned dangerous. She reached out her right hand to caress Mo Yun's face, a semblance of a smile playing upon her lips, with unabashed malice evident on her countenance. However, before that, I need to conduct a precise assessment of your strength to ascertain your worth. Why not engage in a long-overdue deep exchange tonight, much like in the military camp of yore, until one side is thoroughly defeated and unable to rise again? Is this a declaration of revenge? Chapter 11. The assembly of the heroic legion, the Super God Academy on Earth, was nestled deep within a remote forest, far removed from the city center, surrounded by a substantial military presence maintaining strict vigilance. Based on its configuration and geographical location, it was undoubtedly a military base of high caliber. Yet the soldiers of the heroic legion, who bore the nation's heavy expectations, found the situation somewhat absurd. It was hard to believe that such a vast academy consisted of just a few of them. Those who understood the true nature of this place knew it was home to super warriors. Those unaware might mistake it for a correctional center for troubled youths. Lin felt exactly this way. It was all rather ridiculous. The personnel composition seemed dubious at best. The alien who called herself the goddess, Reina, with her erratic demeanor, Lu Chuang, a seasoned rogue frequently entangled with the law, Gu Xiaoluan, a university student with a sense of justice yet timid, and Zhao Xian, a social vagabond who frequently championed the downtrodden. Lin did not look down upon them. As a police officer, she treated everyone equally. She was willing to believe in her comrades, and indeed, they possessed remarkable abilities, truly qualifying as super warriors. However, there was an impression that these individuals were somewhat unreliable. Lin was acutely aware of her own low-level super genes and understood she might not contribute significantly. She placed her hopes primarily on her comrades, but upon seeing them, her optimistic expectations shattered instantly. Most of them had likely never encountered soldiers of the Devourer civilization, right? Could they truly be entrusted with Earth's future? A sense of unease settled in Lin's heart. Although she did not regard them as misfits like Rose did, having witnessed the power of the Devourer scouts firsthand left her concerned about the combat capability of this so-called heroic legion. She just hoped that Earth still had enough time. Sister Lin, you still awake? Her dorm mate, Rue Mingming, poked her head out from the adjacent bed, quietly interrupting Lin's thoughts. Rue Mingming was a young girl, a few years younger than Lin, barely in her early 20s. She often appeared naive, kind-hearted, and pure, with an attractive figure and appearance, though she lacked skill in dressing. Her genetic model was the Nova Star Dagger. Her background was quite ordinary, hailing from a poor family and having never attended university due to financial constraints. After graduating from a vocational school, she worked while saving tuition fees, her dream simply to attend college. The reason she joined the Super God Academy was straightforward. Ajia said it was a place to earn substantial money legally. Thus, she came here, not out of lofty ideals or patriotic sentiments, but simply to fulfill her desire for higher education. However, this was the aspiration of an ordinary person. Discussing national loyalty with someone struggling to survive in society felt somewhat absurd. Upon learning about Rue Mingming's situation, Lin didn't find her motivations misguided. Such aspirations were not shameful. In fact, she admired Rue Mingming, a young girl who neither stole nor cheated, working while studying, all while caring for her grandmother and younger brother. It was indeed commendable. As a policeman, Lin naturally began to look after this naive girl, and their relationship flourished. This was a necessity. While Rose was a decent person, she was overly serious, and Reina? She was simply an eccentric alien, somewhat delusional, just pondering some things. What about you? Why are you still awake? Lin turned towards Rue Mingming from her bed. Her enhanced vision allowed her to vaguely discern the tension etched on Rue Mingming's face. Given her usual behavior, wasn't it about time for her to be sound asleep? Sister Lin, are we really going to fight aliens? Rue Mingming's voice emerged from the darkness, low and cautious as if she were divulging a dangerous secret. Fearful of being overheard by some unknown entity, Lin understood why Rue Mingming was acting this way. This naive girl was afraid. This was entirely normal. Fighting aliens? Who wouldn't be frightened? Especially after witnessing those clad in black mechanical armor descending from the sky to abduct the crocodile-like beings earlier that afternoon. Even Rue Mingming, no matter how naive, must have recognized the technological gap between these aliens and Earth. Knowing that she would soon face such foes, any normal person would feel fear. Yes, we indeed have to fight aliens. But you needn't worry, we have an alien captain in our ranks, right? Although Reina may seem somewhat unreliable, you've seen her strength. With her on our side, we still have a chance to win. Lin could only comfort Rue Mingming in this manner. She truly wished to utter the words, "Do not worry, I will protect you well," but those closest to her understand their own circumstances. In fact, when compared to Rue Mingming, she was the one who needed protection even more. The God River Sniper, a mass-produced super gene warrior, was practically an outdated relic, lacking even a dark dimension engine. Once in close proximity, she would almost certainly meet her demise. Although the combination with the God-slaying bullet could theoretically pose a threat to divine-level targets, that was merely a theoretical consideration. No amount of attack power could conceal the fact that she was quite fragile. Thus, using Reina, the light of the sun, to soothe Rue Mingming was indeed the wisest choice. How formidable could Tao Tai be? Was there not a god to be found? Although Reina had her peculiarities, she was, after all, a genuine goddess. It was evident that Lin's comforting words had a certain effect, as Rue Mingming in the darkness nodded slightly, appearing to have shed some of her fear. Sister Lin, what about you? Are you not afraid? Afraid? Of course, she was. Lin silently placed her hand on her chest. She had been pierced through by Tao Tai before and had nearly perished. Yet, what good was fear? Fear served no purpose, if we do not step forward. Who else will protect the innocent? I was once a police officer, and now I am a soldier, capable of standing at the very forefront against the enemy. Lin's resolve was unwavering. Moreover, she had a score to settle with Tao Tai. Sister Lin, you are truly brave. I wish I could be like you. Rue Mingming gazed at Lin with admiration. her eyes sparkling brightly. Ah, such a naive little girl, Qilin mused, shaking her head quietly. In truth, it should be I who envies you. Shouldn't it? You should get some rest. We have classes early tomorrow, right? Rumingming suddenly panicked. As for physical training, she had no fear. For someone with super genes, it was merely arduous, and after a few days of training, she had already grown accustomed to it. However, the academic subjects were entirely different. Concepts like wormhole transportation and data analysis were completely foreign to her. The thought of studying them made her head spin. Each class felt like her brain was being hammered by a mallet. Typically, she struggled to keep her spirits up, and if she were to continue staying up late, it would only exacerbate her mental state. I can't stay up late. I should get to bed early too. Good night, Sister Qilin. Rumingming swiftly closed her eyes, wrapping herself in the blanket, and soon fell into slumber. 2 minutes later, hearing the sound of her steady breathing, Qilin couldn't help but chuckle softly. This little Mingming could sleep at the drop of a hat. Youth was indeed a blessing, falling asleep so effortlessly. In truth, for those who had activated their super genes, going days without sleep was hardly an issue. Qilin rested her hands behind her head, quietly gazing at the ceiling in the pitch-black night, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, the atmosphere was not as tranquil as it appeared. In the boys' dormitory, Cheng Yaowen, a descendant of the Guangduan family, was feeling particularly conflicted. He had recognized Reina's identity, or rather, she had never intended to conceal it. The future main god of the solar civilization? The light of the sun, Reina. What a resounding title. Her grandfather was the true culprit behind the destruction of the Dino civilization. Although Cheng Yaowen understood that the Dino civilization had brought it upon themselves due to their arms race, it was indeed the former main god of the solar civilization who had annihilated them. Now, he found himself fighting alongside the granddaughter of his enemy to protect his second hometown, which felt rather awkward. Gu Xiaoluan and Zhao Xian were both somewhat flustered, especially Gu Xiaoluan, the galaxy's might who was highly anticipated by the Super God Academy and the Chinese government. Now, he was merely an ordinary college student. Though he possessed a sense of justice, he was inherently timid and quite the loser. His first reaction upon activating his super gene was to pursue 10 campus beauties this year. His entry into the Super God Academy was simple enough. He had been persuaded by a Jie to join the same dormitory as Rose. As it stood, he was nowhere close to becoming a main god, let alone a seasoned warrior. Zhao Xian was primarily caught off guard. The super gene of the Dexing gun was originally designed as a deputy to the galaxy's might, so he was not lacking in a sense of justice either. After activating his super gene, his favorite pastime became standing up for the downtrodden. Aside from being somewhat impulsive and a bit of a show-off, he was otherwise fine. However, he still struggled to grasp the notion of fighting aliens. He had initially thought he would be an ordinary official superhero, only to discover he was directly up against extraterrestrial beings. Was this Superman or Star Wars? He needed to take a moment to process and calm down. Among the 4 boys, the most composed was Lu Chuang, the god of war from the Noxing family. This fellow was a street tough, a seasoned rogue who had engaged in numerous misdeeds, but such individuals often possessed a characteristic. They were unafraid of anything except the police and military. What was there to fear about aliens? They appeared to have 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head, just like humans. Who was afraid of whom? As long as they could fight, that was enough. Being the type who had clashed with Reina head-on from their first meeting, his nature was to confront challenges directly. The fear of aliens was utterly foreign to him. He was currently fast asleep in the eyes of although the solar civilization's technology far surpassed that of Earth. Its culture lagged significantly behind, being conservative and traditional, lacking the openness found on Earth. Panjun, that old relic, even claimed that women on Earth lacked shame for not wearing pants in public, fashion, after all. While in the solar civilization, she had to wear those conservative, heavy ceremonial robes and sit in the grand hall like a mere mascot, unable to do anything fun. However, Earth was different. Here, women could indulge in the joys of shopping and were particularly liberated. With beautiful clothes and skirts everywhere, along with an abundance of delicious food and entertainment. This newfound freedom delighted Reina, who, after rigorous training with the Legion of Heroes during the day, spent her nights frantically ordering everything she desired online. This lifestyle thrilled her, and she had already begun to contemplate whether to breach her agreement and linger on Earth a bit longer. 1 year was simply insufficient. As one of the two individuals in the Legion of Heroes who understood super genes and had deeply developed their own. When Reyna abandoned her teaching duties citing her lack of skill in wormhole transportation, the responsibility for primary instruction fell upon Rose. To fulfill her role as a temporary teacher, Rose found herself utterly overwhelmed. Among this group, apart from Qilin, the others seemed almost foolish, unable to grasp even the foundational concepts of wormhole transportation. Sometimes, she felt the urge to pry open their heads to see what was inside. A more detailed approach was necessary. She needed to simplify the information so they could comprehend it. While she did express some disdain for the slow progress of the others, Rose remained silent, focusing on how to simplify the knowledge of wormhole transportation so everyone could understand. On the giant canyon ship, Du Cao had just received a report from the Super God Academy, gaining insight into the training and learning status of the Legion of Heroes. The physical training was nearly complete. After their genes activated, they inherently possessed the superior physical attributes that came with it. The high-intensity emergency training was merely to help them adapt to the changes in their bodies and fully develop their formidable physical capabilities. However, regarding the cultural studies, Du Cao scratched his head in frustration. Progress was rather disappointing. Yet, this was unavoidable. Knowledge accumulation was not an overnight endeavor. The knowledge framework of any civilization required time to develop and settle. Rushing the process was inherently unscientific. Even if they were super soldiers, it could not be accomplished in a short time. Under normal circumstances, Du Cao would not have been so impatient and would have allowed them ample time to grow. However, time was of the essence. Taoya's fleet was already stationed at the outskirts of the solar system, and there was little time to spare. After a moment of contemplation, Du Cao finally made a decision. It was time to increase the intensity for these young ones. Cultural studies could wait. There was no need to rush, yet practical training could begin to be arranged. It did not matter if they were not quick learners. As long as they could understand commands and cooperate with one another, that would suffice. Du Cao pulled out his phone to contact Sun Wukong. "Hello, great sage, are you busy lately? I have something I need your assistance with." "Yes, the matter we discussed before." "All right, I'll make the arrangements on my end." Chapter 12. The first encounter with the Legion of Heroes. What's going on? In the military jeep, Gu Xiaoluan asked. Still looking bewildered, he had no idea what was happening. Just a short while ago, they had finished dinner and were preparing for sleep. How had they been suddenly gathered for an emergency? Then they were stuffed into a military helicopter and flown to the southwestern region. Where were they headed? The others in the vehicle also wore confused expressions, lacking any clarity. Zhao Xian was even more bewildered. He had been in the shower when he was called out. This seemed to indicate the appearance of an enemy. Perhaps aliens? It was not an extraterrestrial being seated in the front row, but rather the enigmatic Rose who elucidated the perplexities of the crowd. The task assigned to me was to confront a super warrior, long ensconced in mythology, who had awakened and subsequently leapt across several provinces to launch an assault on the military. Our mission was to neutralize him. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Reyna was reassigned, and this time it was Rose who would lead the team. My goodness, this is hardly better than facing aliens. Mythology? What is his name? Surely, he cannot be a legendary figure. Gu Xiaoluan was in a state of panic. Battling aliens would be one thing, but now they were to contend with a mythological entity? Was that even feasible? After a brief pause, the communication channel crackled to life once more, revealing Rose's voice tinged with an unusual oddity. You are all quite familiar with his name. Qi Tiandishang? Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? Upon hearing this revelation, everyone was momentarily struck dumb. In a way. Rose, dear Rose, did we mishear you? Or did you misspeak? Even Lu Chuang, known for his brashness, struggled to maintain his composure. After all, this was Sun Wukong, the victorious fighting Buddha. How could they possibly go up against him? How could they stand a chance? I have not erred. It is indeed Sun Wukong, the very same who caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace. He is our adversary this time. Rose's chilling words shattered any lingering hopes, enveloping the gathering in a profound silence. It was not that Rose aimed to dampen their spirits. Rather, it was a directive from his father. To become a competent super warrior, or even a deity, one must first possess an indomitable fighting spirit. It mattered not that the opponent was Sun Wukong. Any enemy, even the Jade Emperor, must be confronted. Only with the courage to fight could one be deemed a worthy warrior. This was a test for them, and the emergence of Sun Wukong served to weed out the unfit and assess each individual's performance. Speaking of which, The Jade Emperor in Earth's mythology is, if memory serves, the supreme deity of the blazing sun. A thought flickered through Rose's mind. Ah, how insufferable the blazing sun truly is. The Danu civilization has had its grievances with them. Even Sun Wukong seems to share this sentiment, as if their chief deity harbors a distaste for them as well. Fear not. The myths that circulate on Earth are, in truth, tales from various civilizations across the universe. Therefore, Sun Wukong is likely not the mythological figure we envision. At the very least, he may not possess the same extraordinary powers. After all, did not Rose just indicate that he is merely a super warrior, fundamentally akin to us? As the crowd wrestled with their unease, the previously silent Qilin spoke up, calmly analyzing the situation and soothing her comrades' frayed nerves. Rose cast a surprised glance at Qilin. How did she acquire this knowledge? Had he not shared it? Was it Reina who informed her? Goodness, had he known earlier, he could have spared himself the fright. Zhao Exine felt a wave of relief wash over him. So, he was a super warrior like himself? That made him less daunting. Let us get on with it. Lu Chuang exhaled, feeling somewhat reassured. If Sun Wukong were indeed as exaggerated as the myths suggested, he would have felt genuine trepidation, but if he were comparable to their own caliber, then there was little to fear. Everyone, do not underestimate him. Even if he lacks the mythical prowess, he is still a super warrior who has lived for an unfathomable duration, and his combat experience far surpasses ours. It would be wise to remain cautious. Yaowen's words rang true, prompting the group to maintain vigilance. Upon reaching their destination, they disembarked from the 2 military jeeps parked at the foot of the mountain. The soldiers who had driven them saluted the group. Our final designated location is here. He remains within the mountain. We cannot afford to alert him prematurely. We will assist no further and shall await your command. Thank you for your efforts, Rose acknowledged, turning her gaze towards the cool mountains bathed in the glow of the setting sun. She understood that a significant confrontation loomed ahead and wondered if this motley crew could withstand the impending challenge. Soon, night enveloped the land, and atop the summit of Liangshan, Sun Wukong donned golden armor and a golden crown, wielding a dark golden staff. Fully prepared for the arrival of the valiant soldiers, he scanned the horizon, searching for the elusive figures of the heroic band, yet ultimately found nothing. Dark gold armor, is it? Sun Wukong mused, stroking his staff. It was indeed somewhat useful. Perhaps he should have old Do craft a set for him someday. They were merely a bunch of youngsters. Perhaps he ought to temper his enthusiasm, even though he too anticipated an exhilarating battle. Meanwhile, at the Super God Academy, Reina was engaged in discussions with Angel Yin and others regarding whether Earth should accept the assistance of the angelic civilization. Besides being the captain of the heroic band, Reina also represented the Super God Academy, and in the current era on Earth, she was the only one capable of engaging in equal dialogue with the angelic civilization. However, this noble offer, born from a desire for justice and order, was graciously declined. Reina conveyed the sentiments of the Super God Academy, expressing their intent to rely on their own strength to combat the impending onslaught of the Taodai army. This stance was anticipated by Kaisha, and Yin was not taken aback. However, she found it challenging to comprehend such foolishness in present-day Earth, even with the assistance of the Danu civilization's super gene warriors. They still faced considerable difficulty in overcoming the Taodai army, and the cost would undoubtedly be devastating. An estimated sacrifice of over 1 billion lives across the globe. To sacrifice 1/7 of the world's population for the sake of an elusive sense of dignity was indeed a grand folly. Frankly speaking, such actions bore no semblance of justice. It felt as though the angels were poised to invade this realm. Yin disdained this notion. The angels had long since transcended the era of territorial expansion. With the entire universe at their disposal, how could they possibly covet such a diminutive sphere? As for faith, they had never coerced anyone. Disbelief was perfectly acceptable, as long as Earth refrained from violating justice and order. Avoiding the path trodden by the Danu civilization and the blazing sun, engaging in a futile arms race aimed at obliterating the universe. Who would willingly concern themselves with them? According to Earth's perspective, this was akin to good intentions being misconstrued as malicious. Yin stretched her lithe form clad in silver armor, her pristine wings folding gracefully behind her as she reclined on a lavish armchair, exuding an air of languid allure. Flanking her were the equally captivating Asui and Moe. The trio of golden-haired beauties stood before her, particularly Yin, whose enchanting presence rendered it difficult for any man to maintain composure, thankfully. Her counterpart was also female. With the formalities concluded, the subsequent discourse could afford to be less serious. Yin had time to spare, and thus intended to engage in a more leisurely conversation with this solar girl. Do not involve me. This is the decision of the Super God Academy and the official representatives of Huaxia. I am merely a messenger, a guest. With no authority to dictate, Reina bluntly distanced herself from her allies. Harboring a distaste for the angels, this sentiment was not only rooted in the subtle indoctrination of the blazing sun, but also stemmed from the angels' propensity to invade the thoughts of others, maliciously implanting ideas within their minds. Additionally, their perpetual air of superiority, as if they were the foremost beings in the universe while everyone else was mere refused to be obedient, irked her greatly. All are deities. Who among them is truly more noble? Such a detestable lot. For this reason, Reina bore a grievance towards the Super God Academy and the Huaxia officials who had dispatched her to engage with the angels. If you possess the capability, go speak with the angels yourselves. Why must I, a child of the blazing sun, bear the brunt of this? What kind of prowess is it to be both cowardly and arrogant? The Super God Academy had its own conflicts with her, opposing her interventions, which she could understand. Yet, why did the Earthlings oppose her? They would rather suffer countless casualties than accept the angels' goodwill, opting instead to accept assistance from war criminals. As for the sentiments of others, she was unaware. But in Huaxia, there existed a palpable aversion to gods. Their materialistic ideology bred contempt for these so-called deities, particularly the king of gods. At this juncture, Reina felt quite helpless. Uncle Huang was indeed generous and trusted her, yet he genuinely despised gods. Reina even suspected that, had it not been for the pressing circumstances, they would never have established the heroic band. Foolish and diminutive humans always behave thus. Habitually self-centered, rejecting anything deemed detrimental to their interests. However, no one willingly relinquishes their hard-won rights, forsaking dominion to bow before others. The absurdity of their power struggles was laughable. Yin sighed, displaying her disappointment. This was a common affliction among all pre-nuclear civilizations. And even among spacefaring civilizations, it was prevalent. It was a flaw deeply embedded in human nature. Having witnessed such occurrences far too often, Yin understood that without experiencing the brutalities of civilizational warfare, one could not truly grasp the significance of deities, especially the chief deities, in the fabric of civilization. Without a primary deity, one could not even be recognized as a god-level civilization. Yet, this was a natural progression of development. While Yin felt disappointment, she did not harbor anger. It was not the first time she had encountered such foolishness. The evolution of civilization is invariably accompanied by growing pains. Without enduring suffering, it becomes difficult to appreciate the necessity of justice. Though she remained silent, Yin discerned this sentiment from Reina's expression. "Teske, this little girl is truly unappealing." Yin shook her head, preparing to take her leave. The attitude of the Super God Academy needed to be promptly conveyed to Queen Kaisha. After all, it was merely the Taodai. If Earth intended to resolve the matter independently, then let them proceed as they wished. At that moment, the previously silent Asui suddenly spoke, her eyes veiled in a pearlescent sheen. She rested her right hand on Yin's shoulder and said, "Sister Yin, there's an urgent situation. It seems that the Xiong Bing Lian is in trouble. The specifics are unclear, but it appears that the dark alloy armor can obscure our detection. However, Sun Wukong's dark energy is fluctuating violently, as if he is engaged in combat with someone. What's the fuss about? Aren't Chang Wei and the others currently battling Sun Wukong?" Lina scoffed, rolling her eyes at the angel's alarm. Asui shot Lina a glance and retorted, "Do you honestly believe that the Xiong Bing Lian's bunch of children can level the entire Liangshan against someone like Sun Wukong, a third-generation beast warrior?" "What?" Lina exclaimed, startled. "The entire Liangshan has been leveled? That's beyond what the current Xiong Bing Lian is capable of. Lu Chuang and Gu Xiaoluan don't possess that kind of strength either." "Are you serious? Why would I deceive you? What would be the point?" Just then, the phone rang and a panicked voice of Duca Ao came through. "Lina, there's an emergency. Something has happened at Liangshan. Sun Wukong and his team have been attacked by unidentified assailants, and the intensity of the battle has exceeded expectations. The adversaries may possess divine-level powers. Prepare to assist immediately. Goodness, this is indeed a crisis." Lina thought aloud. "Wait, Why is Sun Wukong mentioned? Is he one of ours? Her mind buzzed, struggling to comprehend the current situation. Yin furrowed her brow in contemplation, a figure materializing in her mind. At this moment, the only one who could appear on Earth would be him. But how did he suddenly cross paths with the Xiong? Lena glanced at Yin, her expression complex. Yin raised an eyebrow, smiling. Little girl, we just reached an agreement. Surely you wouldn't break it so soon? You overthinking it, you old hag, Lena retorted, rolling her eyes again. I wouldn't commit such an embarrassing act, but time is of the essence. Could you assist with a teleportation? Yin pouted. I'm afraid I cannot assist. Little girl, your genetic model is encrypted, and I cannot decipher it unless you are willing to share your encryption code with me. But I doubt you even know it yourself. Of course, even if I could, I wouldn't assist you. The one who made the move likely does not harbor malicious intent. At worst, that monkey and those little brats might just sustain some injuries, which could be beneficial for them. It's not every day one gets the chance to spar with him. TSK, what a bother. Lena hurriedly exited the conference room, sharing her encryption code with the angels. How foolish would one have to be to do that? Yin watched her leave, her eyes narrowing as she soon made a decision. Let us go see for ourselves. It might prove to be quite interesting. If it were merely a sparring match between Sun Wukong and the young members of the Xiong, Yin would have little interest. However, if it were a genuine battle, her curiosity was piqued. She still hadn't comprehended how she had lost so inexplicably before. Perhaps this was an opportunity. At Liangshan, the situation had deteriorated entirely. Just moments ago, the members of the Xiong had successfully suppressed Sun Wukong's clone, forcing him to the ground, barely passing the combat test. Then, Sun Wukong's true form emerged, expressing praise towards these young warriors. Although he had indeed gone easy on them, it was a commendable achievement for a group of fresh recruits. Sun Wukong was quite satisfied with them, considering them to be fine warriors, except for Lu Chuang. The old rogue, Sun Wukong harbored a strong aversion towards Lu Chuang's bullying demeanor, feeling such a person unworthy of fighting alongside him. He was preparing to teach Lu Chuang a lesson and expel him from the Xiong when an unexpected change occurred. Boom! With a deafening roar, the dark sky seemed to be torn asunder in an instant, and an unprecedented force of thunder descended with cataclysmic might. This thunderous power, akin to the wrath of ancient deities, radiated a blinding blue-white light, enveloping the once lush forest below. The trees appeared fragile before this overwhelming force, snapping and exploding as if caressed by an invisible hand, turning into a storm of wood chips and ash. The massive trunks fell like they had been severed by an unseen blade, raising clouds of dust and debris. At the epicenter of this thunder, the soft, muddy ground trembled violently, soon being mercilessly torn apart, creating a gaping chasm several meters in diameter, with the surrounding earth heaving upwards, resembling an apocalyptic scene. As they lifted their heads to gaze around, their eyes widened in terror at the apocalyptic sight before them. The entire forest, under the baptism of this thunder, was swiftly ignited, flames consuming every inch of greenery, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. Fiery tongues licked the heavens, smoke swirled, and the acrid scent of charred timber filled the air, accompanied by the crackling sounds of burning wood, forming a tragic and frightening tableau. What the hell? Ah, it hurts. What just happened? Xiao Luan, watch out, behind you. Cheng Yaowen urgently called out a warning just as Gu Xiaoluan rose from the ground. Upon hearing the warning, he quickly turned around, only to see a figure shrouded in a black cloak descending suddenly, followed by a gleaming silver light as a long sword was swung towards him. Chapter 13. The eerie divine body shit. Am I going to die? Gu Xiaoluan panicked and turned to flee. Who is this guy? Bang! Crack! In the critical moment, Sun Wukong shouted and swiftly positioned himself in front of the cloaked figure, shielding Gu Xiaoluan while simultaneously swinging his golden staff. The silver sword clashed with the golden staff, producing a piercing metallic sound. The collision between the golden staff and the long sword erupted into a thunderous roar, causing the air to tremble, sending forth tremendous shockwaves. The cloaked figure's expression shifted, but he did not retreat. With a deft twist of his wrist, the sword transformed into a swift, deadly arc aimed directly at Sun Wukong's heart. Sun Wukong snorted derisively, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. The golden staff seemed to possess a mind of its own, arriving first with a howling wind, striking forcefully towards the chest of the black-clad figure. Yet, in that critical moment, the cloaked figure's sword pierced through Sun Wukong's golden armor as if it were mere paper, ruthlessly stabbing into his chest, blood instantly staining the armor crimson. Sun Wukong's face contorted in shock and fury as he roared, attempting to gather his strength for a counterattack. However, at that moment, an unprecedented wave of weakness surged through him. He was astonished to discover that the dark energy within him had been entirely sealed by an unknown force, rendering him incapable of mobilizing even a fraction of it. The cloaked figure, witnessing this, curled his lips into a cold smile, his figure flashing until he stood before Sun Wukong. He mercilessly lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick directly to Sun Wukong's head. With a resounding bang, Sun Wukong's body flew backward like a kite with a severed string, tracing a long arc before crashing heavily into the dense forest. The trees broke and splintered under the impact, leaves scattering and dust flying. Ultimately, Sun Wukong's body crashed into a deep pit, surrounded by chaos, his figure becoming indistinct, his fate uncertain. This sudden and brief skirmish concluded with Sun Wukong's devastating defeat. The cloaked figure stood silently in the distance, his gaze deep and indifferent, as if everything were under his control. Damn. Mo Yun is truly a monster. How did he manage that? Have we analyzed it yet? The demon fleet, although he had just been elevated to the third-generation divine body, Mo Yun's performance was evidently abnormal. Sun Wukong was also a peak third-generation beast warrior, and in close combat. A beast body was supposed to surpass a divine river body. Yet, Mo Yun easily subdued Sun Wukong. This strength was almost unnatural. Morgana had never doubted Mo Yun's capability to win. After his upgrade, Sun Wukong had no advantage against him at all. But the speed of Sun Wukong's defeat was astonishing. Mo Yun had only just recently upgraded. Your Majesty, we are still unable to analyze Mo Yun's physical data, but we noted that the moment he injured Sun Wukong's dark energy was sealed by an unknown force, almost as if a virus targeting dark energy had been injected. Damn. Morgana cursed again. I knew that Mo Yun was a sly old fox. Sure enough, he has secretly developed something disgusting. Is there any way to decipher what it is? Cursing aside, Morgana was genuinely intrigued by this dark energy, virus-like substance. If she could obtain it, her strength would greatly increase, and she might even surprise Kaisha, that scheming wench. The force appeared too suddenly. We couldn't capture it before it vanished. What the hell, are you idiots? Morgana lamented, smacking her forehead. Damn it, analyze his divine body data. Leaving so many dark doors open is precisely for this purpose. Nightmare blinked her eyes at Morgana with an air of understanding, truly befitting the Demon Queen. In the fleeting moment before, one had fervently proclaimed an alliance with the other, only to subsequently leave a hidden door within the divine body to scheme against them. Prior to the escalation, an excuse was fabricated to deliver a beating to the counterpart. One can only say, quite impressive. Queen Otto turned with a grave expression, remarking that the hidden doors we had planted seemed to have all become ineffective. Upon hearing this, even Morgana was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? Ineffective? Indeed, Your Majesty. The hidden doors we left within the third generation of Mo Yun's divine body have all ceased to function. As if they never existed, came the solemn reply. Goodness, how utterly bizarre. Morgana's brow furrowed deeply. It was entirely expected that Mo Yun could discover the hidden doors left behind. Anyone who underestimated this individual would undoubtedly suffer grave consequences. The notion of relying on hidden doors to control the opponent was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. My intention was merely to test the opponent's capabilities, to ascertain the true level of this individual, thereby evaluating Mo Yun's worth, while also indulging in a bit of vexation against him. That rascal Mo Yun must certainly harbor secrets, great secrets, that I must unearth. Meanwhile, in the distance, a trio composed of Yin, Azui, and Moi was hastening towards this location, utilizing short-distance wormhole transportation and the temporal wings of angelic genes, allowing them to swiftly reach the Liangshan region. Sister Yin, the dark energy fluctuations from Sun Wukong are significant. Suspected to have faced a tremendous blow, as we reported regarding the situation on Sun Wukong's side. The dark energy from the Earth's heroic legion remained undetectable, but the circumstances did not appear optimistic. The terrain of the Liangshan region had suffered severe devastation from thunder, with wildfires spreading. If no measures were taken, the entire Liangshan area would be consumed within an hour. Moi added to the report, detailing the current state of affairs in Liangshan. However, it still fell short compared to Queen Kaisa. This individual seemed to simply wish to toy with matters, Yin mused. Regardless, Mo Yun had no reason to side with Tao Dai. Even if he did not align with Earth, there was no justification for him to act against the heroic legion. It was unfathomable for him to do so. Yet, if he continued in this chaotic manner, it could pose significant trouble. It seemed necessary to report to Queen Kaisa afterward, hoping she could alter her lenient stance and issue some warnings to Mo Yun. Otherwise, none could predict what this individual might do next. There was a peculiar sense that Queen Kaisa's attitude towards Mo Yun was rather odd, not to mention the celestial king He Shi, who had covertly facilitated the delivery of items to Mo Yun. Intuition told Yin that there was certainly something she remained unaware of. The only thing she could ascertain was that Mo Yun, this ancient angel, at present did not seem to be an enemy of angels. Rather, he appeared to be a trustworthy kin. This was evident from the demeanor of Queen Kaisa and the actions of celestial king He Shi. Had Mo Yun truly opposed the order of righteousness, these two, well, Queen Kaisa would have long since sought him out for trouble. Yin, what shall we do next? Continue observing. The ground battle raged on. After sending Sun Wukong flying, the members of the heroic legion were shaken to their cores. Everyone knew that Sun Wukong had not fought earnestly before. Despite that, they had been utterly overwhelmed. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged, effortlessly dispatching the mightiest fighter among them, the Monkey King, with ease. Their combat prowess was evidently superior to Sun Wukong's. What to do? Fight or flee? Why are we standing around? This is no test. Having undergone systematic military training, Rose was the first to react, recognizing that this was indeed a genuine enemy, far more perilous than Sun Wukong. The next pressing concern was how to handle this formidable opponent. Is Qilin still with us? Fire? Understood. Came Qilint's response through the dark communication channel, followed by the crack of a gunshot as an anti-god armor-piercing round shot forth from the shadows towards Mo Yun. Ha! With a slight sidestep, Mo Yun evaded the armor-piercing round effortlessly, sustaining no injury whatsoever. He shook his head, sighing with disappointment, reflecting that the super genes of the God River sniper were woefully outdated. Even equipped with anti-god ammunition, the linear trajectory made it all too simple to dodge. The best remedy for this flaw would be to integrate wormhole transportation technology. If memory served, the database of Demon 1 recorded that Du Rose was a carrier of temporal genes. Yet the opponent seemed flustered, failing to consider this aspect. It appeared that facing a divine-level adversary for the first time had unsettled their composure. More practice was needed. Cheng Yaowen, Zhao Xian, here, I'm here. The master is present. The ground beneath them began to tremble, the once solid, charred earth swiftly turning soft as a marsh. Soil mixed with gravel began to coalesce. This was Cheng Yaowen's ability. Hailing from the Light Shield family, he could manipulate earth and sand freely, proving to be a formidable restraining force. The pliable soil rapidly ensnared Mo Yun's feet, immobilizing him entirely. In that moment, a figure darted forth. Zhao Xian, relying on his speed, thrusting his spear towards Mo Yun's back. A combination of restraint and ambush. Crack! The dark alloy spear shattered in an instant, leaving Zhao Xian stupefied. His speed was unmatched, yet it had not sufficed. Moreover, the force behind his thrust, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, should have been formidable. How could the opponent's reaction be so swift, and their strength so overwhelming? Damn it, this lousy weapon is going to be the death of me. This was Zhao Xian's final thought before being flung away. Mo. We're on, Lu Chuang, endowed with the genes of the Northstar war god, possessing the power to slay gods, was the last person to confront directly. However, his weakness was evident. While his strength was sufficient, his speed was lacking, and his control over that strength remained inadequate. Additionally, Mo, Lu Chuang bellowed, seizing Rui Mingming. I'm here, Rui Mingming replied, instantly comprehending Lu Chuang's intent as she relaxed her body, allowing him to hurl her into the sky, her short sword poised to strike at Mo Yun. How reckless! War cannot be approached with such impulsiveness. Even without activating the temporal wings, Mo Yun moved gracefully through the air. As Rui Mingming was propelled towards him, he had already pivoted, his sword descending towards her head. Engaging an angel in midair? Was there a lack of understanding regarding my reflexes? Bang! just as Mo Yun's sword was about to cleave down upon Rui Mingming. The familiar sound of gunfire echoed once more, this time with the armor-piercing round alarmingly close. Rose, having regained her composure from the initial chaos, quickly established contact with Qilin while Mo Yun was entangled with Zhao Xian and Lu Chuang, resulting in the flawless synergy of wormhole transportation and the anti-god armor-piercing round. The anti-god round, if it were to strike, could genuinely kill Mo Yun. However, that was predicated on hitting him, no matter how powerful the weapon. It was rendered useless if it could not find its target. In a flash of silver light, amidst the brilliant sword glow, the anti-god round was sliced in two. The dark silver weapon and the anti-god bullet collided head-on, creating a miniature shockwave in the air, propelling both Rui Mingming and Mo Yun away. Did I hit? No, his speed is simply too swift. Qilin's face tightened. It was the first time she had witnessed someone evade a bullet, particularly an anti-god round from a super sniper. How absurd, moreover, whether it was a trick of the mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that this adversary bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she knew. Damn it, Gu Xiaoluan, what are you doing? Strike him, following a missed shot. Rose did not dwell on it. Seeing Mo Yun land steadily on the ground, she immediately called upon Gu Xiaoluan, who was nearest and positioned behind Mo Yun. Gu Xiaoluan hesitated for a moment, surveying the inferno surrounding him. The fallen Zhao Xian, Cheng Yaowen, who was gasping for breath after a backlash, and the presumably lifeless Sun Wukong. Hearing Rose's furious reprimand, his fear was swiftly suppressed, replaced by a surge of anger flooding his mind. Without hesitation, he unsheathed the great sword from his back and swung it towards Mo Yun. "To hell with you, die. The power of the galaxy? Very well, let me see what you're truly capable of." Crack! The silver-white long sword clashed against the black great sword. Even the searing air seemed to part in that moment. Ugh, how weak! Feeling Gu Xiaoluan's strength, Mo Yun couldn't help but twitch his lips beneath his hood. Although the display was grand, the power. Was this individual truly meant to replace the male angels? Cowardice was one thing, but how could the strength be so lacking? Was this not the most vital divine creation project? What had been claimed to be able to shatter ultimate fear felt far less oppressive than Lu Chuang's power. Disappointment and anger welled within him. Had Kaisa and the others concocted such a thing? Bang! Mo Yun's fist connected squarely with Gu Xiaoluan's face, delivering a decisive blow to his eye socket, causing Gu Xiaoluan to cry out in pain. Staring blankly at Mo Yun, he seemed utterly unprepared for such a breach of martial decorum, having been engaged in a contest of strength only to be struck out of the blue. You, bang, ouch, bang. What the, bang, bang, Mo Yun relentlessly pressed forward with his long sword, forcing Gu Xiaoluan to retreat step by step while simultaneously delivering powerful punches. Caught off guard by such an onslaught, Gu Xiaoluan could only emit cries of distress as he was battered, ultimately being driven directly into the inferno. Xiaoluan! The onlookers were immediately alarmed. Even a collective effort might prove futile against the opponent. And if Gu Xiaoluan faced him alone, he would surely be overwhelmed. Unfortunately, due to the barrier of flames and the rapid movements of both combatants, they found themselves powerless to intervene. The dark communication could pinpoint their location, yet it struggled to keep pace. Damn, you? Please, stop hitting me. For heaven's sake, can you avoid striking my face? Oh no, don't hit. With a right hook, Mo Yun sent Gu Xiaoluan crashing to the ground. Dazed and disoriented from the barrage of blows, Gu Xiaoluan struggled to open his eyes, weakly gazing at the figure before him. A man clad in an unscathed black robe, his consciousness gradually fading. The power of the galaxy, you are still far from it. As he succumbed to darkness, those enigmatic words echoed in his mind. His final thoughts were, what kind of material is his clothing made of that it withstands flames? He must be envious of my handsomeness. Which is why he relentlessly targets my striking features. Am I truly facing death? Observing Gu Xiaoluan lose consciousness, Mo Yun sighed in resignation. Indeed, there was still much to be desired. He silently extended his hand, acutely aware of the rapid dissolution of data within his dark dimension. TSK, this third-generation divine body is indeed not as useful as anticipated. Based on the current consumption, it would barely suffice for 2 more uses. This probing felt like a loss. Chapter 14. Kaisha's thoughts in the depths of night. The mountain fire raged like a furious dragon, casting a crimson glow across the sky. Flames roiled, devouring every inch of land and life within their reach. In this critical moment, nearby station troops intervened just in time, averting a precarious situation. Soldiers, fully armed, navigated through the sea of fire. Even military helicopters were deployed, their silhouettes flickering in the blaze, resembling fearless warriors engaged in a fierce battle against the rampaging inferno. High-pressure water cannons unleashed powerful streams, akin to enraged dragons, repeatedly assaulting the flames, suppressing and extinguishing them. Helicopters circled overhead, their massive buckets plunging into nearby water sources and swiftly rising again, pouring precious water down to support the firefighting efforts on the ground. The members of the Xiong Lian also joined the fray, aiding in the establishment of a containment line. United in purpose, as time passed, the fire was gradually brought under control. Ultimately, through the relentless efforts of the military, the once unstoppable flames were finally extinguished. At this moment, a cool and tranquil moon rose silently, casting a silvery glow over the land that had just endured calamity, draping it in a mysterious and serene veil. Under the moonlight, all returned to calm, leaving only the remnants of ashes, still warm from the fire, lying quietly as proof of what had transpired. Damn, it's finally over. Is everyone all right? Reina stood with hands on her hips, surveying the ravaged Liangshan area with a complex expression, shaking her head before turning to the disheveled group behind her, inquiring with concern. I'm fine. Just inhaled some smoke. We're all okay. The main injuries are with Deshang. Zhao Xian and Xiaoluan. Xian has already been taken away. His situation isn't serious. I'm alright too. Just accidentally fell into their trap and got caught off guard. Sun Wukong lowered his head to touch the wound on his chest, his expression somewhat grim. A peak third-generation beast body. Such minor injuries wouldn't be fatal. The wound had long since healed, and his dark energy had returned to normal, yet he felt quite ashamed. Not long ago, he had been boasting in front of these kids, and within the hour, he had been sent flying before their eyes, his dignity thoroughly trampled. The most disheartening part was that he had collapsed without even grasping who his opponent was or what they looked like. When did such a monster appear on Earth? Xiaoluan, how about you? Are you all right? Reina turned her gaze toward the dazed Gu Xiaoluan, who shook his head. His face still bore remnants of bruising, which, for a super soldier, should leave no lasting scars, yet the marks remained starkly visible, giving his face a slightly swollen appearance. I'm fine. I feel like that guy didn't intend any harm towards us. He scratched his head, voicing his judgment, though it sounded somewhat implausible and absurd. Given that they had been ambushed and injured by the opponent, Gu Xiaoluan felt that the assailant did not truly wish for their demise. If he had genuinely intended to kill them, Gu Xiaoluan would have perished long before losing consciousness, rather than being left alive and well now. Hearing Gu Xiaoluan's seemingly nonsensical remarks, the others exchanged looks of disbelief, with the hot-tempered Lu Chuang being the first to voice his opinion. His face contorted with frustration as he pointed toward the ravaged landscape, lamenting, Xiaoluan, have you lost your mind? Is this what you call not wishing us harm? Exactly, Xiaoluan. That guy clearly came for our lives. Lu Chuang and the others exchanged glances, pondering the gravity of the situation. Was that opponent truly as fearsome as he appeared? After a moment of contemplation, Reina decided to abandon her thoughts, realizing it had nothing to do with her, and left the others to grapple with the dilemma. A mysterious figure. Sun Wukong stroked his chin, recalling the coffee shop owner he had encountered earlier. Could it be him? The feeling was somewhat off. The more he thought about it, the more familiar it felt. Could it truly be Mo Yun? Did he not claim to be no enemy? Should he inquire further? But would that lead Mo Yun to think he was doubting him? Qi Lin furrowed her brows, caught in a web of indecision, her lovely face contorting into a frown. Ugh, what a hassle. This is infuriating. In the clouds, the angel squad, having witnessed everything, exchanged silent glances and quietly withdrew. Yinjia, who was that person? Do you know him? As we looked at Yinjia, who wore a smile like a blooming flower, and couldn't he help but feel curious. Eager to inquire, if I'm not mistaken, he should be the ancient male angel, Mo Yun, whom I mentioned before. I wonder what brings this old fellow here to bully a bunch of kids. But he likely means no harm. Yinjia made this judgment, noting that the man's power was quite peculiar. Had he truly wished to kill, the members of Xiong Lian would have perished without a doubt. No matter how they struggled, as one of the few active angels, second only to Queen Kaisha and Angel Long. Yinjie typically portrayed herself as a charming, flirty figure in front of men, yet she maintained a reliable big sister image before these little angels. She felt it was her duty to answer their questions, as long as it did not breach any core secrets that required confidentiality. What surprised her, however, was that the focus of these two little angels was not on the fact that the other harbored no ill intentions, but rather, male angel? As we echoed the term, unable to suppress her shining eyes. For this was indeed a rarity. Yinjie, are there really male angels? I thought the universe was filled with nothing but female angels. It was no wonder she was so excited. The current heavens were filled exclusively with female angels, with not a single male angel in sight. According to retired veterans, the last batch of male angels departed from the heavenly city 2,000 years ago, leading to the city becoming a veritable kingdom of women. As a high-ranking guardian angel, as we often undertook missions across the universe and had encountered numerous fallen angels, but she had never come across a male angel. Yinjie glanced at Asui in surprise, teasing, "What is this, little girl? Are you experiencing a crush?" "Not at all, Yinjie. Don't say such nonsense." Asui, a bit flustered and annoyed, averted her gaze. "I'm just curious. I've never seen a male angel before." Although records stated that male angels had always existed, she had yet to witness one herself. What distinguishes them from fallen angels? Asui transformed into a curious child, relentlessly inquiring about male angels. Indeed, male angels had always existed. They had resided in the Ulan star system for over 2,000 years, living in isolation. Apart from serving as mercenaries in various interstellar battles, they rarely ventured beyond their domain, which is why you would not encounter them. "Not only you, but I have never seen them either." "Really?" Asui and Imoi grew even more curious, urging Yinjie to continue her tale. Seeing their eager expressions, Yinjie couldn't help but chuckle softly. While she was not entirely sure about the circumstances of other male angels, she did have some knowledge about Mo Yun, the ancient war god and current leader of male angels. He seems to be quite familiar with Queen Kaisha, and there appears to be some ambiguous connection with the king of Tianji, he-she. Certainly, the last sentence was one that Yin dared not utter, for speaking ill of one's superiors is a grave taboo. Queen Kaisha might not engage in such triviality, but the heavenly king is another matter entirely. Wait a moment, if this matter is indeed true, it seems rather improper, doesn't it? Could it be that Mo Yun truly has some ambiguous relationship with those two? A genuine angelic scoundrel? At this thought, Yin couldn't help but freeze momentarily, her expression growing peculiar. "Sister Yin, have you assessed your compatibility with him?" Asui seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, maintaining an air of enthusiasm. Moreover, her opening statement was nothing short of explosive, leaving Yin utterly bewildered, nearly plummeting from the sky. "Huh. Why would I measure compatibility with an old man? He is our kin. Besides, didn't you say he is not violent or indulgent? Isn't it better to seek a male deity from our own kind? There would be no worry of him being rotten to the core, and it would be particularly prestigious." Asui clasped her hands together, her eyes shimmering with bright light. "Just think about it. The male deities of the other sisters hail from different civilizations, and only you would have secured a male deity from our own kin. Not to mention the illustrious ancient war god. Wouldn't that make you exceptionally formidable, Sister Yin?" Asui, how can true love be casually compared? Yin sighed, youthful naivety evident in Asui's words. True love is the most beautiful thing in the universe. It cannot be measured, for each person's happiness is unique. So, Sister Yin, did you assess it or not? Yin, how can this girl not grasp the crux of the matter? Is this really the point? With Yin's silence, even Imoi began to stir with curiosity about the matter. Of course not. We are too disparate. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Yin felt a flush of embarrassment and anger. Damn, Asui, don't push me. If it turns out that Mo Yun has a relationship with Queen Kaisha that is indeed different, how will I face anyone? But isn't true love age blind? There have been times when a sister's male deity was merely 17 or 18. Asui timidly raised a question. Sister Yin, aren't you curious about your compatibility with the male angel? What if it's remarkably high and beautiful? Yin took a deep breath, not wishing to continue this topic. She didn't believe her compatibility with a man over 30,000 years old could be significant. If he had any charm at all, he'd likely have a multitude of grandchildren by now. All right, let us discuss this later. Who knows when we will meet again? Sister Yin, let us measure it together then. I want to see whose compatibility is higher. Yin. Asui is entirely approaching this with a playful mindset. If it turns out she scores higher than I do, what will that silly girl do? Although angels can refuse if they wish, true love among angels is rare. That foolish girl wouldn't tea before long. The three of them arrived in the upper atmosphere of Earth, reporting to the sacred Kaisha, who resided far in the Angel Nebula. Queen Kaisha, left-wing guardian here to report. We have communicated with the Super God Academy on Earth, and they have refused angelic intervention, is that so? Kaisha's voice resonated through the channel, carrying a hint of indifference and an ethereal quality. Let us first respect the opinions of the Super God Academy. After all, it is their internal decision and does not conflict with the order of justice. Yes, Queen Kaisha, that we have also discovered the creation of gods by the Dinner civilization here on Earth. They have been absorbed into the Xiong Lian, and they should play a significant role in the upcoming battle against Tao Tai. The ancient angel Mo Yun has recently engaged with them and achieved an overwhelming victory. Yin delivered her report with precision, and after a moment of silence, Kaisha spoke again, her tone laden with an ambiguous meaning. Do you know his purpose? I do not know. The only certainty is that he harbors no malice towards the Xiong Lian and has not resorted to violence. Moreover, there seems to be some secrets surrounding the angel Mo Yun that we are unable to effectively detect. Is that so? This ancient celestial war god is not a benign figure. The territorial extent of the angelic civilization did not originally encompass the entirety of the Angel Nebula. There were many other civilizations within it. However, after a 3,000-year expansion, the entire nebula fell under the dominion of the angelic civilization. Mo Yun was the vanguard of that expansion, having led his legion to conquer nearly half of the planets within the Angel Nebula. His reputation among other civilizations is far from illustrious, yet he is a pivotal figure in the angelic civilization, having contributed significantly to the overthrow of the celestial order and maintains connections with the original three kings. Even now, his name holds considerable weight within the Merlot heavenly court. Thus, many dark truths are veiled. For instance, due to his lineage, Mo Yun is indeed not indulgent. However, his cruelty is very much real. He joined the military for the sake of killing. Even committing patricide in his conquests against other civilizations, annihilating planets and eradicating races were commonplace. His involvement in the rebellion against the Celestial Palace was not driven by sympathy for the female angels, but merely due to the angel star and moon in truth. The genuine Mo Yun does not conform to the order of justice. Compared to him, Morgana appears almost harmless. He does not actively inflict suffering upon female angels, but neither does he extend a helping hand to them. As such matters hold no relevance for him. He only cares for military merit and promotion. At times, Kaisha even doubts whether those beautiful memories are merely figments of her imagination, for he does not seem like one to commit such acts. It is indeed surprising that such a person could completely change. Could he be plotting something, intending to surprise himself? Given Mo Yun's character, it is quite possible Queen Kaisha. After a prolonged silence without a response, Yin had to gently inquire about Kaisha. Rather than fret over unmaterialized events, it would be wiser to resolve the matters that can be addressed. Morgana and Karl's collusion was something Kaisha had long suspected. Throughout the universe, only Karl had the audacity and capability to assist Morgana, being her devoted sycophant. Until now, there had been no evidence, but Karl had now inadvertently revealed himself, which was rather intriguing. With the great clock in play, it would have been impossible for him to hide from her, yet now he voluntarily exposed himself, seemingly intending to lure her into seeking him. Was he finally preparing to take action against her? She wondered what kind of farewell performance this perverse Karl and the insidious Morgana had in store for her. Perhaps it would be prudent to prepare some contingencies for the angels. Chapter 15. Angel Mo Yun, Your Majesty. Shall we not deal with the angel Yin and her companions? Aboard the demon battleship, the hidden demon one detected the presence of Angel Yan.as, the left-wing guard of the sacred Kaisha. Yin is quite renowned among demons, harboring profound enmity. Now that they had finally pinpointed her existence, the demons were growing restless. Otto noticed this and proactively posed the question on behalf of his subordinates. Without hesitation, Morgana refused, saying, "Nonsense, that little vixen Yin is a left-wing guard. It's not so easy to deal with her. She can summon Kaisha's support at any moment via the angelic communication system. Without adequate preparation, we certainly cannot subdue her, especially since she is accompanied by two high-ranking guardian angels. Let us not act rashly. It is not yet time to settle accounts with that little vixen." Our target is that Vixen Kaisha. The divine dual wings and high-ranking guardian angels are not so easily trifled with. Once we eliminate that Vixen Kaisha, these little vixens will no longer pose a threat. Morgana coldly smirked as she turned away, planning that these angels would soon become roast geese, devoid of any threat. Yes. Otto bowed respectfully, refraining from further comment. As she spoke, Morgana casually draped her arm over Mo Yun's shoulder. Displaying an air of intimacy, Mo Yun could distinctly sense Morgana's alluring fragrance, yet felt no stirrings of desire, subtly distancing himself from her. Not bad, indeed superior to the second-generation genes. Although for him she was merely an expendable asset. As long as she did not falter in critical moments, Mo Yun was quite satisfied. He could still engage in battle like this a couple more times, and when the resources promised by He arrived, he could continue to indulge. Hey, I say, does the queen have thorns or something? Why distance yourself so much? Morgana frowned in displeasure, clearly unhappy with Mo Yun's earlier action to create distance. How could I suddenly turn on you? Mo Yun calmly pierced through Morgana's thoughts, as her displeasure was evident on her face, not requiring any guesswork. Cough, cough. How could I suddenly bear any ill will towards you? We are indeed old friends, and now comrades in arms. Though I am the Demon King, I am also a paragon of integrity. Morgana cleared her throat, swiftly diverting the subject and averting her gaze, unable to meet Mo Yun's eyes. Well, it is now clear that Morgana was indeed chastising herself internally. It seems that what she said was true. Morgana has indeed become a rather uncouth individual, far removed from the poised Liang Bing of yesteryears. Mo Yun silently scoffed, when suddenly, Morgana furrowed her brow, her expression darkening as she forcefully tapped Mo Yun's chest, exclaiming, Hey, what is that expression on your face? Are you concocting schemes against me in your mind? Concocting schemes is hardly the case. I merely feel a sense of nostalgia, Mo Yun candidly admitted, directly articulating his thoughts under Morgana's scrutinizing gaze. I just suddenly feel that Morgana is not as charming as Liang Bing anymore. Huh? Hey, you can't possibly be infatuated with this queen, can you? TSK, where were you back then? You had quite the opportunity, but alas, you failed to seize it. Now it is too late. I have long passed the age of youthful infatuation. At this juncture, Morgana confidently tossed her hair, deliberately accentuating her ample assets, appearing even more alluring. In response, Mo Yun merely twitched the corner of his mouth, casting her a cold glance before turning to leave without a trace of reluctance. Get some rest. Dreams encompass everything. If your desires become overwhelming, you may resolve them yourself. Damn it, you are the one who should resolve things yourself. This queen has no such needs. Hey, where are you going? Morgana glanced at her dark, cold demon worship, then thought of the various grand human edifices. Upon reflection, it did seem rather appealing. I almost forgot that I originally intended to investigate the living conditions of Earthlings. Their perspectives on demons, freedom, and decadence are of considerable importance. Since I have some free time now, why not? Otto, keep watch over the fortress. This queen shall venture out to Earth for some leisure. With that, Morgana opened a wormhole and departed, leaving behind the legion of demon soldiers aboard the warship. However, the demons were quite accustomed to such occurrences. Their queen had done this before, and they had grown entirely used to it. In Morgana's absence, Otto naturally assumed command of the Demon Legion, continuing to monitor the movements of the heroic battalion while maintaining vigilance in space and keeping an eye on the Queen's whereabouts for any unforeseen events. The situation unfolded thusly. On the Leviathan, Dutsao received a call from Reyna, who meticulously reported on the negotiations with the representatives of the angelic civilization. It was confirmed that the angelic civilization had chosen to respect the opinions of the Super God Academy for the time being, merely serving as onlookers in the impending war. Dutsao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the strongest civilization in the universe would provide assistance, Earth would suffer minimal losses in the conflict. Nonetheless, no faction wished for the angels to intervene. The Super God Academy did not desire it, as they needed to activate and cultivate the 3 divine creation projects. The remnants of the Danu civilization were averse to it, for they sought to activate the super genes of their civilization. The Tautai civilization, along with the death god Karl behind it, also did not wish for the angelic civilization's involvement, as their aim was to create death, and having angels thwart them would be quite the contrary to their desires. The Liang civilization would similarly oppose it, as angelic interference would curtail their interests and diminish their influence. Panjin actually wished for Reina to cultivate some influence of Liang on Earth, especially since the Huaxia region was already deeply influenced by Liang civilization. Even the Earth authorities did not favor angelic involvement in this matter. Who would want the universe's foremost civilization meddling in their internal affairs? Would it still be the Earthlings who had the final say? The Americans rushing to aid primitive tribes in the primordial forest, was it merely out of kindness? The angels did not harbor malice. But every civilization seeks to propagate its own culture and expand its influence. Earthlings were certainly aware that others likely harbored similar intentions, yet they were still at a distance from the universe's most advanced civilization. Overall, the threat posed by the angels loomed the largest. Thus, all factions reached a tacit understanding to guard against the angels' entry, preventing a complete takeover. This was merely the surface. Du Cao remained oblivious to the myriad forces operating in the shadows and their respective stances, such as the sudden emergence of this mysterious individual. A storm was brewing, Du Cao sighed, recognizing that the Danu remnants were now enmeshed in the situation, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the complete picture. The worst-case scenario was that they had become pawns of certain deities long ago. Thank you for your hard work. Let everyone rest well and recover from their injuries. We shall take care of the remaining matters. Have them report to the Leviathan in 2 days. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Du Cao rubbed his temples in distress. The stagnant waters of Earth were about to be thoroughly stirred. He could only hope they would emerge unscathed from this turmoil. Have you uncovered any information regarding that mysterious individual? Is there any record of them on Danu 3? Yuqin, who was overseeing data on the computer, shook her head. We have not located any information about that person. There are no related individuals in the Danu 3 database. We do not even possess the facial features or dark dimension data of the individual, making it challenging to conduct inquiries. That individual is indeed quite enigmatic. Our Danu 3 is too outdated. Although it is the most advanced computer on Earth, compared to the godly civilizations in the universe, it is akin to a primitive tool. Du Cao let out a melancholic sigh. This was an unavoidable circumstance. The Danu civilization had long been obliterated, and after drifting through the cosmos for eons, they arrived on Earth devoid of resources. Few remnants of the Danu civilization remained, rendering further technological advancement a distant dream. The original plan was to remain hidden in the shadows, guiding Earth towards steady development until it entered the divine creation era. With the accumulation from the pre-nuclear and space exploration epochs, resources would naturally be ample, enabling the development of computers surpassing Danu 3. Even celestial computers would not pose a challenge. However, the current predicament was that there was simply no time before Earth could prepare itself. It was already facing the invasion of the Taodai army, which was a whole era ahead. It might even become the battleground for the War of the Gods. In such a scenario, Danu 3, as Earth's most advanced computer, appeared inadequate. Not only could it not assist in command during combat, but it could not even analyze the enemy, and there was no solution in sight. Although we have not obtained any information, we do know of one suspicious individual. Lian Feng broke the silence in the command room, reminding Du Cao and Yuqin. Sun Wukong had previously reported a suspicious character. That mysterious CAF owner, Mo Yun? Indeed. Previously, due to his ambiguous identity, we did not act recklessly, only maintaining limited observation through Danu 3. I specifically investigated and found that Qilin frequently visits his CAF. On the last day before entering the Super God Academy, Qilin also went there. Upon mentioning this, Du Cao recalled certain details. I remember Qilin's wound healing speed seemed to exceed that of a first-generation Shengjin warrior, right? Exactly. I now suspect that Mo Yun assisted her. Didn't he? Sun Wukong mention that he bore no ill intentions? Moreover, he even helped Qilin. Why then did he turn against our heroic battalion now? Yuqin was baffled. Isn't that rather capricious? What Sun Wukong said was that this person was not an enemy for the time being. But that does not imply he is our ally, Du Cao remarked, not overly astonished. What if he intended to deceive us from the outset? In a universe filled with myriad civilizations, deception is a common trait. Aside from a few morally stringent civilizations, who doesn't he tell a few lies? Even if he is dishonest, can we do anything about it if our strength is insufficient? In this cosmos, weakness is original sin. While strength is law, however, he should not be our enemy. At the very least, he has not harmed the children of the heroic battalion. Du Cao added silently, then fell into deep contemplation once more. Mo Yun. It is known that the universe is dominated by the Shank body, and the universal language is Shank language. On Earth, this is referred to as Chinese. Thus, regardless of which civilization Mo Yun hails from, as long as he has not lied about his name, it would sound the same across all civilizations. Mo Yun, Mo Yun, Mo Yun. A thunderclap echoed in Du Cao's mind, and in an instant, he recalled a long-buried legend. His eyes widening in disbelief and his body involuntarily shivering, he remembered a name long forgotten. Mo Yun, the angel Mo Yun, the god of war from the angelic civilization during the Heavenly Palace era. Renowned 30,000 years ago as an ancient deity, stands as the most notorious war criminal and butcher in the annals of the known universe. Under his command, the angelic legion swept through the angelic nebula, establishing the dominion of angelic civilization with a single, decisive strike. At the time, the Denua civilization had yet to enter its feudal phase, and even the blazing sun civilization appeared to be lingering in that same archaic era. Du Cao, branded as a war maniac, was acutely aware that, in comparison to Angel Mo Yun, he was merely a novice. While Mo Yun expanded his legions across the cosmos, Du Cao's ancestors were still living as savages deep within the mountains. Moreover, aside from the matter of age, the brutality and bloodlust exhibited by Angel Mo Yun was unparalleled throughout the universe. A mere disagreement could lead to slaughter, and planetary destruction was a commonplace occurrence. To refuse submission meant certain death, leaving no trace behind. He had annihilated 5 or 6 spacefaring civilizations that were, at that time, among the pinnacle of development. Tio put it bluntly, Mo Yun had extinguished the potential of 5 or 6 future god-tier civilizations. This was a truly terrifying figure, referred to as the Blood Angel or the universe's foremost war criminal in various civilizations. However, after toppling the celestial order, he vanished from the angelic nebula, subsequently fading from the memory of known civilizations. As time passed, the number of those who remembered him dwindled. Du Cao's recollection stemmed from his past as a marshal of Nuwa Star, where he had received the finest military education, as the god of war of the Heavenly Palace era. Mo Yun was a pivotal figure in his studies and research. It was impossible for him to forget. Du Cao still vividly recalled the moment he first received his teacher's instruction. Upon hearing of the military achievements of Angel Mo Yun, his heart swelled with excitement and fervor. Yet now, upon learning that Mo Yun was on Earth and had been hiding in the shadows for 3,000 years, a cold sweat broke out over him. His heart raced with anxiety. What a calamity this was! Angel Mo Yun, an undeniable madman of war. Who knew what his appearance on Earth signified? The best-case scenario was that he was merely here for a vacation. What nonsense, a 3,000-year vacation. While that may be trivial for an angel, it was far too lengthy for a mere holiday. He couldn't possibly be planning to settle down here, could he? The mere thought of such a disturbing possibility made Du Cao's teeth grind. Facing the voracious army was already troublesome enough. Now he had a ticking time bomb in his own home, and who could bear that? General, do you have an idea of who he is? As Du Cao's expression shifted dramatically, Lianfeng and Yuqin exchanged ominous glances, their concern evident. Du Cao exhaled deeply, nodding gravely. Indeed, he had begun to form a conjecture. While he hoped it was not the case, the likelihood was substantial. After a moment's pause, Du Cao continued, I must have a serious conversation with him. If I could secure his assistance, that would be ideal. If not, I must find a way to send this esteemed gentleman on his way quickly. Upon hearing Du Cao's murmurs, Lianfeng and Yuqin exchanged puzzled looks, wondering who this troublesome individual could be. Chapter 16. Invitation. In a bustling food street of Juxia City, as evening descended, the sun lazily cast its warm rays upon the cobblestone path, adding a gentle hue to the busy surroundings. For Mo Yun, the food held a special significance, evoking long-cherished yet elusive memories, now blurred and faint. Clad in a beige trench coat and carrying a black backpack, he wandered aimlessly through the food street, seeking out unique culinary delights that piqued his interest. Whenever he caught a whiff of enticing treats from the roadside stalls, his pace would unconsciously slow, leading him to purchase these delicacies, which he stowed away in the modified interior of his backpack. Not far off, an elderly man with graying hair and a kindly demeanor stood by an antique wooden cart piled high with vividly colored, layered rice cakes. The alluring aroma wafted through the air, teasing Mo Yun's senses and igniting his appetite. Rice cakes? As he inhaled the enticing fragrance, his curiosity was piqued by the vibrant confections. They looked appealing enough. Why not give them a try? With that thought, Mo Yun instinctively approached the stall. "I'd like to buy some," he said. The old man broke into a broad smile, having finally ensnared another. Welcome to customer." He adeptly picked up a sharp knife, ready to cut a generous slice for Mo Yun to demonstrate the rice cake's excellence. Its deliciousness. Mo Yun, however, quickly discerned the old man's intentions and grasped his hand, casually inquiring, "Why the rush, sir? I haven't even asked how much the rice cakes cost." "Not expensive at all, just as marked here, 79 yuan per pound. Honest pricing." The old man indicated a small, inconspicuous sign beside him, where the prices were chalked out. "That seems reasonable," Mo Yun replied, nodding in agreement. Although it was slightly pricier than average pastries, it did appear worth the cost. He gestured for the old man to begin cutting. With practiced ease, the old man sliced the rice cake into neat portions, but Mo Yun noticed that the pieces were a tad larger than he had anticipated. The old man paused, grinning at Mo Yun, who blinked in response, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. "All done. Let me weigh this for you." Before Mo Yun could react, the old man swiftly packaged the rice cake and placed it on the electronic scale. Under Mo Yun's watchful gaze, the weight registered, a staggering 2 to 3 pounds. That meant nearly 300 yuan had vanished in an instant. Though money was not a concern for him, Mo Yun couldn't help but exclaim internally, "What a rip-off! No wonder they call it the rice cake assassin." The seemingly innocuous slice of rice cake weighed over 3 pounds. This was akin to highway robbery. He sighed and shook his head, thinking it hardly worth getting upset over such a trivial matter with an old man. After all, money held little significance for him. The old man maintained his affable demeanor, slowly asserting, "Young man, our rice cakes are genuinely substantial. Their weight reflects their value. Just look at the color and texture. Absolutely worth the price." Mo Yun cast him a sidelong glance, but chose not to respond. "That may be true, but it seems the initial estimate was off. Wasn't it, Grandpa Li? You're not trying to deceive me, are you?" Just as Mo Yun was about to pay, a melodious voice rang out, causing him to turn around. His eyes brightened, as if time itself had paused at that moment. A stunning woman clad in a pristine uniform paired with an elegant fitted skirt had quietly appeared by his side, resembling a celestial being descended from a painting, inadvertently gracing the mortal realm. Her visage bore a subtle touch of makeup, neither excessive nor insufficient, perfectly accentuating her fresh and unique allure. A playful smile danced on her lips, radiating warmth and charm that stirred emotions within those fortunate enough to behold her. The setting sun, akin to an old painter, generously cast its final golden rays upon her, enveloping her in a soft, sacred glow, rendering her an undeniable focal point in the surroundings. She gently nodded at Mo Yun, acknowledging his presence. Her gaze was a blend of polite distance and an elusive warmth, hinting at unspoken depths. Subsequently, her attention drifted to the elderly man, who was fervently promoting the rice cakes, startled by her sudden focus. Grandpa Li's expression froze, a forced smile barely masking his unease as he hastily greeted, "Ah, Officer Qilin. What a pleasant surprise. Please don't misunderstand. I assure you, my business operates on principles of honesty and integrity." In his words, he patted his chest, attempting to vouch for his innocence. Yet his strained smile could not conceal his underlying trepidation. Mo Yun realized then that this old man was a habitual offender. Wasn't he at 45 yuan per pound last time? How has the price surged so quickly? Qilin narrowed her eyes, still smiling, but her tone had turned icy. But raw materials have increased in price as well. Haven't they? The old man's voice dwindled, his gaze evasively shifting away. Mo Yun was left speechless. This old man was not only crafty but also devious. Was he truly just a swindler? Is that so? Qilin's focus shifted to the bag in Mo Yun's hand. "I'd like to sample some as well. Could you cut me a piece, Grandpa Li? Just from what's in the bag. Mo Yun and I are friends, so I want to quibble over the details." After speaking, Qilin turned to Mo Yun, smiling as she inquired, "What do you think, Mo Yun? Having let you finish speaking, what more can I say?" Yet, given Qilin's fierce sense of justice, it was surprising that she didn't confront the old man but merely gave him a light reprimand. Clearly, there were deeper issues at play. All right then, let us get cutting. Grandpa Lee cheerfully agreed, his movements becoming even more nimble. It was evident he held genuine fear of Officer Cheelin. Certainly, it is also possible that Cheelin's discretion in letting him off the hook played a role. After helping to portion the cake, Grandpa Lee took his wooden cart and slipped away. Cheelin handed Mo Yun his share of the cake, pulled out her wallet, and pressed the money for the cake into his hands. After completing these gestures, she cheerfully waved the cake in her hand, proudly declaring that although Grandpa Lee's cake was a bit pricey, it was indeed quite delicious. Recently, having just dealt a blow to the heroic Legion, Mo Yun felt slightly embarrassed as he had indirectly caused this little girl quite a bit of trouble during the fire incident. He considered this a small form of compensation. Cheelin blinked in disbelief, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had repeatedly stated that it was unnecessary. Take it, she insisted. I am not a pitiful earthling who relies on money to survive. It holds no value for me. Suddenly, Cheelin found the cake in her hand less appealing. Tisk, are aliens really that impressive? Is being an angel so remarkable? Not needing to live off money, is that something to be proud of? How frustrating. As Mo Yun turned to leave, Cheelin followed suit, leisurely enjoying her cake as she mused. When will Earth ever be like you? Not having to depend on money feels wonderful, almost like a utopian society. Stop dreaming. The chances of Earth achieving that are slim to none. Why? Isn't it possible once productivity develops sufficiently? Merely having productivity is not enough. Tio realized that dream. We would need global unification, a singular civilization on Earth, establishing a highly centralized system while eliminating most material desires. Otherwise, such a goal is unattainable. Just contemplating this made Cheelin realize how daunting it would be, and she couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Shaking her head in resignation, it indeed seemed quite troublesome. Angels had traversed from the savage era of slavery to the present for a full 100,000 years. Even the solar civilization had accumulated over 60,000 years of history. They possessed substantial depth and foundation. Earth, having been forcibly accelerated by the Super God Academy, leaped from a slave society to the pre-nuclear age in just a few thousand years, yet the cost was a lack of foundational strength, resulting in a distorted, hollowed-out monstrosity. A hymn that was rather rude. Cheelin lightly coughed, shooting Mo Yun an annoyed glance. I know this is true, but isn't it a bit excessive to say that in front of me? An earthling? Mo Yun merely shrugged, offering no further explanation. After all, Earth's development was abnormal, and to rid itself of monetary influence would require at least a millennium. Who knows if Earth will even last that long? What lies ahead is the true war of gods. Those premier divine civilizations across the universe will descend, and with Earth being just a small speck, it could easily become cosmic dust. A millennium? Cheelin sighed softly, realizing that she might never witness such a transformation, destined to engage with money throughout her life. The two meandered through the bustling crowd, akin to two delicate boats gliding through the torrent of the metropolis. The setting sun resembled an aged painter, using gentle strokes to sketch vibrant golds across the horizon before gradually fading, draping the busy street in a soft twilight. As daylight withdrew, nightfall silently descended, and the streetlights flickered on one by one, resembling the gentlest stars in the night sky, casting colorful shadows that elongated and intertwined the figures of the two walkers, creating a warm and dreamlike atmosphere. Mo Yun and Cheelin unconsciously halted at a bustling intersection, surrounded by hurried pedestrians, some returning home with urgency, others strolling leisurely. Yet amidst this clamor, the two felt as if they were in a different world. Quietly sharing a moment of silence, the vibrant lights danced around them, adding a touch of romance and mystery to the tranquility. Cheelin's long hair fluttered gently in the breeze, illuminated by the lights. Shimmering softly, Mo Yun's gaze was deep and warm, fixed on the throngs ahead, as if he could unravel the ultimate mysteries of existence. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, the surrounding world blurred into the background, leaving only their presence clear and profound. They stood there in quietude, savoring this rare moment of serenity and harmony, as if the entire world had paused to witness this simple yet pure beauty. Moreover, although this beautiful girl indeed harbored feelings for him, she was hesitant to reveal them. Before Cheelin was aware of Mo Yun's true identity, she worried that her parents might reject him. Despite his handsome appearance, their age difference loomed large. Her fabricated ID stated she was 32. Conversely, Qilin not only possessed beauty, but also hailed from a respectable family with an impressive career. Upon discovering Mo Yun's true identity, her apprehension deepened. After all, he was over 30,000 years old. When her ancestors were still living as primitives, he was already a renowned deity across the universe. The age gap felt insurmountable, if she could live for a long time. It wouldn't matter, as centuries later, she would only be slightly younger than him. However, as a mere first-generation gene, her lifespan would not exceed 1,000 years, rendering her destined to be an inconsequential passerby in his life. Thus, Qilin concealed her emotions, afraid to express even the slightest hint. She had never uttered these thoughts, yet Mo Yun was acutely aware. How could one near the warmth of a fire not feel its heat? When a girl harbors affection for a man, her gaze shifts unmistakably. Even if Mo Yun were the epitome of obliviousness, having lived for over 30,000 years, he ought to have acquired some insight. Right? His rich experiences often allowed him to discern others' thoughts at a glance, especially when it came to intense feelings like Qilin's. Yet now, Qilin chose to bury those emotions. This was perhaps for the best, as Mo Yun would not need to actively reject her and hurt her feelings. With the passage of time, she would gradually forget him. Does this concern me? Well, is it a good or bad thing? Qilin was taken aback, finding the question rather blunt. Is there any need to lie in front of you, a deity? She shot him an exasperated look. Who on earth has experiences as vast as yours? You're the battle god of angels. How could we possibly deceive you? It would be better to speak the truth. Mo Yun nodded non-committally. In terms of age, there were hardly any beings in the universe older than him. Aside from the remnants of the ancient divine civilizations and Huaya, who was rather foolish, most others were younger than him. Go ahead and ask. Are you really the universe's #1 war criminal? Qilin turned eagerly, her eyes fixated on Mo Yun's, brimming with curiosity. To Mo Yun, you previously called me rude. Do you think your current demeanor is polite? Isn't it? Qilin questioned, recalling that General Ducao had said as much. Mo Yun felt it necessary to clarify, especially when it concerned his reputation. I have never been defeated, so I am certainly not a war criminal. Huh. Is that the crux of the matter? Qilin was taken aback, realizing that it meant he had indeed committed acts such as planet explosions, genocide, and interstellar slave trading. If such deeds were committed on Earth, he would have faced death countless times over. Is there anything else? Were you the one who attacked us yesterday? Qilin felt a surge of tension at this question. Mo Yun shook his head, his expression remaining indifferent, his tone calmed. I have no idea what you were talking about. Was it a misjudgment? Or was he planning to deny it? Qilin felt uncertain, and after a moment of silence, she shook her head, temporarily setting aside that issue, and looked earnestly at Mo Yun to convey her purpose. General Ducao wishes to invite you to join the Heroic Legion as the Supreme Commander from Earthside, leading humanity in the battle against the gluttonous army. Chapter 17. An unexpected encounter. Are you really not considering it? I have no interest. I do not enjoy babysitting. As night descended, the streetlights shone brightly and warmly, casting a soft halo over the narrow alley. On the street corner, a bustling barbecue stall exuded an enticing aroma. The crackling charcoal igniting the air with savory scents from sizzling meat skewers and seafood. Mo Yun and Qilin sat at a slightly cramped yet lively little table, their figures drawing attention amidst the flickering flames and the laughter of surrounding patrons. Dressed casually, Mo Yun's cool demeanor was hard to conceal. A hint of contemplation lingered in his brow. Occasionally, when he lifted his gaze to converse with Qilin, his deep-set eyes seemed capable of perceiving the essence of human souls. Meanwhile, Qilin's hair was gently pinned up, wisps dancing in the breeze, her warm and radiant smile akin to the brightest star in the night sky, adding a touch of softness and beauty to the somewhat raucous evening. They dined and chatted. While their conversation seemed rather serious, their occasional shared smiles infused a sense of lightness and understanding into the heaviness of the topics. Their dialogue flowed naturally, as if the entire world had fallen silent to listen. The men and women around them, some in groups and others as couples, were often captivated by the striking pair, casting curious and admiring glances their way. Some exchanged glances in silence, quietly discussing their beauty and charm. Others, bolder in their approach, feigned casualness as they strolled past, hoping for another glimpse of those unforgettable visages. Yet, Mo Yun and Qilin seemed to exist in an entirely different realm, oblivious to the external scrutiny, fully engrossed in one another and the conversation at hand. Their focus and tacit understanding became the most enchanting sight of the evening. "Who are we calling children?" Qi Lin protested with a slight frown on her flushed face, a hint of displeasure evident in her tone. "The youngest among us is already 20. We are all adults, aren't we?" In response to Qi Lin's complaint, Mo Yun simply nodded, softly adding, "In my view, anyone under 10,000 years old is still a child, at best merely an adolescent." Qi Lin rolled her eyes at this remark, her voice laced with a chilly allure as she retorted, "So, if my lifespan is less than 1,000 years, does that mean I am doomed to die young in your eyes? This is absurd. According to your standards, one must be 10,000 years old to be considered an adult. What about those of us with only a millennium to our names? How can one apply the same criteria across different species? You cannot measure us with the lifespan of angels." Mo Yun nodded again, casually popping a skewer of grilled kidney into his mouth, seemingly swayed by Qi Lin's argument. Or perhaps he simply did not care about such matters. "If you're going to make excuses, at least come up with something better," Qi Lin thought, smiling wryly at his demeanor. With a resigned chuckle, she deftly opened a can of beer and clinked it against Mo Yun's, taking a hearty swig. "Mo Yun, would you mind sharing the specific reasons behind your decisions? I am quite curious. Did you truly choose to remain uninvolved simply because it does not concern you? This is quite different from what General Du Cao referred to as the angelic war god. Of course, this is just a personal inquiry, and I won't report it to anyone." After a brief pause, she lowered her head, her mood seemingly dampened as she murmured, "I suspected from the start that you would decline. After all, you are neither from Earth nor associated with the Super God Academy. As you said, there is simply no reason for you to partake in our conflict. General Du Cao insisted I give it a try, leaving me no choice but to come and ask," Qi Lin elaborated, not wishing for Mo Yun to misconstrue her intentions. The thoughts of a woman are not difficult to decipher, especially for someone like Qi Lin. "Aside from it being unrelated to me, I also fear the trouble it may bring, and I have my own matters to attend to. Joining you would complicate things." Mo Yun set down his beer can and revealed a fragment of his truth. "What you perceive is far too superficial. The assault by the Taotai on Earth is not as straightforward as you imagine. It is merely a pawn in the grand scheme of divine conflict." Upon hearing this, Qi Lin's expression shifted, her grip on the beer can tightening as her indignation grew. Her voice turned icier. "So, because of their games, Earth is destined to suffer?" Mo Yun understood her sentiments well. From Earth's perspective, it indeed appeared tragically innocent, unaware and uninvolved. Yet caught in the machinations of the divine, he faced the potential of becoming a battlefield, merely a pawn in the sinister plots of indifferent gods, bearing the brunt of the risks and losses, even facing the specter of annihilation. Were Mo Yun an earthling, such revelations would undoubtedly ignite his fury. One relishes being treated as a mere pawn, manipulated and utilized. Even worse, being reduced to a mere game board. Those lofty deities, with their trivial scheming, have determined the fate of countless lives on Earth, a situation that could only be described as interstellar terrorism, an unwarranted calamity for the planet. However, as a seasoned angel, he had long been unfazed by such trivialities. There exists an old adage on Earth: to be backward is to be beaten, a truth that has persisted through the ages. Applicable even in the cosmos. Weakness is the original sin. Status cannot be demanded through righteousness, nor dignity through the benevolence of others. Strength dictates all. Mo Yun lifted his gaze to the obsidian sky, continuing to expound his views in the universe. No one will preach morality or law. It is merciless, governed solely by strength, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and survival is for the fittest. That is the essence of the cosmos. Qi Lin also raised her head, following Mo Yun's gaze to the night sky. Their youthful faces, illuminated by the flickering flames, appeared particularly gentle, yet their eyes transcended the confines of their immediate surroundings. Collectively gazing upon the profound and enigmatic heavens, the night sky, dark as ink, was speckled with stars, resembling ancient artists' silver dust scattered carelessly. Each star silently narrated its own tale. Their gaze seemed drawn by an invisible force, piercing through layers of dust and light years, reaching into the vastness of the universe. There, the Milky Way stretched across the horizon, vibrant nebulae unfurling like a dreamscape, inspiring both awe and longing. The universe is vast and beautiful, yet equally brutal, Humanity is not prepared for the harsh realities that await them beyond their atmosphere. Although the invasion of the Tautai army is inescapable, it is not without its benefits for your Earth. Recognizing the truth sooner rather than later is ultimately advantageous. Whether humanity ventures into the vast cosmos or cowers in fear on Earth, this is a rite of passage for any civilization that has reached a certain threshold. When humanity gazes at the stars, the yearning within is born, sealing their fate to never be content remaining on Earth. Qi Lin suddenly smiled as she looked up at the night sky. Her confidence in humanity's future unwavering. It's just war. If we cannot evade it, we shall confront it head-on. Our Xiong Binglian is formidable. I refuse to believe we cannot defeat the Tautai. After a pause, she turned to Mo Yun, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling as she earnestly asked, "Is what you are busy with related to those gods behind the scenes?" Thank you, Mo Yun. Qi Lin suddenly beamed, her smile radiant and warm, bringing a sense of comfort to those who beheld it. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Mo Yun, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. What does this have to do with me? Why are you thanking me? Though he may not have cared for Earth, his actions still aided it, and Qi Lin believed he deserved humanity's gratitude. Her sincerity was evident, and Mo Yun could only respond with a sigh of resignation. Had he truly wasted his breath previously? Did she not grasp the universe's cruelty? Are women prone to selective amnesia? This foolish girl, so easily trusting of others, would inevitably be deceived. I hope you can maintain this perspective in the future. Mo Yun remained silent, while Qi Lin carried on, cheerfully enjoying her barbecue and beer, a stark contrast to her usual serious demeanor. An optimist, perhaps? Or was she simply choosing to overlook certain truths? General Du Cao likely intended for Qi Lin to probe Mo Yun's stance. He was not Qi Lin. He had undoubtedly deduced that the individual responsible for the attack on Xiong Binglian was Mo Yun himself. Why sending Qi Lin to seek him out? He aimed to confirm his identity, gauge his attitude, and lastly, test whether there was any chance of drawing him into their ranks. Qi Lin had already known the first point and had no intention of concealing it. She had clearly rejected the third point. However, the second concern was not something Qi Lin could adequately address. She merely inquired whether he was the one behind the attack, and when he deflected her question, she relinquished her pursuit. "SK, that was rather dismissive, wasn't he it? Would Du Cao believe that?" Mo Yun felt skeptical. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed irrelevant whether he believed or not. He was powerless to act against him. The worst outcome would be a reprimand for Qi Lin's ineffectiveness. While he felt a twinge of guilt towards Qi Lin, he dismissed it as inconsequential. Since she chose not to inquire further, it must mean she was indifferent to it, right? "Hey, are you all eating without calling me?" A fragrant breeze accompanied a melodious voice, causing Mo Yun to pause mid-action. Qi Lin's brow furrowed instantly, before either could react. A strikingly tall figure had already seated herself beside Mo Yun. Dressed in a beige long trench coat, her lustrous black hair elegantly cascaded over her shoulders, and her long legs were clad in sheer black stockings. Her radiant complexion was complemented by a strikingly ample bosom, immediately capturing the attention of all the men present. "Wow, another beautiful woman has arrived. What's the story here? What is their relationship? Is there some glitch unfolding?" In the dead of night, a man and a woman encountered the main character at a barbecue stall. Surely, something entertaining was about to transpire. The innate curiosity of the onlookers, particularly regarding the gossip between two stunning beauties and a man, was undeniable. Unfazed by the inquisitive, envious, or malicious gazes, the trio remained unperturbed. Mo Gana was typically indifferent to such attention, while Qi Lin quietly observed the unexpectedly beautiful intruder, pondering her connection to Mo Yun. Mo Yun paid no heed to the gazes of others, yet he couldn't resist stealing a few glances at Mo Gana. However, unlike the other men, his expression remained consistently placid. He calmly surveyed Mo Gana's attire from top to bottom. Somewhat astonished that this individual had taken the effort to dress up in his recollection, she had always struck him as a tomboy, and he had long perceived her as possessing a masculine essence beneath her outward femininity. Later, she transformed into the demon queen Mo Gana, yet there was little about her that exuded femininity. She appeared more like an alternative spirit than anything else. Now, witnessing Mo Gana's current appearance left him somewhat taken aback. Could it be that she was indeed a woman? Without any pretense, Mo Gana seized a few skewers of barbecue from the table and began to indulge, shortly thereafter cracking open a can of beer and taking a hearty swig, wiping her mouth with satisfaction and displaying a contented smile. Although it lacked in energy, the flavor was undeniably delightful. Following this, she slammed her hand on the table, casting a disgruntled look at Mo Yun, and complained, "I mean, how could you enjoy such delicious food without including me? Given our relationship, isn't it rather selfish to indulge alone?" Mo Yun's lips twitched slightly, his disinterest in the woman evident. Eventually, seeing that Mo Yun had no intention of making introductions, the woman who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere offered no self-introduction either. Qi Lin, unable to bear the awkwardness, extended her hand and broke the silence, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke with poised grace. "I am Qi Lin, a friend of Mo Yun." "And you are?" Mo Gunna chuckled lightly. With her keen perception, she quickly gleaned Qi Lin's information, including her current thoughts. With a knowing smile, she glanced at Mo Yun and extended her hand to shake Qi Lin's. "I am also a friend of Mo Yun. My name is Liang Bing. It is a pleasure to meet you. Miss Liang Bing, what is your relationship with Mo Yun?" What is our relationship indeed?" Liang Bing tilted her head. Her eyes, imbued with a softness that seemed to speak volumes, gazed tenderly at Mo Yun, her voice adopting a gentler tone, which was almost sickeningly sweet. Qi Lin felt a pang of discomfort at the overly affectionate scene. "Just acquaintances," Mo Yun continued to drink, his head not lifting, completely unfazed by Liang Bing's demeanor. "Come on, do you really think I am some innocent young lad? I've lived for over 30,000 years. What grand scenes have I not witnessed? Just a mere Liang Bing, and she thinks she can flirt with me. Hey, that's rather heartless, isn't it?" Liang Bing mumbled discontentedly. She knew that such a situation posed no challenge for Mo Yun. Yet his demeanor was excessively indifferent. The aesthetic appeal of this queen ranks among the top 3 in the universe, and her figure is the best in the cosmos. How could you not show even the slightest hesitation? That is quite disrespectful, especially in front of other beautiful girls. Feeling slightly displeased, Qi Lin smiled and nodded, her mood inexplicably improving. "So? It's just a mere acquaintance?" A false alarm. Observing the change in her demeanor, Liang Bing couldn't help but pout. What a foolish woman. What is there to be pleased about? Does it concern you? Just a super soldier of the Shinka generation, a mere pawn, yet she acts so arrogantly. TSK, how slightly vexing. Perhaps I should arrange for her to face some challenges in the future, or better yet, transform her into a demon. Mo Yun interrupted the two's thoughts, prompting Qi Lin to immediately retract her smile while Liang Bing averted her gaze sheepishly. "Could it be that I was seen through? Is it that obvious? TSK, can Mo Yun really read minds? Surely he lacks the inside eye, right?" In that moment, their thoughts diverged. Chapter 18. The giant canyon. What began as a pleasant barbecue gathering became awkward due to the unexpected intrusion of a certain demon. Although it did not end on a sour note, it could certainly be said that everyone held ulterior motives. As for Mo Gunna, she remained blissfully unaware. After Qi Lin's departure, she eagerly pulled Mo Yun aside. Her smile sultry as she proposed, "Mo Yun, would you be interested in playing some thrilling games with a demon?" Mo Gunna, what, ignoring me? This is a complete dismissal. Is this queen truly so unappealing? Remember, you used to be the same, looking down on the celestial maidens. Speak frankly. Could it be that you have issues with your orientation? Feigning great concern, Mo Gunna's eyes sparkled with mischief. Mo Yun snickered disdainfully, retorting, "I'm simply uninterested in you, the mischievous girl. Were it your sister, that would be a different story." This statement was, of course, a fabrication. Among the first-generation angelic trio, Mo Yun was most acquainted with he-she, as they frequented the royal library, often encountering one another. Second was Liang Bing, who had initially served under him in the military until her reassignment. Lastly was Kaisa, whom he had merely met and had a semblance of familiarity with. Thus, this was a blatant exaggeration, yet it effectively provoked Mo Gunna, for she held a deep disdain for her sister, as anticipated, upon hearing Mo Yun mention Kaisa and insinuate that she was inferior. Mo Gunna, despite recognizing his deliberate provocation, felt irked. She shot him a cold glare, forcing through gritted teeth, her voice icy as a biting wind. "If you dare say that I am inferior to that BT Kaisa again, I swear I'll tear you apart, I promise." Mo Gunna could not help but feel a pang of frustration. Why couldn't he show her a little more respect? After all these millennia, he remained obstinately temperamental. He was not like this with others, a blatant double standard. She was, after all, his temporary superior, having even provided him with resources to upgrade his genes. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. And Mo Gunna, with her long legs, followed him, gesturing as if cursing his back. Mo Yun abruptly halted and turned to her. "Why are you following me? I have nowhere else to go." Mo Gunna instantly assumed a demure demeanor. "The Demon Queen has nowhere to go." What a tall tale! Under Mo Yun's scrutinizing gaze, which seemed to mock her, Mo Gunna felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared her throat to explain. "Ahem, this queen intends to observe the lives of earthlings. I believe it would be quite convenient with your assistance. Is it too much to ask to stay with you for a few days?" Mo Yun's lips twitched. Great, she's decided to cling on. Fine. After pondering for a moment, he gave up on the impractical idea of dismissing Mo Gunna. She was not the type to give up easily. So if she insisted, so be it. It was not a significant issue. Mo Yun greeted those around him with ease, his words exuding warmth and familiarity, while Mo Gunna, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman, captivated everyone's attention upon her arrival. Her smile resembled the gentle warmth of spring, seemingly softening the air around her. Neighbors showered her with compliments, praising her beauty and grace, all the while implicitly acknowledging her relationship with Mo Yun. Mo Gunna appeared to bask in the accolades, her smile radiant as a blooming flower, swaying gracefully and eliciting peals of laughter from those around her. Mo Yun found himself at a loss for words. Mo Gunna was truly adept at playing her part. With every auntie and uncle she uttered so effortlessly, one could easily forget that she was, in truth, an ancient enchantress. Was she truly swayed by flattery about her youth and beauty? Fortunately, the elevator's chime rang at an opportune moment, alleviating the awkwardness, and as the doors closed, that brief discomfort was shut out. Upon entering Mo Yun's abode, it appeared modest and cool, starkly contrasting the external clamor. Everything here was simple and tidy, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, yet exuding tranquility and serenity. "Wow, are you planning on undergoing ascetic training?" Mo Gunna shook her head, expressing skepticism regarding Mo Yun's minimalist arrangements. After all, he had lived for over 30,000 years. Wasn't he beyond such simplicity? She glided through each room, from the entryway to the living room, then to the kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and even the study, leaving no corner unexplored. Her gaze was curious and focused, occasionally gently touching the framed art on the walls and pausing before the bookshelf to peruse seemingly random volumes. Every action of hers revealed a sense of curiosity and fondness for this place, as if it had already become her domain and she, its sovereign. Although simple, the decor was indeed exquisite, elegant yet unpretentious. Mo Gunna often voiced her admiration, her tone laced with surprise and appreciation. Mo Yun silently observed her, offering no commentary on her remarks. "You should wash up and then get some sleep. I only have one bedroom. Where will you sleep?" Without lifting her gaze from the books, Mo Gunna casually replied, "Of course, I will sleep in the bedroom. I am a girl, after all, a girl." While Mo Gunna spoke the truth, Mo Yun couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. However, he also lost interest in continuing to argue with Morgana. The third-generation Gene warriors could go for extended periods without rest, but Mo Yun had always maintained a good habit of sleep. After all, there was little to occupy the long, endless night, so it was better to sleep and rejuvenate. After exchanging a brief greeting with Morgana, Mo Yun proceeded to freshen up. Morgana watched him enter the bathroom, and the smile at the corner of her mouth gradually faded. Indeed, there was something odd about Mo Yun's physique. A night passed in silence, and soon it was the dawn of the next day. In the South China Sea, the vast expanse of the ocean began to shimmer with a gentle blue-violet hue on the horizon. Heralding the birth of a new day, as the morning light broke, a brilliant golden ray quietly ascended above the horizon, with the sun bringing boundless warmth and hope, slowly rising. The sunlight, like fine threads, pierced through the mist, gently caressing every inch of the sea's surface, transforming the originally profound blue into a delicate golden sheen. Sparkling beautifully in this sea embraced by the morning light, a formidable fleet stood silently in formation. As if the guardians of the ocean, the heart of the fleet, lay the giant Ju Xia, an aircraft carrier resembling a mobile fortress upon the sea, its iron body gleaming with a cold and solemn radiance in the morning light. On the carrier's deck, various aircraft were arranged neatly, their wings swaying gently in the breeze, as if ready to take flight at any moment and soar into the azure sky to fulfill their sacred mission. Surrounding the Ju Xia, several destroyers, cruisers, and submarines formed a loyal guard, maintaining a rigorous and orderly formation that showcased the formidable strength of the Navy. Occasionally, a few seagulls glided overhead, their cries intertwining with the sound of waves gently lapping against the hull, creating a tranquil yet powerful symphony of the sea. Each vessel in the fleet appeared remarkably steady and resolute. As the sun rose higher, its golden rays grew increasingly radiant, enveloping the entire fleet in a layer of divine brilliance, rendering it even more solemn and inviolable. This was not only the South China Fleet tasked with safeguarding the South China Sea, but also the base of the Xiong Allian. After undergoing emergency training at the Super God Academy and participating in a real battle, the Xiong Lian had become qualified super warriors ready for combat. It should have been stated thus. And everyone, including the Xiong Lian, believed this to be the case, yet reality was somewhat different from this imagined scenario. Their real battle was rather grim, or rather, they were crushed by a mysterious enemy. With even the mightiest Sun Wukong being knocked to the ground, they had fought for quite a while without even figuring out who the opponent was. Although their injuries were not severe, they had certainly lost face. However, there was also some good news, as this incident abruptly awakened their previously complacent spirits, making them realize that in this world, there is always someone stronger, and in the eyes of certain individuals, they were merely children. Faced with such a setback, the members of the Xiong Lian began even more arduous training, particularly Sun Wukong, who had been effortlessly downed. It was evident that, as the Buddha of combat, he was quite unwilling to accept this. In the command room, Du Cao, upon learning about the recent changes in the Xiong Lian, found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. The entire Xiong Lian had stabilized their training, which should be considered a good thing, right? Perhaps it could be seen as a blessing in disguise. At the distant and dark edge of the solar system, Pluto, once regarded as the boundary of the solar system, was no longer the solitary sentinel in the vast universe. In its vicinity, an unprecedented phenomenon was quietly unfolding. A vast and grand fleet floated silently, like ominous clouds gathering in the depths of the cosmic abyss, signaling the impending storm. This was the fleet of the Taotai civilization, a beastly civilization that worshipped the god of death, Karl. They revered brute force, delighted in slaughter, and thrived on death, embodying a militaristic and authoritarian regime. Technologically advanced beyond Earth by an entire era, they had come specifically to invade Earth. The Taotai fleet was arranged in an orderly yet oppressive manner, stretching out of sight. Each warship occupied its designated position with precision, resembling stars adorning Pluto's dim orbit. The massive engines, though silent, revealed the astonishing energy contained within through subtle distortions of the surrounding space, an energy capable of traversing star systems and annihilating planets. Recently, the activities of the Taotai fleet had become increasingly frequent. They were no longer content with lingering at the edge of the solar system, but had begun more in-depth and systematic reconnaissance operations. Small reconnaissance ships flitted through the asteroid belt like phantoms, gathering invaluable intelligence about Earth and its defensive capabilities. Although these operations were covert, they had not entirely escaped the monitoring of Denon 3. Through the occasionally captured vague images and anomalous data, humanity had begun to sense the impending crisis. Du Cao was well aware that, with the intensifying activities of the Taotai fleet in the solar system, the time left for Earth to prepare was dwindling. War could erupt at any moment. The decisive battle concerning the fate of all humanity on Earth had quietly commenced in the cold orbit of Pluto. It seemed the Taotai civilization was truly investing heavily this time. Gazing at the seemingly endless fleet, Du Cao furrowed his brow, troubled by the prospects. Judging by the current scale, the fleet dispatched by the Taotai civilization likely constituted a main force. They did not possess a numerical advantage compared to humanity, but their firepower far surpassed that of Earth. This was a war of stark disparities. Indeed, if the Taotai civilization unleashed weapons surpassing nuclear strikes in the conflict, Earth could hold out for no more than 2 hours, a gap so vast it was despairing. As the highest commander representing the Huaxia side on Earth, Du Cao had every reason to be troubled. The only good news was that the Taotai likely would not resort to weapons exceeding nuclear strikes. Their conventional firepower had not yet surpassed that of Earth by much, and they still had the warriors of the Xiong Lian. Lian Feng attempted to comfort Du Cao, but to little avail. Without formidable power to impose constraints, no one could predict whether the Taotai might resort to weapons beyond nuclear strikes out of shame or anger. In the face of a genuine large-scale, collective battle, Earth faced a disadvantage that could not be reversed in a short time. Not to mention, the main fleet had firmly seized control of outer space, and they would undoubtedly gain air superiority, leaving Earth to bear the brunt of their assault. This was an unavoidable circumstance. We could only do what was within our capabilities. Lian Feng, the Black Wall plan must accelerate its progress. We can afford to wait, but Earth cannot. I will. The flagship of the Taotai, the Shizhu Wang, has already thoroughly explored Earth's firepower distribution. Without employing weapons exceeding nuclear strikes, we have enough time within a month to obliterate Earth's defensive capabilities. However, against the Xiong Lian, our firepower might be somewhat lacking, as they possess supergenes and dark alloy armor. Perched upon a towering throne, a blue mechanized being over 4 meters tall listened to its subordinate's report. Nodding slowly, soon, it made its decision. Let us conduct a probing attack. Let us see just how formidable the Xiong Lian truly is. Attack Tianxia City? No, that is the stronghold of the Super God Academy. It is better to avoid it for now. This time, the target of our attack will be Tianhe City. There, we will not encounter those bothersome Xiong Lian, allowing us to exploit a time gap and expand our gains before they can respond. Yes, Chapter 19. The Battle of Tianhe. The Mellow Heaven, the core of the Angel Nebula and the current heavenly city, the stronghold of the Angel civilization, Xian felt quite pleased. Although she and Yin were both regarded as the holy dual wings, she was merely 500 years old this year, a little one among angels, often cared for by Yin, who was over 7,000 years old. Their relationship was quite good, with Yin acting like an elder sister or mother to her. Yin greeted Xian and unexpectedly turned to the side to glance at Angel Long. Their relationship was somewhat complex, as Long had never been fond of Yin due to her master, Ruoning. Their frequent banter and mutual jabs were common occurrences. Of course, most of the time, Yin emerged victorious, which only fueled Lung's disdain for her. Oh, isn't this Angel Long? Why so idle today? You even know to come and pick me up. Not bad, not bad. You've finally grown up? Yin beamed at Long, her face radiating with pride, resembling a mother witnessing her child finally growing up. Yet her teasing was unmistakable. Lung's breath hitched at her words. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Yin was truly becoming increasingly irksome. That expression was revolting. Don't put on that elder's demeanor. I'm older than you. I just came to see if you were still alive. Yan's expression froze momentarily, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Xian. Queen Kaisa wouldn't spread gossip, and the Tianji king rarely ventured out, so one could easily deduce who had leaked such information, undoubtedly her good friend. Seeing Yin glance over, Xian smiled helplessly. It wasn't entirely her fault, Sister Yin. You never said this needed to be kept a secret. Lung asked, so of course, I told her. Sister Yin, I didn't say anything unnecessary. The implication was that she merely stated the facts, and the rest was all in Lung's imagination. No, was this person doing it on purpose? Upon witnessing the situation, Yin could only sigh in resignation. Well, it was indeed not something that required confidentiality. However, he was not a fallen angel, but rather an exceedingly rare male angel. Henceforth, do refrain from misnaming him, as it could lead to unfortunate consequences. What, after all, distinguishes a male angel from a fallen one? This is something we cannot discern. Can we? Long crossed her arms, her curiosity piqued as she inquired. She had genuinely never encountered one. In fact, apart from Queen Kaisa and King Tianji, as well as those long-retired angelic predecessors, none of the angels had ever laid eyes on a male angel. At most, they had encountered a few fallen ones. Angels and fallen angels were sworn enemies. And thus, there were no amicable interactions to speak of. Encounters invariably ended in conflict, only ceasing when one side was completely vanquished. Given the disparity between the two factions, the angels typically emerged victorious. This query momentarily stumped Yin. Indeed, the distinction between a male angel and a fallen one was not readily apparent. Noticing his silence, Lung chuckled triumphantly. Ha! Turns out you don't know either. Well, perhaps you could ask him yourself in the future. He is quite approachable. Yin silently dug a pit for Lung, knowing full well that with her personality, she was likely to provoke Mo Yun, and at that point, she would certainly find herself in dire straits. Let us see how boastful she remained then. All right, Yinjia, Longjia, let us hasten our departure. Queen Kaisa is still awaiting us. With that, Long tossed out her remark and turned her head high, departing. Yin wondered, was her purpose in coming here merely to mock her? How utterly tiresome. Despite being the oldest among the active angels, she perpetually behaved like an immature child. The group soon arrived at the Angel Palace, where the opulent grand hall was adorned with 2 rows of dashing angels standing in formation. Extending from the entrance of the hall all the way down the steps, guarding the magnificent throne above, at this moment, seated upon the throne was a stunningly beautiful woman with flowing golden hair. Her features exquisite, accentuated by emerald eyeshadow, clad in resplendent silver armor with a regal cape, and adorned with royal autumn pants. She appeared to be around 26 or 27 years of age. This was the divine Kaisa, the sovereign of angelic civilization and the king of the gods. Possessing immense power, she ranked among the top 3 goddesses in the entire universe. Unlike the somewhat inexperienced young angels, she exuded an air of intellect, beauty, and poise, radiating a mature charm, particularly enhanced by the formidable majesty characteristic of a ruler. Yin, please proceed with a detailed report. Let everyone be apprised of the current situation on Earth. Yes, Queen Kaisa, standing below. Yin first bowed respectfully to Kaisa before beginning her report. The circumstances on Earth were rather complex. The Taodai army was advancing toward the Chihu star system, with Earth as their target. The Super God Academy, in conjunction with humanity, had formed a formidable contingent, primarily comprising the Danu civilization's gene warriors. The chief deity of the scorching sun, Reina, had descended upon Earth, assuming the role of captain of the contingent. While the Earth side had declined our assistance, we also discovered the ancient angel Mo Yun, who appeared to be in seclusion on Earth, and he had already clashed with the contingent, his intentions remaining unclear for the time being. Furthermore, we found traces of demonic gene implantation technology on Earth. A comparison with the database of Danu 3 indicates a high probability that Morgana is involved. She may very well have resurrected her demonic legion. Yin conveyed the general situation on Earth, some of which Kaisa herself was unaware, let alone the other angel warriors present. The Taodai invasion, the Super God Academy, the Danu civilization, the formidable contingent, the scorching sun civilization. Demons, ancient angels. A small planet like Earth is indeed bustling with activity. Kaisa maintained her serene smile. It appeared that Earth had become the chosen burial ground for the gods, a scheme that had likely been in the works for nearly a millennium. It was indeed a remarkable feat on their part. Presently, the priority remained the matter of Morgana. Since the Super God Academy had rejected our interference, we shall temporarily refrain from involving ourselves in the conflict between Earth and the Taotai. Let us concentrate our primary efforts on addressing Morgana. Queen Kaisa, are we to venture to Earth to confront the demons? Lung eagerly stepped forward, her excitement palpable. She was, in fact, an exceedingly rare warrior among the angels. Having once declared that her greatest aspiration was to meet her end on the battlefield, fighting against demons for the cause of justice. Not so fast. We must first pay a visit to the Hall of Death Songs. As there are matters I need to verify. Let us depart at once. I believe Death God Karl will provide me with a satisfactory response. Yes, at Tianqing, in Hishi's quarters, the silver-haired angel sat leisurely on a small terrace, savoring the floral tea she had concocted. Sensing Kaisa's departure with the young angels, she pursed her lips slightly in distress. That tomboy truly intends to seek death. She had only brought along 14 angels. Although there were high-ranking guardian angels like Shuang and Long, the majority were second-generation angels. Tio abandoned the mission so abruptly. There are times I genuinely wish to refrain from assisting such a willful individual. Yet, what can I do? We are good friends. How could I remain indifferent to your demise? If an opportunity arises, I shall certainly come to your aid. As she continued to enjoy her red tea, she activated a covert communication line, alerting the individual on the other end. The tomboy has set off. Her first stop is the Hall of Death Songs. She will likely reach Earth soon, so be prepared. Understood. Rest assured, everything is proceeding smoothly on my end. Hishi nodded in satisfaction, though her tone remained flat, tinged with a hint of warning. Do not be swayed by Morgana's trifling favors. She is the poorest goddess in the universe. Everything she possesses, I have in abundance, and mine is of superior quality. Dio, keep this in mind, Mo Yun. So you don't trust me either? Has my reputation deteriorated to such an extent? I find that somewhat disconcerting. Cough, cough, as compensation. After you rescue Kaisa, you may indulge in certain excesses, she said, well aware of the adage of delivering a sweet reward after a reprimand. She enthusiastically tempted Mo Yun. Doesn't conquering the king of gods sound like an incredible accomplishment? Mo Yun let out a cold laugh and promptly severed the communication. She was momentarily taken aback. How audacious to cut off her communication. Did he truly not regard her highly, this individual? Could it be that he was genuinely uninterested? Not only in her but also in Kaisa. Did he truly have a preference for someone like Morgana? What a peculiar taste. Is it merely a matter of having a bit more flesh up front? TSK. How vexing, however. Mo Yun seemed rather peculiar of late. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to meet him. It would be prudent to conduct a thorough examination. On Earth, Mo Yun had cut off Hishi's communication channel, effectively shutting down that dice. He had little interest in engaging with the individual on the other end, for the Taodai army had already arrived, and it was time to watch the spectacle. Just a short while ago, the massive black cross-shaped vanguard ship of the Taodai legions, accompanied by several escort vessels, had silently appeared in the skies above Tianhe City. This terrifying scene, reminiscent of a science fiction film, rapidly spread across the internet, inciting widespread panic within human society. The Taodai army did not immediately sever communications within Tianhe City. They found themselves at an impasse with Dinu 3's computer system. However, cutting off other communication networks was rather simple. Yet they refrained from doing so. This was neither out of benevolence nor a sudden lapse in judgment. The Taoye's intentions were clear. To incite terror, beyond indulging their sadistic whims, they aimed to demonstrate their might to the world, attempting to shatter humanity's will to resist through this display. The Earth could only rely on the formidable contingent to counterattack. It seems the Taodai are not entirely inept, Mo Yun silently nodded at the reports on television. According to Morgana, these Taodai appear to have existed in a tribal state 3,000 years prior, swiftly advancing into the space age with Carl's assistance. Although Carl showed little concern for them, they were, nonetheless, a bona fide space civilization. At the very least, their leadership understood how to leverage their advantages and effectively strike their enemies. The sole issue lay in the fact that the Taodai were a beastly civilization that revered death and thrived on slaughter, rendering any possibility of negotiation with Earth utterly futile. Otherwise, under such overwhelming circumstances, they could easily cultivate a pseudo-army on Earth. The one thing Mo Yun despised most in life was mindless aggression. Perhaps it was time to pay Tianhe City a visit. After all, the formidable contingent could not handle him, and surely they could not be outmatched by the Taodai, who lacked even super genes. Upon discovering the Taodai invasion, Takeo immediately issued a state of readiness, summoning all members of the formidable contingent. Esteemed members, the time has come for your trial. Just moments ago, the Taoye's vanguard fleet appeared above Tianhe City. They have come to wreak havoc and death. Earth is in grave peril, and we have no way to evade this battle. The nation and its people stand behind you, all in need of your protection. I shall refrain from elaborating further. I entrust the next steps to you. With that, Takeo solemnly saluted the assembly, imparting his serious orders. Formidable contingent, move out. Yes, it was time to demonstrate our prowess at this moment. Reina brimmed with confidence. After all, weren't they merely a group of insignificant beings from the age of space exploration? Although many permissions remained ungranted, defeating them seemed to be effortlessly within reach. It was time to enlighten that bothersome monkey. She was nothing like him. A mere pretender. Sun Wukong patted his chest and followed suit, pondering internally whether he would encounter that enigmatic figure again. Despite the palpable tension among the members of the Xiong Lian, none faltered. They swiftly boarded the military helicopter's .8 individuals, along with one monkey, embarked on 2 military choppers, flying towards the direction of Tianhe City. Meanwhile, Tao Tai and the demons had already commenced their surveillance over Tianhe City, preparing to observe and analyze the Xiong Lian's maneuvers. Mo Yun had also quietly made his way to Tianhe City, where a monumental battle was on the brink of unfolding. Chapter 20. The most unremarkable Morgana. Have the reinforcements arrived? They're here. Ah, damn it. That thing has a turtle shell. It cannot be breached. Hurry, evacuate the citizens immediately. Inside the temporary military camp of Tianhe City, the commanding officers were in disarray. The situation had never been this dire. All communications within Tianhe City had fallen under Taoye's control, forcing the military to rely solely on human messengers, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. To complicate matters further, they had completely lost air superiority. As the Taotai Legion sealed off the airspace over Tianhe City, in the face of their aerospace-class warships, human aircraft were no more than toys, shot down before they could even approach. Even if one or two missiles managed to launch, they were thwarted by the energy shields of the Taotai warships, resulting in nothing but a lonely explosion. After charging their energy, the Taotai warships unleashed a saturating assault on the city, turning everything in their path to scorched earth. Citizens fled in a frantic panic. However, with air superiority lost, the military could provide little cover, and chaos engulfed the entire city. Damn. How do we fight this? Gazing down at the flattened skyscrapers and charred streets, the members of Xiong Lian exchanged glances, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. We must find a way to breach their energy shield or create an opening. Qiang Wei, can you manage that? This was the best plan Reina could conceive. If they could eliminate the enemy's energy shield, then there would still be a chance to fight back. Otherwise, they would simply be on the receiving end of a beating, unless the humans went mad and deployed nuclear weapons in their own city. They had no means to contend with the Taotai warships. It will take some time. Qiang Wei stated earnestly, I have never calculated the Taoya's warships, so I cannot estimate how long it will take. The sooner, the better. Reina then turned to Qilin and Sun Wukong. Qilin, you will provide sniper cover and create opportunities for Qiang Wei. Sun Wukong, you? I'll secure air superiority and hold down most of their floating vessels. This should be manageable. Dressed in black, dark alloy armor, Sun Wukong gazed solemnly at the rampaging Taotai fleet. Without waiting for Reina's directives, he had already chosen the most fitting task for himself, the most troublesome one. No less. All right, I leave it to you. Xiao Luan, you also possess flying capabilities. Your primary responsibility is to protect and assist the others. Zhao Xian, Cheng Yaowen, Lu Chuang, Rui Mingming, you will handle ground combat, engaging and eliminating enemies. Reina efficiently organized the plans. Move quickly now, yes. The Xiong Lian team scattered, promptly commencing their tasks. Zhao Xian and Cheng Yaowen formed a pair, responsible for the left flank, while Lu Chuang and Rui Mingming took care of the right. Qilin ascended to higher ground to find a sniping position, and Gu Xiaoluan began to utilize his somewhat unfamiliar flying abilities, transforming into an aerial combat unit. Qiang Wei also gained flight capabilities through her mechanical wings. She aimed to break the deadlock first. Reina occupied a high vantage point alongside Sun Wukong to seize air superiority and hinder the Taotai army's advance. The battle soon erupted, with the Xiong Lian engaging according to Reina's strategy. Sun Wukong conjured thousands of clones, effortlessly suppressing Taoya's floating vessel units in collaboration with Reina, a sight that was indeed somewhat exaggerated. Wow, no wonder he is called Monkey King. Gu Xiaoluan had just dispatched a minor Taotai soldier when he looked up to witness this astounding spectacle. Momentarily rendered speechless. Clones? Quit gawking, Xiaoluan. Come help us. We have a big one over here. It's coming. Qilin, there's a Taotai sniper at 12 o'clock. Damn. He's aiming at me. Take him out. Cover Qiang Wei. Cover Qiang Wei. Quickly. What the hell? Dressed in black, dark alloy armor, the Xiong Lian maneuvered through the Taotai army's blockade, barely withstanding their fierce onslaught and restraining the Taotai fleet in place. The tide of battle began to shift favorably for humanity. It seemed that Reina, this young girl, possessed some genuine skill. Not just a mere decorative figure. Angel International Tower, once one of the tallest structures in Tianhe City, had suffered damage the moment Taotai descended upon the city center. Although the main structure remained intact, it had become a war zone, and the inhabitants had long since fled in the face of imminent peril. However, if anyone ventured to the top floor now, they would be astonished to discover two individuals still lingering there, calm and intrigued as they observed the conflict below. Even engaging in casual discourse regarding their perspectives, Mo Yun stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, silently watching the clash between Taotai and the Xiong Lian, offering an objective evaluation of their captain, Reina. Yet, such remarks drew disdain from Morgana, who crossed her arms and raised her chin in arrogance. Sneering, what is there to be proud of? She is merely a goddess, the chief deity of the blazing sun civilization, adept at stellar propulsion and planetary destruction, battling a bunch of beings from an era behind her, struggling so hard. Is that something to boast about? What kind of goddess is she now? Mo Yun dismissed Morgana's claims. He believed that Reina lacked the self-awareness of a deity, at best being an oversized stellar weapon. Moreover, her encrypted coding was abundant. She was just a weapon diminished countless times, without even the right to control it. How could that be called a goddess? Her third-generation body was real, and that alone placed her beyond the reach of Tao-Tai. Morgana felt that Reyna was somewhat tarnishing the dignity of gods. She was even suppressed by Tao-Ye's firepower. If you were anything like Reyna, you wouldn't even measure up to her. Morgana exploded at Mo Yun's jibe. Damn it, I can overlook others. But you dare say I can't compete with that little girl who hasn't even hit puberty yet. You're just talking nonsense. At her age, I was already wreaking havoc everywhere. All right. At this point, Morgana proudly puffed out her chest, clearly pleased with herself. Mo Yun stroked his chin, pondering. But I recall you were quite the rebellious little brat at her age. He chose not to delve further into Morgana's past misdeeds. Merely smiling as he averted his gaze, however, Morgana was thoroughly infuriated. A dark cloud hung over her head as she punched Mo Yun's chest, enunciating each word. You remember that quite well, don't you? I am your temporary superior now, not leaving me any face. Are you afraid I'll make things difficult for you? Mo Yun silently shook his head, opting not to provoke this issue any further. Well, this 30,000-year-old girl, I thought you might intervene in human affairs. Are you truly just here to spectate? Morgana deftly shifted the topic. Having left behind a fair share of dark history in her youth, she was acutely aware that Mo Yun, as her first superior in the military, knew far too much, which could hinder her boasting. This is a human matter. What does it have to do with me? A blood angel? With over 20 years of human experience against over 32,000 years of angelic existence, Mo Yun found it perplexing why protagonists from those traversal novels would side with humans. In his eyes, these humans were merely a branch of the divine river, and their demise held no significance for him. Affection or not, there were clear class divides. The same species merely represented a relationship of rulers and the ruled. Oppressors and the oppressed. What more between two races? Mutual understanding, peaceful coexistence. What nonsense! What had Kaisar's efforts amounted to? Even her biological sister was turning against her. Survival of the fittest, with the victors taking all. Was the law of existence in the universe. If humanity were to be annihilated, it only proved they were no more than that Mo Yun had never regarded humanity as the chosen ones. Even more so for the humans in this universe, who had remained in this pitiful state despite being secretly supported for thousands of years. And what, pray tell, is your purpose? Merely to observe? Morgana inquired, intrigued. Partly to watch the spectacle, and partly to gauge the strengths of both sides. I regretted not witnessing the solar flare's capabilities last time. Are you contemplating the 3 major divine engineering projects? Morgana speculated, realizing she didn't believe Mo Yun was such a dull individual. After a moment of contemplation, she surmised Mo Yun's intentions, which likely involved scheming against the 3 major divine engineering projects of the Super God Academy. In response, Mo Yun neither confirmed nor denied this, opting instead for silence. Such behavior, in Morgana's eyes, amounted to tacit acceptance. She was astonished by Mo Yun's audacity, circling around him as if he were a rare and exotic creature. Unable to conceal her disbelief, I must say, your boldness is truly remarkable. And let's not forget Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang. They are backed by the Super God Academy. Don't presume that just because the space principal is absent, the Super God Academy is an easy target. Even I would hesitate to set my sights on them. Space? That half-dead fellow? He is on the verge of being wholly consumed by the void creatures. What is there to fear? While others may be oblivious, I certainly am not. As for Reyna, she is somewhat easier to deal with, but she is the chief deity of the radiant sun. Are you not concerned that Panjun might come after you? Upon hearing this, Mo Yun furrowed his brow. Just when Morgana thought Mo Yun had finally grasped the folly of his ambitions, he posed a question that left her momentarily speechless. I have seen Panjun's profile. The guardian deity and regent of the radiant sun. Yet I fail to comprehend where this formidable individual emerged from. As he truly that impressive? It was not that Mo Yun was seeking trouble. During his reign across the cosmos, the radiant sun had only recently entered its feudal era. He recalled the time when he descended with the angel legion, and the inhabitants had knelt in welcome. Faced with a throng of ancient people who dared not even lift their heads, Mo Yun found it challenging to form any lasting impressions. The significant advancements of the radiant sun occurred after the Super God Academy had been expelled by King Huaya. In essence, They were merely substitutes for the angels. After reviewing the introduction of Pan-Jun, the current guardian deity of the radiant sun, Mo Yun pondered whether he was among those who had once knelt before him, or perhaps a descendant of that group. The thought made it difficult for Mo Yun to feel any sense of reverence. Of course, he is formidable. He is the foremost authority of the radiant sun. He can effortlessly obliterate planets and command the sun's fury. How do you compare? Morgana replied. Ahem. Our specialties differ. He excels in stellar manipulation, while I am adept in wormhole transportation and genetic technology. I am his nemesis. In other words, you can flee when faced with him, correct? When he unleashes his ultimate move, I can escape. Without it, I could tear him apart with some effort. Feeling somewhat underestimated, Morgana vehemently asserted herself, her proud chest rising and falling with indignation. Yet, Mo Yun chose to overlook this captivating display and fell into contemplation. It certainly sounded intimidating, but he mused, would he really be obliterated? He had never tested that theory. Are you aware of the ultimate fear? Suddenly, Morgana posed a serious question to Mo Yun. She was no fool. While the three major divine engineering projects wielded immense power, their primary purpose was to combat the ultimate fear. If Mo Yun merely sought to enhance his own strength, such risks would be unnecessary. Unless, of course, he had compelling reasons to target the divine engineering projects, most likely related to the ultimate fear. Mo Yun silently shook his head, calmly explaining that he was merely curious about the unique aspects of these three divine engineering projects. He also harbored curiosity about the so-called ultimate fear and wished to investigate further. In truth, Mo Yun was well aware. Not only did he know, but he had also had some rather unfavorable encounters with them. That brief interaction had inflicted some irreversible damages on his body, which he had yet to fully recover from. However, he had no intention of divulging these matters to Morgana at this time. The moment was not ripe, especially given that she had Carl backing her. The entire universe was aware of Carl's stance on the ultimate fear, and Mo Yun's greatest concern was that he might still be under scrutiny. He had no desire to take further risks, as it could lead to dire consequences. Despite harboring doubts, Morgana chose to temporarily accept Mo Yun's explanation. With great magnanimity, she offered to enlighten him about the ultimate fear when time permitted, asserting that it represented the future and destiny of the universe. That hypocritical wretch, Kesha, along with her damned order of justice, will eventually be devoured by the ultimate fear. Every time Morgana mentioned Kesha, she would erupt in vitriol, a reaction Mo Yun had grown accustomed to. One might assume they bore a grudge against each other, akin to a vendetta or unrequited love. In truth, you need not worry about the ultimate fear, Morgana declared confidently, pointing to a distant, industrious figure. Do you see the rose? The temporal genes she possesses are my creation, a magnificent masterpiece that rivals the power of the galaxy. Even the ultimate fear cannot contend with it. Mo Yun, upon hearing this, was left speechless. The notion that it could not be dealt with implied that one could flee using temporal genes, did it not? And as for her so-called freedom and decadence, it seemed to indicate a resignation to the inevitable arrival of the void era, a decision to indulge in pleasure before the impending doom in the face of the void. Space chose to challenge it. Kesha opted for denial. Carl accepted it. Yet Morgana chose to evade. Ultimately, it appeared that Morgana was the most unambitious among them. Chapter 21. The Angel Legion of the Ulan star system. Deep within the vast, boundless cosmos lies the obscure Ulan star system, a mere speck of dust in the remote corners of the universe, quietly orbiting a solitary and gentle star. The Ulan star system is small and compact, consisting solely of a single, softly glowing star and 3 planets of varying sizes, coexisting in a delicate and harmonious manner. Ulan star barely meets the minimum threshold for life, yet its environment is harsh and resources are scarce. The sky here presents a dim gray-blue hue, seemingly veiled by a thick mist, as sunlight struggles to penetrate this shroud, casting a pale and feeble glow upon the land. The terrain is barren and arid, with scarcely any vegetation, save for scattered rocks and gravel that form the essence of this desolate world. Viewed from space, its surface is a patchwork of mottled rocks and impoverished soil. Many civilizations would deem this a planet of primitive civilization, perhaps even devoid of any civilization at all. However, this seemingly unremarkable planet conceals a remarkable secret. It is the sanctuary of the male angel legion. Over 20,000 years ago, on a night when an unprecedented radiance erupted in the sky of Ulan Star. A miracle that would alter the fate of the planet quietly unfolded. The three major angel legions, which had departed with Mo Yun from the Angel Nebula after a millennium-long journey across the stars, ultimately chose to settle in this barren expanse. They decided to make this place their new home, employing their advanced technology to commence the long process of transforming Ulan Star. They constructed magnificent and enigmatic edifices that embodied the unique aesthetics of angel civilization, even fostering the evolution of life and enriching the diversity of species. As time passed, Ulan Star transformed from a desolate planet into a vibrant paradise filled with life and hope, despite the outside world remaining largely unaware of its existence. Under the protection of the Angel Legion, it became a unique sanctuary in the cosmos, a haven free from war and strife. To conceal their presence from other civilizations and avoid disturbances, the Angel Legion had long maintained a low profile, only conducting limited explorations within the Ulan star system and occasionally dispatching small teams as mercenaries to train their successors, all while refraining from making appearances in the broader universe. Their exposure was even less than that of the most notorious factions. However, today, they unexpectedly welcomed a visiting guest. She descended directly onto Ulan Star. For others, locating the whereabouts of the Angel Legion might prove challenging, but for her, it was no difficult feat. Although she had never visited this place personally, she had maintained numerous dealings with the Angel Legion in private, quietly providing many resources, particularly the essential resources scarce in the Ulan star system. Her arrival at the outskirts of the City of Angels quickly caught the attention of the Angel Legion, and the patrolling Angel squad rushed to her side with remarkable speed. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, their figures stretched across the dust-laden ground as they swiftly and orderly surrounded she. They donned helmets and were clad in chainmail, glinting under the sun with a faint shimmer, radiating a metallic luster. Short swords hung at their waists, their hilts intricately carved, serving not only as weapons in battle, but also as symbols of status. The female angel? The squad leader cast a glance at the silver-haired woman, captivated by her beauty, while also noticing the pristine wings that adorned her back. Even though she was surrounded, she exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, she surveyed the male angels with keen interest, hoping to spot a familiar face, though it was a futile endeavor. Those who knew her had long ascended to the upper echelons of the angelic legions, and it was unlikely they would be engaged in routine patrols. Nevertheless, despite the absence of acquaintances, she deduced from the squad's attire that they belonged to the 6th Legion, recognized by their yellow-maned helmets. "Are you here to join us?" As she scrutinized the male angel squad, the angels were equally observing her, their expressions a mixture of astonishment, delight, and a hint of wariness. Well, at least they did not exhibit the bestial tendencies of the less noble. One must admit, Mo Yun's implementation of celibacy was indeed effective. Although initially met with resistance, which nearly led to the disbandment of the Legion, the male angels who subsequently joined Mo Yun's faction, while still prone to machismo and aggression, had their excesses curtailed. Mo Yun had been quite exasperated with those ruffians. Can you imagine them requesting female angels for some amusement on the eve of battle? It was not just a small minority. The vast majority behaved in such a manner. To prevent these disappointments from dragging him down, Mo Yun had no choice but to enforce a decree of abstinence. Despite the uproar, he managed to push it through while Hua Ke was still in power, and the celestial order had yet to descend into the chaos it would later become. It was precisely for this reason that the 3 legions became anomalies within the celestial hierarchy. She was aware of these matters and later advocated to Kaisha that all angels should adhere to the principle of celibacy, as she had witnessed firsthand the stark contrast between the celibate and non-celibate angelic legions. Are there often female angels here? In contrast, she was more curious about this aspect. It seemed that aside from those female angels who had formed attachments with male counterparts and were reluctant to depart, some had later arrived here as well. TSK, with only tens of thousands of female angels in Tianqing now, one wonders how many had come here back in the day. Not really, the angels from the Ulan star come and go. And while there are over 20,000 male angels, the number of female angels does not exceed 1,000, trickling in gradually. Ahem. Just as she was about to reveal all their secrets, the male angels of the same squad could no longer bear it and simultaneously cleared their throats, casting furtive glances at their leader. "TSK, I told you not to entrust patrol duties to a 1,000-year-old child. They are still so young. Why can't they keep their mouth shut upon seeing fellow kin? It was the same last time. They nearly fell victim to the ruffians, if it weren't for that incident. How could they have been demoted to squad leader? The squad leader blinked, belatedly ceasing their chatter, offering an awkward smile, and finally began a proper inquiry. I am Angel Shenyang. Who might you be? What brings you here? I am He-Shi, here to find the deputy commander of the Guardian Legion, Cheong Sang. I have some information he might find intriguing. Upon hearing He-Shi's words, Shenyang regarded her with a peculiar expression. Follow me. The number of angels here seems rather sparse. Are there other cities? He-Shi noticed that the angelic city appeared somewhat desolate. Not really. We have only a few tens of thousands in total, which is exceedingly few relative to this planet, and since we can fly and do so swiftly, there is no need for us to reside separately. Besides this angelic city, there are only a few responsible for. Ahem, Shenyang. He opened his mouth, hesitant to say more. He merely wished to engage meaningfully with his kin from outside, yet he couldn't help but ramble on. He himself suspected he might have a tendency to be loquacious. She shook her head, deciding not to press the matter further with the young one. It was evident that, having been isolated for so long, this boy named Shenyang was indeed somewhat naive, easily led in conversation, much like her disciple Jiaxian. Here we are. This is our conference hall. Please wait here while I report. The group arrived at an imposing and magnificent, well, rather grandiose structure, as Shenyang hurried inside to make his report. Soon, a tall man clad in armor, adorned with a purple-maned helmet, emerged. He bore a resolute and dignified countenance, exuding an aura of steely authority. The male angels saluted him with reverence. Commander, the towering figure nodded slightly and, to the astonishment of the assembled male angels, performed an unexpected gesture. He placed his right hand over his heart and solemnly bowed to the silver-haired angel who had introduced herself as He-Shi. Acting commander of the Guardian Legion, Cheong Sang, welcomes your presence, Miss He-Shi. Huh? The commander bowed to this female angel. Is he out of his mind? The male angels were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances at the two, one daring to bow while the other had the audacity to accept it. Do you not refer to me as the Emperor of the Celestial Realm? She waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to rise. To her, Cheong Sang's gesture was quite warranted. After all, she had secretly supported them for so many years. It would not be excessive for him to bow to her, let alone a mere acknowledgement. Even if it were Mo Yun standing here, a bow would be fitting. We do not belong to the Melu Celestial Court, nor do we operate under the righteous order. Thus, we cannot address you as the Emperor of the Celestial Realm. Cheong Sang stood up, gesturing for Shenyang and the others to depart, then ushered He-Shi into the conference hall. After inviting her to sit, he earnestly provided an explanation. Are you not afraid I might seek to provoke you by speaking so in front of me? Cheong Sang, if you wish to provoke us, would you need to wait until now? If you do not want to converse amicably, you can say so directly, as long as you are not afraid of me making things difficult for you. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Miss He-Shi? Not engaging further, Cheong Sang was well aware of He-Shi's character. The more he conversed, the more she would delve into the topic. Ignoring her would likely render her quiet. He-Shi rolled her eyes in annoyance, truly deserving of being Mo Yun's second-in-command. Even their personalities seemed to be cut from the same cloth. I have found Mo Yun. You have found Mo Yun? He-Shi's casual remark instantly stirred Cheong Sang's stoic demeanor. After a moment of silence, he asked, his voice trembling slightly, Commander, where is he now? Has he been well these years? He-Shi observed Cheong Sang's expression closely. Though she held confidence in this archetypal old soldier who had risen alongside Mo Yun from the lowest ranks to the highest, human emotions are often inscrutable. Given the passage of time, and without seeing him firsthand, it was challenging to ascertain Cheong Sang's current feelings towards Mo Yun. However, it seemed that his charm had not waned over the years. Truly, even the most elite guardian angels would turn to follow him. He has abandoned you for so long. Do you not harbor any resentment towards him? The general has merely departed temporarily. He has not forsaken us. Cheong Sang spoke with grave seriousness, confidence resonating in his words. I believe his departure must be for a matter of greater significance. Though our years have been challenging, we do not have to cower like those ruffians. Nor do we face discrimination and ostracism from you female angels in the celestial nebula. What is there to be dissatisfied about? He. Is this fellow subtly prodding at me? Where is the general now? He is on a small, insignificant planet called Earth in the Chiwu star system, which is over in the Milky Way. What is the general doing there? Xiong appeared puzzled. He was familiar with the Milky Way. But the Chiwu star system? That sounded like an obscure corner of the universe. Earth? He had never even heard of it. You are his confidant, yet you do not know? How would I know? If I may be so bold. How did you discover the general's whereabouts? The civilization there is quite complex, with monitoring outposts established by us angels. Although he had hidden himself well before, recent events on Earth have drawn the attention of other civilizations, who intend to incite conflict. While we were exploring, we happened to encounter him. Xiong listened impassively until she concluded her account, then inquired once more, "Can you confirm it was the general?" "Of course, I would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes." "Have you successfully established contact with the general?" "Certainly. I even asked him for a few small favors." At this point, a smile crept onto Hishi's lips, her demeanor radiating joy. "Small favors?" Xiong expressed skepticism. Anything that could prompt Hishi to seek assistance could hardly be classified as trivial, but how would it turn out? Hishi let out a sigh tinged with regret. His current circumstances were rather dire. Not only was his health in a poor state, but he had also fallen into the clutches of demons. Unless fate intervened, he might soon find himself embroiled in the war of the gods. The earth had devolved into a chaotic Mlang, with blazing suns, demons, gluttons, and angels all converging in a tumultuous frenzy. Although he faced no immediate peril, the future remained uncertain. How he wished for a legion to rescue him at this moment. Alone on an unfamiliar planet, gravely injured, surrounded by enemies. Were he in my position, despair would surely engulf him. Xiong. While your plight is indeed lamentable, our general would never find himself in such a predicament. I shall make arrangements regarding the matters of the Ulan Star and set forth immediately, personally leading the fleet to retrieve the general. Having received a satisfactory answer, Hishi rose and added a crucial reminder. Mo Yun has indeed sustained injuries. So prepare yourselves mentally. Of course, should you find yourselves unable to manage, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. With those words, Hishi departed, pushing open the door and unfurling her pristine wings, soaring into the boundless cosmos. Chapter 22. Morgana's questionable aesthetic. With the successful resolution of the wormhole thanks to the cooperation of various parties, the scales of battle began to tip in favor of the Legion of Heroes. The vanguard ship of the Gluttons was the first to be obliterated, and the remaining 2 escort vessels soon followed suit in the ensuing onslaught. The Gluttons' tentative offensive ultimately ended in defeat. But the Earth side, celebrating their victory in the Celestial River campaign, also bore heavy losses. The term Pyrrhic victory would scarcely do justice to the devastation, as a significant portion of Celestial River City lay in ruins, with civilian and military casualties reaching staggering numbers. Without the intervention of Sun Wukong and Reyna, the current Legion of Heroes would stand little chance against their adversary. Reyna was likely intended as a weapon against Kaisha. Known as the greatest calamity in the universe, her destructive power was unparalleled. As the chief deity of the blazing sun civilization, her presence on Earth, even as a mere mascot of her civilization, and her enlistment in the Legion of Heroes was an extraordinary anomaly. To draw a parallel, it would be akin to a monarch from a constitutional monarchy in Europe participating in the anti-invasion struggle of a third world nation as an individual. To suggest that her intentions were purely benevolent would be met with disbelief. Morgana pondered the implications. Was Reyna merely a weapon, or also a convenient excuse she could be wielded to vanquish Kaisha? But equally, she served as an excellent pretext for the Blazing Sun to meddle in Earth's affairs. Regardless of who participated in the endeavor to utilize Reyna against Kaisha, the Blazing Sun would demand accountability. Behind the Gluttons stood Karl, the architect and instigator, while Morgana acted as the bait and Reyna as the blade. This unspoken understanding among the great civilizations designated each participant a role in this conspiracy, all cooperating for a singular aim. The Blazing Sun sought to portray itself as a victim, yet in truth, it was the beneficiary, demanding both reputation and gain, refusing to take a proactive stance while resolutely refraining from declaring its position. Could the light of the sun truly obliterate Kaisha? Morgana harbored doubts. No matter how powerful the bomb, it must still reach its target. The more potent the attack, the greater the required energy and preparation time. Should Kaisha wish to flee, even the detonation of the sun would not suffice to kill her. Unless something could seal the wormhole, leaving Kaisha with no escape from the bombardment, or unless she herself wished for her demise. Which scenario would it be? According to Hishi, the latter seemed more plausible. Let them be, it's merely a bunch of children squabbling. Hardly worth my interest. With the battle drawing to a close, Morgana lost interest and beckoned Mo Yun to leave. Come, let us assist the queen in gathering a few subordinates. That wretched Kaisha has already reached the Nether River star system and will soon arrive on Earth. We must prepare a grand gift for her. The two entered the wormhole, their forms vanishing from the chamber. When they emerged once more, they found themselves before a magnificent altar. Morgana donned her demonic attire anew. Clad in black leather, her face adorned with heavy makeup, her back sprouting a pair of jet-black mechanical wings. Though it was not her first encounter with this appearance, Mo Yun still thought Morgana resembled a rebellious, troubled youth. T over 30,000 years old. Why did she still dress in such a manner? Moreover, it must be said, her taste seemed perpetually peculiar. Who could fathom how she, a divine river entity and one of the most beautiful angels in the universe, could possess such distorted aesthetics? Those demons, in Mo Yun's eyes, appeared as grotesque creatures with sharp fangs, dark and unappealing. According to the aesthetic standards of the divine river entities, they were utterly unbearable to behold. Yet Morgana continued to produce them en masse. Two fully clad demon soldiers stood guard at the altar, accompanied by an elderly man in a priest's robe. Upon seeing Morgana, they immediately approached her. Why, Queen? We have thoroughly investigated. Beneath this altar, at a depth of 2,600 meters, lies a being imprisoned, seemingly carrying the genes of the giant civilization from the Nether River star system. The Nether River star system, situated at the edge of the known universe, was rife with strange phenomena, including various civilizations previously expelled by the divine river entities. The appearance of giant civilization genes on Earth was no mere coincidence. Giant civilization? Sounds intriguing. Then release him, Morgana exclaimed. Must I do everything myself? I brought my own people. Can you not muster any effort? Morgana expressed her dissatisfaction with the efficiency of her subordinates. Under ordinary circumstances, it might have been tolerable, but now that she was accompanied by Mo Yun, she had hoped they would elevate her standing, only to embarrass her instead. Why, Queen, we have encountered some difficulties. What difficulties can you not resolve? The priest in white robes hurriedly explained, this altar is ancient. It is said that 1,000 years ago, the high priest sealed an evil monster here. While the method to break the seal has been passed down, no one has ever succeeded. Morgana ascended the altar, surveying the dilapidated environment with disinterest, and asked, how does one break the seal? The priest's voice dwindled, and Morgana shot him a look of exasperation. What is this nonsense? Mo Yun, do you know? Mo Yun pondered for a moment, uncertain. Perhaps it requires Huaya's comb, and the feathers of Kuanpong. Huaya's captain is called Kuanpong. Morgana, I should not have asked you. What does this have to do with Huaya? Has that fellow ever been here? Forget it, forget it. I'll just brute force my way through. With that, Morgana rolled her eyes and began to examine the interior of the mountain. Under her gaze, she discerned another altar deep within the earth, where a massive, red creature resembling a demon was confined. It appears quite formidable. Surely, it can serve as a super soldier. My queen, to break the seal, we still require the involvement of the divine. The priest kindly reminded Morgana, who waved him off impatiently. Go play elsewhere. Is it not merely a rudimentary wormhole transportation technique? Allow the queen to show you how the demons operate. Morgana turned to the demons behind her and inquired, so, can it be unraveled? No more embarrassing the queen. The demon nodded and pressed a button on its device, effortlessly unlocking the seal. Done. The demon swiftly calculated the wormhole code and transmitted it to Morgana. Satisfied, she prepared to transport the crimson demon from beneath the earth, only to discover she could not proceed. Mo Yun regarded her with a bemused expression, prompting Morgana to awkwardly avert her gaze. What in the world is this black technology? It truly requires a password. Who even thinks to design something so juvenile? Realizing that wormhole transportation indeed necessitated a particular password, Morgana could not help but curse under her breath. Damn it, everything is going awry. Just as I boasted, I've been slapped in the face. Are you capable or not? Of course I am. Morgana retorted. "When it comes to wormhole transportation, I am the queen of the universe. That wretched Kaisha is only fit to lick my feet." Morgana was quite displeased with Mo Yun's skepticism. It was one thing to question her on other matters, but wormhole transportation was her forte. While she had failed to successfully break the seal earlier, her insightful eye had allowed her to discern the structure of this so-called seal. Morgana scrutinized the convoluted script encircling the sealing pillar and recited it aloud. As she spoke the incantation, the seal was instantly broken. With a slight tremor, a massive hexagram materialized in the air, and a furious red demon plummeted from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the full visage of the crimson demon was unveiled. A towering figure, nearly 10 meters in height, cloaked in a deep red hue, adorned with razor-sharp claws and fangs, and bearing a fearsome countenance. Curved, elongated horns sprouted from its head, while a pair of massive black tendrils loomed ominously from its back, presenting an unmistakable aura of menace. Ahem. I must insist that you refrain from such boisterous proclamations when you emerge. You might startle your queen, you know, Morgana declared, hands on her hips, visibly displeased as she gazed upon the formidable crimson demon. Who dares summon me? The demon's voice resonated with a chilling depth, evoking an unsettling sensation. The nearby priest, instinctively gripped by fear, promptly retreated behind Morgana. Die, your incomparable queen, the illustrious demon king Morgana. H.M. You seem rather ordinary, not particularly imposing, she remarked, a hint of disappointment evident in her tone, but no matter. Simply acknowledge me as your sovereign and remember, from this moment forth, it is I who shall protect you. After a thorough appraisal of the crimson demon, Morgana shook her head in disillusionment. It merely appeared intimidating. Its strength seeming akin to that of a mere super soldier, adequate, but hardly awe-inspiring. Ha ha ha, queen! The crimson demon erupted in a mocking laughter, brimming with disdain. The country bumpkin may not recognize you. A demon lurking nearby whispered an explanation to the audaciously laughing crimson figure. No matter. I possess an abundance of patience for children, Morgana waved dismissively, displaying her magnanimity. Yet, as the crimson demon concluded its laughter, it soared into the air, unhesitatingly unleashing a massive fireball towards Morgana. With a dismissive curl of her lip, Morgana extended her left hand to counter the approaching fireball. In response, a colossal black wormhole materialized, effortlessly devouring the terrifying projectile. Before the demon could react, Morgana executed her next maneuver, flipping her left hand downward in a grasping motion. Simultaneously, a gigantic black mechanical hand materialized in midair, mirroring her actions as it seized the crimson demon as though it were a mere chick. The crimson demon, caught off guard, began to thrash desperately. But Morgana's grip was unyielding, rendering its struggles futile. Swiftly, Morgana penetrated its dark dimension, initiating the process of brainwashing. In the pitch-black void, her violet-red eyes emerged, gazing down imperiously as she issued her decree in a tone that brooked no opposition. I am Morgana, the supreme demon queen of the known universe. From this moment forth, you shall be under my command. Do you understand? Yes, my queen, the crimson demon replied, feeling a fog envelop its mind, succumbing involuntarily to Morgana's authority. With the matter settled, Morgana released her grip, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she turned to look at Ma Yun. What do you think? The queen's efforts yield swift results. Ma Yun replied, You wish to keep such a dull-witted, lowly creature? How unfortunate your circumstances must be. Furthermore, you achieved this through brainwashing. What is there to be proud of? Ahem, I seek your opinion. Oh, quite commendable. Congratulations on acquiring a decent minion, Ma Yun offered with feigned politeness. Morgana nodded contentedly before generously proclaiming, Seeing that you lack any subordinates, I shall entrust this hefty fellow to you. What do you think? Am I not magnanimous? Ma Yun scrutinized the expectant Morgana, then glanced at the dim-witted, unsightly demon before decisively shaking his head. No, it is weak, foolish, and ugly. Having it by my side would be utterly embarrassing. The onlookers exchanged glances, taken aback by his bluntness. Morgana raised an eyebrow in displeasure. While it is indeed weak and somewhat foolish, surely it can serve as a laborer or errand-runner. As for its appearance? After a thorough examination of the hulking figure, Morgana earnestly inquired, What is unattractive about it? Is it not rather endearing? Ma Yun retorted. What sort of warped aesthetic is this? If this is not ugly, then what is? He sighed. Let us depart swiftly. Did you not mention another creature awaits? Ma Yun, disinterested in further debate, turned to leave, having realized that Morgana's temperament was not only vile but her judgment questionable as well. It was prudent to maintain a safe distance. One could never be too careful not to catch her peculiarities. Wait for me. Do you know where the other one is? Indeed, it is on Mars. Ma Yun and Morgana descended onto the desolate Martian landscape. According to the reports from the gluttonous entity, they had been unable to subdue the previously captured crocodilian creature and thus had no choice but to discard it on Mars. This formidable third-generation beast warrior had recently been resurrected by Karl's minions and was already demonstrating considerable combat prowess. It was precisely the type of warrior Morgana's demon army desperately required. It may have been prepared for the glutton, but it appears to be intended for you, Ma Yun mused, observing the crocodilian warrior that had suddenly bounded over, sniffing eagerly at Morgana and already salivating. Convincing a celestial civilization's glutton to tame a god? While temporary control may be feasible, true subjugation? Dream on. One can imagine anything in dreams. Enough of the idle chatter. What do you think of this little darling? It seems marginally more formidable than the previous one. Yet it lacks intelligence, and Ma Yun's gaze drifted to the bones behind it, recognizing its gluttonous nature, particularly its penchant for consuming humanoids. A beast daring to devour a divine river's essence. That is indeed a transgression against the heavens. Dear dumpling, you smell delightful. Would you permit me to feast upon you for my next meal? Suddenly, Sotan, the crocodilian warrior, made a direct request, wagging its tail with delight. Morgana turned her gaze to Ma Yun, a slight smirk gracing her lips. You may, but first, you must prove your worthiness to partake. How? How do I prove it? Sotan beamed, pleasantly surprised by the dumpling's compliance. Defeat him, and I shall grant you a meal. Morgana pointed toward Ma Yun. Ma Yun interjected. This must be intentional. Let me clarify. I do not hold back against beasts. Perish, dumpling. Before Ma Yun could finish his sentence, Sotan charged forward, wielding a pair of battle axes. Morgana took flight, swiftly evading the ensuing melee. TSK, a beast is still a beast, utterly devoid of martial ethics. Should you perish, do not blame me. A silvery dark sword materialized from the shadow realm as Ma Yun unfurled his pristine white wings. Gracefully leaping to evade Sotan's axe, he ascended rapidly into the sky. If I cannot fell you in a single strike, I shall spare you. Good luck, little one. As Ma Yun brandished his sword, crackling thunder began to converge in the heavens. Dark clouds swiftly obscuring the sky, the rumbling of thunder heralding this extraordinary assault. Why has the sky darkened? Dumpling, what trickery is this? Sotan gazed up at Ma Yun, bewildered, yet unperturbed, still shouting defiantly. From a distance, Morgana observed in astonishment. Goodness, Ma Yun has adopted the techniques of that angelic harlot. Surely he will not dispatch my little crocodile in one blow. Chapter 23. Kaisa in action. A vast, crimson wasteland bore witness to a gaping black pit, where Sotan lay convulsing at the bottom, interspersed with pained cries. Morgana waved her arms to disperse the dust, gradually approaching the pit's base. Hey, Sotan, are you still alive? Dumpling, I am in agony. Sotan groggily rose, plopping down on the ground, its grotesque crocodilian head bobbing like a rattle as it lamented pitifully, I cannot defeat him. He struck me with lightning. Woe is me! Ma Yun retracted his wings and descended beside Morgana, swiftly receiving a disapproving glare from her. Look at what you have done to this child. Let us be clear. He was the one who ambushed me first, Morgana retorted, visibly displeased. You cannot engage in a battle of wits with a child. Had it not been for your presence, I would have dealt a finishing blow. TSK, I am truly grateful for your restraint. Morgana was left speechless, realizing that without her intervention, Ma Yun might have genuinely intended to eliminate Sotan. Do beast warriors lack rights? Now, Sotan, you may rise. He shall not harm you any longer. You can join us and I, your queen, shall protect you from any who dare to bully you. Really? Sotan, without hesitation, scrambled to its feet, its small eyes gleaming with hope as it gazed at Morgana and Ma Yun. Dumpling, do you promise? I guarantee it. but you must ensure he does not strike me again. Sotan, calculating, realized this arrangement felt precarious and promptly proposed another condition. Agreed. He cannot possibly think that Ma Yun would only use lightning against him, right? The little fellow is rather naive. Morgana chuckled as she shook her head, readily agreeing. Little dumpling, you must fulfill a few conditions for me, she added. Seeing Morgana's swift acceptance, Sutton felt a twinge of regret for his earlier eagerness, prompting him to continue laying down his demands. Oh, you little rascal, you are quite greedy, but I find that delightful. Very devilish indeed, Morgana remarked with satisfaction at Sutton's display, patting her chest grandly as she declared, Speak up. I shall grant whatever my queen can fulfill. I want to eat delicious food, Sutton exclaimed loudly. Morgana, Mo Yun, is that it? Just that? Goodness, is your mind truly so limited? Your wish is both trivial and practical. Perhaps it is the result of being modified by the angels? Mo Yun pondered inwardly. Recalling that this unfortunate soul had been slain by angels over 1,000 years ago and had only recently been resurrected. Angels and demons are adept at brainwashing. Is there anything else? Be bold, ask away, Morgana urged Sutton, recognizing him as yet another sheltered country bumpkin. Wishing for delicious food is hardly a grand ambition. You are a god, for heaven's sake. Can't you aspire for something greater? I want to rule the world. I desire the Nile, the Danube, the Rhine, the Euphrates, Mo Yun observed with a peculiar expression. Wait, just moments ago he was craving food, and now his aspirations have transformed into world domination? Isn't that quite the leap? Moreover, should we truly regard him as an alligator? Is his world truly limited to grand rivers? Sutton counted on his fingers, his deadpan seriousness rendering Mo Yun speechless, invoking a sense of bullying a simpleton. I can't give you the Yangtze or the Yellow River. I need to keep something for myself, Morgana interrupted Sutton's lengthy discourse, presenting her bottom line. Aside from those two rivers, he could have any other territory he desired. Very well, Sutton contemplated and found it a fair deal, promptly agreeing. He then cautiously cast a sidelong glance at Mo Yun, signaling Morgana with his eyes. Morgana instantly chuckled. No worries, speak freely, and I guarantee your safety. Little dumpling, can you help me take revenge? That strike earlier really hurt. Sutton gingerly rubbed his head, recalling the searing pain from earlier, which had left him feeling quite tender. Mo Yun shot a cold look at Sutton, who flinched and immediately hid behind Morgana, peeking out with a wary expression while muttering threats to bolster his courage. Big dumpling, don't come any closer. I have someone protecting me now. Forget it. Why bother squabbling with a dull-witted alligator? Engaging in a fight would only drain my own resources, and that is hardly worthwhile. All right, Brother Sutton. We can discuss revenge later. Achieving it yourself will feel far more fulfilling, won't it? I'll help you strengthen yourself. And when you become powerful, you can take your revenge. But you must ensure he doesn't trouble me. Morgana, like a mother coaxing a child, lured Sutton onto her ship. With that, her demonic army was fully assembled, and all that remained was to await the arrival of Kaisha and her companions. However, Morgana's gaze fixated on Mo Yun ahead of her. How had he managed to harness the power of thunder? The magnitude of his abilities, wielded with such proficiency, made her increasingly uneasy. Yin Jia? What is it? Yin, somewhat perplexed, replied. What is the matter? You should be the one to answer that. Long seized the opportunity to mock Yin, particularly relishing this rare chance to tease her for her own blunder. The angel, Lingxi, did not join in the mockery but expressed genuine concern for Yan. It's nothing. You needn't worry. Yin shook her head, choosing to focus her attention on the Death Song Academy below, wielding the flame sword as she continued to protect Kaisha. Was it merely an illusion? It must be, right? Not long ago, Kaisha had descended upon the Death Song Academy in the Underworld Galaxy, accompanied by 14 angels, including the Holy Dual Wings, to consult the local deity, the god of death, Karl, regarding Morgana and Tautai in the presence of the King of the Gods. Even though Karl had become a phantom and could not be destroyed, he was compelled to lower his head in submission. Kaisha could not kill him, but she possessed the means to suppress phantoms. The title of King of the Gods is self-proclaimed, yet maintaining that title demonstrates Kaisha's strength. If her power were insufficient, she would have long been ousted, let alone establishing angelic civilization as the mainstream faith in the known universe. So, you mean to say that Taoya's actions are entirely self-initiated? Kaisha inquired from her throne, propping her chin on her hand, her demeanor languid as she regarded the robed figure of Karl, whose face was concealed beneath his hood. Her voice was cool and authoritative, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet the universe was well aware of Kaisha's stance on powerful civilizations oppressing weaker ones. Moreover, this was an invasion by a beastly civilization rejected by the main biological universe against the divine river civilization. Since the corporeal wars, such occurrences had not transpired within the known universe under the banner of justice and order. Thus, Karl had long anticipated Kaisha's attitude towards this matter and had prepared an appropriate explanation. Queen Kaisha, as you can see, I am a scholar of death. The Tautai civilization venerates me. They delight in creating death and slaughter on my behalf, as they have for millennia. Tautai has never been a part of the justice order, and I have never engaged in any conflicts. I believe I have not violated the justice order you, Queen Kaisha, have established, have I? Ha, a specious argument. Kaisha was dissatisfied with Karl's explanation. The millennia-long expedition plan of Tautai was devised by you? Was it not? You had long targeted Earth, and now you claim not to have participated? Queen Kaisha, conquest and slaughter are inevitable for all civilizations. Moreover, the Earth they attacked does not fall under the Angels' justice order. I believe there is no ideological conflict between myself and the Angels. Karl's tone was gentle, always calm and unhurried. Of course, if Queen Kaisha has received a plea for assistance from Earth and has chosen to intervene in the name of justice, I can order Tautai to withdraw immediately. However, such a scenario was utterly implausible, as neither party wished to accept the Angels' intervention. We can temporarily set aside the matter of Earth. I have indeed received no requests from them. But there is one issue I believe we should discuss thoroughly. Kaisha's gaze grew icy as she locked onto Karl. I have received word that Morgana seems to have appeared on Earth. She is currently recruiting troops there, and I am curious about how she managed to evade our angelic surveillance to descend upon Earth. I recall that you had a good relationship with her during her time at the Super God Academy, even collaborating on some ideas that defied justice. Over the years, angels and demons had clashed in 4 great wars. Morgana had always returned stronger after suffering grievous defeats, which was truly perplexing. Where did she acquire these resources? Now, with your Tautai army invading Earth and Morgana resurfacing there, doesn't that seem rather coincidental? Karl listened quietly to Kaisha's analysis, nodding in calm acknowledgement. Then, he spoke in an incredibly composed tone. Indeed, it is quite simple. I sent her to Earth. Roar, Kaisha laughed, her exquisite visage accentuated by that smile, rendering her all the more enchanting. Yet everyone knew she was beginning to seethe with anger. The little angels guarding her side simultaneously raised their flame swords, preparing to enact angelic judgment. Are you not aware that Morgana's ideology contradicts the justice order? You dare to assist her? Do you intend to stand against justice? Even under such immense pressure, Karl remained composed, responding, not at all. I would not dare to take such actions. However, as you can see, I am merely a scholar. I cannot contend with Morgana. Under her firm insistence, I had no choice but to act as I did. Kaisha, this is the first time I've encountered such a shameless deity. You cannot contend with Morgana? Only Morgana would believe that I asked this fellow trying to brazenly shirk responsibility. In fact, I was just about to report this matter to you. But it seems your actions are even swifter than I anticipated. Kaisha had long forgotten when she last felt speechless. Karl was truly despicable. I can provide you with some leads, Queen Kaisha. TSK, it seems they are indeed colluding. Who in the universe is unaware that you, Karl, are Morgana's sycophant? Kaisha felt utterly drained, never expecting that in her quest for justice, she would have to indulge them in their charade. Xian, you stay behind to keep an eye on Karl. If he makes any moves, initiate angelic judgment immediately. Understood, Xian, holding the flame sword at Kaisha's right, replied respectfully, his expression impassive as he gazed at Karl. Let us depart. We shall venture to Earth and thoroughly resolve the Morgana issue. Kaisha departed with the remaining angels, leaving only Xian behind, who stood alone, gripping the flame sword tightly in her hand. You cannot leave my sight, Xian declared, her expression stern and serious as she fixed her gaze upon Karl. Meanwhile, in the tunnel of the Great Insect Bridge, the angels hurried toward Earth, utilizing advanced technology that allowed them to traverse countless light years effortlessly. racing from the depths of the underworld galaxy at the edge of the known universe to the Chiwu star system. Queen Kaisa, is it truly wise to leave only Ji Xian behind? That child is merely 500 years old. She is still quite young. Yin expressed her concerns about Ji Xian remaining alone. While Ji Xian's strength as a right-wing guardian was unquestionable, her youth and lack of combat experience against the formidable Karl, the god of death, raised significant doubts. Yin, if there is always someone to protect her, she will never grow. Kaisa responded, I have aged, and it is time to afford the young an opportunity. I am still here. Karl would not dare harm Ji Xian, came the assurance. Yin ceased her objections, accustomed to following orders, and recognizing the validity in Kaisa's reasoning, she conceded. Suddenly, Kaisa inquired about why as her sacred left-wing guardian. Yin may not be a capable leader, but she was undoubtedly a diligent subordinate, executing any task flawlessly. It was difficult to imagine her losing focus while safeguarding Kaisa. Why apologies, Queen Kaisa? Yin replied. Please do not be alarmed. I merely wish to understand the reason behind my sudden distraction. Kaisa waved her hand, interrupting Yin, her curiosity piqued. What has caused this? I am not entirely certain. I felt as if some of my dark energy had vanished suddenly, only to return shortly after, Yin sighed. Shaking her head, perhaps it was merely my imagination. Imagination? Kaisa murmured, finding it hard to believe that Yin could be mistaken about her dark energy, a notion that struck her as ludicrous. What shall we do once we arrive on Earth? First, let us pay a visit to the Super God Academy. I am quite eager to meet those individuals. Are there nations on Earth that fight for justice? That is how they refer to it. Correct? Indeed, is there justice worth our sacrifice? Sacrifice me, that would suffice. That will not do, Kaisa chuckled in response. There are countless civilizations in the universe, but there is only one Kaisa, we are nearing Earth. We have locked onto the position of the sunlight. We have locked onto the position of the galactic power. We have locked onto the position of the god of war. We have locked onto the position of the Great Canyon. The little angels reported one after another. Let the clouds roll. Queen Kaisa has arrived. In the outer space of Earth, 13 angels paved the way ahead, while Kaisa descended majestically upon her grand throne, gazing down at the cerulean planet below. Chapter 24. Sisters quarrel in the South China Sea. Aboard the Great Canyon. A sharp alarm shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Alert! Alert! An unidentified flying object has appeared above the Great Canyon and is approaching rapidly. All units, prepare for combat. All members of the Heroic Legion, assemble on deck. The fleet's communication system echoed with battle orders, and the South China Fleet immediately readied itself. The members of the Heroic Legion were the first to reach the deck. They could clearly see the tumultuous clouds above. Ordinary soldiers, including Dikeo, wore grave expressions, realizing that something had intruded into their territorial waters from the sky. An ominous sign. What on earth is that? Is it going to rain? Gu Xiaoluan nervously asked, gripping his large sword and glancing up at the swirling clouds, sensing the impending confrontation with a formidable foe. Can we take it down? Is it a demon or a Taotai? Zhao Xian also felt the tension. They were being invaded in their own den. Why is our lair stationed on the Great Canyon? There's nowhere to escape, and I don't have wings like Gu Xiaoluan or Qiangwei. This seems rather suspicious, Qiangwei murmured. This doesn't resemble a demon or a Taotai. Demons wouldn't willingly approach humans. They recently used long-range strikes to eliminate the North American Avengers. This doesn't align with their battle strategy. As for a Taotai, they would have already unleashed their laser cannons upon being detected. Could they be angels? From her elevated vantage point, Qilin, stationed at a prime sniping position, observed the approaching figures through the scope of her god-slaying sniper rifle. Angels! This is a squad of more than 10 beautiful female angels, and behind them follows a massive throne. That must be a throne. Such exquisite beings. Even Qilin was captivated by their beauty. They show no signs of concealment. Surely they are not foes. Perhaps they are here to confront the demons? Everyone, maintain your composure. Do not disgrace yourselves. Before us stands Kaisa. Reina, too, felt an unusual seriousness, her mind spiraling in panic. She had come to Earth merely for a vacation, to enjoy a year of leisure, yet here she was encountering Kaisa, the king of gods. Damn it, dealing with a civilization of divine caliber is not my forte. What should I be cautious of? I must not inadvertently provoke them and jeopardize Earth. In the skies above the South China Sea, the angels descended slowly, the divine Kaisa seated regally upon her throne, exuding an aura of immense authority. Flanked by her elite angelic guardians, led by Yin and Long, she surveyed the diminutive human fleet below, observing the insignificant beings, divine Kaisa. On the deck, Dukeo's face turned ashen as he uttered the name of the approaching entity. Revealing her identity to all. Oh, so it is the war maniac Dukeo. Your presence here elucidates much. Dukeo, unfazed by Kaisa's address, straightforwardly inquired, Divine Kaisa, what brings you to Earth? Kaisa dismissed him entirely, ignoring his question as if he were air, and began her own agenda. Give me a minute to scan Earth. As her voice faded, a silver gleam flickered in her eyes, and in an instant, she absorbed the dark data of Earth throughout its history. Countless streams of information flooded her mind, and at that moment, everything happening on Earth replayed vividly in her consciousness. War, war, and more war. How amusing, humans! Your history is riddled with conflict. Fighting for survival is one thing. But what are the reasons behind the rest? No wonder Carl finds you so fascinating. The mere fact that humanity endures to this day is a miracle. Oh my God. Oh my God. How did Kaisa arrive so quickly? On the demon battleship, Morgana detected the angel's arrival through Demon 1, instantly thrown into a frenzy. While cursing Carl, she frantically ordered her demonic subordinates to evacuate. That idiot Carl didn't he even bother to inform me. Move, move, move. Get to the airspace above the Great Canyon. Otherwise, that winch will unleash the Heavenly Blade Judgment the moment she arrives. Kaisa's authorized Heavenly Blade Judgment can obliterate us in one strike. Yes, Your Majesty, by the way. Where is Mo Yun? Where has he run off to now? Hurry and get that slacker over here to help. Despite her harsh words toward Kaisa, Morgana held the greatest trepidation towards her among the gods. Having faced defeat 3 times in 4 battles, she had narrowly escaped death during their last encounter. It could be said that no one in the universe dared to confront Kaisa directly. She was well aware of her own limitations. Damn it. Although I just upgraded to the 4th generation divine body, it still pales in comparison to Kaisa's divine form. I must proceed cautiously. Mo Yun would serve as a fine shield, powerful, intelligent, and with a rather peculiar divine body. If he could assist in mitigating the risks, it would be advantageous. Your Majesty, it seems Mo Yun has just left. Damn it. Morgana instantly lost her composure. That bastard took the benefits I provided only to run away? How could he dare? Forget him. We must depart swiftly. Head to the airspace above the Great Canyon. We need to hurry. Kaisa won't have much patience, so prepare some projections. I will distract her. Her instincts told Morgana that Mo Yun was undoubtedly planning something behind her back. This guy had always acted strangely, and it was possible he intended to meet Kaisa. Though he had promised to side with her, who could say whether he might betray her? She had no leverage over him at the moment and could not afford to trust him completely. This scoundrel had never fulfilled his promises, at least until Kaisa was dealt with. She could not fully trust him. Yes, back on the Great Canyon, Kaisa outright refused to engage in conversation with Dukeo. To her, he lacked the authority to represent Earth and was unworthy of dialogue. The only individuals qualified to converse with her were 2, and aside from the one who could not represent Earth, there remained just one individual, the galactic power, Gu Xiaoluan. The one who would shatter the ultimate fear, the future god of the galactic star system. However, within this underlying genetic structure, there exist diminutive entities known as angelic codes, which now appears somewhat, hey, the one seated on the sofa, the older one. What are your intentions? After obtaining Dukeo's consent, Gu Xiaoluan mustered his courage and stood forth, vociferously addressing the exalted Kesha, a scene that left all present utterly astonished. How dare you? Do you even comprehend who that is? Even the angels cast sidelong glances at Gu Xiaoluan's audacious act. An irritable angel like Angel Long was already contemplating whether to deliver a heavenly blade judgment upon the one who had offended Queen Kesha. What on earth is this? Such a clueless and frivolous individual dares to wield the power of the galaxy? TSK, how pitiable. This so-called deity. Is this truly the power of the galaxy? And still such a diminutive figure? Kesha showed no signs of anger. Despite Gu Xiaoluan's somewhat impolite demeanor, he was merely a child in his 20s, while she, a being over 30,000 years old, could hardly stoop to the level of a mere child. Dukeo, somewhat dissatisfied, admonished, Sacred Kesha, If you wish to negotiate, it ought to appear as such. Negotiate. With whom? Just you. Do you think I have come here for your trivial games? Kesha scoffed. You overestimate yourself. Decayed, my arrival on Earth is not for your childish amusements, but for matters of far greater significance. Our conversation has concluded. It is now time to pass judgment upon evil. With her dialogue with Ducao at an end, Kesha turned her gaze toward Yen, inquiring whether she had located Morgana's whereabouts. Report, Your Majesty. We have pinpointed Morgana's exact location and locked onto her demonic battleship, but we cannot ascertain whether she is upgraded to the 4th-generation divine body. The 4th-generation divine body represents a true qualitative leap, fundamentally different from the 3rd. If Morgana successfully ascends to the 4th generation, the Heavenly Blade Judgment may well prove ineffective against her. However, this is contingent upon her achieving that upgrade. And for now, it remains a mere possibility. Moreover, even if we cannot vanquish Morgana, we could still eliminate a wave of her demon army. After a brief analysis, Yin concluded that executing the full-power Heavenly Blade Judgment now could indeed lead to Morgana's defeat. But it would endanger the lives of Earth's inhabitants, and thus, she awaited the Queen's decision. Oh? Kesha laughed upon hearing this, gazing down at the humans and the legion of heroes on the deck, proclaiming something that left them all bewildered. The choice in this matter can entirely lie with humanity. Yin instantly grasped Kesha's intention. After nodding in acknowledgement, she soared into the atmosphere, preparing to execute the full-power Heavenly Blade Judgment. Your Majesty, Morgana's demon fleet is about to teleport above Jusha City. If we unleash the full-power Heavenly Blade Judgment now, it could result in the deaths of millions. Yan's voice resonated, and Kesha amplified her voice across the entire fleet, ensuring everyone could hear her clearly. Hurry and decide. The power of the galaxy, sacrificing millions for a chance to eliminate Morgana. What a bargain! With mere Earthlings and this so-called legion of heroes, you cannot possibly contend with Morgana. As long as you give the nod, we can assist you in eradicating Morgana. Once the demons are gone, dealing with the remaining chaos will be far simpler for you. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoluan was momentarily dumbfounded. After all, we are talking about millions. Their lives hinged entirely on his stance. The prospect of eliminating the demons sounded appealing, but did he truly possess the right to make such a decision on their behalf? This was an unprecedentedly arduous choice, plunging Gu Xiaoluan into profound trepidation. Ducao patted his shoulder, exclaiming, Xiaoluan, do not acquiesce to her. No one has the right to decide for the lives of others, if we proceed in this manner. How are we any different from the demons? Gu Xiaoluan trembled, feeling an immense weight upon him. Slowly, he raised his gaze to Kesha, shaking his head with deliberation, signifying his stance. A refusal? Yet, it is indeed noble. Aligning with the principles of justice. Kesha was quite pleased with Gu Xiaoluan's decision, but she deemed such a choice excessively feeble, incapable of safeguarding anyone. After her demise, the number of humans lost due to Morgana would reach at least hundreds of millions. Protecting millions seems commendable, yet the cost thereafter would multiply manifold. Is this truly acceptable? Kesha had pondered this question countless times. Refusing to betray her compatriots was indeed an act of justice, yet the consequences would lead to greater calamities and sacrifices. Kesha was fully aware of this reality, but her sense of justice had become a shackle that confined her. Just then, a flash of light illuminated the sea's surface, and a holographic projection materialized before everyone. A provocatively adorned woman with raven hair and heavy makeup appeared. The demon queen Morgana. Her emergence instantly captivated the audience, for she began hurling insults at Kesha. Kesha, you wretched harlot. You pursue us across the universe to condemn us. You fabricated a so-called order, nonsensical just order dictated solely by your judgment. That is the judgment of the divine. Kesha, perched upon her throne, impatiently interrupted Morgana's tirade. The divine judgment? Is it permissible to sacrifice countless lives? Morgana scoffed, her animosity towards Kesha palpable. You know better than anyone why those lives were sacrificed, all due to your malevolent ideologies. By what right do you? The judgment of the divine is indisputable. Damn it, you wretched. Justice is justice, and evil is evil. You will listen to me first. Justice dictated by the divine is still justice, and evil must be punished without question. You must hear me out first, you harlot. Morgana's chest heaved with indignation. Eye in the face of Kesha, she was unable to strike back or counter her words. No matter how she lashed out, Kesha remained composed, critiquing her ideologies from a position of superiority, making Morgana seethe with fury. With a furious outburst from Morgana, silence enveloped the scene. Earth is beautiful. I adore it here. I shall fight for the freedom of Earth. It is you who should leave, you harlot. Once again uttering nonsensical drivel, Kesha shook her head, deeming the argument utterly futile. Morgana opened her mouth, ready to retort when Kesha coldly laughed and severed Morgana's communication. Thus, all could see Morgana, the so-called demon queen, gesticulating wildly, her lips moving without a sound, akin to a silent film performance or a mere spectacle for amusement, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. After her lengthy monologue, Morgana finally realized her disgrace, fell silent, her teeth grinding in frustration, wishing to tear Kesha apart with her bare hands. Kesha showed her no leniency, cutting off the communication channel entirely after enjoying the spectacle. And the holographic image vanished in an instant. Following this, Kesha calmly continued her introduction. The Demon King Morgana, an embodiment of evil who champions the freedom of depraved ideologies. Her crimes are beyond enumeration throughout the cosmos. Not only has she utilized malevolent gene implantation technology to alter the divine river's life forms for her so-called evolution, but her demonic legion has committed unspeakable atrocities, wreaking havoc upon countless civilizations, even obliterating some weaker ones entirely. The actions she has undertaken on Earth pale in comparison. According to Earth's standards, they amount to a mere drop in the bucket. Should we continue to allow her existence? It poses a threat to Earth and the entire known universe, and now, the opportunity to eliminate her lies before you. Though you truly wish to forfeit this chance, we refuse. Enough, Kesha. Do not intimidate these children. Have they not already provided you with the response you sought? If you truly wish to unleash destruction, why solicit the opinions of others? If you are truly unable to act, I would be more than willing to assist. However, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. Are you available? Just as Dukeo and the Legion of Heroes were poised to express their stance once more, a voice resonated across the sea. Reaching everyone's ears, upon hearing this voice, Kesha raised an eyebrow, recognizing the arrival of a familiar figure in the distance. Her expression softened, and her tone became gentler. Angel Mo Yun, it has been far too long. Chapter 25. The Gossiping Angels Cloud Summit, Temporary Celestial Palace. This is a temporary resting place for the angels, situated over 30,000 meters high in the sky, resembling a floating island, rarely visited yet picturesque. For the technologically advanced angels, constructing such an edifice is but a simple task. At this very moment, a special guest has arrived here, a true ancient male angel. This is particularly alluring for the female angels, who have scarcely laid eyes on their male counterparts, let alone the rare sight of a fallen angel. Mo Yun descended upon the island. These female angels blinked in surprise and boldly approached him, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if he were some rare creature. He appeared no different from an ordinary divine being, save for the additional pair of wings. Tread carefully. This fellow seems no different from a fallen angel. Do not be deceived. Ajue, you truly do not know of the existence of fallen angels on Earth? Oh, I've already stated he is not a fallen angel. Is he really not one? I thought he might pounce on us directly. TSK, is it truly polite to discuss such matters in front of others? Just because we are of the same kin does not grant us the liberty to be impolite. The left-wing guardian Yin stepped forward to extricate Mo Yun from the situation, prompting the group of angels to disperse with cheerful laughter, finally releasing Mo Yun from their scrutiny. Angel Yin playfully tossed her hair over her shoulder, her fox-like eyes gleaming with mirth as she teasingly inquired. So, are you enjoying the attention from these beautiful female angels? Aren't they delightful? It's acceptable. After all, they are women, and a bit of liveliness is understandable in private. TSK, what a dull fellow you are. Come along with me. The queen is waiting for you. Mo Yun nodded calmly, following Yin to stand before Ke Sha remained seated upon her throne, yet her demeanor had shifted from languid to alert. Although she still lounged with one leg crossed, propping her head with her right hand, a certain regal authority had softened, revealing a hint of gentleness. Yin, who had accompanied Kasha for 7 millennia, was momentarily taken aback. She had never witnessed the queen in such a state, save for when she interacted with the heavenly king He-She. Indeed, there must be a story behind the connection between Angel Mo Yun and Queen Kasha. Your Majesty? Yin bowed respectfully, but before she could finish her sentence, Kasha interrupted. Thank you for your efforts. Yin, you may withdraw for now. I wish to have a moment alone with Imo Yun. Stunned by the abrupt dismissal, Yin discreetly assessed Kasha and Imo Yun, sensing an unusual tension. It was rare for a guardian to be sent away immediately upon arrival. Rest assured, Yin, I am well acquainted with Imo Yun. He has come to reminisce with me. You may take your leave. Kasha waved her hand, signaling Yin to depart. With a slight smirk, Yin bowed respectfully before exiting, casting a meaningful glance at Imo Yun as she left. Imo Yun was left speechless. It seemed she had misunderstood their relationship. It's merely childish imagination. It is quite normal in their perception. You are the first male to have such private interaction with me. Especially a male angel. Kasha hardly cared for such notions. As she observed Imo Yun standing before her, she paused and asked, Do you prefer standing? Please, sit. There is no need for such formality. I am quite pleased to reunite with an old friend. With that, she raised her gaze slightly, conjuring a round stool before her. Imo Yun approached and seated himself, and they faced one another, quietly appraising each other. Kasha let out a soft sigh, her tone tinged with melancholy and dissatisfaction. Didn't I greet he-she? He-she is he-she, and I am it though we are allies. She is not me. You could have approached me directly. Imo Yun. What is the point of making such a distinction? Noticing Imo Yun's silence, Kasha smiled faintly and continued, Why did you leave back then? The circumstances at that time were not suitable for a male angel to remain. You are well aware of that. It was a matter of, he began. So, you blame me? Kasha interrupted, closing her eyes, her expression inscrutable. Imo Yun was taken aback. Had he ever implied such a thing? Shaking his head, he earnestly explained, That was the backlash of the heavenly order, not influenced by personal will. I hold no such sentiments. Had you chosen to stay, perhaps circumstances would have differed. What has not occurred remains unknown. Instead of lamenting, it is wiser to seek change. That is a reasonable perspective. And what of you? Are you still unable to move past your sister's death? Kasha opened her eyes, locking her gaze onto Imo Yun's, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Imo Yun forced a bitter smile, saying, After tens of thousands of years, to say I have moved on would be disingenuous. No matter how much I regret, she cannot be resurrected. Observing the rare expression of sorrow on Imo Yun's face, Kasha felt a slight tug at her heart. This man, so steadfast, possessed a soft corner within, concealed beneath his armor of strength. A vulnerability only evident when discussing his sister. I am sorry, Kasha apologized gently, her tone softening. It is not your fault. It was my own error. Oh, thank me? Kasha tilted her head in confusion, genuinely puzzled. What could possibly warrant my gratitude? You are aware of the situation with he-she? Correct? Thank you for not pursuing the matter further. So it pertains to he-she, the most notorious embezzler and smuggler of the Meluo heaven. Quite the feat. She is far less competent than he-she. That one has been reckless, taking advantage of my leniency. Had I wished to pursue the matter, she would have long since faced judgment. But wait, are you genuinely thanking me on her behalf? Do these two share such a close bond? What was merely a professional relationship? Let us not dwell on gratitude. What exactly is transpiring between you and he-she? Could you elaborate? The resources that he-she secretly pilfered included some rare materials. While they might not be significant to the Meluo heaven, they would be unnecessary for mere planetary transformation. Moreover, if you so desired, acquiring a planet capable of supplying tens of thousands of angels should not pose a challenge. Correct. Something feels amiss. It appears that within your angelic legion, none have upgraded to the third-generation divine body. What has become of the remaining ordinary resources? What exactly are you utilizing them for? Imo Yun blinked. Are you monitoring my legion? Kasha chuckled nonchalantly. I have merely conducted a few inquiries. A legion of tens of thousands is far more conspicuous than those scattered fallen angels across the cosmos. I must know what you are up to. Indeed, resources have been consumed, though I cannot elaborate on their current applications. However, you need not worry. He-she maintains certain boundaries regarding resource provision. Nothing illicit. Imo Yun spoke candidly. While he-she had indeed had dealings with him, she too had her limits, and he did not require everything. I should be able to request a substantial amount of resources soon. Kasha instinctively furrowed her brow at Imo Yun's vague explanation. He still bore that infuriating demeanor. Aside from the moon and stars, no one can handle you, can they? Let us discuss serious matters. We have no time to waste. Kei Sha's expression shifted to one of seriousness, nearly forgetting that she needed to prepare for her imminent departure. Dio discuss serious matters, then? Very well. Are you colluding with Morgana? Kusha's countenance turned icy, her tone growing frigid as her sharp, beautiful eyes regarded Mo Yun with authority, the atmosphere growing heavy with tension. Why do you ask? Mo Yun's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion as he faced Kusha, the sovereign of the gods, without a hint of trepidation. Once Morgana descends upon Earth, her first act will undoubtedly be to gather combatants. She will not relinquish you easily. Kei Sha was convinced that as long as Morgana possessed any sense, she would not forsake Mo Yun as an asset. After departing from the Heavenly City, Morgana had even considered seeking out Mo Yun. If demons and male angels were to align, it would pose a significant predicament for the female angels. However, at that time, Mo Yun had vanished, and with Cheong Sang present, Morgana had been unable to rally the Angelic Legion, ultimately retreating in frustration. Now, encountering Mo Yun on Earth, how could Morgana possibly resist the temptation to recruit him? Aligning with Mo Yun not only meant gaining a seasoned warrior but also acquiring the allegiance of 3 angelic legions. Though the genetic models may have aged somewhat, genetics do not dictate everything. If genetics were the sole determinant, then the fallen angels, with their superior genetics and greater numbers, would never have lost to the relatively fewer female angels with upgraded genes. Dark energy is also a crucial measure of combat strength. Beyond that, it is simply a matter of intuition. Dio not use the word collusion. We merely engaged in a transaction. Mo Yun did not deny it. Instead, he openly acknowledged the arrangement, leaving Kusha momentarily speechless. She asked you to assist in dealing with me? What were the conditions? Kusha inquired with genuine interest, curious as to what terms Morgana could offer. As for eliminating Mo Yun, not yet, especially since he had not yet turned against her. She offered me resources to upgrade to the 3rd-generation divine body, Kaisa. Upon hearing that price, she was utterly bewildered. Is this truly the worth of a king among gods? Who do you think you are looking down upon? Even if I were to upgrade to a 4th-generation divine body, I would still feel undervalued. You dare to come after me for a mere 3rd-generation divine body? Can't you aspire to something greater? Surely, you shouldn't be this impoverished. Something about this feels decidedly off. You agreed? You wouldn't suddenly strike me down with your silver wings, would you? Surely not, I promise. Kaisa averted her gaze, silently dismissing any violent impulses. Mo Yun's lips twitched slightly. He chose to believe Kaisa's words, albeit with some reservations due to other underlying factors. I have a few questions I would like to pose to you. Kaisa shot Mo Yun a look of exasperation. It was already commendable that she hadn't lost her temper on the spot, and now he wished to push his luck by lingering longer. The two fell into a silent gaze at one another, and in the end, Kaisa nodded, voluntarily conceding, "Go ahead, ask your questions, and once you're done, leave." Mo Yun nodded and, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "How do you perceive the concept of justice and order? I mean, in the current context." Kaisa was taken aback by the question. Wait, isn't this supposed to be her domain? As the architect of justice and order, she never anticipated being questioned about her views on the very subject. Was Mo Yun serious? She found herself momentarily confused. Could it be that she had let something slip? Surely, they wouldn't be selling such insights? I think. Just as Mo Yun and Kaisa were engaging in a profound and amicable dialogue, the timid little angels were secretly hiding not far away, eavesdropping. Wow! Queen Kaisa granted him a seat. What an exclusive privilege! When Kaisa invited Mo Yun to sit, all the angels instantly erupted with excitement. This was indeed a moment of profound historical significance. Queen Kaisa is so gentle. The male angel is so handsome. Calm down. Don't let Queen Kaisa catch you. Angel Long shot an irritable glare at the hyperactive little angels, warning them sternly. Shoo, let us keep our voices down. Wow, what are they discussing? It's blocked. We can't hear anything. Queen Kaisa looks so beautiful today. Are they in love? What nonsense. Queen Kaisa has always been this beautiful. Could he possibly be Queen Kaisa's ideal partner? What nonsense. Queen Kaisa would never fall in love. No one in the universe is worthy of being Queen Kaisa's ideal partner. Angel Long was nearly fuming, glaring fiercely at Mo E, who had spoken such disrespectful words. his eyes as fierce as daggers. What a fool, daring to sully Queen Kaisa's name. Doesn't he even deserve to be compared to Yin? That vixen Moe was intimidated by the intense glare, sticking out his tongue and quietly distancing himself from Angel Long, who was the oldest among the active angel warriors. Yin observed the two from a distance with keen interest. A smirk forming on her lips. Teske, I knew something was amiss, didn't I? Suddenly, she felt a poke at her waist. Turning around, she was met with the familiar delicate face of her good friend, Angel Jue, who now bore a hint of shyness. What is up, Aswi? Yin asked. Sister Yin, the compatibility, Aswi whispered to Yin, who, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, oh, this little girl still remembers the joke she made. Are you serious, Sister Yin? Aren't you curious? Aswi blinked her eyes, filled with anticipation. Yin felt a tug of curiosity. After all, this was a rare male angel. However, she glanced towards Imo Yun and Kaisa, who were deep in conversation. What if he truly is Queen Kaisa's ideal partner? While it would certainly mean that Queen Kaisa's compatibility is the highest, what if, even if my compatibility doesn't match Queen Kaisa's? It wouldn't bode well if she found out. What if she misinterpreted my interest in her ideal partner? No, Queen Kaisa has already betrothed me to the power of the galaxy. Yin had the intention to refuse, but the next moment, Aswi's words struck a chord within her. But the power of the galaxy is something you chose for yourself. Why not at least give it a try? How about testing it a little? Just don't tell anyone the result. Chapter 26. This is quite satisfactory. In the Marrow Heaven, in the bedroom of the heavenly base king he, who had been slacking off, opened her azure eyes, revealing a hint of peculiarity. Just moments ago, the angel gene matching system she had developed was activated, and several angels had undergone compatibility tests. Generally speaking, this wouldn't be a major issue. Female angels have no restrictions on their service duration. Whenever they wish to retire, they merely need to mention it to Kaisa, who is always supportive of their decisions to lay down their arms and pursue true love. This was also the reason she had incorporated the matching system into the angel gene. However, the current situation was somewhat different. In past centuries, it was rare to see even one compatibility test. How could there suddenly be several? The frequency was rather alarming. Moreover, why were all these little angels testing their compatibility with the same person? Imo Yun. Ha, that scoundrel, she scoffed, rolling her eyes in annoyance. He never misses an opportunity to exude his hormones, does he? Just a bunch of naive youngsters. What is so appealing about him? Can he compare to me, the manly woman? Instead of pursuing someone mature and sophisticated like myself, he goes after a horde of golden-haired girls. Is he out of his mind? If it were just Kaisa, I might have let it slide, even if it were that scheming Bing on the other side. I could grit my teeth and endure it, but this, has he been too good to them? Eating off his own plate while trying to jump into someone else's pot. Isn't he undervaluing himself? She felt a surge of anger, irritated that Imo Yun, while ignoring her, was flirting with younger female angels. Just as she had always said, male angels forever prefer younger female angels, right? At the same time, she felt a twinge of annoyance towards Kaisa for allowing those little girls to run amok. If she doesn't wake up soon, she'll miss out on even the warmest soup. Finally, she was also somewhat displeased with Yin and Aswi, those little angels. At such a young age, shouldn't they be focusing on their careers? How old are they? Already fluttering with romantic sentiments. Do they even realize who they're competing against for their ideal partner? They incredibly bold. They previously spoke of dedicating their lives to justice. Do women truly become as love-struck as that scoundrel Imo Yun says? Shouldn't they receive a lesson? She pondered. Stroking her chin. The angels uphold justice and order, yet yearn for true love. They are indeed capable of risking everything for love. If she were to take action, it wouldn't be very amicable. But if she were to allow them to undergo the tests, it could lead to complications. This so-called gene matching system was developed by she herself, so it indeed possesses some backdoors. More importantly, she had incorporated quite a bit of her personal touch during its creation. When developing it, some templates were necessary, and those templates naturally had to be based on something she was familiar with. That's right, the foundational template for this system was Imo Yun's data. Although she later integrated various data from the female angels, such as their preferences, personalities, and strengths, for precision calculations, the foundational template remained Imo Yun. Therefore, The compatibility couldn't possibly be 2LOW.IN, the matching system designed by he/she. The compatibility could generally be classified into 5 tiers. Below 60 indicates a slim chance, 60-70 suggests mutual attraction, 70 to 80 signifies playful rivals, 80-90 denotes mutual support, and the highest tier of 90 to 100 represents a match made in heaven. Due to the rarity of true love, the angels define true love as anything above 70, with over 80 being considered particularly rare. While it seemed low, it was, in fact, quite high. Countless retired angels from previous generations remained single, not to mention these little angels. Given that the system was built upon the foundational data of Mo Yun, a male angel of the same lineage, it couldn't possibly yield a compatibility lower than 70, could it? Thus, she found herself in a dilemma regarding whether to adjust the data, especially after observing the compatibility scores of Yin and Aswi. Yin, 95, Aswi, 89, Kalain, 87. Upon seeing this, she didn't dare to look further. The development of events was precisely as she had anticipated. What an infuriating fellow, much like a courting magic antelope. Then, under her watchful gaze, the compatibility scores of these female angels began to rise again. She felt a wave of dizziness, nearly fainting from anger, her silver teeth almost grinding to dust. Damn it. It's too late. The angels' compatibility doesn't dictate everything. It's not set in stone, as both angels and their ideal partners may undergo changes with their experiences, which could incrementally affect their compatibility. While such occurrences are rare, theoretically, they are indeed possible. However, it is indeed a rarity for such a high compatibility to emerge right from the start. The fact that it has surged again immediately after the initial match is even more astonishing. This occurrence has not been witnessed since the compatibility system was developed. Strangely, she found herself feeling somewhat discontent. She had yet to test her own compatibility. To think these young girls had beaten her to it. As a playful idea flickered in her mind, she dismissed the notion of altering someone else's compatibility. Such an act would be utterly despicable. She was mischievous, not vile. Yet, issuing an announcement was certainly within reason. Right? The emergence of the highest compatibility in history was surely a cause for celebration. Congratulations to Angel Yin and Angel Mo Yun for achieving an astonishing compatibility of 97, the highest ever recorded. In the angelic communication system, Hishi's calm voice suddenly resonated, causing all the angels to freeze in surprise. What? The highest compatibility in history has appeared. A staggering 97, and it's Angel Yin. Is the sacred left wing retiring? Who is her male deity? The temporary celestial palace, Angel Yin, was momentarily bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. She widened her beautiful eyes and parted her cherry lips, standing frozen in place, feeling somewhat out of sorts under the gazes of her fellow angels. What is happening? It was merely a compatibility test, wasn't it? Was it really necessary to announce it to all the angels? Although her compatibility was indeed quite high, was it truly warranted? She had only intended to test it discreetly. Without informing anyone else, but unexpectedly, the Heavenly King had revealed the matter, and now all her sisters were aware. Even Queen Kaisha knew. She felt utterly mortified. What was she to do? Could she perhaps live on another planet instead? Angel Long cast a disdainful glance at her, proudly lifting her head, beginning her characteristic sarcastic banter. Tiske, who would have thought, Yin, that you fancied someone older? Cough, cough. Isn't this handsome uncle type mature, reliable, and strong? Although a deep blush adorned her cheeks, Yin understood that she could not retreat in the face of Long's taunts. Otherwise, she would forever be subjected to this teasing. She had to win this verbal exchange, or else she would never regain her footing in future encounters. Stay composed, Yin. You are over 7,000 years old. What storms have you not weathered? What is there to fear? In response to Yan's feigned calm rebuttal, Long merely scoffed derisively, dismissing her with a contemptuous remark. Enough of this irrelevant chatter. We are discussing your affairs. What, do you truly prefer someone older? Let us not forget, Queen Kaisha has betrothed you to the power of the galaxy. What of age? For us angels, a difference of several millennia is hardly significant. In a few million years, such disparities will be negligible. Yin raised her head high, casting a disdainful glance at Long, suppressing her embarrassment and feigning difficulty. As for what you said about the power of the galaxy, that does indeed pose a troublesome predicament. One is the god of war from the era of the celestial palace, a hero from the period of great expansion of angelic civilization. And the other is the future god of the galaxy. Both are top-tier deities. What a challenging choice. Unlike you, who can completely disregard such matters. How enviable, Angel Long. Is this girl boasting? How infuriating. Yet, Lung was no pushover. Despite often finding herself at a disadvantage in front of Yin, as her longtime rival, she knew precisely how to deal with the seemingly pretentious Yin. She let out a cold laugh and continued to mock. You have quite the array of true loves, don't you? If you are so open-hearted, then hurry and retire your left-wing guard. Yin was momentarily taken aback, stifled by her words. Sister Long, that isn't right. The power of the galaxy has not even been matched. How can it be considered true love? Just then, Yin's good friend, Angel Jue, stepped in to defend her. Although her compatibility was quite high, it paled in comparison to Yan's, and such a remarkable compatibility was unprecedented. It was truly a match made in heaven. There was no denying that she envied Yan's compatibility. However, as a young angel who yearned for true love, Jue felt compelled to assist Yan, believing that witnessing Yan's happiness would be quite delightful, even if she herself remained unfulfilled. Moreover, she genuinely felt that compatibility was more reasonable than Queen Kaisha's decree, for hadn't Queen Kaisha said that only the power of the galaxy was worthy of Yin? Yet, judging by the current situation, the power of the galaxy was far from adequate. At the very least, it would take a millennium for him to become a qualified deity. But Mo Yun was different. Aside from being older, he seemed to have no shortcomings. His strength was formidable, and he could protect Yin. What? An unromantic straight man. Please, that is clearly a plus. Besides, as an angel, she surely understood the nature of angels. Didn't she? Did she think that female angels were any different? Were they not all just a bunch of hopeless romantics? True love is eternal. True love is paramount. If the compatibility is so high, doesn't that indicate that he and Yin are a perfect match? The queen merely wished for Yin to find a male deity worthy of her, and Mo Yun fit the bill. She simply could not believe that the power of the galaxy's compatibility surpassed his. With a cold huff, Long disdainfully averted her gaze, filled only with thoughts of love-struck young girls, utterly oblivious. Congratulations to Angel Jue, whose compatibility with Angel Mo Yun has reached 91, becoming the second highest compatibility ever recorded. The angelic communication system once again echoed Hishi's exceedingly neutral voice, yet this time, everyone could unmistakably detect a hint of schadenfreude woven within. Just as Angel Jue was preparing to extol the virtues of true love, she found herself caught off guard, slowly lowering her raised hand, awkwardly bowing her head to gaze at her battle boots in a trance, as if a flower were blooming upon them. If one were to overlook her flushed ears, others might have easily been deceived. True love? This is truly a matter of open affection. Angel Long crossed her arms, snickering disdainfully, casting a cold glance at Yin and Jue. They had truly made some progress. One as a left-wing guard, the other as a high-ranking angel. It was one thing to measure compatibility, but to simultaneously match with a male deity. Pa, what male deity? Merely a scoundrel. Both Angel Yin and Angel Jue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Momentarily at a loss for words, particularly Jue, who sensed that the gazes of others had become rather peculiar. Given the current situation, her previous remarks suddenly seemed rather awkward, yet she had no way to explain. Yin too felt a sense of confusion, sensing that something was amiss. Wasn't the compatibility system supposed to be particularly rigorous? How could such absurdities occur? Simultaneously achieving compatibility with two high-ranking angels, and both of them record-breaking. Was this not outrageous? Surely, the compatibility system could not be malfunctioning. Yin and Jue turned their gazes toward Kyla and Moe, who both flinched slightly, awkwardly averting their eyes, unwilling to meet Yin and Jue's gaze. I have 89. I have 88, Yin. This is seriously off. Extremely off. Jue's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the two. By Queen Kaisha's decree, has this system malfunctioned? At this point, even Angel Long could no longer remain composed. The situation felt decidedly peculiar. One anomaly could be considered a fluke, two could be a coincidence, but four. On the other side, Mo Yun, who had just engaged in a conversation with Kaisha, suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Kaisha's attitude toward him seemed to have undergone a subtle shift. Why are you suddenly looking at me with such a strange expression? Gazing at the enigmatic, beautiful blonde woman before him, Mo Yun felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. What was going on? Surely, he had not offended her, had he? They had been conversing so amicably just moments ago. Kaisha gazed deeply at him, her lips parting as if to speak, yet ultimately she merely sighed and forced a smile. It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled certain matters that concern you not. Mo Yun nodded, trusting her words, as he truly did not believe he had offended Kaisha. Kaisha composed herself, revealing nothing of her inner turmoil. It was fine. After all, she was nearing her departure. What need was there to dwell on it? If she did not wait, then she did not wait. Wasn't this outcome something she had long anticipated? Why complicate matters further? This was also quite pleasant. Being able to coexist harmoniously once more, leisurely discussing matters with him was delightful. Although she had waited long and ultimately received nothing of what she desired, being able to see him in her final moments was indeed a great joy. Chapter 27. Secrets. Bang. Morgana forcefully pressed Mo Yun against the wall, glaring at him with an intensity that could kill. Mo Yun rolled his eyes, attempting to push her away, only to find that he could not budge her an inch. Not only did his attempt fail, but it seemed to have only enraged Morgana further. She raised an eyebrow, coldly snorting, and seized Mo Yun's collar, using her strength to slam him against the wall once more. The force so great that it created a massive dent. Mo Yun struggled again, confirming his inability to escape, and let out a resigned sigh. Let me go. Hurry. Morgana let out a disdainful laugh. Ha! Give me a reason to release you. Isn't it your turn to explain? Mo Yun felt somewhat bewildered, as it was he who had been pinned against the wall by her. Did you get it all wrong? Observing the feigned ignorance of Mo Yun, Morgana was on the verge of exploding with rage. She gritted her teeth and, despite her fury, attempted to suppress it as she spoke. Why weren't you on the warship earlier? You ran off the moment Kesha approached. Is this how a friend behaves? Oh, is that what this is about? Mo Yun shook his head in exasperation, peeling Morgana's fingers from his collar one by one, and nonchalantly explained, I was attending to other matters. What matters? Morgana's expression was one of disbelief. If you can't explain yourself, I swear I'll cut you up today. I went to meet Kesha, Mo Yun replied with an unflappable demeanor, as if visiting Kesha was no different from stopping for a cup of tea. This attitude was so normal that Morgana was momentarily taken aback, as if it genuinely were a trivial matter. After a while, Morgana finally processed what Mo Yun had said, and her fury escalated. Damn it! While I'm here confronting that scheming Kesha, being scolded and made a fool of, you, my ally, decide to meet her. You absolute sycophant. You infuriate me. Morgana nearly shouted the last sentence, her voice so loud that Mo Yun instinctively covered his ears. In that moment, Morgana felt both furious and wronged, wishing she could stab him. Yet she maintained a modicum of rationality, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Mo Yun, awaiting his explanation. She believed that Mo Yun wouldn't dare to play her for a fool and that there must be a reason for his actions. There's no talk of betrayal. I merely conversed with Kesha to understand her vision of justice and order. To make an informed judgment, one must first gain a thorough understanding of the other party. Don't you think? Mo Yun explained with an unwavering expression, the merits of justice and order cannot solely be based on your perspective. I also need to comprehend Kesha's ideology, as well as the current state of civilizations under other orders of justice. Morgana furrowed her brow, her anger dissipating somewhat. And what is your conclusion? The current order of justice is incompatible with present-day developments, Mo Yun stated decisively. This truly reflected his thoughts, yet after discussing it with Kesha, he sensed that she was aware of this discrepancy but stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. The architect of the order of justice, she could not afford to oppose it, for doing so would trigger unpredictable chain reactions. The order of justice upheld by the angels was the prevailing belief in the known universe, with over 90% of civilizations adhering to it. Should Kesha herself repudiate this order, the consequences would be catastrophic. The collapse of angelic civilization would be the best-case scenario, and the most terrifying possibility would be the collapse or destruction of countless civilizations firmly believing in the order of justice. Such a cost was beyond Kesha's capacity to bear. The best approach would be to forge a new order through the crucible of war, one that more accurately reflects the universe's evolution. This upheaval must be controlled within a certain scope, allowing various civilizations adequate time to adapt. Theoretically, this was not difficult, but the key lay with Kesha. Her strength was overwhelming. As long as she lived, everything was futile. and no one dared to challenge the order of justice, at most engaging in covert maneuvers. Therefore, Kesha must die. Not only do other gods desire her demise, but she also harbors a desire for her own death. For only then can the order of justice be dismantled, and a new order emerge. Mo Yun merely sought to confirm this notion while engaging in some dialogue with Kesha and understanding her perspective, as well as agreeing to certain terms with her. Is that all? That's all, Mo Yun replied candidly, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Morgana remained skeptical. You didn't do anything else? Just a conversation. What else could I possibly do? Mo Yun responded, puzzled by Morgana's concern. If you don't believe me, I can hold Kesha back for you later. Morgana smirked slightly, her expression wavering between suspicion and relief. That's not what I meant. That scheming Kesha, she didn't do anything strange, did she? Strange things? Well, that has nothing to do with Kesha, does it? Upon hearing this, Morgana nodded, her expression finally softening. Remember what you said earlier. You must help me keep Kesha at bay. With that, Morgana utilized a wormhole to transport herself away. Mo Yun turned to glance at the wall of the bedroom, which had been dented, and let out a helpless sigh, reaching out to restore it to its former state. Finally, I've sent Morgana away. Now I need to recalibrate. Reina's destructive power was indeed formidable. If Liang unlocked her genetic coding, her immense energy could potentially obliterate Kesha's divine form. Charging himself up to repair the data from the dark dimension should not pose a significant problem, right? As long as the power was sufficient, he should be able to annihilate those ghostly entities completely. However, prior to that, he needed to prepare adequately to prevent unforeseen circumstances. If he misjudged the energy threshold of his dark energy fusion technology, he would truly be reduced to a mere shadow of himself. While this issue appeared somewhat troublesome, it was still within his capacity to resolve. The real dilemma lay with his own situation. Repairing was not the problem. The critical concern was the aftermath of the repair. His body could be destroyed and remade, but the data from the dark dimension was not so easily rectified. Even if restoration were possible, it would likely carry certain risks. The data from the dark dimension remained a persistent headache. He hoped that the divine form could resolve this issue. He could only wish that those troublesome entities were not lurking within, leaving behind some monstrous remnants. Who would be so vile as to place guardians in a grave? If he were to encounter those troublesome beings, he would certainly make them pay. May this plan unfold smoothly. In the cosmos, an ancient-style warship was traversing the vastness, filled with elite male angels hailing from the 3 great legions of angels. Their destination was the Earth in the Chihu star system. This was a small place in the universe that few civilizations had noticed. Until recently, they had not even heard of it. For some special reasons, the angelic legions generally refrained from leaving the Uralan star system. Even when acting as mercenaries, they would not venture far, let alone crossing such a vast distance from the edge of the known universe to the opposite end of the galaxy. Even during the era of the great expansion of the Heavenly Palace. This was an exceedingly lengthy journey. Xinyang, a loquacious elite team leader, was fortunate enough to participate in this expedition. This lengthy journey was a first for him, and everything seemed novel, causing him to constantly look around and occasionally strike up conversations. Initially, few paid him any mind, partly because he was exceedingly annoying with his incessant questioning, and partly because his inquiries were rather foolish, such as, what is the name of that planet? Are there angels there? Is there civilization? How could they possibly know? Why did he care about these trivial matters? Did he think this was a vacation? Could he not behave more normally? Those planets lacked civilizations, let alone civilizations. There were very few planets in the universe capable of harboring life. When they migrated here 20,000 years ago, these planets had already been scoured. Finally, someone responded to him, his own grandfather. Xinyang was elated and eagerly inquired. Then why don't we seize other civilizations' planets? Surely we can manage that? Qiong Sang glanced at him, slightly satisfied, nodding in acknowledgement. Not bad. Although you're somewhat chatty, you are still my descendant, an excellent warrior of the angelic civilization. With a combative instinct ingrained in your bones. Could it be that they feared drawing attention from others? This was the only plausible explanation Xinyang could think of. Yet Qiong Sang merely shook his head, dismissing his conjecture without further elaboration. Eradicating civilizations and seizing their planets was indeed not a problem for the angelic legions. Back then, the order of justice had yet to be established, and aside from the expelled Super Divine Academy, there were not even any divine-level civilizations. Even if such actions were taken, it was unlikely that anyone would notice. However, the angelic legions chose to remain stationed on Urulent Star, even after expending considerable time and effort on modifications. This decision was not because of the safety of its remoteness. It was due to a discovery made during their exploration of Urulent Star. Although Urulent Star was isolated and impoverished, it had not always been so. Xiong Sang acknowledged that the planet was not affluent, yet it held immense significance, containing vast treasures while simultaneously serving as a shackle, the shackle of civilization across the universe. Nevertheless, Xiong Sang could not divulge this information to anyone. The events that transpired back then were exceedingly bizarre. One could witness those beings with their own eyes yet inexplicably forget them. While the details remained unclear, Xiong Sang harbored a premonition that the general's sudden disappearance during an exploration of the unknown universe was likely linked to those entities on Urulent Star. Now that the general had reappeared on this remote planet, the underlying reasons were likely far from simple. Such matters are not to be disclosed to anyone, not a soul, particularly not to Shenyang. That incessant chatterbox. Should this information spread widely, it could potentially incite panic throughout the entire universe, and may very well trigger a catastrophic disaster of unimaginable proportions. Alas, I hope for a smooth resolution. I had intended to retire and enjoy my twilight years, yet here I am, compelled to remain vigilant in my duties as a relic of over 30,000 years. The only silver lining is that I have managed to develop some useful technologies with those resources. It feels as though I have suffered a significant loss. Had I known, I would have intercepted the general long ago. He gallivants across the cosmos while I am left to guard our home. Ah, but that is not entirely fair. At least I have married and even have grandchildren, whereas the general remains a wretched bachelor. Xiong Sang shook his head, dismissing these chaotic thoughts. The general's affairs are not mine to worry about. Let him be. I shall focus on my own responsibilities, grandfather? Xiong Sang shot a piercing glance, and Shenyang instinctively straightened up, adopting an exceedingly respectful demeanor. Commander? Xiong Sang nodded, indicating that he need not inquire further about these matters. What he needed to know would be conveyed to him without question. Shenyang dared not speak further, acquiescing with a lowered gaze. Xiong Sang assessed their location, feeling they had nearly arrived, and dispatched Shenyang to carry out his task. Enough of this stifling atmosphere. Go and check if the Great Worm Bridge is in sight. If you encounter a female angel, remember to keep your lips sealed. Do not betray Hishidato. Forget it. I shall accompany you. I do not trust you to go alone. Chapter 28. Preparing for battle, my queen. Mo Yun may not be trustworthy. Aboard the demon warship, Otto hesitated before making the potentially offensive decision to caution her about the uncertainties surrounding Mo Yun. In Otto's eyes, this angel exuded an aura of malevolence, and he was neither a demon nor a supporter of the Queen's libertine ideologies. He was, in fact, an angel. Even if he did not align with the forces of righteousness, he was still an angel, and angels, at their core, were not allies of demons. Moreover, after collaborating with the Queen, he had the audacity to flirt with Kaisa, which left Otto questioning his loyalty. What if he were to betray the Queen at a critical moment? Sitting upon the throne, Morgana rested her chin on her hand, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head, dismissing Otto's concerns. I understand your suspicions regarding Mo Yun, but I believe they are unfounded. He may not be an ally of the demons, but he is certainly not an ally of Kaisa. Otto. Though he had always staunchly supported the Queen's decisions, he truly wished to ask her where she derived the confidence that Mo Yun was not Kaisa's friend. It felt as though the Queen was under some sort of delusion. I know your concerns, but there is no need for alarm. Even if Mo Yun were to deduce our plans, he lacks the means to betray me. After all, he is merely human and does not possess a celestial computer. My role is merely to entice him. He would have no opportunity to turn against us. Morgana was resolute in her confidence, clearly sensing that Mo Yun genuinely despised the order of righteousness, not merely disliking it, but believing it should be obliterated. Thus, she saw no advantage for him in betraying her. He would be foolish to seek conflict. Well, I shall ensure the Queen's safety. Otto, upon hearing this, ceased to press the matter but maintained his reservations. No, Otto, you cannot stay to protect me. You have other responsibilities. Morgana shook her head earnestly, a frosty smile gracing her lips. This task is of utmost importance, and I can only entrust it to you. My command is for you to journey to Frezer, where Kaisa's heir resides. Otto suddenly understood. The queen intended to eradicate the angels. Fear not, I shall ensure Anisid is slain. Morgana, exasperated, slapped her forehead and scolded, What foolishness occupies your mind? If I wished to deal with that girl, would I not have acted already? Anisid is of no consequence. She is a far cry from becoming an angel, to be deemed a worthy angelic monarch. She must wait at least 1,000 years. Your task is not Anisid, but the left-wing guardian Yin, and the right-wing guardian Xin, who are at Karl's Deathsong Academy. With only one left-wing guardian remaining by Kaisa's side, I need you to lure her to Frezer and resolve the situation. Morgana was filled with confidence, her eyes sparkling with cunning. That wretched Kaisa had already designated Anisid as her heir, but alas, she is merely a mortal, as weak as a fledgling chick. This information was relayed to me by Karl, and it is certainly reliable. Tio, protect this mortal. She must deploy her most capable aide, her left-wing guardian Yin. And this presents us with an opportunity. The sacred dual wings not only possess formidable strength, but also wield significant authority within the angelic hierarchy, particularly the left-wing guardian Yin, who is not only Kaisa's pupil but also a temporary commander of the angels. Should Kaisa be incapacitated, Yin, as the left-wing guardian, would ascend to the throne of the angelic monarch. Though it would be a transitional role, she poses a far greater threat than the inexperienced Anisid. To utterly dismantle the angels' order of righteousness, we must eliminate Kaisa, that wretched creature, and also deal with those naive believers in righteousness, particularly Yin, her student. Otherwise, it is inevitable that the angels will relentlessly oppose us. While I may not fear Yin, she, having inherited Kaisa's arsenal, certainly would not be an easy opponent. Why arduous efforts to eliminate Kaisa are aimed at freeing myself from the entanglements of the angels' righteous order. If Yin continues to stand against me with the angels, Kaisa's demise would be in vain. It would be prudent to eliminate Yin before that eventuality arises. After Morgana's instructions, Otto found himself mired in uncertainty. Morgana's gaze turned icy. Do you have objections? Speak up, do not act like a coward. This queen does not silence you, my queen. If I depart, will you have sufficient personnel remaining? Otto discreetly surveyed the individuals nearby. The almost entirely ineffective Black Wind, who could only infiltrate dreams for technical operations, the strong but not particularly bright Dabron, and the formidable yet dim-witted Suadun. Otto fell silent. Compared to the angels, the demon's elite combat capabilities indeed left much to be desired. If it were a routine situation, it might be tolerable, but now we are in a critical phase against Kaisa. Is it truly wise to entrust the protection of the queen to these individuals? Following Otto's gaze, Morgana observed the scene. The idle Black Wind, the curled-up Dabron lost in thought, and the one gnawing on a chicken leg, Suadun, a faint twitch of her lips betrayed her amusement. Yet she cleared her throat and insisted, No worries, I have made arrangements. There is still Mo Yun, is there not? Otto, it is precisely this that troubles me, my queen. Perhaps we should send Mo Yun to Frezer? He too could pose a threat to Kaisa. Otto believed this to be the best course of action, as it would both eliminate the unstable factor of Mo Yun and safeguard the queen. However, his suggestion was met with a dismissive roll of the eyes from Morgana. Are you not concerned that Mo Yun might conspire with the angel Yin? Here beside me, I can keep an eye on him. But if he were to venture to Frezer, who would monitor him? Morgana genuinely believed this to be a misguided idea. The most troubling aspect is that Mo Yun seems to have some connection with the angel Yin. He had previously utilized Yan's abilities with remarkable proficiency and had engaged with her before, possibly fostering some clandestine relationship. It is common knowledge that Yin, that little vixen, is notorious for her flirtations with celestial beings. While I have always thought that Mo Yun, the most steadfast masculine figure in the universe, would be impervious to such advances, one can never be too certain. Given their similar skills, Morgana harbored some doubts. Should I succeed in eliminating Kaisa, only to discover that Mo Yun supported Yan's ascension while rallying his former allies, it would spell disaster. The reunion of male and female angels could bolster their ranks with countless battle-hardened veterans. Not to mention Mo Yun himself, along with He-She, who remains secluded in the Moloshan court as a homebody. Good heavens, after Kaisa's downfall, would the overall strength of the angels not increase rather than diminish? That would be an utter catastrophe. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance is unacceptable. For beings of our caliber, even the slightest probability is significant. Thus, Otto's proposed strategy is simply untenable. Meanwhile, aboard the Great Chasm, all were still engaged in discussions regarding the events that transpired earlier that morning. A multitude of exquisite angels graced the vessel known as the Juxia, where the king of the gods, Kaisha, engaged in a conversation with Earth, exhibiting an extreme and imperious demeanor that brooked no contradiction. With the cost of millions of lives as the price of authorization, she demanded that Earth eradicate the demons. The impression left on all present was profound. The angels, powerful and resplendent yet undeniably haughty, were both formidable and principled, undeniably captivating figures. My goodness, truly, Xiaoluan, you possess remarkable audacity. Sister Na has proclaimed that she is indeed the king of the gods, and you dared to point and retort, the one on the couch. Your words were notably bold, Zhao Exine extolled Gu Xiaoluan, expressing his astonishment upon encountering those angels today. They were indeed breathtaking, yet not to be trifled with. They would obliterate an entire city at the slightest provocation. What distinction is there from demons? No, that is not. I mean, this is precisely what I ought to do. Anyone else would surely manage as well. Di Xiaoluan shyly waved his hand, though his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the nearby rows. In my view, these angels might be worse than the demons. The demons have merely harmed Huangzuan, stolen our nuclear arsenal, and annihilated the North American Avengers. Yet, this seems preferable to their propensity to obliterate entire cities over a mere disagreement. Does it not? Even Taodai is superior to them. Zhao Exine, cease your reckless words. Observing Zhao Exine's increasingly outrageous remarks, Cheng Yaowen promptly interrupted him, correcting him with utmost seriousness. The angels merely spoke of such actions but did not intend to execute them. I believe they never even contemplated destruction. Is that true, Sister Na? Zhao Exine questioned skeptically, wondering who would jest about annihilating millions of lives. Before their appearance, we were entirely oblivious to their existence. A hush fell over the crowd, and Gu Xiaoluan cleared his throat to ease the tension, suggesting they move on, asserting that such calamities had not indeed occurred, which ultimately was a good thing. Demons will naturally encounter angels to contend with. We need only concern ourselves with Taotai. Although we are not allies with the angels, our enemies may very well be our allies in the future, and there may come a time when we must fight side by side. I believe Xiaoluan's perspective holds merit. While formidable demons are under the watchful gaze of angels, we need only focus on Taodai. I have been training diligently these past few days, feeling my strength has significantly increased. When the time comes to confront Taodai, I shall strive to vanquish several of them. I stand with you, Chuang Gu. We shall face this together. Rui Mingming from another table immediately set down her chopsticks. Rising to express her support, He Weilon, a second-phase trainee, furrowed her brow at this, though her ire was directed not towards Rui Mingming but rather at Lu Chuang, the old rogue. Like Qilin, she was a police officer. Yet her disdain for Lu Chuang stemmed not from his profession, but from his past misdeeds. He had broken the leg of a colleague, condemning him to a life in a wheelchair. And yet this heinous act only resulted in a few days of confinement and a mere reprimand before he was released. Now, he had become a super soldier tasked with safeguarding the earth. How utterly unjust that such a scoundrel could be entrusted with such a responsibility. What of those he harmed? What fate awaits them? If Lu Chuang dares to break a police officer's leg, what other atrocities might he not commit? Though he has repented, He Weilon still felt a sense of revulsion. Does being a super soldier absolve him of his past sins? Is the nation truly shielding him? This seems profoundly unfair. He Weilon yearned to confront him as she had on their first encounter. Yet Lu Chuang was undeniably among those who trained hardest and fought bravely at the front lines, which only compounded her discomfort. Unable to forgive him, yet also unable to rebuke him, Qilin sighed softly. Gently taking He Weilon's hand and offering a reassuring pat, He Weilon looked up, meeting Qilin's compassionate gaze. She shook her head, forcing a strained smile, choosing not to speak further. Faced with such a situation, Qilin felt it unwise to voice more, opting for silence as she gazed out the window into the inky night sky. Hey, who do you think that man was who thwarted Kaisha today? He seems to be an angel as well, right? A male angel. That can't be. Sister Na, your assertion is flawed. Can there not be male angels? Slap. Ouch. What do you know? Why argue with me? As a goddess, I surely know more than you. But I noticed he seemed quite familiar with Kaisha. Oh dear. Don't escalate things. Upon hearing this, Qielin lowered her head, realizing that the mysterious figure who had appeared this morning was indeed you. Do you share a connection with the King of Angels? Is it not true that all angels possess an alluring quality? The female angels ensnare the hearts of men, while the male angels captivate the women. Qielin sighed deeply, her gaze dimming further. Yet, this mattered little to me. Your sudden emergence into the public eye signifies that the moment you have awaited has arrived. The divine game is approaching its final stage. Mo Yun, I apologize. I am utterly unable to assist you. I wish you success and safety in achieving your goals. Chapter 29, Divine Kaisha. Queen, we have just intercepted information indicating that Anishid of Freeze may have been exposed. Morgana has dispatched her general, Addo, to Freeze, likely intending to harm Anishid. The angel Yin approached Kaisha with a grave demeanor, reporting the latest intelligence. Anishid, Kaisha, seated upon her stone throne, raised an eyebrow, slowly opening her beautiful eyes, instantly discerning Morgana's intentions. Has the day finally arrived when she can no longer contain herself? How foolish of a sister she is. If she wishes to stir chaos, I shall indulge her. Anishid is the most suitable heir selected from the sacred repository of knowledge, and her safety is paramount for the entire angelic civilization. Kaisha's lips parted as she spoke with a detached expression, revealing her lack of attachment to the title of King of Angels. Though this position has elevated her renown throughout the cosmos, it has also constrained her, causing her to lose much both directly and indirectly. To her, it has become more of a burden at that time. With the angelic civilization in disarray, she stepped forward out of necessity. However, now, even she and her ideals have become a liability to angelic civilization. Under these circumstances, it is imperative to identify a successor promptly, both for the angelic civilization and for Kaisha herself. Although she had pondered the matter following discussions with Mo Yun, questioning whether the heir chosen by the sacred repository of knowledge could truly lead the angelic civilization into a new era. Such considerations were not for one on the brink of death to contemplate. After all, with she and Mo Yun managing the aftermath, she had completed her historical mission and should now exit gracefully. Yet, it felt rather unfair to she. Kaisha smiled bitterly, swiftly discarding that thought. Was it due to her impending departure, or perhaps because of him? She sensed herself becoming increasingly sentimental. Yin, make your way to Freeze. Safeguard Anishid. She must not be harmed by demons, nor can her mind be tainted by their wicked ideologies. Queen Kaisha, without the sacred wings by your side, might the demons take action? Yin felt a twinge of concern. Having recently tested her compatibility with Mo Yun, she felt a sense of unease amidst the attentive gaze of the angelic sisters. While they bore no malice, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable. If she could escape for a while, it would certainly be preferable. However, Yin was also acutely aware of her duty as the sacred left-wing guardian. Given that a confrontation with Morgana could erupt at any moment, Kaisha was surrounded by only a handful of high-ranking angelic guardians, far from their homeland and isolated. If she were to depart, the defense around Queen Kaisha would become exceedingly vulnerable. I say, Yin, are you underestimating us? If you leave, so be it. Queen Kaisha still has us. Upon hearing Yan's words, the angel Long could no longer contain herself. What do you mean by that? I am also a high-ranking guardian angel, quite formidable. Thank you very much. What are Morgana and her demon army to us? We have faced them before. Yin did not even spare Long a glance, continuing, Queen Kaisha, my concern lies in the absence of the sacred wings. With only high-ranking guardian angels present, it may not be entirely secure. Long, ignored, nearly leaped up in frustration. How dare this wretched Yin disregard her? Do not worry, Yin. Morgana is no match for me. Kaisha calmly waved her hand, her tone remaining gentle. If Yin were to leave, she could make her exit with ease. Her presence posed a problem. A left-wing guardian, especially one in her prime, could annihilate all demons save for Morgana alone. If Yin remained, Morgana's plans would be thwarted entirely, and the same could be said for Xian. As for the safety of the sacred wings, that was hardly a concern. They were all equipped with secondary biological engines, ensuring that even in death, they would resurrect. The high-ranking angels need not worry. For although my departure may cause a significant decline in their strength, such a condition is only temporary. Once Yin assumes my role, their capabilities will be restored, and most should remain free from peril. Moreover, I have made arrangements for them. Though they fearlessly embrace life and death in pursuit of justice, it is ultimately my selfishness that has led to this predicament. With the imminent withdrawal of justice and order, there is no need to further entangle these young ones in my demise. Thus, I shall set forth immediately to freeze. Upon uttering these words, Yin unfurled her pristine wings, preparing to take flight, only to be halted by Kaisha's call. Yin, Kaisha's expression was a tapestry of complexity, conflicted, melancholic, and tinged with unspoken sorrow. Though fleeting, these emotions were keenly perceived by Yin. Such sentiments had never before graced the countenance of Queen Kaisha, leaving Yin momentarily bewildered. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Queen Kaisha? Would you like me to take the power of the galaxy with me?" After speaking, Kaisha realized the potential misinterpretation of her suggestion, fearing Yin might perceive it as an order. She quickly added, "This is not a command, merely an inquiry. You need not feel burdened. If you prefer not to, you may say so. I am genuinely eager to hear your independent thoughts. The concept of freedom is inherently noble, provided one maintains a sense of balance. Each individual's will is their own. It is time for you to cultivate your own thoughts," Kaisha gently encouraged Yin, "regardless of whether it pertains to my directives or your emotional dilemmas. I hope you can form your own judgments. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to lead the Angelic Legion in the future." A faint blush crept across Yin's cheeks as she grasped Kaisha's underlying message, an implicit inquiry into her willingness to accept the Queen's decision regarding her betrothal to the power of the galaxy. Should she acquiesce? While he indeed embodies sunlight, righteousness, gentleness, and diligence, possessing a hint of angelic traits within his very essence, he is, at present, too feeble and immature. However, these shortcomings could be overshadowed by the angel's pursuit of true love. More crucially, he harbors no feelings for her. His affections lie with the rose, leaving her utterly indifferent. After discreetly assessing their compatibility, she discovered their match rate to be a mere 82. Admittedly, this is not insignificant. Yet comparison breeds discontent. When juxtaposed with her compatibility with Mo Yun, the disparity becomes glaringly apparent. Even disregarding compatibility, in terms of appearance, Mo Yun, as the most beautiful celestial river angel in the universe, effortlessly eclipses Gu Xiaoluan. Regardless of whether one is an angel or a mere mortal, there exists no ugliness. Gu Xiaoluan is not unattractive, but he is simply decent, falling short of the angelic standard of beauty. As for strength, the contrast is even more pronounced. Ji Xiaoluan possesses immense potential, being the last of the three great creation projects, destined to become the supreme deity of the galaxy. He even has the chance to become the most formidable god. Yet, potential alone does not guarantee realization. The timeline for such growth remains uncertain. Beyond these external factors, a psychological aspect lingers. Yin yearns for a protector, a divine figure upon whom she can lean. While it appears that Mo Yun shares ambiguous connections with Queen Kaisha and Tianji Wanghishi, along with high compatibility with other angels, this leaves Yin in a state of indecision, fearing that he may be a true angelic scoundrel. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Yin harbors a sense of longing. Finding the situation intriguing, especially when considering the possibility of Mo Yun being Queen Kaisha's divine counterpart, which further excites her. The thought of claiming the beloved of Queen Kaisha, but she must not dwell on such notions, lest her mind lead her astray. Kaisha, catching on to Yan's musings, regarded her student, who was averted in gaze and hesitant to meet her eyes, as if understanding something profound. Seeing that Kaisha did not pursue the matter further, the burden that had weighed heavily on Yan's heart finally lifted, and she broke into a radiant smile, promptly spreading her wings and departing the temporary celestial palace. Had Queen Kaisha tacitly agreed? If she hesitated to act, then it was time for Yin to seize the opportunity. Upon their next encounter, she would pledge the angelic vow. While Kaisha's amiable disposition posed no obstacles, others remained in the mix. Time could not be squandered, lest she inadvertently afford an advantage to someone else. As for the possibility of his refusal, surely, he would be foolish to decline an offer so favorable. A man over 30,000 years old, gaining the affection of a young angel scarcely over 7,000 years, who matched the beauty of Queen Kaisha. What could he possibly find unsatisfactory? Joy surged within Yin, an unprecedented happiness enveloping her, so profound that she scarcely noticed the exquisite smile gracing her features as she departed. Observing Yan's exit, the angel, who had been crossing her arms, could not help but scoff, annoyed as she averted her gaze. What was there to be so jubilant about? She could not fathom Yan's thought process. What significance lay in pursuing a divine figure compared to the noble endeavor of fighting for justice and order? Was she truly so blissful? Moreover, one ought to choose a worthy partner. Mo Yun was nothing but an angelic scoundrel. What reputable divine figure would maintain such high compatibility with numerous angels? Though high compatibility does not guarantee that angelic beings will pledge their vows and become partners. Such opportunities are indeed rare, and most female angels would not decline. In Mo Yun's case, he might be deemed a beloved among female angels, a rather dubious honor. Were this true love, it would be rather cheapened. Angel Long harbored disdain for those who exuded charm, especially those adept at ensnaring female angels. Her contempt was not rooted in her own compatibility rating of 89, which was slightly lower than Yan's. Nor was it due to her dissatisfaction with her own high-matching divine figure now in such circumstances. Rather, it stemmed from an intrinsic disdain for Yin and a scorn for the angelic scoundrel Mo Yun. Yes, that was the essence of it, devoid of any other rationale. As Angel Long silently berated, Kaisha, seated upon her stone throne, softened her gaze, a flicker of melancholy fading from her eyes. Yin evoked envy. She was unlike Kaisha, who constantly weighed her options yet ultimately gained nothing, not even the courage to express her emotions, relegating them to the depths of her heart. Had she been less reserved at that time? Or had she forcefully retained him later, would the outcome have been different? You saved me yet bound me. All the while oblivious to your actions, I am acutely aware of my feelings, yet fear of rejection robs me of the courage to reveal them. Just when we finally reunite, we must part ways once more. In such circumstances, expressing emotions feels like a delayed folly. Perhaps this is fate. It seems we are simply not meant to be. Yet, on a brighter note, Yin appears to be rather splendid, still my student. Henceforth, let her take my place in loving you. As for the others, they should prove no competition against Yin. The only potential complication lies with he-she. A strange sense of pity lingers. Contemplating this, Kaisha suddenly resolved to leave a token of her regard for her student. Though it may not bear great significance, it could help bridge the gap between Yin and he-she, allowing her to grasp Mo Yun's past. While he-she is a dear sister and confidant, Yin represents Kaisha herself. Thus, she shall grant Yin this opportunity, and no matter the outcome, she cannot afford to lose before the game even begins. Ultimately, it would be fascinating to witness who among them proves superior. After all, Kaisha could not concern herself with the minutiae. How enviable you all are, Kaisha mused softly, as in the distance, golden rays of twilight caressed the layers of clouds, as if gilding each one with a delicate veneer of gold, emanating a gentle and warm glow. This light was neither glaring nor ostentatious, yet it enveloped the entire sky in an indescribable tenderness, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a dream, a most exquisite sunset. Chapter 30. The plan commences. It is my hope that Queen Morgana, recognizing our alliance, may deploy her forces to assist us. While Earth's military might is negligible, we find ourselves at an impasse against the formidable black-armored warriors of the Xiong Lian. Their individual strength is overwhelming, compounded by their dark alloy armor that shields them from our detection. The envoy from Tiao Tiao is presently beseeching Morgana for assistance. In truth, they are not entirely powerless against the soldiers of Xiong Lian. If they were to disregard the consequences, a single wave of fierce tides could obliterate them. However, such an approach is not an option for them. Morgana intends to establish Earth as her stronghold, a second Kuan Sa star, and she will undoubtedly vehemently oppose this notion. Yet, it is untenable to continue in this manner. Why should those with the capability to dominate be led by the nose by their inferiors? It is utterly illogical for the strong to accommodate the weak. In the vast universe, such a principle holds no water. Thus, Tiao Tiao has no choice but to seek Morgana's assistance, a course of action sanctioned by my divine patron, Karl. I trust Morgana will not refuse. Morgana, seated upon her throne, listened intently to the envoy's pleas, and then, with a derisive smile, remarked, "You, a spacefaring civilization, are unable to contend with a pre-nuclear society? How utterly disgraceful. Are Karl's subordinates merely a cadre of inept fools?" The envoy from Tiao Tiao's expression darkened. Fortunately, their faces, inherently blue-black, concealed any visible changes in their demeanor. He was eager to retort, asserting that the black-armored warriors of the Xiong Binglian were nothing but products of the god-making civilization, something that these so-called spacefaring civilizations could never hope to emulate. Moreover, do you not understand why you cannot defeat them? It is precisely because my divine Karl seeks to provide you with a new home. Morgana's eyes widened as she let out a cold snort, causing the envoy of Tao Tai to immediately lower his head, no longer daring to indulge in reckless thoughts. Morgana, disinterested in him, turned her attention to the idle Mo Yun seated nearby, inquiring, "Hey, Mo Yun, what are your thoughts?" Mo Yun rolled his eyes, reluctant to engage with this individual. "What are you pretending to be in front of me for? Wasn't this already agreed upon long ago?" If Karl summoned Tao Tai to seek Morgana's aid, it merely implies that Tao Tai and the demons are set to act in unison. Do they truly believe the demons will divert their attention to deal with the likes of the Xiong Binglian? They are overestimating them. Their true target is Kaisha. It seemed that the Tao Tai envoy had only just noticed Mo Yun's presence, scrutinizing him from head to toe, speculating about his identity. He had heard tales of Morgana's accompanying heavenly scum, and it appeared to be him. Judging by his godlike physique, he seemed rather handsome, and although his strength was uncertain, his presence here suggested he was formidable. No, the critical point was the relationship between this fellow and Morgana. Despite being rebuffed, Morgana remained unperturbed, indicating that their bond must indeed be extraordinary. "Why does it feel like my divine Karl is being overshadowed?" "Ugh, that must be a mere illusion. This fellow named Mo Yun is not worthy of even catching a whiff of my divine Karl's presence. If I were to agree to assist, your little girlfriend named Qilin would be in peril." In response to Mo Yun's sharp remarks, Morgana merely shook her head nonchalantly, whimsically steering the conversation towards Qilin. Keenly observing Mo Yun's reaction, "She is not my girlfriend," he retorted. "How cold-blooded! That little girl is quite fond of you. Did you summon me for this tedious discussion?" Morgana maintained an enigmatic smile, silently observing Mo Yun. He wore a stern expression, his face devoid of emotion as he locked eyes with her, rendering the atmosphere increasingly peculiar. The Tao Tai envoy, bewildered, wondered what was transpiring. Had they suddenly begun quarreling? Was Qilin somehow involved? The connections between my divine Karl, the demon queen Morgana, the heavenly scum Mo Yun, and the Xiong Binglian's Qilin were undeniably intricate. Even the somewhat dim-witted Sua Dun and De Buluan recognized the tension in the air. Huddling closer to Haifeng, who was left speechless, "Forget it, if you don't care, why should I?" After a momentary exchange of glances, Morgana, with a resigned wave of her hand, chose to step back. Mo Yun was as unyielding as a rock. Despite being surrounded by numerous beautiful angelic beings for millennia, he had never warmed to any of them. How could Qilin, no matter how lovely, hope to penetrate his heart after just a few years? TSK, I can't help but feel a pang of pity for Qilin. Her genetic template destined her lifespan to be merely a millennium, with little value in genetic enhancement. If she remained on Earth, her life would likely unfold in a rather monotonous manner. Meanwhile, Mo Yun could potentially live for over 60,000 years. In a few short years, to him, she would ultimately be but a fleeting visitor. How tragic! Well then, I shall commence my preparations. Morgana suppressed her playful demeanor, adopting a serious tone. I will assist you in eliminating the giant gorge and taking down the command center of the Xiong Binglian. The rest will be up to you. The Tao Tai envoy frowned slightly, but upon witnessing Morgana's serious expression, he refrained from further objections, merely nodding in agreement. Very well, Mo Yun. Why not share your thoughts? Allow me to see if your legendary prowess still holds. Must I assist with such trivial matters? At least lend a hand, will you? The others turned their gaze towards Mo Yun. He understood this was Morgana's way of urging him to stake his claim. However, he found such matters trivial. In his view, the Tao Tai and demons were foolish. A simple genetic virus targeting humanity could resolve their issues, yet they insisted on engaging in bloody conflict. If they deemed it inhumane, they could destroy the moon or redirect an asteroid to collide with Earth. If all else failed, they could alter the atmospheric structure. As a true cosmic butcher, the annihilation of a civilization was his forte, and he felt no psychological burden in doing so. Moreover, this time it was merely about dismantling the giant gorge, a straightforward operation for him. He had plenty of ways to achieve this. My suggestion is to weaken the Xiong Binglian's forces. Sun Wukong is the more troublesome one. As long as he is removed, The rest will pose no challenge. Morgana's eyelid twitched as she casually reminded him, "What about Reyna?" Mo Yun dismissed her inquiry. Fully aware of Reyna's purpose, Morgana was more cognizant of it than he was. He simply turned to the Taodai envoy, who nodded in agreement. "We will initiate our offensive in the southern region of Huaxia, striving to attract the Ziyang Binglian's attention. However, we cannot be certain if we can draw Sun Wukong, then strike multiple locations to capture their attention. The more personnel they send out, the more dispersed their forces will be, making them easier to handle. The demons possess unparalleled interstellar transportation technology, and the Ziyang Binglian lacks any divine-level targets. Demons can conduct operations beyond visual range. This should not require my guidance, should it? However, I recommend prioritizing the giant gorge as the initial target, decapitate it first, then strike at them individually." Mo Yun presented his resolution, and the Taotai envoy turned to Morgana, who scoffed. "Is this your plan? It barely qualifies as a concept. How lazy. You haven't even specified how to destroy the giant gorge. My suggestion is for Reyna to detonate it directly, or you could eliminate them one by one with sniping." Morgana frowned, realizing that Mo Yun had already deduced her and Carl's plan. Was it truly that conspicuous? "Do you think it feasible?" Mo Yun found it utterly absurd. "With the great clock, why are you asking me?" "Ha, you seem to know quite a bit." "Thank you, magnificent demon queen." The Taodai envoy, satisfied with the response, took his leave. After bidding farewell to the envoy, Morgana promptly reached out to Carl in the underworld star system. "Hey Carl, are you alive? What is the situation on your end?" At the Death Song Academy, Carl scrutinized the sacred right wing hovering outside his palace, responding expressionlessly to the dark communication. "Liang Bing, I am well. I am merely under the temporary surveillance of an angel." Carl, known as the god of death, was fascinated by the study of mortality, obsessed with the void theory and ultimate fears that Kaisha had sealed away. Consequently, he was not accepted by the known universe's order of justice, forced to coexist with beastly civilizations on the universe's fringes. Such information could easily lead one to perceive him as a cruel, malevolent, and cold deity. He possessed splendid golden hair, rivaling that of the angels, and was strikingly handsome, often wearing a gentle smile. When he removed his hood, one could sense an air of scholarly elegance emanating from him. The only issue was that he appeared somewhat too delicate, perhaps even effeminate. He seemed merely a mild-mannered scholar, speaking in a soft tone that conveyed no sense of threat. Yet, in reality, he was one of the foremost scholars in the known universe, in the cosmos. Powerful deities need not be scholars, but the top scholars are invariably formidable gods. He was a being whom even Kaisha could not slay. That alone spoke volumes of his exceptional nature. By the heavens, is that the sacred right wing of Ji Exine? What are you waiting for? Why not eliminate her directly? Morgana was somewhat irate. The operation was about to commence, yet he still retained that little vixen, creating chaos. "Hey, Carl, you aren't planning to set me up, are you?" Morgana's expression darkened, a cold smile gracing her lips as she spoke in a coaxing tone. "Would you like to give it a try? This is an excellent opportunity to deal with both me and that wretched Kaisha." Carl fell silent for a moment, finally responding, "Liang Bing, you know I would never do such a thing." "Heh?" Morgana merely chuckled, refraining from voicing her opinions. Although she believed in the ultimate fear theory, she and Carl were fundamentally different. Carl sought to confront the coming Void era with openness, while she aimed to escape through the genetic legacy of the Time Rose. Their objectives could be considered entirely opposite. The only reason they allied now was due to the oppression of Kaisha's order of justice. Once Kaisha was out of the picture, they would inevitably part ways. "Well, I just wanted to inform you that I will commence my actions tomorrow morning, first assisting your Taodai in dealing with the Ziyang Binglian, then confronting Kaisha by midday. You should prepare the great clock. Once it's settled, tomorrow will mark the end for that wretched Kaisha." Morgana wore an excited smile, already beginning to envision a blissful life after eliminating Kaisha. Without Kaisha, the angels would likely be too preoccupied to trouble her for a while, allowing her to do as she pleased. "Are you genuinely so thrilled at the prospect of killing your sister tomorrow?" Suddenly, Mo Yun's voice pierced through her reverie, inquiring in a deep tone. "She is the only kin you have in the entire universe. Do you truly feel no sense of loss?" Morgana was momentarily taken aback, her expression of joy frozen on her face, and after a fleeting moment of astonishment, she cast a disdainful glance at Mo Yun. Scoffing, I have merely been her sister for a few hundred years. We have fought against each other for over 10,000 years. What sisterly bond remains? It has long since eroded. Feelings may fade. But what of blood ties? Morgana dismissively shook her head. Are you really going to lecture me about blood relations? I could alter those in an instant. They are far less reliable than emotions. After a pause, her countenance shifted, and she looked skeptically at Mo Yun. I say, you aren't having second thoughts about helping me deal with Kesha, are you? If that were the case, I would truly consider turning against you. In the face of Morgana's interrogation and veiled threat, Mo Yun remained unperturbed, slowly explaining, I merely wish to remind you, for I too have lost my only kin, and I worry you might regret your choices in the future. As for having second thoughts, Mo Yun smiled and shook his head, you need not be concerned. I will honor my promises. Justice and order indeed require dismantling at this juncture. However, she continued, I have mentioned that your philosophy of freefall is the most flawed of all. And prior to agreeing to assist you, I had already made a commitment to he-she, so I am not deceiving you. Morgana regarded Mo Yun intently, her thoughts caught between words, longing to retort. You have no right to remind me. Do you truly believe you are superior to me? I merely intend to eliminate my sister, while you actually killed your own father. Yet, considering this might provoke Mo Yun. Morgana reluctantly abandoned the thought, closing her eyes to meditate. My relationship with Kesha is not comparable to yours with Xingyue. There is no basis for comparison. Chapter 31. The demise of the giant gorge commence operations? Take your positions, Morgana commanded with fervor, leading her demonic fleet into action, readying god-slaying armor-piercing rounds and wormhole transportation technology, eager for the battle to commence. Black Wind, what is the status on the Taotai front? Your Majesty, the Taotai fleet has engaged in combat in the southern regions of Huaxia. The Xiong Lian has dispatched teams, and our intercepted communications confirm that the star god Lu Chuang, Rui Mingming, He Weilon, Sun Wukong, and Su Xiaoli have all set out, came the report. So, it seems there are not many left aboard the giant gorge. Indeed. Very well. Initiate the battle plan immediately. First, we shall destroy the giant gorge. Then deal with that wretched Kesha. Prepare for wormhole transportation. Yes, Atai, ready the sniper team. Our primary targets are Dakeo and Reina. The god-slaying armor-piercing rounds pose little threat to Reina, but let us ensure she is dealt with just in case. Black Wind, be prepared to take over. The moment Reina is injured, seize control of her. Rest assured, my queen, controlling is my forte. With her encryption in hand, I guarantee her capture. Black Wind was particularly eager, thrilled at the prospect of controlling a true deity. Mo Yun quietly observed nearby, then suddenly posed a question to Morgana. What will happen to Chang Wei if you kill Dakeo? You still plan to develop the time-space rose gene within her. Do you not? Huh? Morgana was momentarily stunned, then responded with a sense of entitlement. What does that have to do with her? War always claims lives. I can always make it up to her later. Mo Yun, is my thinking skewed, or is this the mindset of all demons? Is it not said that women are more emotional? Mo Yun shook her head, dismissing the thought. It mattered little. The time-space rose was but a trifle. Cherished only by Morgana, and escaping into the void was futile. Time and space held no significance before them. Wormhole transportation commencing. Denon 3 has been sealed. Location of the giant gorge has been pinpointed. God-slaying armor-piercing rounds fully loaded. Dakeo emerged from the dim, tense confines of the command room onto the expansive deck, seeking a breath of fresh air, weary of confinement. The sea stretched before him, a vast expanse of azure. The sun's gentle rays filtering through the clouds, casting a serene glow upon the tranquil waters, shimmering like diamonds, a sight that lifted the spirits. The sea breeze, tinged with salt and coolness, enveloped him in an inexplicable tranquility. Yet, this serene beauty was abruptly shattered at a faint, yet lethal sound sliced through the air, ghosting silently across the clear sky, followed by the jarring moment when General Dakeo's body went rigid, disbelief flashing in his eyes. An untraceable god-slaying armor-piercing round had struck with blinding speed, piercing his skull with deadly precision, extinguishing the light of life and blood in an instant. His towering frame collapsed, resembling a fallen statue. Lying silently upon the cold deck, as the surrounding air seemed to freeze, a long-range sniper shot. So it was, Dakeo lay on the deck, his eyes wide open, finally grasping the situation. The Taotai and demons had formed an alliance. The Taotai warships were mere bait. Alas, his life was swiftly ebbing away. It was all too late. The soldiers aboard the giant gorge bore witness to the scene, shock and terror spreading like a plague across their faces. Disbelief and panic etched upon them. Some stood frozen, their expressions vacant, staring blankly at the unfolding tragedy. The previously orderly atmosphere on the deck was utterly shattered, replaced by chaos and clamor. A cacophony of terrified cries and frantic footsteps intertwining into a foreboding symphony. Damn! We have enemies. All units, be on alert. Zhao Xian, tasked with maintaining vigilance, reacted swiftly, scanning for foes while issuing commands. Chang Wei, Gu Xiaoluan, Reina, and Cheng Yaowen rushed from various directions, falling silent momentarily upon seeing Dukeo lying in a pool of blood. Overwhelmed by anger and sorrow, then, the shrill wail of alarm sirens pierced the serene sea, sharp and urgent, heralding the impending disaster. The defense systems aboard the giant gorge activated. Soldiers began to implement emergency protocols, desperately seeking the hidden assailant, but the pervasive unease and fear rendered their efforts futile and sluggish. Where is the enemy? Gu Xiaoluan unsheathed his massive sword, scanning the surroundings anxiously. I don't see anyone. Could it be a long-range strike? Chang Wei, I am fine. Do not worry. Chang Wei brushed away a tear, feigning strength as she diverted her gaze, her voice hoarse yet vigilant. It must be wormhole transportation. Everyone, stay alert. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots erupted from the command room, startling Reina, who could not help but curse, damn. In this situation, everyone comprehended the dire implications. Not only had the commander fallen, but the command center had also been decimated. Gu Xiaoluan and Cheng Yaowen turned abruptly, their hearts racing as they bolted towards the command room. The door burst open, and an ominous aura washed over them, revealing a scene of chaos and silent corpses. Inside the command room, figures once bustling with activity now lay frozen like ice sculptures, each one lifeless, executed with a single shot, their faces frozen in expressions of shock and confusion. They had not even had the time to react before the light of life was extinguished by the cold. Ruthless sniper fired at that moment. A faint sound disrupted the silence. Several demon soldiers emerged stealthily among the bodies, armed with demon sniper rifles, evidently intent on carrying out a merciless cleanup operation, targeting those who might still cling to life. Stop! Gu Xiaoluan and Cheng Yaowen shouted in unison, the surge of anger and urgency unleashing remarkable strength as they charged at the demon soldiers like enraged lions. Faced with the sudden assault, the demon soldiers exhibited astonishing agility, gathering without hesitation and utilizing wormhole technology to retreat in an instant, as if they had never existed. More shockingly, they took with them the barely breathing Yuqin, leaving Gu Xiaoluan and Cheng Yaowen with nothing but the rapidly dissipating wormhole. The two were left standing there, their gazes intertwining with fury and despair. All around, everything seemed to narrate a silent tragedy, and they were utterly powerless against it. Damn it. Xiaoluan, stop dawdling and check for any survivors immediately. Well done, Atai. My queen, shall we eliminate both the heart of the earth and the power of the galaxy? Among the demon soldiers, someone stirred restlessly, observing Gu Xiaoluan and Cheng Yaowen lingering in the command room via the surveillance screen, and suggested the course of action. Stop wasting time. We must deal with Reina promptly. Morgana had no intention of engaging. The heart of the earth was nothing more than a minor player, inconsequential whether it existed or not. As for Gu Xiaoluan, this guy's invulnerability posed a significant challenge, extremely resilient. To defeat him, Morgana would either have to intervene personally or employ god-slaying tactics. Yet, Morgana was disinterested in squandering time on him. She always remembered that her greatest adversary was Kaisa. Assisting the Devourer was unnecessary effort. On to the next target, Reina? Yes, on the surface of the sea, not far from the deck, a wormhole suddenly opened, and the demon sniper team sprang into action, firing a god-slaying armor-piercing round towards Reina. Bang! Damn! Reina was struck instantly, a sharp pain radiating from her head, leaving her dazed and cursing. Where is the wormhole? Based on the trajectory and understanding of wormhole transfer technology, Chang Wei promptly pinpointed the enemy's location. Zhao Xian sprang into action, summoning his spear, and with a running leap, dashed towards the wormhole. Here comes Master Xian. The spear of Dixing lacked flight capability, yet this fellow was remarkably swift, a master of ambush. However, such reckless behavior was a first for everyone. Observing the battlefield, Missouri Yun was left speechless as Zhao Exine carelessly charged towards the wormhole. What kind of reckless fool is this? Although wormholes are reciprocal, does he even know what lies beyond? He is charging into the demon stronghold. Surely, he cannot believe he alone can dismantle the demon headquarters. Such recklessness would have been fatal under normal circumstances. Even now, with the demons preoccupied, he was bound to face dire consequences. My queen. Zhao Exine is charging in. Calm down. Adjust the wormhole and deliver a final blow to Reina. Gripping his spear, Zhao Exine surged into the wormhole. And in the next moment, the environment shifted, propelling him out once more. Unprepared for what had transpired, he found himself hurtling towards Reina. Startled, Zhao Exine shouted, "Sister Na, get out of the way." Unfortunately, it was too late. His speed was too great to halt, and Reina had not anticipated his assault, caught entirely off guard. She was struck by Zhao Exine's spear and sent flying. Reina cried out in pain, crashing onto the bridge. Reina was injured again. Her consciousness began to blur, her resistance waning. She could be controlled. Atai, monitoring the battlefield, reported the situation promptly. Blackwind, prepare to take over. My queen, just watch. Blackwind smirked sinisterly, transforming into a cloud of black mist that rushed out from the wormhole, penetrating Reina's body with lightning speed. Reina had yet to recover from Zhao Exine's recent attack when she was seized by Blackwind's control. Originally a warrior of Sirius, Blackwind's strength was rather mediocre. Primarily involved in data analysis and dream manipulation, considered a somewhat lackluster warrior. However, he possessed a unique skill: the ability to invade another's genetic system and exert temporary control. Gene adaptation in progress. Gene adaptation complete. Reina is now under control. My queen, I cannot maintain this for long. Act swiftly. Enough. You needn't worry about the rest. Just wait obediently. Morgana rubbed her hands together in excitement, eagerly moving closer to Atai and the others. Commanding, quickly, open Reina's control interface. I want to see what treasures this one possesses. Yes. The two demons operating the computer promptly opened Reina's control interface. Soon, a plethora of data regarding the light of the sun appeared on the screen. And Mo Yun, intrigued, leaned in to discover the true nature of this god-making project. Non-radiative microflares, microflare bombardment, medium flare bombardment encryption, large flare bombardment encryption, supernova explosion encryption, solar incarnation encryption. Damn, what is this nonsense called the light of the sun? This creature is the very embodiment of apocalypse, Morgana exclaimed in delight, nearly startling me into a panic. To hell with peace and prosperity, this wretched being could obliterate the solar system as easily as drinking water. Even Mo Yun couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Truly, it was the greatest calamity in the universe, the light of the sun that had once ignited the sun. Even after transforming from the sun god to the dawn goddess, the terrifying nature of the light of the sun's super genes remained undeniable. If the power of the galaxy was designed to combat ultimate fear, and the war god of Nox was crafted to confront deities, then the light of the sun was unequivocally engineered for destruction. Quickly crack the password. This Reina is essentially a mobile stellar energy entity. What incarnation of dawn? Bah, she is merely a solar detonator. Success! The first layer of the password has been cracked. Medium flare bombardment can now be unleashed. Hurry, let's try it at once. Blow up the Titanic. Morgana was impatient. Once the Titanic was destroyed, she could use Reina to entertain Kaisa. She had awaited this day for far too long. Reina, under control, ascended, her stellar energy beginning to mobilize, and everyone sensed something was amiss. This is bad. Reina has been compromised. Changwei's face paled at this sight. Immediately issuing a retreat order, fall back. Upon receiving Changwei's command, Gu Xiaoluan, Cheng Yaowen, and Zhao Exine swiftly began their retreat, employing wings, diving, and aerial thrusts. Just as they departed the Titanic, a massive explosion resonated throughout the South China Sea. An unprecedented natural disaster abruptly unfolded over the boundless waters. The cosmic, chaotic energy of the medium flare unleashed its wrath like an enraged beast, opening its gaping maw of destruction upon the fleet below. In that moment, the sky ceased to be a tranquil blue, torn asunder by an indescribable blazing radiance. as if the sun itself had descended to Earth, intent on reducing all to nothingness. The aircraft carrier, once hailed as an indomitable maritime fortress, appeared diminutive and fragile beneath the onslaught of the flares. The terrifying energy surged like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing this steel behemoth. The hull twisted and disintegrated in the blinding light, ultimately transforming into countless fragments scattered across the sea, purified by flames. The entirety of the South China Sea seemed awakened by this force, the waves roiling violently, colossal surges crashing as if heralding the apocalypse. An air thick with incineration and destruction permeated. Even the most resilient steel melted under the searing heat, let alone the fragile lives. The air, typically intangible and insubstantial, ignited, transforming into twisting tongues of fire that danced with the radiant light above, creating a tableau reminiscent of the end times. An unprecedented brilliance shone forth, akin to a second sun in the daylight, enveloping the entire realm in a blinding glare. My queen, the Titanic has been obliterated. Well done. My queen takes pride in you. Now, we must attend to another matter. Morgana nodded with satisfaction, turning to glance at Mo Yun, who was engrossed in Reyna's data, smirking as she patted his shoulder, reminding him, it's time to go. We are to escort that wretched Kaisa on her final journey. Chapter 32. Confronting Kaisa. Queen Kaisa, Morgana and her crew have arrived. The angel maintained a stern expression, coldly surveying the densely packed demon army on the horizon, each one grotesque and radiating an aura of malevolence. However, what enraged her further was the familiar face she spotted among the demons, Angel Mo Yun. Amidst the horde of hideous demons, the handsome figure stood out, especially with a pair of pristine white wings at his back, just like hers, and there was the fallen Mo Yun. He had indeed colluded with Morgana. At this moment, far more infuriating than Morgana leading the demon army was the sight of Mo Yun among them, leaving her with a sense of betrayal. How could he, a paragon among angels, succumb to the allure of demons and fall from grace? It was utterly despicable. Damn you, fallen angel, how could you willingly descend into depravity? Such a person could hardly be deemed the paragon of angels. Cold gritted her teeth, tightly gripping the sword of flames in her hand, resolutely deciding to slay the fallen Mo Yun. She could not allow her comrades Yin and Asui to learn of this betrayal, nor could she permit Morgana, that wicked and unscrupulous being, to live. Stay calm, Long. There's no need for such panic. She will come to us, saving us the trouble. Kaisa smiled slightly, quietly watching the demon army descend from the wormhole. Seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events, she had suspected from the beginning that this was a trap aimed at her. Upon encountering Morgana and Reyna, she had surmised the enemy's plan. With just a few clues, the vast reservoir of knowledge possessed by the sacred Kaisa could deduce the entire situation. She could not comprehend one thing. What exactly did the other party intend to destroy her with? Was it along with the entire solar system? Morgana and Carl would certainly not mind, but the Super God Academy would vehemently oppose such an act. Sacrificing oneself alongside the galactic power and the god of war from the North Star? That would be enough to infuriate even the space principal to death. Moreover, such a cost was beyond the means of the Son of Flame. It would only instill dread among all civilizations and provoke disdain from the Super God Academy, yielding no benefits whatsoever. No, but wait, she would also have to take Morgana into account. Her foolish sister, in pursuit of ultimate depravity and freedom, was certainly not noble enough to perish alongside her. Ha! Kaisa, you wretched creature. Are you dumbfounded? Today, you and your angelic minions shall meet your end here. Morgana laughed maniacally, as if victory was already within her grasp. After such a long absence, you angels remain just as you were before. Reeking of that familiar scent? Mo Yun turned her gaze, casting a cold glance at Morgana, who was momentarily taken aback, her embarrassment quickly morphing into anger. What are you staring at? I was referring to the female angels. This has nothing to do with you, sister. I don't find these girls to be unpleasant at all. Sotan, noticing that Morgana seemed rather agreeable, decided to join the fray and inquired earnestly, Get lost? You idiot! Do you think you have a say in this? Morgana snapped at Sotan, unable to contain her frustration. What is wrong with you two? This is the grand battle between angels and demons. A monumental event that could be recorded in the annals of the universe. Can we not ruin the atmosphere while I'm making my threats? Do you lack any sense of situational awareness? This is quite embarrassing for me. Mo Yun was excused. After all, she was an angel. But you, the fool, why do you insist on joining the fray? Can't you just learn from the silent demeanor of Deboluan? Kaisha sat regally upon her stone throne, flanked by the angels tasked with her protection. At this moment, aside from the coldness, not a single third-generation high-ranking guardian angel was present beside her, while Morgana had deployed nearly all her forces to confront her. Save for the essential personnel, these demons were densely packed across the distant heavens, creating immense visual pressure. However, Kaisha remained entirely unfazed by this scene, directly ignoring the demonic minions and eagerly inquiring instead. I am rather curious. You know you stand no chance against me, yet here you are, standing before me. What grants you the audacity to confront me? Is it Karl or Reyna? How do you intend to obliterate me? Humph, go ahead and guess. You could ponder until your head turns to stone, but you will never fathom this. It is something you, wretched creature, will never comprehend. Morgana reveled in Kaisha's perplexity, her demeanor growing increasingly brazen. The very essence of Kaisha's perpetual calmness, as though all was under her control, irked her beyond measure, as if she were the most formidable being in the universe. Ha, so even you, such an illustrious figure, have things you cannot grasp? If you were to kneel and plead to me, perhaps I would consider granting your wish and enlightening you before your demise. Morgana snickered coldly, mockingly gazing down at Kaisha, appearing significantly more relaxed. Yet, she was spewing madness once more. Since the sisters had fallen out, Kaisha had never indulged Morgana again. Besides her might and technology, she had myriad methods to suppress her. With a mere thought, a layer of hazy white light enveloped her gaze once more. Upon witnessing this, Morgana felt as if she might explode in fury, but more infuriating was her utter helplessness against Kaisha's probing. Damn it, you want to read me again, don't you? Wretched creature. If you have the ability, then don't read me. Morgana uttered this without any real hope, but to her surprise, upon hearing her words, Kaisha actually halted. Huh? What's going on? When did this wretched creature become so accommodating? Accommodating? Certainly not. What type of person is Kaisha? Although she possesses qualities of compassion for the weak and strength, she is equally obstinate, authoritarian, and tyrannical. Her rules have always been unyielding. Such a person is not one to be easily swayed, especially against enemies like Morgana, as long as it does not contradict her sense of justice. She would do anything to make her foes uncomfortable. The reason she abandoned her reading was solely that she had a better method, one that could not only provide clarity but also irritate Morgana. Mo Yun, could you kindly explain this to me? Kaisha smiled gently at Mo Yun, her eyes devoid of mockery or coldness, her tone and expression entirely natural, as though her adversary were not standing before her. Just a light remark left Morgana frozen in place. She quickly glanced at Mo Yun beside her, then spun around to angrily reprimand Kaisha. Wretched creature, don't even think about it. Mo Yun is on my side. There's no way. Most likely a supernova explosion, right? Before coming here, she had just controlled the solar light of Reyna. Mo Yun scratched his chin, without hesitation, sold Morgana out, disregarding her increasingly darkening expression, and continued to speak confidently. I have also read the data on your divine body. It's indeed quite impressive, but a supernova explosion could easily reduce you to atomic particles. Shut up. Which side are you on, Mo Yun? Morgana was utterly exasperated. What the hell? You're practically stripping me of my undergarments here, and you still talk about revolutionary friendship? Is there anyone who would reveal our plans to the enemy like this? She was now furious, even beginning to suspect whether Mo Yun had secretly colluded with that wretched Kaisha, just waiting for the opportune moment to turn against her. Unfazed by Morgana's wrath, Mo Yun shrugged, shaking his head in disdain. Dio, you really think Kaisha wouldn't guess? She is the king of the gods, not some village girl from a remote and backward civilization. Before us stands the most powerful being in the history of angelic civilization. The ruler of the melodic celestial court, the arbiter of justice and order, the second-ranked celestial supercomputer in the known universe, the possessor of the sacred knowledge repository of Kaisha, the king of the gods who has dominated an era. She is no mere cat or dog. Upon hearing such accolades, Kaisha's lips curled into a subtle smile, seemingly pleased, while Morgana's expression darkened even further. Why does it feel as though I'm being publicly humiliated? Ugh, this is truly infuriating. Ignoring Morgana's increasingly ashen face, Mo Yun continued his analysis. I believe upon learning that Reina had arrived here, she must have had her suspicions already. Huh? Is that true? Not only Morgana was astonished, but even the numerous angels guarding Kaisha were taken aback. Queen Kaisha had long suspected this. Could Reina's supernova truly destroy Queen Kaisha? Then why did she even come here? TCH, do you think she is insane or simply seeking death? Morgana scoffed, utterly disbelieving this narrative, or rather, unwilling to accept it. Mo Yun fell silent, internally scoffing. You're absolutely right. In my view, both reasons apply to her. First, there is indeed a problem with her mind, leading her into a dead end. And secondly, she truly desires death. However, such matters would remain confidential for the time being. She probably cannot fathom how to obliterate her. A supernova explosion possesses immense power, yet Reina cannot possibly detonate it within the solar system. Mo Yun stroked his chin, offering a somewhat plausible explanation. Although he was unclear about the specific method, he had his suspicions. If Carl had indeed gained some profound understanding of the void, then he must have noticed the essence of the cosmic spatial structure too. Though he was uncertain whether the great clock could achieve that. Thus, Kaisha felt no fear. After uttering this, Mo Yun shook his head and corrected himself. No, even if she knew, she would not be afraid. She has always been this way, forever ignorant of what it means to fear. A powerful deity must possess an equally powerful heart. Thank you for your praise. I never expected you to regard me as such an extraordinary being. Below, Kaisha laughed heartily, an unfamiliar joy filling her heart, a feeling of being acknowledged by someone she valued, truly delightful. Kaisha's gaze softened once more, mingled with emotions of sorrow, nostalgia, contentment, relief, and joy, as she locked eyes with Mo Yun in the sky. As if time itself had frozen at that moment. From Morgana's perspective, the current situation was that she had brought people to eliminate her nemesis, yet the henchman she had so painstakingly convinced was now chatting with the opposing leader on the battlefield, even betraying all of their battle plans. As if that weren't enough, these two shameless individuals were exchanging glances without a care in the world. This was an utter disregard for her. Damn Kaisha, even in death, must she humiliate me one last time? Damn Mo Yun. Why don't you just gouge out your eyes and place them onto Kaisha's body? You shameless pair. Finally, Morgana could no longer contain herself. Damn it! Are we still fighting or not? Mo Yun, don't you dare forget your promise to me. Mo Yun looked at Morgana as she charged towards Kaisha, momentarily speechless. Is she really that foolish? Does she not understand the vast difference between herself and Kaisha? Charge ahead. With a thunderous roar, de Belin led the demons into battle, as Sotan hurled his battle axe downward, cleaving towards the angels below. Thus commenced the fourth great war between angels and demons, catalyzed by Morgana's explosive entrance. Prepare for combat, my warriors, commanded the angels upon receiving Kaisha's orders, swiftly scattering into small groups of 2 or 3. Initiating a brutal melee in the temporary celestial palace high above the earth. Lingxi, Etienne, follow me. Prioritize taking down that hideous crocodile and provide cover. Yes, Sister Long. Watch the flanks. Don't run, Baozi. What had just moments ago been a serene cloudscape transformed into a scene of carnage. Though the demons outnumbered the angels, they were clearly inferior in both individual and squad combat prowess, relying solely on their proficiency in wormhole transportation to maintain a fragile upper hand. No, even that was merely a temporary suppression. Merely delaying the inevitable, however. The skirmishes among the minions were inconsequential. The true outcome of the war hinged on the clash between Morgana and Kaisha. Die, you wretched harlot. Morgana's impatience was palpable, if that is the case. Then perish. Kaisha gently shook her head, a barely perceptible disdain gracing her features, as if she were accustomed to Morgana's impulsiveness. Her gaze held a calm assessment of the impending conflict, tinged with indifference towards her opponent. Clearly unwilling to squander time on words, Morgana flashed forward, almost instantly descending from the heavens with formidable momentum. As she dove, her hands converged and thrust forward, as if tearing open a dark rift in the air. From this void emerged 2 chains, as black as the abyss and exuding an ominous aura, which seemed to come alive in her grasp, extending with a howling sound like 2 enraged serpents. Lunging towards Kaisha in the face of this sudden onslaught, Kaisha displayed no hint of panic, not even rising to her feet. With calm composure, she raised her right hand, her fingertips lightly tapping as if conversing with an unseen force. Just as the chains were about to make contact with her form, she swept her right hand forward, seizing the seemingly indestructible chains with precision and control. What followed was a shocking spectacle. Kaisha's palm transformed into a searing furnace. An indescribable heat erupted instantaneously, causing the dark chains to glow red at an astonishing pace, as if consumed by flames, accompanied by a crisp, shattering sound. The chains, under her might, fractured into countless shards, scattering like confetti in the air, filling the atmosphere with the scent of singed metal. The terrifying heat did not cease. Rather, it continued to spread along the remnants of the broken chains, igniting the very air itself with faint crackling sounds. Morgana sensed the threat of this heat, her expression shifting slightly. She understood the dire consequences should she fall victim to its embrace. Reluctantly, she relinquished her grip, retreating with an agility that defied the laws of physics, gracefully arcing through the air to narrowly escape the wave of destruction. You wretched harlot! All you know is underhanded tactics. Kaisha was at a loss for words. Wasn't it you who initiated the ambush? Morgana, feeling provoked, turned sharply to shout, Mo Yun, stop just standing there. Come help. Humph. You always seem to enjoy exchanging glances with Mo Yun. Allow me to indulge you. Let him come and strike you down. Let us see if you can bring yourself to go all out against him. Chapter 33. Let us perish together. Here I come. Mo Yun responded tersely yet resolutely, darting towards Kaisha like a bolt of black lightning, his eyes glimmering with unwavering determination and calmness, as though he were facing not a goddess but merely another adversary. Morgana smirked, a glint of triumph in her eyes. So, Mo Yun ultimately chose to stand by my side. Kaisha, even if I cannot slay you, I have still won. Very well, let me personally test your strength. There was a playful anticipation in Kaisha's voice. Engage the sacred Kaisha's arsenal. Select weapon. Silver wings. Her voice resonated with a deep and commanding authority, each word imbued with an irresistible power. In an instant, a pair of silvery metallic wings materialized from the void, radiating a faint cold light, akin to the most brilliant stars adorning the night sky. Standing sentinel beside Kaisha, these wings were crafted from the universe's sharpest material, dark somber silver, a rare and precious metal that Kaisha had nearly monopolized. With this exquisite material, she had meticulously forged a personal arsenal, each weapon capable of instilling fear in any foe. The weapons forged from dark somber silver could slice through all, rendering even the sturdiest of substances as fragile as paper in their presence. Kaisha narrowed her eyes, gazing at the approaching Mo Yun. Despite Morgana having ascended to the 4th generation of divine bodies, possessing greater power and defense, she knew that even Mo Yun, a mere 3rd-generation divine body, could not withstand a single strike from her dark somber silver weapon. Such reckless actions do not suit your usual demeanor, Kaisha remarked with a light chuckle, shaking her head slightly, with a graceful wave of her arm. The silver wings began to dance elegantly through the air, leaving behind dazzling trails as each movement was accompanied by the sound of air being sliced apart, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Crack! Contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of a clean severance did not materialize. Kaisha's silver wings were halted. The dark somber silver weapon renowned for its sharpness was supposed to be unstoppable under Kaisha's command. Even Morgana had to evade its blade. Yet, Mo Yun emerged unscathed amidst such a fierce assault, drawing forth his own dark somber silver longsword to counter. But resist a dark somber silver weapon. One must either possess equal strength or wield the same material. Of course, Kaisha's silver wings could not be compared to ordinary dark somber silver weapons. Mo Yun had no illusions of turning the tide with just his longsword. Kaisha's arsenal far outnumbered his. If he persisted in a straight confrontation, he would undoubtedly be defeated. What Mo Yun sought was merely to delay Kaisha's offensive, creating a window for a counterattack. He parried the incoming silver wings, securing a fleeting opportunity, and seized the moment to accelerate once more, thrusting his sword towards Kaisha, seated upon her throne. Oh, how audacious! Kaisha squinted, unsure how to assess Mo Yun's actions. You dare rush towards me after merely staving off the silver wings? Do you not know I possess a sacred domain? Wow, so fierce. Come help. Kaisha observed with a hint of contempt, clearly well-versed in Morgana's tactics. Same old tricks, no progress whatsoever. With a mere thought, the once massive silver wings swiftly transformed into dozens of gleaming silver blades. These blades, like silver lightning, traced elegant arcs through the air, exuding a menacing sharpness. The silver wings had originally comprised these blades. Now, their scattered use amplified their power. Morgana's demonic claws could barely entangle the complete silver wings, but against these dozens of agile blades, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage. The threat to Morgana's life escalated, forcing her to employ every ounce of her skill to evade the lethal strikes. However, no matter her efforts, she could not escape this predicament. Ultimately, she was left with no choice but to flee in haste. Dodging the relentless pursuit of the blades in this confrontation, Morgana was utterly overwhelmed, just as she always had been. Her face bore the marks of resentment and humiliation, yet she could do little but curse. Wretched harlot! In facing Imo Yun, she exhibited no hesitation, commanding the silver blades spawned from her silver wings to strike him like silver lightning. Although Imo Yun lacked a weapon as formidable as the demonic claws, he maintained an extraordinary calm in the face of Kaisha's swift blade assault. The dark somber silver long sword in his grasp glimmered with a chilling light, while he could not advance to Kaisha's vicinity. His exquisite swordsmanship and vast experience rendered him a formidable opponent. It must be said that the entanglement of these two formidable foes, Imo Yun and Morgana, indeed presented Kaisha with some trouble. Yet for this powerful queen, it was merely a minor inconvenience. Just as the battle reached its zenith, one blade grazed Imo Yun's abdomen, slicing through his garments and drawing blood. Nevertheless, he did not waver. After a brief pause, he made a decisive move, extending his left hand to grasp the blade, snorting coldly as he severed its connection to Kaisha. Upon sensing the disconnection from one of her silver blades, Kaisha was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Oh, this is rather interesting. Do you recall the time when Yin faced off against Imo Yun in a similar manner? Suddenly, the connection was severed. And who would have thought it could be employed in such a way? Astonishingly, even the bond with Yin Ren was cut off, a truly bizarre ability. Before she could ponder further, Imo Yun exerted his strength once more, an invisible domain unfurling beside him. The silver blades that had been swirling around him abruptly severed their ties with Kaisha, plummeting from the air before vanishing into thin art in that moment. Imo Yun surged toward Kaisha with an unmatched vigor, his sword gleaming brilliantly, as if it sought to cleave through all obstacles. Kaisha wore a smile, offering no resistance, for she was uncertain whether her sacred domain could penetrate Imo Yun's peculiar realm to wound him. Moreover, despite her reluctance to admit it, an odd premonition lingered within her. Even if her sacred domain could harm Imo Yun, she would refrain from using it, perhaps because, deep down, she was unwilling to harm him. The distance between them vanished in an instant as Imo Yun closed in on Kaisha, and in that fleeting moment, they were mere inches apart, able to discern each other's features, inhale one another's scent, and feel the warmth of each other's breath. "This is the first time you've been this close to me," Kaisha murmured softly, her voice barely audible, and only Imo Yun, standing closest, could hear her. Upon hearing her words, Imo Yun was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly Kaisha? Why did it feel so awkward? Though he felt a strange sensation, he did not falter in his resolve. The sword in his hand continued its relentless pursuit toward Kaisha's chest. With a sharp sound, the dark silver sword came to a halt. The dark silver weapon was renowned as the sharpest in the universe, effortlessly slicing through anything below the third-generation divine body. Yet it faltered against Kaisha. Not even a spark was produced. No, there was not even the slightest change upon her skin. Imo Yun's heart trembled slightly. Was this the defense of a sacred body? Though he had long known that this was no ordinary entity, one of the significant reasons for Kaisha's formidable strength, this was excessively formidable. If even the dark silver could not breach her defenses, Kaisha was indeed extravagantly powerful. Kaisha let out a cold laugh and immediately countered, seizing the dark silver sword. "What abilities do you possess now? You may as well reveal them." With that, she struck out, declaring, "This is what you deserve." Imo Yun, quick on his feet, grasped Kaisha's right hand tightly, simultaneously using his other hand to restrain her other hand. Seated upon the throne, Kaisha found both her hands captured. firmly bound to the armrests of her throne, her movements entirely constrained, trapped by Mo Yun. The two were now devoid of barriers, and from a distance, it appeared as though Mo Yun intended to force a kiss upon Kaisha. Even someone as assertive as Kaisha was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of confusion. Did this fellow truly intend to? No, that couldn't be. Mo Yun was not that sort of person. TSK, had she been infected by this peculiar atmosphere? Why was she indulging in such wild thoughts? The posture they now occupied was undeniably ambiguous, leaving her no choice but to speculate. Who engages in battle in such a manner? Pinning the opponent to the throne. What on earth are you two doing? Morgana's shocked and furious voice echoed, seizing the opportunity as Kaisha's mind was thrown into disarray. She had finally managed to suppress the silver blades, temporarily halting the tide of defeat. However, her moment of triumph was short-lived. Upon turning her head, she discovered her demon army was being relentlessly pursued by angels, dampening her spirits. Another glance revealed that Mo Yun was nearly kissing Kaisha, and they were engaged in throne play. Who would have guessed that these two seemingly serious individuals would be so audacious? Today had truly broadened her horizons. No, what on earth are you two doing? Morgana's enraged voice resonated from afar. Kaisha, for the first time in her life, found herself in a state of fluster, momentarily at a loss, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Are we still fighting? If not, then release me. Upon hearing this, Mo Yun smirked, lifting his gaze to meet Kaisha's, his tone laden with significance. Then let it be as you wish. In the next instant, terrifying dark energy surged from Mo Yun's being, enveloping Kaisha entirely. Kaisha was momentarily stunned, ceasing her struggles, and even her gaze toward Mo Yun shifted dramatically. In all her years, she had never witnessed such a utilization of dark energy. What was this operation of leaking dark energy? Did he genuinely wish to fight? Wait, how could his dark dimension be? You? What are you doing? Something felt amiss. This dark dimension was not right. Kaisha seemed to grasp something, her tone growing complex. You. But before she could articulate her thoughts, an abyss of darkness descended upon her. Kaisha's eyes widened in shock as she felt an immense surge of dark energy invade her body, wreaking havoc within her. Your actions are utterly futile. Your dark energy is vast, but with this method, it will soon be depleted, and at that moment, you will perish before me. Kaisha relinquished her struggles, perplexed as she inquired of Mo Yun. She could not comprehend his intentions. Was he exhausting his dark energy merely to delay her for a moment? Was it worth it? Mo Yun was not the type to act so recklessly. What exactly do you intend to do? Mo Yun chuckled softly, sensing a shift in the spatial structure. It's nothing. I truly cannot kill you, but I only need to delay you for a moment. Kaisha furrowed her brow, also sensing the alteration in space, yet she remained composed. What is your aim? Without a hint of hesitation, Mo Yun declared, together with you, to meet our demise along with your righteous order. Kaisha was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. What? Kaisha? Let us perish together. Mo Yun reiterated loudly, and in that instant, both were engulfed by an unseen force, vanishing completely from sight. What is happening? The angels, having noticed the situation unfolding, stared in shock, their voices raised in confusion over the inexplicable events. Chapter 34. The Fall in a Distant Corner of the Cosmos. A spatial wormhole opened, casting two figures into the void. Mo Yun stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but it was Kaisha who steadied him, preventing him from tumbling into the abyss of space. Before them lay an astonishingly vivid yet terrifying spectacle. In the pitch-black depths of the universe, a colossal star, its mass far exceeding that of the sun by several times, was gradually approaching the terminus of its lengthy and illustrious existence. This magnificent celestial body resembled a dying giant, on the brink of exhausting its last vestige of strength, poised to erupt in a cataclysmic supernova, an event that would resound throughout the cosmos, marking the end of its grand stellar life with an astonishing finale. However, this scene was not a natural cosmic phenomenon, but rather a consequence of artificial manipulation and acceleration, and the architect of this calamity was currently operating upon the star's surface. Sunlight Rena. See, I told you they intended to obliterate you in this manner. Kaisha grasped Mo Yun's hand, channeling energy into him. It was almost unimaginable that as a third-generation angelic warrior, Mo Yun had genuinely expended all of his dark energy, rendering him nearly mortal, coupled with the severe damage to his dark dimension. Without an infusion of extraordinarily powerful energy, Mo Yun could perish at any moment. Mo Yun managed a wry smile, shaking his head, not refusing Kaisha's kindness. Though they were on the verge of being obliterated, now was not the time to falter. He needed to be engulfed by the explosion to absorb the immense energy and revitalize himself. Dying before that point, while survival remained a possibility, would significantly diminish the outcome. After all, death was imminent, so there was no need to rush. I'll help you sit down. After a moment's hesitation, she settled beside Mo Yun, using her other hand to embrace him, allowing his head to rest upon her shoulder. She was not contemplating anything further. She simply wished for Mo Yun to find some comfort. You need not do this. Kaisha's voice was ethereal and detached, yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. She had no doubt that Mo Yun could discern her thoughts. Even if he could not, the traitor she would surely hint at it. However, she still could not comprehend Mo Yun's actions. Why choose death? She was not a lovesick girl, and it was evident to her that Mo Yun held no special feelings for her, merely a friend with some ties. Perhaps even just an acquaintance. Such a bond made the notion of dying together for love utterly absurd. As for hatred, that notion was even more ludicrous. She considered her relationship with Mo Yun to be quite amicable, devoid of deep-seated enmity. What reason did she have to perish alongside him? Why then did Mo Yun choose death? Kaisha was utterly baffled. I certainly understand, but I too have my reasons for wanting to die. Mo Yun, weakly resting against Kaisha's shoulder, felt his own frailty acutely. Dying alone is such a dreary affair. Allow me to accompany you. What a blatant disregard for life. In the vast expanse of the universe, the number of individuals who disdain the lives of others is not insignificant, yet those who hold contempt for their own existence are exceedingly rare. Kaisa offered a bitter smile, realizing that she remained unable to comprehend Mo Yun's mindset. Regardless of the reasoning he presented, Kaisa found it hard to believe. If you perish here, what will become of your legion? She inquired in response to Kaisa's question. Mo Yun managed a strained smile and retorted. And if you die here, what will happen to your angelic civilization? Kaisa extended her finger to press against Mo Yun's lips, earnestly correcting him. The first angelic civilization is not mine. Furthermore, I have already arranged for my affairs. The subsequent events are not my concern. Her answer was quite similar, as she had been away for so long. Had they not been thriving in her absence? And what of Yin? Mo Yun questioned, puzzled as to what this little girl had to do with the matter. Kaisa opened her mouth, intending to clarify, but ultimately chose silence. With death imminent, what significance did further discussion hold? It seemed, from Mo Yun's demeanor, that he did not regard Yin as a romantic interest. No. It should be said that this fellow had never seen any woman as such. Why have you fallen silent? It's nothing. It is no longer important. I apologize, Yin. Though Kaisa refrained from elaborating, Mo Yun had already begun to piece together the implications. However, since Kaisa had not explicitly stated her thoughts, he decided to feign ignorance. Matters of the heart are inherently complex, especially concerning a young girl like Yin. He held no genuine interest in truth. I had intended to die, so you need not feel guilty. After careful contemplation, Mo Yun offered this explanation to prevent Kaisa from spiraling into irrational thoughts. These female angels are particularly prone to concocting bizarre scenarios, and although Kaisa did not appear to fit that mold, who could know if her demeanor was genuine or merely an act? The moment he recalled Kaisa's sudden declaration during their previous battle, a sense of unease settled upon him. It is better to clarify such matters. Misunderstandings could lead to unfortunate consequences, especially since he intended to survive. Kaisa merely nodded, saying nothing further, leaving Mo Yun uncertain of her belief. She turned her gaze towards the impending supernova, with less than a minute remaining. If she wished to avoid perishing alongside Mo Yun, two options lay before her. The first was to open a wormhole immediately and flee this stellar system. However, the success rate of this plan was low. While she could indeed open a wormhole, it was Carl who would facilitate her passage, as he commanded the universe's foremost celestial computing device, the Great Clock. Even if Carl lacked the highest authority over the clock, with its formidable computational power, sealing off an entire star domain was well within reach. The alternative of fleeing by flight was even less feasible. With only a minute remaining, escape was impossible. The second option was considerably simpler and bore a high success rate. She could simply eliminate Reyna. Should Reyna perish, the agitated energies that had been triggered in the star would swiftly return to tranquility. Manipulating a star was not a unique ability to the sun's light, yet inciting a supernova explosion was an endeavor even the Great Clock could only simulate. Unable to assume Reyna's role in the operation, offending the radiant sun was far from Kaisa's concerns. Not only was the angelic civilization inherently superior to the radiant sun, but given that the radiant sun was already an adversary in this incident, even if they were truly innocent, she would have no qualms about sacrificing Reyna for her own survival. If you cannot safeguard your own deity and allow her to be controlled, can you blame me for striking her down? Kaisa initially refrained from taking such action, solely due to her desire for death. She recognized that her sense of justice no longer aligned with the universe's progression. If the angels wished to usher in a new era, they must shed the shackles of their rigid moral order. As the architect and guardian of this order, Kaisa knew she must perish. Yet now, she hesitated. Her own death was inconsequential, but to take Mo Yun down with her. Despite their lack of connection, she hoped for his survival. If you wish to live, I can save you, Kaisa suddenly declared, leaving both Mo Yun and Carl, who was monitoring the situation through the Great Clock, momentarily stunned. Both were taken aback. Did Kaisa intend to kill Reyna? How astonishing! It seemed that the female angels were indeed creatures of such nature. In the Death Song Academy, in the study, Carl, whose eyes were closed as he observed Kaisa and Mo Yun's every move through the Great Clock, could not help but exclaim, "For love, can one forsake everything?" It appeared that even Queen Kaisa was not exempt from such limitations. No, it was precisely for this reason that she was the angelic sovereign. Was it not? Angels, how splendid they are! Alas, the void is the future, and these beauties are but illusions. At this juncture, Carl seemed to recall something, and his words faltered. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze drawn involuntarily to the portrait adorning the opposite wall. The painting depicted a stunningly beautiful female angel, possessing a face of exquisite delicacy, her skin glimmering like fine jade. Beneath elegantly arched brows, a pair of bright, expressive eyes sparkled with vitality. A petite, well-defined nose graced the center of her face, enhancing the three-dimensionality of her features. A playful smile danced upon her lips, as if she could step forth from the canvas to frolic with onlookers. Her long, flowing chestnut hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, brushing lightly against her fair skin, adding an air of softness. Strands of hair casually framed her forehead, imparting a languid yet graceful charm. Carl's tone shifted to one of complexity as he murmured, "Liang Bing, in the Emerald Star Domain." Mo Yun was taken aback by Kaisa's question. His lips twitched slightly as he quickly diverted his gaze. What the hell does Kaisa mean by that? Wasn't she previously intent on dying? Why the sudden change? Could it truly be because of me? Surely not. Our relationship is rather ordinary. It shouldn't evoke any unusual feelings, right? Mo Yun politely declined Kaisa's offer, contemplating the predicament if Kaisa, in a moment of desperation, truly did kill Reyna. Where would he find another power source to recharge himself? He would be utterly lost, with nowhere to express his despair. Kaisa remained silent, merely nodding her head. In truth, she regretted speaking up. It felt as though she was recklessly gambling with the future of the angelic civilization. She had long understood that the order of justice must transform for the angels to have a future. Yet why had she uttered such irrational words? Was it the prospect of death? Or was it because of him? Kaisa felt confused. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, simultaneously relieved at the thought of resting and joyful for Mo Yun's companionship in these final moments, yet sorrowful as she genuinely wished for his survival and happiness. All these thoughts intertwined in her mind, rendering her feelings more complicated than ever before. It seemed the prevailing cosmic consensus was on the verge of being rewritten. As the countdown to the explosion drew near, Mo Yun deliberately shifted the topic, hoping to distract Kaisa. Carl must have manipulated time and space. The fabric of the universe is unstable, even irregular and uneven. A rather intriguing perspective, Kaisa softly concurred. Indeed, this is now a reality. We have approximately 5 seconds remaining. Mo Yun sighed in resignation, observing the star now radiant and pulsating with energy, its very form beginning to swell. and made his assessment without a hint of concern. Do you have any final words? 4. Everything that needed to be said has been said. 3.2. Death is simply death. Why must it be altered? 1. Yun. In that fleeting moment, the colossal supernova, unable to bear the weight of its own existence, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing a torrent of devastating energy that surged forth like a raging flood. At that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. The dying star began to tremble violently, its once resplendent brilliance transforming into a chaotic and unstable fury. Intense energy fluctuations erupted from its core, akin to an unstoppable deluge, swiftly engulfing the surrounding space. Suddenly, an extraordinarily brilliant light flared, illuminating the dark expanse of the cosmos, its luminosity surpassing that of countless stars combined. Simultaneously, an immensely powerful shockwave radiated outward at the speed of light, obliterating everything in its path, from dust to asteroids, tearing them into countless minuscule fragments. Wherever this energy traveled, the very fabric of space was rent asunder, creating deep, dark fissures, and time itself appeared to stand still. To die alongside you is truly beautiful. What did you say? Amidst the terrifyingly radiant supernova explosion, Kaisa murmured softly, aware that this was her final opportunity. Drawing a deep breath, she resolved to cease evading her feelings and instead chose to take the initiative to express her intentions. As she felt the warmth and softness of their lips meeting, Yun found himself momentarily dazed. What was happening? Kaisa had just kissed him forcefully. How utterly bizarre. Meanwhile, a gentle yet resolute voice, tinged with a hint of shyness and nervousness, resonated through the dark communication channel. Yun, I love you. Yun could hardly believe his ears, his eyes widening in astonishment. It seemed to be genuine. After all, with Kaisa's conservative nature, even when wearing a short skirt, she insisted on donning a pair of autumn pants to protect her absolute territory. There was no way she would kiss someone she did not like. But when did all of this begin? He had no recollection of it whatsoever. Unfortunately, he no longer had the luxury of pondering such questions. At that moment, time appeared to come to a standstill. The entire universe seemed to condense into the tight embrace of the two. Along with that passionate kiss, the raging energy storm surrounding them seemed to sense the power of their profound emotions, becoming somewhat subdued. Then, amidst this fervent kiss, their location was suddenly engulfed by a supernova explosion. And in an instant, their figures were reduced to ashes. Concurrently, with the offline status of the Holy Kaisha, all active angels across the universe instantaneously disconnected. Without Kaisha's support from the angelic system, the strength of all angels inevitably plummeted in an instant. Some of the weaker second-generation angels even fainted momentarily. Kaisha, the queen, she has gone offline. The angels groaned in despair, uncontrollably plummeting downwards. The angels in other parts of the universe fared better, but those engaged in battle with demons on Earth, as well as Yin, who was pursuing Otto on Freeze, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage upon disconnection. However, comparatively speaking, Yan's situation was far more perilous, as Cold and her companions were numerous. Even with a brief disconnection, most of them could still coordinate and break free. Moreover, Morgana had no inclination to concern herself with them at this moment. The angels began to flee, with the demon army hot on their heels. Yet Morgana remained unmoved, simply walking over to Kaisha's throne and sitting down, gazing vacantly at the sky, attempting to direct her gaze to that distant corner of the universe. Farewell, sister. Farewell, Yun. After a brief pause, she suddenly erupted into curses. Damn it, do you truly love her that much? You had to die together. Serves you right. After venting her frustrations, she abruptly fell silent, and in that moment, she resembled not a victor of war, but rather a pitiful soul who had lost all sense of purpose and everything she had fought for. You had already guessed the plan. Why rush in so recklessly? Couldn't you have been more cautious? You call yourself a war god? Nonsense. She exhaled deeply, rising to her feet, and addressed the cloud sea on the horizon. Though you were foolish, you were still my chosen ally. Now that you have perished, I will certainly avenge you, though it may take some time. You will have to wait. The secondary biological engine, a troublesome matter. Chapter 35. Revival. Yin awoke in a realm of darkness, surveying her surroundings with a furrowed brow. She had been too careless, falling victim to the treachery of Otto, and had even perished. What troubled her further was the disheartening news of Queen Kaisha's offline status. It was precisely due to Kaisha's sudden disconnection and the subsequent decline in her powers that Otto had been able to ambush her, ultimately leading to her demise in battle. Her own death was not the crux of the matter. As an angelic warrior, she had long been prepared to sacrifice everything, even her life, for justice. While she had yet to achieve her own true love and unite with her idol, there was a tinge of regret. Yet this outcome was not wholly unacceptable. Compared to her own demise, Yin felt a deeper sorrow for the fall of Queen Kaisha. "Greetings, Angel Yin. A pleasure to meet you for the first time." A feminine voice echoed through the darkness, and upon closer inspection, Yin realized that the voice bore a slight resemblance to her own. "Who are you?" Yin inquired uncertainly. "I am the secondary biological engine embedded within your being. Your heart has ceased to beat, and all vital signs have vanished, thus fulfilling the criteria for activating the secondary biological engine." Indeed, it was the engine contained within her. It appeared she was truly dead. Yin nodded, indicating her understanding of the situation. "All right, I comprehend. Now, I shall initiate the activation within you. This will destroy and redefine your heart. From this moment forth, you will no longer be an ordinary angel. However, before that, I must pose 3 questions to you. Why has Queen Kaisha only installed the secondary biological engine in you and GXIN? Because GXIN and I are Queen Kaisha's guards, entrusted with the responsibility of safeguarding the future queen. We cannot afford to perish until Anisid grows strong. What is your perspective on your revival?" Yin took a deep breath, instinctively clenching her fists. Her tone turning ICY.IT is a disgrace, an evil act that contravenes the righteous order of angels and Queen Kaisha, a desecration of justice and life. The third question, even if you are revived now, due to Queen Kaisha's offline status, you will lack sufficient energy sources and remain weak. Are you certain you wish to take this risk? Absolutely. The angelic civilization is on the brink of collapse. I must revive as soon as possible and urgently assume the role of temporary commander. Time is not on our side. Very well, I shall activate the secondary biological engine for you, and I hope you can swiftly locate an energy source to restore your strength. After a brief pause, the voice of the secondary biological engine resumed. Here is an encrypted message sent to you by Queen Kaisha before her fall. Please be attentive to it once you are revived by the secondary biological engine. Understood. Yin was somewhat taken aback, feeling as though Kaisha had foreseen her impending fall. Upon reflection, Kaisha's actions prior to her demise indeed appeared peculiar. Nevertheless, Yin chose not to voice her thoughts. She still held faith in Queen Kaisha. "It must be some guidance left for me," she mused. Yin opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings, confirming that she was still on freeze, while Otto, who had slain her, was nowhere to be found. As she contemplated this, she mustered her feeble strength and rose from the chaotic battlefield. Sensing her weakness, she couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. In her current state, she certainly needed to replenish her energy quickly. Moreover, Yin believed she might not be in grave danger. She could still seek assistance from the angel Ma Yun. Regardless of kinship or her mother's sake, he could not possibly abandon this little angel in her time of need. Could he? With that thought, she sighed in relief, utilizing the genetic engine to lock onto her spacecraft, which remained in the outer space of Freeze, and took flight towards the cosmos with her pristine white wings. Though she was part of the Holy Left Wing, she had always been merely a warrior, not a commander, let alone a sovereign. She considered her own strength to be quite formidable. She could manage small-scale operations adequately, but leading an entire angelic legion and continuing the fight against the demons was beyond her capabilities. She had no idea what to do next. "Queen Kaisha, can I truly act as a temporary stand-in for the Angel King and shoulder the responsibility of leading the angelic civilization?" Yin harbored little confidence, as she genuinely did not know her next course of action. However, if she could seek assistance from others, perhaps the situation might improve. Engaging with other civilizations was undoubtedly unwise during this vulnerable moment for the angelic realm. Yet, in the case of her kin, the scenario would differ. Angel Ma Yun, the war god of the heavenly realm, while it was uncertain whether he was a qualified ruler, was undeniably one of the supreme commanders in the universe. Yin believed that if she could secure his aid and guidance, even if it did not bring about the complete downfall of Morgana and her demon army, at the very least, it could help restore the strength of the angelic civilization. Ma Yun was indeed a trustworthy angel. I almost forgot about the message left for me by Queen Kaisha. activating the encrypted message sent by Queen Kaisha. The once mighty and now unfortunate fallen Holy Angel King materialized before Yin. As if conjured from a dream, Kaisha sat gracefully upon her magnificent throne, exuding an innate air of nobility, her figure elegant and dignified. Her countenance remained as breathtakingly beautiful as ever. Time seemed to have left her untouched. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate as silk. Beneath her gently arched brows, her bright, large eyes sparkled like stars, radiating warmth and confidence. The corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, adorned with a faint smile that was both approachable and imbued with regal authority. In that moment, Yin was captivated by the presence of this legendary queen, nearly forgetting to breathe as she gazed at the figure before her. Her queen, her mentor, Queen Kaisha. Yan's expression was filled with excitement as she looked at her. But soon she remembered something, halting her forward motion, her lips curling into a bittersweet smile. Have you truly fallen? Kaisha remained silent, preparing to impart her final teachings. Yin, do you wish to know about Ma Yun? Ah? Yin was momentarily taken aback by this sudden question, nearly losing her balance mid-air. What do you mean, Queen Kaisha? Is this really the right time for such inquiries? You have just fallen, and I am urgently assuming the role of the angelic commander without even having been crowned. I lack energy, and the angelic sisters on Earth are in dire straits, facing peril, while Morgana and her demon army remain our formidable foes. Is it you who is mistaken or I? Though I too yearn for knowledge. Even contemplating a journey to Earth in search of his assistance, I find it utterly incomprehensible that you, as the king of angels, would engage in such actions. Kaisa tilted her head in confusion, seemingly unable to grasp Yan's current reaction. With a resigned shake of his head, Yin delicately reminded her, Queen Kaisa, isn't this matter secondary? The situation is dire. Do you have any special directives regarding the current circumstances? No, Kaisa's expression immediately turned serious, her tone imbued with gravity and a hint of resignation. Yin, you cannot grow while under my protection. This applies to both you and angelic civilization. I cannot shield you forever. You must learn to confront challenges independently for the angelic civilization to usher in a new era. Yin opened his mouth, intending to respond, but upon encountering Kaisa's earnest demeanor, he halted, nodding in agreement after a moment of silence. It was indeed unbecoming to trouble Kaisa, especially after her fall. She was correct. One cannot place hope solely in her, for despite her potential guidance, the remainder must rely on oneself. However, Queen Kaisa, how does this relate to understanding Mo Yun? Your compatibility is exceptionally high, and do you not have an affection for him? Surely, you should deepen your understanding. If you lack knowledge of Mo Yun, you risk losing to others. Others? Who else? A flicker of confusion crossed Yan's eyes. Yet his ears perked up, a sensation of intrigue stirring within him. Kaisa observed Yan's reaction, feeling a mix of satisfaction and bittersweetness as a faint smile graced her lips. It is a lengthy tale. I shall transmit these memories to you, and you may peruse them at your leisure. Thank you, Queen Kaisa. Yin nodded awkwardly, accepting the memories and quickly immersing himself in them. Although such occurrences were not uncommon, they had yet to establish an order that angelic civilization regarded as a matter of course. Through Kaisa's perspective, Yin witnessed the true nature of this era and learned of the past between Queen Kaisa and Angel Mo Yun. Kaisa first became aware of Angel Mo Yun during a gladiatorial event, a favored pastime among the aristocrats of the Heavenly Palace era, with Mo Yun being one of the gladiators. Due to familial ties, Kaisa was obliged to attend such gatherings, though she held little interest. Mo Yun, on the other hand, was a frequent participant, a master undefeated in battle. At that time, the individual who would later become Morgana, Liang Bing, was present, brimming with excitement as she brought her entire allowance, believing her luck and keen eye would lead her to victory and a substantial reward. The outcome, however, was a crushing defeat for Liang Bing's chosen side, resulting in her losing all her hard-earned money in the wake of such a painful loss. Liang Bing lamented the unfairness of the contest. At that moment, Kaisa, who had been observing, inadvertently caught wind of Liang Bing's incessant murmuring of the unfamiliar name. Mo Yun. Thus began their initial encounter. Could it be that the queen, in her youth, was also swept away by matters of the heart? Yin shook his head, dismissing this rather irreverent thought, unwilling to delve further. He continued to watch, eager to discover what transpired next. Then came a most alarming revelation. Angel Mo Yun had committed patricide. Upon reading this, Yin was taken aback. In any civilization, be it of beastly or triangular forms, the act of murdering one's parents bore severe repercussions, let alone in a patriarchal society such as the angelic civilization. The tragedy quickly became a hot topic among the male angels, clamoring for Mo Yun's death. Despite the fact that the victim had intended to harm his own daughter, ultimately, this incident even reached the ears of the then angelic king, Huaya, while Yin, through Kaisa's perspective, witnessed it all unfold. Chapter 36. The arrival of the angelic legion at the edge of the solar system. Amidst the pitch-black cosmos, a dazzling light suddenly erupted. Following this, a colossal wormhole gradually materialized, its entrance pulsating with a peculiar energy wave as an antiquated-style interstellar warship gracefully emerged from within. This starship, adorned in a silver-gray hue, gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the faint starlight around it. Its contours flowed seamlessly, embodying strength and speed. Unlike the rugged, aesthetically lacking vessels of the Taotai civilization, this ship exuded both majesty and the elegance of a divine river civilization. Within this vessel was an advanced team of angelic soldiers who had traversed countless light years to reach this location. Qing Sang, seated in the cockpit, gazed resolutely toward the distant Taotai fleet, then naturally shifted his focus toward the radiant star. Locking onto the position of the third planet, behind him, an equally serious and unsmiling elite team of male angels flanked the ship's interior, each possessing an upright stature and handsome features, clad in resplendent battle armor. With pristine white wings unfurling behind them, emanating an air of authority, strength, and coldness. The Chi-Wu star system. At last, they had arrived. Navigating through the dense cluster of Taotai ships and utilizing the wormhole's coordinates. Qing Sang confirmed that this was indeed their destination. "Commander, how shall we locate the general?" One of the angelic warriors inquired, noting that the general's covert communications had long since failed, rendering contact impossible. Though Earth was not vast, the task of finding a single individual amidst their numbers posed a challenge, especially given the current complexities surrounding Earth. Qing Sang nonchalantly nodded, casting his gaze toward the distant Taotai fleet, and a thought quickly formed in his mind. "King Shidue, we have a situation." Aboard the Taotai flagship, the monitor overseeing the solar system's periphery swiftly reported this development to King Shidue. "An unidentified warship has suddenly appeared behind us. They came through the wormhole." The reporting Taotai, visibly anxious, bowed low before King Shidue, hastily relaying his discovery. "Unidentified forces." King Shidue paused, pondering, the wormhole? Could it be the angels? Yet that seems unlikely. The angels would not react this swiftly, and those female angels hardly favor warships. If they encountered Taotai, they would likely engage without hesitation. Why would they stealthily approach our rear? But who else could it be? Just as King Shidue contemplated the identity of the intruders, an unfamiliar channel suddenly connected to the Taotai flagship. In an instant, the main screen illuminated with a dazzling brilliance, and as the light gradually faded, a clear figure emerged, a stern-faced man clad in ornate armor. "Scum?" King Shidue speculated, eyeing the man's attire. Although the absence of wings was notable, this clearly indicated a member of the scum faction. The king had just eliminated the Angel King. Yet these primitive scum dared to emerge from the cosmos. Such news traveled swiftly. Did they wish to partake in the spoils as well? Scum? Upon hearing this term, Qing Sang, who had initially intended to bide his time and gather intelligence before forming an opinion, could no longer contain his anger. "Damn it, a bunch of worthless beasts dare to insult us as scum? I'll show you." He furrowed his brow, turning away from Shidue and the others, and unreservedly commanded, "Send a few men to blow up some of Taoye's main warships as fireworks. Let's give everyone a show." King Shidue was left utterly speechless. What manner of person was this? To suggest detonating his main warships for amusement upon their first encounter was a level of arrogance that could only be described as characteristic of scum. "Scum?" Qing Sang's eyes chilled, his tone frosty as he enunciated, "Silence, filthy Taotai. We are not scum. We are angels, male. Is this for real?" As King Shidue grappled with bewilderment, the Angelic Legion's warriors had already commenced their operation. They formed combat units of 3, swiftly exiting the warship like meteors streaking through the boundless darkness of space, their snow-white wings unfurling behind them, radiating a holy glow. With astonishing speed, they weaved through the massive Taodai fleet. Their strategy straightforward yet ruthlessly effective. Their primary targets were not the formidable Taotai main fleet, but rather the smaller vessels that were relatively easier to conquer. These smaller crafts typically undertook reconnaissance, vigilance, harassment, and group combat tasks, yet they stood no chance against the Angels. The members of the angelic squad gripped their gleaming swords tightly, exhibiting an extraordinary synergy as they mounted a ferocious assault. Their onslaught reminiscent of a tempestuous storm, swiftly targeting the diminutive vessels, in an instant. One of the angelic warriors flickered like a white phantom, dashing towards a small ship with remarkable swiftness. The blade in his hand shimmered with a cold light as he swung it with ferocity, effortlessly slicing through the vessel's protective barrier. Simultaneously, two of his comrades launched their attacks from different angles, leaving the gluttonous foes aboard the ship with no opportunity for effective resistance. Without mercy, the angelic warriors dragged the trapped gluttons from their confines. As if they were nothing more than powerless carcasses, soon, a chilling cacophony of frenzied slashing ensued. Amidst the terrifying sounds, the gluttons emitted piercing cries of despair, which were swiftly drowned out by the relentless onslaught of the angelic squad. Some of the angelic fighters exhibited even greater ruthlessness, tearing the limbs from the gluttons with their bare hands, blood splattering in a grotesque display. However, the carnage did not cease there. These male angels executed an astonishingly audacious maneuver that left the gluttons dumbfounded. They leapt without hesitation, nimbly infiltrating the small warships belonging to the gluttons. Accompanied by raucous laughter, they expertly commandeered the vessels, charging like a herd of untamed stallions towards the massive flagship of the gluttons. Each small craft bore down upon the enemy's heart like a comet ablaze. Just when it seemed a catastrophic collision was imminent, mere seconds from the glutton flagship, these angelic warriors, displaying reflexes and speed beyond mortal comprehension, ejected themselves from the cockpits with fluid grace, as though rehearsed countless times. The now uncontrolled small ships collided with the glutton flagship's energy shield like precision-guided missiles, igniting a cataclysmic eruption of flames and a series of terrifying explosions that reverberated through the vast expanse of space. Generating colossal shockwaves, the battlefield was instantaneously enveloped in a dazzling brilliance, resembling a grand fireworks display in the cosmos. Amidst the aftermath, these battle-hardened male angels swiftly discerned the vulnerabilities in the energy shield through keen observation. Channeling their dark energy into their swords in the next moment, they charged towards the cross-shaped warships without a moment's hesitation, effortlessly breaching the energy shields and penetrating the ship's interior. The ensuing cries of agony gradually faded into silence, culminating in a haunting stillness as the cross-shaped vessel collided with others in its wake. As the Glutton King observed the unfolding chaos aboard the flagship, the Gluttons were left in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events until one of them, trembling, broke the silence within the command room. At this moment, the mood of the Glutton King was dire. He was on the brink of fury, utterly astonished that these self-proclaimed angels could exhibit such brutality. Was it not merely a matter of misaddressing them? Was such a grand display of violence truly warranted? Damn it, you are all males. There is nothing inscribed upon your foreheads declaring you as angels or scoundrels. How can you blame me for a simple mistake? You are even more unreasonable and ruthless than the female angels. These so-called angels are nothing but scoundrels, the most vicious of scoundrels. They resort to violence at the slightest provocation, and yet they dare to unleash such chaos from the outset, killing my men, detonating my ships, and they still refuse to relent. You seek your own demise. Fury surged within the Glutton King's heart as he pounded the armrest, shattering the sturdy throne into fragments, unleashing a torrent of enraged roars directed at the screen depicting the scoundrels. Hm? Cheong Sang did not respond with anger but rather with a mocking smile, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty ferocity. How amusing! Now even beasts dare to stand before us angels. If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. You are but a mere spacefaring civilization, lacking even a single generation of super genes, a heap of refuse, and yet you dare to challenge us angels, the Glutton King faltered, suppressing his wrath upon realizing the identity of his adversaries. Clearly, these scoundrels were not ordinary. As an experienced warrior, he recognized that they were seasoned veterans, exhibiting not only formidable individual prowess but also tactical coordination surpassing that of his own gluttons. Though their super genes likely belonged to a mere first or second generation, the Gluttons had no super gene warriors at all. Despite the advanced technology of the Gluttons, capable of easily overpowering Earth with their vast fleet, even without resorting to nuclear strikes, they could gain the upper hand after dismantling a battalion. Yet, faced with this squad composed entirely of experienced and potent scoundrels, the Gluttons found themselves at a disadvantage. What? No retaliation? Are we to endure this? He mused. Truth be told, engaging in a brutal confrontation would only result in further losses. Even if they were to emerge victorious, the Glutton fleet would undoubtedly suffer significant casualties. How, then, could they confront Earth or deal with the scattered remnants of their forces? It was imperative to discern the gravity of the situation. Engaging these scoundrels in a direct confrontation held no benefits. As for venting frustrations or seeking revenge, such matters were inconsequential. Lacking the strength to secure a decisive advantage, they would need to bide their time for a more opportune moment. With this in mind, the Glutton King forcibly restrained his anger, bowing solemnly to Cheong Sang, and sincerely declared, I sincerely apologize for our offense, and I hope you can forgive my inadvertent misstep. Humph. Cheong Sang scoffed derisively. You deem it an offense and apologize? Let me tell you, the universe is a cruel place. Not everything is dictated by your whims. Despite his outward scorn, Cheong Sang regarded the Glutton King's demeanor with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that the dim-witted glutton could possess such restraint and composure. While he appeared to be a mere ruffian, within the beast kin, he might be considered among the elite. Indeed, these so-called gluttons possessed some merit. The Glutton King was momentarily taken aback. He had expected the scoundrels to adhere to a predictable pattern. Angels were typically proud and arrogant, requiring only flattery and a means of saving face. Had he not adopted a sufficiently humble stance? Yet, it was clear that these scoundrels were not easily placated. Unbeknownst to him, the 3 legions following Mo Yun had been shaped by his long-term influence and the experiences of mercenary life. Valuing both face and substance, however, compared to tangible benefits, reputation and fame were expendable. After all, they had no noteworthy reputation in the universe. Who truly cared? Bullying the weak? Yes, he reveled in it. What of it? If you had the capability, you could bully us in return. Unable to achieve that? Then endure it as we trample upon you. Given the opportunity, you proved utterly useless. The Glutton King hesitated for a moment before straightening his posture and fixing his gaze upon Cheong Sang on the screen. He spoke once more, We gluttons bear no enmity towards you. I hope you can forgive our transgressions in light of my deity, Karl. This time, by invoking Karl's name, the Glutton King sought to instill fear and gauge their reactions. He felt that these scoundrels were peculiar, their conduct not entirely in line with the expected behavior of their kind. Karl? Upon hearing the familiar name, Cheong Sang subtly nodded. He recalled that she had mentioned the Glutton civilization was comprised of Karl's followers. The pressing matter at hand was to locate the general. Unless absolutely necessary, it was prudent to avoid conflict with a divine-level adversary, especially one whose true nature remained uncertain. Humph, are you threatening me? Although Cheong Sang had resolved to overlook the matter, mainly because he had no intention of engaging the Glutton fleet in a life-or-death struggle, he did not immediately yield. Instead, he sternly pressed the Glutton King for answers. Dare not. I merely believe we could engage in a different manner of discourse. Surely, you did not venture across the Great Worm Bridge merely to trouble us lowly gluttons? Cheong Sang nodded, affirming the Glutton King's assertion. At that moment, Shan Yang could no longer contain himself, interjecting with scorn, Who are you to speak? Cheong Sang. What nonsense is this fool spouting, Glutton King? Is this a declaration of hostility? Are you scoundrels truly overstepping your bounds? You are the king of the gluttons, correct? Cheong Sang lightly cleared his throat, interrupting the Glutton King's thoughts and capturing the attention of all gluttons. I am aware that you are currently eyeing this earth, and have even engaged in conflict with its inhabitants. I require your assistance in scouting Earth for the whereabouts of an individual. Once located, we shall depart immediately. Who? Our commander, the Angel Mo Yun. The Glutton King was momentarily taken aback. The name sounded somewhat familiar. I say that the aid Morgana sought. The so-called deity of war from the angelic civilization's celestial era. These male angels before me cannot possibly be the angelic legion that followed him. Can they? No, that's not the crux of the matter. The pressing issue lies in how to respond. To speak candidly, I am indeed aware of the whereabouts of your commander. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, and I assure you, such a scenario is improbable. He is undoubtedly obliterated, reduced to mere particles alongside Kaisha. Can one truly articulate such a grim reality? This seems to present quite a predicament, if I were to utter the truth. Would these rascals suddenly turn on me? Should I devise a way to shift the blame? Chapter 37. The general is dead? Your Majesty, an angel requests to board the ship. If it is a female angel, then there is no need for discussion. We can proceed directly without further reports. However, it is a male angel this time. A whole contingent of male angels. Given that the Queen and Angel Mo Yun are old acquaintances, Otto felt it unwise to take unilateral action. Although Angel Mo Yun perished alongside Kaisha, they were allies in the past, and whether to engage in conflict or seek peace must await the Queen's command. In short, Otto's thoughts were tumultuous, a myriad of emotions flooding his mind, leaving him uncertain of what course to take. Ultimately, this resulted in Morgana withdrawing into herself, secluding herself within her chambers to ponder the future of her demonic civilization. It was not until she heard Otto's report that she spoke. Angels? Morgana's voice echoed from her room, tinged with confusion. Male angels, you say? Yes, Your Majesty. The leader identifies himself as Cheong Sang. He wishes to inquire about certain matters directly related to you. Presumably concerning Mo Yun. If you prefer not to meet with them, I shall send them away, Tio Otto. Nothing mattered more than the Queen's wishes. He was acutely aware of her current disposition, and should she wish to avoid a meeting, he would certainly comply. What could a band of male angels do? Now that the Angel King Kaisha has been vanquished, they are but a pack of lost hounds. There is nothing to fear. Not only are they weak, but their technology and genetics are also drastically inferior. If they prove obstinate, then let them be eradicated. In Otto's view, these male angels, long since outstripped by the mainstream civilizations of the cosmos, held no comparison to the current demonic civilization. However, Morgana held a different perspective. Cheong Sang, Mo Yun's deputy? How swiftly they have arrived. Have they been informed by someone? Morgana sighed, but a flicker of light ignited in her eyes. Could it be that Mo Yun's demise is not as straightforward as it appears? Do not be reckless. Cheong Sang is a veteran of over 30,000 years. While he may not match you genetically, his dark energy could obliterate you in an instant. Morgana firmly rejected Otto's suggestion, pausing only briefly before continuing. Allow them to board, bring them to the reception room. I shall join them shortly. Understood. Otto refrained from further discourse and turned to fetch the guests. Regardless, it was a positive sign that the Queen was willing to leave her room. Upon receiving the command, the demonic soldiers swiftly complied, unhesitatingly opening the massive, heavy hatch of the warship. With a resonant mechanical sound, the door gradually slid apart, revealing a spacious entrance. The moment the hatch opened, 4 or 5 male angel warriors clad in silver armor, their wings unfurled, strode in with a commanding presence. Their expressions were devoid of emotion as they surveyed the grotesque demons surrounding them, their gazes revealing unabashed scorn and disdain. One angel even wrinkled his nose, as if detecting a foul odor. They quickly averted their eyes, as though even a moment longer in the presence of these demons would soil their vision. Despite being encircled by their adversaries, the angel warriors displayed no sense of urgency. On the contrary, they seemed to regard the demons with utter indifference, walking with heads held high, surveying the interior of the demonic warship with curiosity, as if it were an exhibition hall rather than a perilous battlefield. Otto, feeling the angels' contempt, found his azure visage growing increasingly grim. Indeed, these angels were insufferable. Cheong Sang glanced up at the towering Otto, subtly twitching his lips. Is Morgana truly that cold-hearted? What kind of aesthetic is this? Follow me. The Queen awaits you, Otto declared, turning to lead them, while Cheong Sang nodded in silence, following suit. Neither party had any desire to exchange pleasantries, maintaining a stony silence as they navigated several corridors, eventually arriving at the spacious and well-lit reception room. At this moment, Morgana, appearing somewhat haggard, had been waiting quietly. She sat elegantly upon a soft, comfortable sofa, her deep, pool-like eyes fixed intently on Cheong Sang and his entourage. Her gaze revealed neither overt hostility nor any warmth. In response to this atmosphere, Cheong Sang remained unfazed. He nodded casually, acknowledging Morgana, before boldly striding to the seat directly opposite her and sitting down without a hint of decorum. Such behavior rendered even Otto, who was about to bow, momentarily speechless. Who, after all, is the true demon here? Is there no basic courtesy? Morgana's lips twitched as she waved her hand to interrupt Otto's gesture. Otto, you may leave. I wish to speak with them privately. Your Majesty, this Otto hesitated, concerned that this might be overly hazardous. Fear not. This queen harbors no trepidation towards them. Morgana dismissively shook her head, with her dark energy, genetics, and divine essence surpassing Cheongsang's, she had no reason to be afraid. Seeing the queen's determination, Otto could only acquiesce, nodding before exiting the room. Your subordinates, while not the most aesthetically pleasing, exhibit remarkable loyalty. Indeed, they are the finest warriors. Morgana chose to overlook the disparaging remarks about her subordinate's appearance, nodding in satisfaction. Now that pleasantries are out of the way, let us address the matter at hand. I have been informed that you possess knowledge regarding the whereabouts of our general, and I seek to confirm the veracity of this claim. Cheongsang, disinterested in trivialities, swiftly cut to the heart of the matter. Morgana hesitated, her expression stiffening. Was it truly because of Mo Yun that this had become awkward? Who betrayed me? No, that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that Mo Yun did not perish by my hand. He was, strictly speaking, a casualty of misfortune, ensnared in my divine assassination plot. Though it was Lena, controlled by Karl, who struck the fatal blow, to claim complete innocence would be disingenuous. Clearly, you do possess some knowledge. Observing Morgana's hesitation, Cheongsang's gaze turned icy, his tone shifting from casual to severe. Yes, I am indeed aware of Mo Yun's fate. I once extended an invitation for him to join me as an ally against the current Angel King, that wretched Kaisha. Cheongsang raised an eyebrow. The general does not strike me as the type to engage in such behavior. This seems problematic. Morgana, discerning his thoughts, offered clarification. Mo Yun believed that Kaisha's so-called righteous order was flawed, which is why he allied with me. Is the righteous order truly flawed? If posed to Cheongsang, the answer would undoubtedly be affirmative. From the perspective of other civilizations across the universe, the righteous order merely serves to constrain their military advancements and impede their technological progress. Internally, within the angelic civilization, there are also issues with this righteous order. Its most critical flaw is its extremity, and the development of angelic civilization has always been somewhat distorted, whether through the oppression of males by females or vice versa. It is as if they are afflicted by madness. These are all issues inherent to the righteous order, and in light of this, the general's choice to assist the demons does not seem entirely unreasonable. However, such matters are of little importance to Cheongsang. He pressed on with his inquiry. Where is the general now? I did not see him among your fleet. Morgana fell silent for a moment. Taking a deep breath before slowly responding, Mo Yun perished alongside Kaisha. He chose to die with her, obliterated by the solar flare unleashed by Lena. Upon hearing this, all the angel warriors were taken aback. What? The general is dead? Cheongsang, initially stunned, quickly furrowed his brow, retorting sharply, impossible. The general had no reason to die with Kaisha. While it is understandable to oppose Kaisha due to dissatisfaction with the righteous order, the notion that the general would willingly choose death alongside her is utterly incomprehensible. There is simply no justification for such an act. I understand your disbelief, but regrettably, this is the truth. Lena is one of the 3 major divine creation projects of the Super Divine Academy. She can even trigger a supernova explosion. She possesses the capability to destroy anything substantial, and even Kaisha's divine form could not withstand it. A 3rd-generation divine body like his would have no chance of survival. Morgana's own demeanor had grown somewhat despondent, yet she steeled herself to observe Cheongsang's reaction, hoping to uncover some clue. The countenance of Cheongsang instantly darkened, for he was unfamiliar with the divine engineering of the Super God Academy. This was merely something he had heard whispered in rumors. Yet, he was well aware of the catastrophic ramifications of a supernova explosion. Throughout his extensive existence, he had witnessed the devastation wrought by such celestial events. Within the radius of a supernova's detonation, everything would be utterly annihilated. Life itself was but a trifle, as even entire planets could be reduced to mere fragments. Although Cheongsang held profound confidence in his general, he could not deny that the force of such a phenomenon could obliterate any known matter in the universe. If the general had indeed been caught in the blast of a supernova, he suppressed this ominous premonition. He could not take lightly the words of Liang Bing. Despite their shared camaraderie, she was, after all, a demon now. How did you come by this knowledge? Because I witnessed it with my own eyes. Morgana explained, her tone seemingly casual, yet her expression had shifted slightly. Thus, Cheong Sang's expression darkened, and his tone turned icy as he inquired, "Did you watch the general perish before you?" Morgana stiffened, her gaze shifting away in an aura of guilt. Her voice was laced with bitterness as she replied, "I wished for such a thing to never occur, yet it was his own choice. I was too far away at the time to intervene." Her words dwindled to an almost inaudible whisper. Cheong Sang snorted coldly, interrupting her. "Were there others present? Besides your demons?" Morgana quickly grasped his intent. There were angels as well. The angels who accompanied Kaisa to Earth also witnessed them vanish together. Though their knowledge is far less than mine, I require their locations. Do you possess them? I do, but given that Mo Yun and I are currently contending with Kaisa, they likely harbor animosity towards you. Additionally, their communications have been severed, scattering them across various locations on Earth. You need not worry about that. I shall handle it myself. Cheong Sang regarded Morgana with indifference and pressed further, "Where is Reina?" It was uncertain whether Morgana's claims held any truth. Thus, it was prudent to verify for himself. The angels and Reina, being directly involved, constituted excellent targets. As for the hostility of the female angels, that was of no consequence. They could be eliminated without hesitation. Should Morgana's words prove accurate, locating Reina would also serve as a means of avenging the general. Morgana shook her head, offering a resigned explanation. "I truly do not know. After Kaisa's destruction, she disappeared. However, I can assist in the search. My demon number 1 is currently monitoring all communications on Earth, and it won't take long to uncover leads." Agreed. Cheong Sang ceased his idle chatter, rising to depart. Yet, as he turned, he paused and suddenly asked, "Liang Bing, why do I have the impression that you are exceptionally well informed about these matters?" Though her expression was obscured, Morgana surmised that his countenance was undoubtedly filled with murderous intent. After a brief silence, she nodded, her expression complex as she explained, "Because the destruction of Kaisa was originally my plan. I simply did not anticipate that Mo Yun would perish alongside her. Is that so? Who else was involved? This was my scheme. Carl executed the transfer and blockade, while the controlled Reina took action. Demons, Carl, and Liang. No, we must also include a female angel who is likely now an enemy. Damn it, the most formidable divine forces in the universe were involved. What a mess this has become. I understand now. Liang Bing, you'd best pray that the general emerges unscathed. Otherwise, I shall ensure the complete eradication of your demons. I assure you, none shall escape." With this final remark, Cheong Sang strode away, and the angelic warriors behind him cast a cold glare at Morgana before hastily following suit. "Commander," one of the angelic warriors questioned in confusion. According to their usual modus operandi, shouldn't they have immediately slain these demons to avenge the general? How could they simply depart? Yet Cheong Sang was evidently contemplating far more. There was no rush. After all, the demons were right here and could not flee. Confirming the general's fate was of paramount importance. Although the threat of a supernova explosion was indeed terrifying, Cheong Sang harbored suspicions about the situation. It was difficult to fathom that the general would willingly choose to perish alongside Kaisa. Perhaps there was some ulterior motive at play. Chapter 38. Return. As night fell, brilliant beams of light pierced the inky blackness. Descending from the heavens as Cheong Sang led the male angels in a formidable arrival on Earth. They were the first to soar over the devastated city of Juxia, commencing their preliminary reconnaissance. Lacking the insight of the female angels, they found that the demons had yet to turn against them, allowing their covert communications to remain intact. Utilizing this advantage, they swiftly gathered information about the surrounding area. The recent Battle of Juxia had concluded with a devastating defeat for humanity. The South China Fleet, of which the Juxia was a part, had been annihilated, and the once promising Xiong Binglian had been thoroughly scattered. The city of Juxia lay in ruins, devastated by the voracious forces of the Tathagata, with civilian casualties nearing 10 million. All military forces stationed near Juxia had been eradicated, leaving only a few remnants in retreat. While some remaining forces in the surrounding mountains continued to resist, albeit futilely. The flames of war mercilessly ravaged this once thriving metropolis, transforming it into a desolate wasteland. The towering edifices that once reached for the heavens now lay in ruins, and debris littered the ground. The once broad streets were pockmarked and unrecognizable, ravaged by artillery fire. The fertile soil, scorched by flames, had turned to barren ash, devoid of life. The few humans fortunate enough to survive could only tremble in fear, fleeing like startled prey from the relentless purging forces of the Tathagata. Angels glided over the city, their expressions devoid of emotion as they surveyed the devastation below. Commander, the Juxia is nearly completely destroyed. It appears the situation is rather complex. The Tathagata seems to be launching a full-scale invasion, and the demons are spreading their ideology. It seems the entire Earth is embroiled in conflict. It truly is as Liang Bing suggested. The entire Earth is in utter chaos. Finding leads will be quite challenging. Merely child's play, of no concern to us. Qiong Sang expressed his disinterest in these trivial conflicts, for the fate of Earth, its survival or beliefs, held no significance for him. His singular purpose for descending upon Earth was to seek out clues regarding General Mo Yun and ascertain his fate. To safeguard against any eventualities, he had even contacted the main forces stationed far away on Uralin. The 3 primary legions would arrive on Earth shortly, and when they did, death would befall all. Ensure to keep an eye out for the whereabouts of the female angels and Reina. Reina is the primary target. The female angels second. If they remain elusive, we may attempt to engage with the human side, particularly the so-called Xiong Bing Lian mentioned in the intelligence. They are comrades of Reina. Understood. Shut down communications. Qiong Sang turned to the angel by his side, Xinyang, and inquired, has Liang Bing sent over the data? The locations of the female angels and the whereabouts of Reina. Xinyang checked his covert communications once more. Shaking his head in frustration, we have no information on Reina's whereabouts. However, we do have the locations of the female angels, but they have been continuously shifting targets, indicating they are well aware that the demons are tracking them. Upon hearing this explanation, Qiong Sang's expression remained unchanged, as if everything was proceeding according to his expectations. Although these female angels were relatively inexperienced, they had engaged in combat with demons for many years. If they lacked even a modicum of counter-surveillance awareness, they would have perished countless times over. Let the demons provide us with their last known movements. We shall seek them out ourselves. What? She is a deity. Do you truly believe those Tathagata could confine her? Xinyang expressed disbelief at Qiong Sang's hypothesis, unable to comprehend how those timid and feeble Tathagata could possess the capability or audacity to do so. Qiong Sang felt his blood pressure rising, gazing at Xinyang, whose left eye bore the mark of clarity while the right bore the mark of folly, his breathing becoming rapid. Calm yourself, calm yourself. This is my grandson. If I strangle him, he will cease to exist. He is already foolish. Striking him will only render him more so. After exhaling deeply, Qiong Sang suppressed his fury and clarified, the Tathagata do not dare. But Karl does. I have also heard rumors about this fellow. He has always been subservient before Kaisa, presenting himself as harmless. Even when suppressed by Kaisa, he obediently retreated to the fringes of the universe, far from the reach of righteous order. Yet, upon finding an opportunity, he immediately allied with Liang Bing to eliminate Kaisa. How could he possibly abandon such a potent weapon as Reina after a single use? Were I in his position, I would certainly seek to claim Reina for myself. If that were unfeasible, I would at least study her data to learn some solar techniques. Xinyang scratched his head. Finding some merit in this reasoning, yet still puzzled, he asked, but doesn't he fear incurring the wrath of Liang? Liang. Qiong Sang spat dismissively. They are of no consequence. A bunch of weaklings who overestimate their own significance. Xinyang. But, they are not weak now, are they? Is it wise to underestimate them? The self-proclaimed exceptional ones regard us with their arrogance, yet it seems we are not much better off, are we? Upon noticing the hesitant expression on his grandson's face, Qiong Sang disdainfully shook his head and elaborated. I am aware that the people of Liang have grown formidable, but that does not alter the undeniable truth of their worthlessness. Humph, a bunch of sanctimonious scoundrels. Even Huaya exhibits more integrity than they do in all my years. This is the first time I have encountered a civilization that betrays its own deity. Qiong Sang believed the minds of the Liang people must surely be flawed. They are filled with discontent towards the order of justice but lack the courage to stand up and resist or to reveal their grievances. Even their participation in the destruction of Kaisa serves merely to fabricate a victim-esque narrative. Should we seek out Tao Tai for personnel? After pondering for a moment, Shun Yang seemed to grasp part of the situation, realizing that Reina was likely in the clutches of Tao Tai, and thus immediately inquired about the most critical question. Now is not the time, Cheong Sang replied tersely, foregoing further explanation. He could analyze the situation regarding the events that had transpired and the stances of various civilizations, but he would not divulge unnecessary details to Shenyang. After all, the boy was a blabbermouth. Given the individuals currently under his command, it would not be difficult to snatch people from Tao Ye's grasp, yet they had the Liang backing them, though Cheong Sang held a low opinion of Liang's methods. These individuals were not to be underestimated. A meticulous plan was required. They needed to wait for Liang to engage with Carl before seizing the opportune moment. Ideally, they could eliminate the so-called guardian, Panjin, and teach the Liang scoundrels a lesson. Commander, we have made a discovery. The dark alloy armor of Xiong Binglian. Cheong Sang immediately assessed the situation. The demon squad had been unable to overpower them for so long, indicating that these Xiong Binglian were not as inept as he had initially thought. Commander, what should we do? Shall we negotiate with the demons? Proposed an angelic warrior with a smirk, casting a glance towards Shun Yang. The honest lad nodded without a moment's hesitation, evidently in agreement with the notion. He is worried that our communications might be intercepted by the demons. But why would he fear such interception? Unless, Uncle Xuantu, do you intend to strike against the demons? Hearing this, Xuantu chuckled and affectionately ruffled Shan Yang's hair. Oh dear. This child has grown clever. He is not as easily deceived as he was in his youth. I fondly remember the days I could trade a single candy for your dark silver dagger. Xin Yang's expression darkened, and with a huff, he turned his head away, shaking off Xuantu's hand. Damn it, you old fraud. Is deceiving a child something to be particularly proud of? When I can defeat you, I shall make you kneel and beg for mercy. Xuantu instantly adopted a serious demeanor, bowing to Cheong Sang before eagerly summoning others. He had long endured the demons and was eager to confront these grotesque beings. Soon, the angel would come to annihilate them. Watching Xuantu's figure vanish into the night sky, Shenyang couldn't help but lower his voice to inquire. Grandfather, isn't this a bit dishonorable? Cheong Sang dismissed him with indifference, instead gazing towards the direction of the demon warships in outer space. Are we allies of the demons? Shenyang scratched his head. No, I promised not to strike against them, did I? It seemed he did not, but we need the demons' assistance now. Despite feeling that his grandfather's reasoning held some merit, Shenyang still found it somewhat unsettling. Just moments ago, they had been aiding them, providing clues, yet now they would turn around and attack. It felt rather disingenuous. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that they would still require their help moving forward. Wasn't it rather unwise to sever ties so swiftly? Once they made contact with Xiong Binglian, the demons would become obsolete to them, their ultimate value lying solely in establishing a foundation of trust with Xiong Binglian. Another reason was that Cheong Sang sought to test Liang Bing's limits. After all, dealings with the demons were inevitable, and understanding her boundaries early on would be advantageous for their subsequent actions. Thus it was necessary to provoke her. It was merely a matter of abducting a few soldiers from Xiong Binglian. Liang Bing should not react too violently. What about communications? The demons will certainly cease to provide that for us. What then shall we do? I have already ordered the warships to descend to the surface. Everyone will gather there, and we shall temporarily have no need for communications. As he spoke, Cheong Sang's expression shifted slightly. Once they reached Earth and interacted with the various factions, communications would no longer hold significance. If they found the general, everything would be fine if they did not. Then Tao Tai, Li Yang, and the demons would all become enemies, and the entire planet would face destruction. They were clearly aware of their impending actions, each of them itching for a fight, excitement practically written on their faces. Cheong Sang wasted no time and commanded, "You all know what to do, correct? Be swift. We must resolve this demon issue before Liang Bing realizes what is happening. Rest assured, Commander, when it comes to killing, we are professionals. Indeed, these demons are nothing but children to us. Slaying them is akin to child's play. Do not be complacent. The current combat strategies may have shifted. It would be prudent to observe and learn some advanced tactical approaches." Nonsense. They can't even handle a small squad composed of Xiong Binglian and Earthlings. What advanced tactics could they possibly possess? We are far more skilled. Enough with the chatter. Let us move. The angelic warriors formed into squads, flying towards the besieged location of Xiong Bing Lian under the cover of night, their expressions remarkably relaxed. This was not mere arrogance. It was simply a reflection of the demons, the female angels, and Liang, all of whom sounded formidable with their grandiose tales echoing throughout the universe. Yet, in reality, their performance was rather mediocre. Is it truly interstellar warfare if one does not begin by annihilating an entire star system? Is it even worthy of the title of war if one limits their firepower? Even if they had constrained their firepower, was there any need to engage in a mere gunfight with these primitive Earthlings? Not to mention the genetic viruses, the destruction of Earth's atmosphere, or the alteration of its air. They could easily incite internal strife among these backward Earthlings, supporting puppet regimes and instigating dog-eat-dog scenarios. This would not hinder their conquest of Earth or their creation of death, would it? Yet, what do? All these so-called divine civilizations behave like fools, insisting on a headstrong approach of attacking city after city, failing to conceive even the simplest of strategies like decapitating the leaders of all nations. One wonders if their collective intellect has simply deteriorated. War should encompass every conceivable extreme. In the eyes of these veteran angel soldiers, all civilizations on Earth are imbeciles. No, after tonight, they will realize that they are not only imbeciles but also worthless. Even the backward male angel squads will be able to slaughter them. Targets locked. We shall commence action immediately. Everyone, move quickly. Delay and you shall miss your chance. Meanwhile, in Tianhe City, which had succumbed to the onslaught of the Taodai army, within a dilapidated residential area, a brilliant flash of white light flickered, followed by countless particles of light gathering at a visible pace, slowly coalescing into two silhouettes. Chapter 39. Nebula System. As the light dissipated, two naked figures emerged. Mo Yun and Kaisa opened their eyes simultaneously. Mo Yun surveyed his surroundings, confirming he was in his own home, and finally exhaled in relief. In contrast, Kaisa's emotions were far more complex. It is worth noting that she had initially intended to perish. Yet here she was, alive. Not only had she not died, but she had also believed she would, which had led her to abandon her reservations in her final moments, daringly charging ahead. After all, she was to die. Leaving no regrets seemed the best course of action, but the outcome, she had not perished. No, to be precise, she had been resurrected. At this moment, while Kaisa maintained a facade of calm, her heart raced with anxiety. Unsure of how to face Mo Yu and I in comparison, the violation of the order of justice through her resurrection seemed almost trivial. Thus, after her revival, she remained silent, not even daring to glance at Mo Yun. Genuinely at a loss as to how to confront him, and worried he might reject her. Previously, he had merely escorted Kaisa, attempted to contact various families during the uprising, and aided her during the war on a few occasions. Those actions seemed purely platonic. Had it not been for Kaisa's confession before her demise, Mo Yun would never have suspected that she harbored any romantic feelings for him. Even now, he found it perplexing. The real dilemma was how to face Kaisa. He had merely wanted to be an ordinary friend, which would have made interactions easier. Yet here she was, defying expectations. Moreover, the situation felt decidedly off. After a brief silence, Kaisa sighed and took the initiative to break it. You should go outside. I need to get dressed. All right, I'll wait for you outside. Mo Yun felt as if he had been granted a pardon. Swiftly turning on his heel to depart, he could not bear to linger even for a moment in the awkward atmosphere. Grabbing his clothing, he promptly pushed open the door and exited the room. Watching him flee, Kaisa couldn't help but smile wryly and shake her head, but then a thought crossed her mind, softening her gaze. So, you possess such a side as well. With a sigh, she approached the wardrobe. Opening it to meticulously select her attire, in her dark dimension, there were no ordinary human female garments. Only armor and royal robes remained. Now that she was no longer the angelic king, the burdens had been lifted. And such attire was unnecessary. Since she had arrived on Earth, it would be prudent to blend in with the local customs, and besides, she was curious to experience the sensation of wearing Mo Yun's clothes. Outside the room, Mo Yun quickly donned his clothing and began to assess his physical condition in the living room. Thanks to the immense energy from the supernova explosion, his damaged dark dimension had fully restored itself. And he still had a surplus of energy, particularly after absorbing some divine particles and analyzing the divine body. With sufficient resources, he could upgrade to a divine body at any moment. However, Mo Yun had no intention of pursuing that path. Instead, he aimed to prepare for an upgrade to his void divine body, which required some void matter. He was currently unable to manage the celestial computer aspect, but he could begin preparations to upgrade his angelic genes and enhance the dark dimension system of the Angelic Legion. With abundant energy and a restored dark dimension, all obstacles seemed surmountable. The current supremacy of the cosmic main gods stemmed from three primary factors: super genes, divine bodies, and dark dimension computers. Among these, super genes formed the foundation, determining the upper limits of a god's potential. Strong super genes often adapted well to even more powerful divine bodies and dark dimensions. The divine body dictated a god's energy output and conversion rates, while the dark dimension computer directly influenced a god's computational capabilities. Kaisa's formidable strength was a testament to her mastery in all three areas, placing her at the pinnacle of the universe. In terms of genes, the angelic genes had reigned supreme for 30,000 years, with Liang Bing, the foremost expert in genetic technology, having once been an angel herself. Through continuous enhancement of their genes, female angels could even attain immortality, living indefinitely as long as they were not slain. As the angelic king, Kaisa's super genes were undoubtedly the most superior in the universe. Regarding divine bodies, the holy body, as the pinnacle of the fourth-generation divine bodies, was not only indestructible but also possessed remarkable healing abilities, capable of reassembling even when reduced to atoms. Apart from the god-slaying weapon and void weapon, nothing could breach her defenses, let alone slay her. As for the dark dimension computer, the knowledge repository of Holy Kaisa was second only to the Grand Clock's celestial-level computer, effortlessly simulating the evolution of a galaxy. Her immense computational prowess rendered her nearly omnipotent. Additionally, Kaisa's strength derived from the unique shared dark dimension system of the angelic civilization, collaboratively constructed and interconnected by the entire angelic society. All resources of the angelic civilization were funneled into Kaisa, making her dark dimension the largest in the universe. This method starkly contrasted with other civilizations, which relied on powerful individuals to build their dark dimensions independently, yet yielded significant results. Kaisa's individual strength was unparalleled, and the capabilities of other angels were greatly enhanced due to her authorization and support. It was the confluence of these four factors that forged the mightiest of all gods, Holy Kaisa. Of these, the shared dark dimension system played the most crucial role, a concept Mo Yun had discussed with He years ago, albeit with differing perspectives. He entirely abandoned the construction of personal dark dimensions to focus on a communal one, optimizing efficiency and reducing hassle. In contrast, Mo Yun envisioned building personal dark dimensions first, then merging them, which was slower and consumed more resources, appearing more scattered, but less risky. This approach would prevent the total collapse of the dark dimension system upon the main god's demise, minimizing the impact on overall strength. Currently, the angelic civilization clearly adhered to Hishi's path, successfully creating the most potent god and civilization in the universe. However, Mo Yun's concerns about risk still loomed, as Kaisa's potential fall would inevitably damage the angelic civilization's dark dimension, leading to a significant decline in the strength of many angels. Conversely, Mo Yun's approach would mitigate such risks. If the main god fell, the connection between the main god's dark dimension system and that of their subordinates would sever, minimizing losses and preventing a substantial regression in overall civilization strength. This strategy hinged on two critical points. The initial consumption was high, as every individual needed to construct their dark dimension system, resulting in considerable time and resource expenditure. Secondly, this required substantial individual strength. Only a sufficiently robust merged dark dimension system could withstand challenges. If the main god fell, as long as the successor was powerful enough, the overall civilization strength would sustain minimal losses. He sought a civilization under the main god, while Mo Yun desired a main god for the civilization. It was difficult to ascertain which was superior, but for the angelic civilization, Hishi's ideology aligned more closely with their pressing need for rapid strength enhancement, making the path of the main god their sole choice. Especially given the competitive nature of civilizations within the same divine river system. However, Mo Yun bore no such concerns. He had long departed from the angelic civilization, requiring no competition with other civilizations. He had ample time to prepare, and resource issues had been resolved with He-Shi's support and the acquisitions from the exploration of Ulan Star. After 2 full millennia of preparation, the time had come to realize his plans. With a soft click, the doors swung open, and Kaisa emerged from the room, adorned in a pristine white shirt, its collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her fair, slender neck, exuding an air of freshness and elegance. She paired it with tailored men's trousers, the cuffs perfectly rolled above her ankles, projecting an image of both competence and style. This was Kaisa's first attempt at such a look, and she felt a tinge of embarrassment, particularly in Mo Yun's presence, which intensified her shyness. She scarcely dared to meet his gaze, casting furtive glances before quickly averting her eyes, as if terrified of revealing the turmoil within her. Meanwhile, an unanticipated blush graced her exquisite visage, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring. This rosy hue did not detract from her beauty. Rather, it enhanced her allure and bashfulness, making her even more captivating. Mo Yun appraised her from head to toe, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Indeed, as the angelic king, her beauty and figure were unparalleled. Yet, he instinctively diverted his gaze. Wait a moment. Why am I feeling self-conscious? I have nothing to be guilty about, Kaisa observed Mo Yun's reaction, pleased to see the astonishment in his eyes, which alleviated her earlier embarrassment, causing her lips to curl into a subtle smile. However, when he hastily averted his gaze, her smile faltered, and her mood soured. Was she truly so unappealing? Or did he perhaps prefer younger angels like Yin? Was he planning to pretend as if nothing had transpired, simply brushing it aside? How infuriating! What are you up to? Despite her dissatisfaction, Kaisa maintained a gentle demeanor. I was just about to upgrade my genes and dark dimension system, transforming it to resemble yours. Mo Yun did not conceal his intentions. He might very well need Kaisa's assistance in this endeavor. Is there anything I can assist you with? Kaisa inquired softly, her smile somewhat strained. Taking a deep breath, she casually leaned closer to Mo Yun, settling gently against him. Mo Yun, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly felt a warmth and softness beside him, causing his body to stiffen as if frozen in place. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, the unique scent that belonged to Kaisa. Ahem, he stammered, attempting to mask his inner turmoil and discomfort, striving to banish the inappropriate thoughts swirling in his mind. This was untenable. He could not afford to indulge in such fantasies. At this moment, Mo Yun was in a quandary. On one hand, he found himself irresistibly drawn to Kaisa's enchanting presence, longing to maintain some distance. On the other, he feared that deliberately distancing himself might hurt her sensitive heart. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to maintain the status quo, rigidly straightening his posture, sitting as still as a statue, afraid to move. If possible, could you enlighten me about the dark dimension system of the angelic civilization? In order to prevent himself from spiraling into unfounded thoughts, Mo Yun swiftly diverted the conversation. Kaisa, with a smile dancing in her eyes, curiously inquired, did not He-Shi mention that this was a topic you discussed together? Indeed, but this is merely a preliminary concept. I require more detailed information, Mo Yun casually explained. Upon hearing his words, Kaisa's mood instantly brightened, her smile growing even warmer as she teased. Oh, I had thought He-Shi would provide you with everything. It seems she is holding back on you as well? Mo Yun replied, mainly because I have never requested anything from her. I owe her too much and feel reluctant to ask for more. If I were to approach He-Shi, well, she probably wouldn't disclose such confidential information to me, would she? I reckon that is rather unlikely. After all, she must have her principles. Observing Mo Yun's silence, Kaisa felt even more elated, experiencing a sense of triumph over He-Shi. She had long suspected He-Shi harbored ulterior motives towards Mo Yun, and given their amicable relationship, Kaisa had previously worried. However, it now appeared that she still had a chance. Allow me to assist you. Feel free to ask me anything you wish to know. I shall share all that I know, Kaisa declared confidently. Presently, her once sacred form lay utterly shattered, and restoration would necessitate a vast amount of energy and resources. Her current body resembled that of an ordinary second-generation angel, with authority diminished and her dark dimension largely sealed off, resulting in a significant reduction in her power. Nevertheless, her reservoir of knowledge and insight remained intact, and assisting Mo Yun in constructing a new angelic system posed no challenge. What do you intend to name your dark dimension system? Will it be called the Angel System as well? No, it shall be named the Nebula System. Chapter 40. The encounter between the male angels and the Legion of Heroes. Damn it. That scoundrel Cheongsang dares to deceive me. Does he wish to ruin himself? On board the demon warship, Morgana, having just clarified the situation, couldn't help but erupt in a torrent of curses, smashing her throne into splinters. She never anticipated that Cheongsang, that despicable creature, would resort to such treachery against her. Just moments after she provided them with intelligence, Cheongsang began to act against her. Had they not agreed to resolve matters only after thorough investigation? Damn it, his words were no better than flatulence. Now, without knowing anything, he has already turned against her. What will happen in the future? My queen, should we send someone to eliminate them? Atto was also quite incensed, having not expected those male angels to be so vile as to annihilate an entire demon squad without sparing a single soul. They had left no survivors, erasing even the dark data, rendering any chance of resurrection impossible. Though he could tolerate the male angel's sudden betrayal, and even the rescue of the Legion of Heroes squad, Atto could not abide the complete obliteration of his subordinates. What do you mean, go? Atto, have you lost your mind? Haifeng rolled his eyes in exasperation at Atto. The queen had already stated that Cheongsang was a 30,000-year veteran. Even if his genetic model was outdated, he was not someone you could contend with by Earth standards. He could easily overpower you. Are you seeking death? I can command the demon soldiers to encircle them. Haifeng's lips twitched at these words, choosing to remain silent. Atto was evidently blinded by rage. Otherwise, how could he believe that the demon soldiers could triumph over the male angels who had just effortlessly wiped out a demon squad? He had secretly investigated and discovered that among the angels boarding Cheongsang's ship, several possessed formidable dark energy, suggesting they were at least 10,000 years old, not to mention the entire warship, which might even harbor some 30,000-year veterans. Such terrifying beings, even with outdated genetic models, were already exceedingly formidable. It should be noted that the former heavenly monarch, Huayi, was merely a second-generation angel. These ordinary second-generation angels surely could not compare to Huayi, but they could easily slaughter a demon squad. According to the queen, Mo Yun had once led the three most powerful legions of the heavenly era, departing with tens of thousands of male angels. Even if many of them had left or retired over the years, a remaining scale of merely 100 would still constitute a formidable force. Moreover, these male angels appeared to be markedly different from their female counterparts, particularly bloodthirsty and belligerent. It was hard to imagine they would retire in large numbers. The queen herself was undoubtedly unafraid of them, but for the demons, even relying on wormhole transportation technology for long-range strikes would likely prove challenging. Calm down, Atto. You are no match for Cheongsang. Morgana firmly placed a hand on Atto's shoulder, decisively halting his actions. Moreover, they were now in contact with the Legion of Heroes, making matters even more complicated. I do not wish to lose you, my valued general, but my queen, if we let them go, our brothers will have died in vain. Atto, always obedient to Morgana's commands, softened his tone but remained unwilling. Just then, Sotan, who had been feigning indifference while attentively listening to the conversation, suddenly spoke up. Scratching his head, he looked at Morgana with a peculiar expression in his small eyes. Sister, you aren't hesitating to act against those male angels because they are under that pretty boy's command. Are you? Upon hearing this, Morgana froze. Pretty boy? Who? Mo Yun? Hee, my queen. Sotan is undoubtedly referring to Mo Yun. He has been privately calling him that all along. Haifeng unhesitatingly divulged Sotan's secret, wearing an expression of amusement. Why would I hesitate to act against him because of his subordinates? Sotan scratched his head, looking utterly perplexed, because sister, you are fond of. In the next moment, before Sotan could finish his sentence, Morgana's face flushed with anger. She immediately swung her fist at Sotan's head, causing a loud thud, while simultaneously delivering a fierce kick. You little rascal. Speak another word, and I'll sew your mouth shut, ensuring you can never eat again. Oh, I won't say anything reckless in the future. Sotan, not daring to evade, could only hug his head in a pitiful manner. Now, I'll give you another chance. Who is more beautiful, Kaisa or I? Morgana ceased her assault, glaring fiercely at Sotan, hoping that this foolish crocodile would recognize his place. Can I speak the truth? Of course. Kaisa is more beautiful, you bastard. Morgana's fury ignited instantly, but before she could act, Sotan added, otherwise, why would that pretty boy prefer to die with Kaisa rather than with you? As soon as these words were uttered, the temperature in the command room plummeted, and even Haifeng and Atto were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at the foolish Sotan. Damn, Sotan, you truly are a warrior. Morgana trembled with rage, forcing out a sentence through clenched teeth. Sotan, are you seeking death? Ahem, my queen. We seem to have digressed. Our current discussion revolves around how to deal with Cheong Sang and his ilk. In Atto's view, Morgana was the most beautiful being in the universe. The term Morgana itself signified an unparalleled queen. Very well, I shall handle this matter. Morgana waved her hand dismissively, swiftly reaching a decision. We are not enemies of the male angels, yet their actions are indeed lacking in integrity. We must teach them a lesson. Sotan, let us go and rectify this situation. Atto, you shall remain here to command. While you take charge of the cover and distraction, you are permitted to employ long-range sniping. It would be best to eliminate a few male angels or members of the Legion of Heroes. After Morgana finished speaking, she beckoned Sotan to leave, reminding him to avoid Cheelin, as her counter-sniping skills were exceptionally formidable. Do not allow her to outmaneuver you. Meanwhile, at the temporary base of the Legion of Heroes, recently, Lu Chuang, Rue Mingming, and He Weilon, who had been besieged by demons in a cave while on a mission, finally reunited with Cheelin and the ordinary soldiers of the Wild Wolf Special Forces, and were currently receiving treatment and recuperation. Among the 4 members of the Legion of Heroes, He Weilon had sustained the most severe injuries, Rue Mingming had minor wounds, Cheelin had some scrapes, while Lu Chuang, despite being the main force, had suffered the least due to his genetic model being that of the Noxian war god, almost emerging unscathed, as the demon's conventional weapons had little effect on him. They had just exited the forest area, setting up camp for the night, and took this opportunity to gather and exchange intelligence. Cheelin, what on earth is going on? How did it suddenly escalate to this mess? Lu Chuang inquired with a frown, genuinely perplexed by the situation. Why did we find ourselves besieged while simply carrying out a mission? Our communications have been completely severed, and I am utterly in the dark. Indeed, Cheelin, what is the current situation? Please enlighten us so we can have a clearer understanding. Rue Mingming and He Weilon, who was being supported by her, also turned their gazes toward Cheelin, their confusion no less than Lu Chuang's. They had previously fought well against the Tao Dai. Why did they falter against the demons? Most importantly, what was the current state of affairs? Regrettably, Cheelin remains largely uninformed about the current predicament. Faced with the trio's bewilderment, she can only manage a bitter smile and shake her head, acknowledging that it appears the city of Juxia has succumbed, with demons having sealed off global communications. Beyond that, her knowledge is limited. As for the Juxia, it is likely in dire straits as well. Lu Chuang and his companions fell into a heavy silence. Such news was truly disheartening. Yet, after being besieged by demons for 2 days, this outcome was within their expectations, albeit the worst kind of scenario. Have you reached a consensus? Suddenly, a cold, indifferent voice pierced the air. The 4 turned simultaneously, on high alert. Lu Chuang had even tightened his grip on his battle axe. However, in the next moment, his axe was forcefully pinned down by a long sword, as a tall and imposing figure descended from above, landing beside them. I sit you. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Cheelin exhaled a sigh of relief. And Lu Chuang's group relaxed as well. Do you seek us for something? Cheelin queried, eyeing the male angel clad in armor reminiscent of ancient Roman legions, with a pair of pristine white wings unfurling behind him. Though the demeanor of these beings was rather unwelcoming, they harbored no ill intentions towards Earth or humanity. Dismissive attitudes aside, they had previously assisted Cheelin and her companions. Additionally, having had prior encounters with male angels, she was aware of their perspectives on Earth and human civilization, thus she felt no need to be overly cautious. I have a few inquiries for you. Ching Seng nodded, disinterested in engaging in trivial chatter with foolish humans, and swiftly articulated his purpose. Are you able to establish contact with Reina? This question momentarily startled the group, who then collectively shook their heads. Communications have been severed. We cannot reach her. There's something you require from Reina? Ching Seng shook his head, merely confirming for caution's sake. Will Reina be coming to rendezvous with you later? She likely will. Cheelin suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was a male angel so keen on inquiring about Reyna? What could they possibly want with her, particularly with a member of the Radiant Sun, the chief deity? What are your intentions in searching for Reyna? Qing Sang, having lived for over 30,000 years, possessed experiences beyond what Lu Chuang and his companions could fathom. With just a glance, he discerned their skepticism towards him, yet he remained unfazed, letting out a cold chuckle as he divulged his report. Do you not wish to know the current situation? I can inform you that your Earth is undergoing a full-scale invasion by the glutton and demons. Over 100 million lives have already been lost in the span of merely 2 days. Your command center, the Juxia, along with the entire South China Sea Fleet, has been obliterated, and I fear your comrades may be in grave peril. The expressions of Qilin and her companions froze instantaneously. Their suspicions were confirmed, and the reality was far worse than they had anticipated. Bang! Lu Chuang slammed his fist onto the wooden table, shattering it into splinters. His chest heaving with rage. Angry? Qing Sang taunted, stroking his chin with a smirk. What if I told you Reyna is the root cause of all this? He Wei Lan's face contorted in shock. What? Rui Ming Ming was beside herself. Impossible! Sister Na isn't that kind of person. Lu Chuang's face was a mask of fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not slander my comrade. Qing Sang raised an eyebrow, irritated by their outburst. After so many years, there were still those who dared to shout at him. Indeed, they were primitive savages. This angel, esteemed one, please forgive us. The situation you describe is simply too outrageous for my comrades to digest at once. I hope you will not take offense. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, fearing a brawl might ensue, Qilin quickly intervened to smooth things over. Qing Sang merely shrugged, choosing not to engage further. Since they had already spoken, he saw no reason to argue with a bunch of youngsters. Well, as long as we're speaking of divine bodies. If it were beastly or triangular forms, that would be another matter altogether. Qilin, you don't actually believe this Birdman? Do you, Birdman? How dare you? You're testing my patience. Qing Sang's expression darkened, his right hand subtly moving toward the long sword at his waist. Qilin hastily grabbed Lu Chuang, fearing an imminent confrontation. Esteemed one, may I ask where you acquired this information? Qing Sang pondered for a moment before deciding against resorting to violence. These individuals were merely pawns in the battle against demons, and still held potential value. It was Liang Biying, also known as Morgana, who informed me. You ally with demons? Aren't you an angel? No, we are neither allies nor friends of demons. Likewise, we are not aligned with the female angels you are familiar with. We are an ancient existence. Then why did Morgana share this information with you? Qilin couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. If they were not allies, why would Morgana divulge such details to a male angel? There was no need for such overtures, even if recruiting allies was the aim. Moreover, the male angels were clearly searching for Reyna. Qilin had no illusions about the motivations of these male angels. She considered herself quite knowledgeable about them, possibly more than any other extraterrestrial civilization. At that moment, an ominous premonition arose within her. Could it be related to Mo Yun? That is because our general angel, Mo Yun, was also caught in the supernova explosion triggered by Reyna, and his fate remains uncertain. I learned this while gathering intelligence from the demons. What? Mo Yun was caught in the supernova explosion? Qilin felt as if struck by lightning, her face paling in an instant, her mind turning blank. How could this be? Qing Sang was taken aback, regarding Qilin with curiosity. A strange thought began to form in his mind. Could this be yet another romantic entanglement caused by the general? Meanwhile, Lu Chuang remained skeptical, though his expression grew increasingly grim. So, you two wish to find Reyna for revenge? Is what you say true? Qing Sang scoffed with disdain. Do you think I need to deceive you? Who do you believe yourselves to be? Lu Chuang. Just then, an audacious voice echoed from above. Qing Sang, you scoundrel, how dare you toy with me? Come down here, and I swear I will hang you up for punishment. Following this, a colossal demon claw plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon their tent and reducing it to rubble, sending dust swirling into the air. Chapter 41. Deceived, the thick smoke had yet to dissipate when a figure, sharp and swift as lightning, darted forth. Qing Sang gripped a shimmering long sword, its blade glinting with a cold light. His expression was grave as he unleashed a thunderous roar. Li Ying, let us settle our scores today. With this bellow, he shot upwards like an arrow released from its bow. aiming directly at the darkened sky. The night sky was pitch black, save for the faint twinkling of distant stars. Amidst this darkness, a stunning female figure flickered into view. It was Morgana. Hearing Qingsong's challenge, Morgana's lips curled into a smirk, disdain dripping from her words. Scoundrel, who fears whom? With that, she defiantly commanded the demon claw to strike at Qingsong. Thinking to herself, if I am not afraid of him, O Yun, why should I fear this petty wretch? Crack! A flash of cold light erupted as the long sword clashed with the enormous demon claw in midair, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Qingsong moved like lightning, his sword aimed directly at Morgana with unyielding ferocity. Morgana reacted swiftly, her form twisting like a specter to evade the fierce strike. However, Qingsong's sword was too swift. Despite Morgana's desperate attempt to dodge, the blade skimmed perilously close to her face, stirring a gentle breeze. In that instant, Morgana could distinctly sense a chilling aura emanating from the blade, as if the very essence of death were rushing towards her. She couldn't help but gasp, what speed? Is that dark silver? A cold, bloodthirsty smile crept onto Qingsong's lips, his deep-set eyes glinting with icy light, as if intent on utterly tearing apart his adversary, the very moment they passed each other. Qingsong unhesitatingly swung his fist, as solid as iron, propelled by a fierce wind and tremendous force, directly striking towards Morgana. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Morgana couldn't help but chuckle, engaging in a brute force contest with her. Was he courting death? She let out a mocking laugh, swiftly raising her own fist to meet the challenge. In an instant, the two formidable forces collided with a resounding crash. Bang! A deep, thunderous sound reverberated as their fists met with forceful impact, creating a shockwave that rippled outward, distorting the very air around them. Yet neither party yielded an inch, absorbing each other's full strength without flinching. The immense recoil compelled them to stagger backward involuntarily. Morgana harnessed this momentum to soar upward, her form shooting like lightning into the clouds, quickly ascending several meters high, thereby dissipating the force of the blow. Alas, Qingsong was not as fortunate. After enduring a crushing blow from Morgana, his body plummeted towards the ground like a kite with severed strings. Although he managed to maintain a precarious balance and did not crash directly to the earth, he still stumbled upon landing, stirring up a cloud of dust. During their recent clash, Morgana, endowed with the power of the fourth-generation divine body, held a distinct advantage, yet she felt far from at ease. Her face turned pale with fury, and a torrent of expletives surged through her mind. Damn it! Whether it was Kaisha or he-she, wasn't it said that Insu-in was a controlled substance? How is it that it is everywhere? It would be one thing if it were just Mo Yun, but why is this wretched Qingsong involved as well? What infuriated her further was the realization that something was amiss. While exchanging blows, she sensed a fluctuation in the dark energy that nearly spiraled out of control. Forget it. Only a fool would engage in close combat. I shall annihilate you from afar. Swiftly, Morgana commanded the claws of the demon to resume their assault. This time, she learned from her previous mistakes, opting not to engage Qingsong in close quarters, but instead leveraging her formidable computational abilities and wormhole transportation techniques against him. One claw began to restrain Qingsong while the other vanished into a wormhole, re-emerging sporadically to launch surprise attacks. This tactical approach proved effective, quickly suppressing Qingsong, who was unable to close the distance, gradually forcing him onto the defensive. Meanwhile, on the side of the Xiong they were already engaged in combat with the forces of the demons. Damn it! How dare you launch a sneak attack? Cough, cough. Ming Ming, Qilin, are you all right? Lu Chuang coughed as he burst from the camp, dragging along the immobile Hiwei lawn. We're fine. Brother Chuang, Qilin is also unscathed. Get down. Qilin, quick as a flash, seized Rui Ming Ming's arm and yanked her aside to evade. However, despite her swift reaction, it was still a moment too late. The long-range sniper fire was not only invisible in its trajectory but also arrived with incredible speed. Just as Rui Ming Ming spoke, her position was locked onto, and a god-slaying bullet, exuding a lethal aura, shot forth like a black lightning bolt from the eerie wormhole, hurtling directly towards her. With a swift whoosh, the bullet struck Rui Ming Ming. Fortunately, thanks to Qilin's timely pull, the bullet, originally aimed at Rui Ming Ming's head, was deflected just enough to avert a direct hit, and her dark alloy armor offered substantial protection. Nonetheless, the immense force still reverberated through the armor, inflicting significant damage upon her. Damn it! Seeing Rui Mingming injured ignited Lu Chuang's fury. He released He Wei Lan and hurled his battle axe into the open wormhole. What the hell? It's the Nox Star battle axe. Quickly, close the wormhole. Black Wind was drenched in cold sweat. The power of that axe was no trifling matter. Soon, the demons hastily sealed the wormhole, and Lu Chuang's attack went astray. Let Sutton take over. The sniper team will switch targets to eliminate the human soldiers. Yes, with Otto's order, the demon sniper team immediately redirected their focus, utilizing wormhole transportation techniques to target the human soldiers near the camp. Naturally, against ordinary human soldiers, there was no need for such advanced weaponry as god-slaying bullets. Standard energy projectiles sufficed, striking true with precision. Pft, damn it, little Lu. Pft. Enemies. Ah, the once peaceful camp was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of agonizing screams, reminiscent of the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. The Wolf Commando team, having just reunited with the Xiong Binglian, suffered unprecedented devastation. These seasoned and battle-hardened warriors found themselves utterly bewildered. They barely had time to pinpoint the direction of the enemy's assault before collapsing amidst pools of crimson blood, vibrant lives extinguished without warning. The scene was nothing short of horrific. Under the demons' tactical deployment of wormhole sniper attacks, even the most elite human soldiers were rendered powerless. The energy projectiles darted through the air like phantoms, leaving the Wolf Commando team unable to detect their foes, while the demons executed pinpoint executions with unparalleled accuracy. This was not a fair battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Damn it, those cursed demons, just wait for me. Lu Chuang, seething with rage, charged towards the fleeting wormhole, but before he could reach it, a dark crimson figure descended from above, blocking his path. Upon landing, Sutton immediately brandished his pair of curved blade weapons and lunged at Lu Chuang, shouting, "You there! Come and die, die!" Lu Chuang, unfazed, glared fiercely, his muscles taut, wielding the massive battle axe, and with a roar, he charged at Sutton like a war god. Taken aback, Sutton thought, "Good heavens, how ferocious! I haven't even taken his food. Why is he so fierce? No way, I can't back down. It's just a show of bravado. I can do that too." Sutton, unwilling to back down, adopted a fierce expression, gripping his curved blades tightly, advancing without retreat, the blades glimmering ominously as if to rend the very fabric of reality before him. In an instant, a thunderous clash resonated as the battle axe collided with the curved blades, scattering brilliant sparks. The force of the strike was akin to a thunderous tempest, causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly. "Come on!" The two sides engaged in a fierce melee, the massive battle axe carving lethal arcs through the air, stirring gusts of wind. Meanwhile, the curved blades struck with serpentine precision, continually targeting Lu Chuang's vital points. Seizing the opportunity, Qilin secured Rui Mingming and He Wei Lan, and without pause, began her counterattack. Armed with a god-slaying sniper rifle and possessing the genes of a Shinha sniper, Qilin demonstrated remarkable talent in sniping, fully harnessing the advantages of her lineage, making her virtually unparalleled in long-range sniping and wormhole perception. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, she strove to calm her mind, casting aside all distractions to attune herself to the ebb and flow of the conflict, not with her eyes or ears, but through instinct. Suddenly, she sensed a disturbance in the spatial structure. At 10 o'clock. Qilin swiftly redirected her rifle and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger towards the seemingly empty space. In that instant, accompanied by a crisp and resounding gunshot, a powerful bullet surged forth from the barrel like lightning, exuding a fierce momentum and piercing the air with a whistling sound, racing towards the vacant area ahead. However, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Just as the bullet was about to reach its target, the previously tranquil space erupted with bizarre ripples, and without warning, a mysterious, dark, and profound wormhole opened up as if it were a black hole. The speeding bullet plunged into the wormhole, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Bang! The demon sniper, just preparing to fire, was struck down before he could respond. What the hell? Is Qilin really that formidable? Blackwind observed the fallen demon, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I recall that Shinha snipers were mass-produced, weren't they? Indeed, and this outdated gene has already been phased out even by the new civilization of Ur. Witnessing the demons lying in pools of blood, Otto's emotions grew increasingly complex, sensing that Chielin had surpassed her previous prowess. Disperse the snipers, keep as far from Chielin as possible. Yes, Otto, the situation appears dire. Black Wind's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Otto glanced at the battlefield. The human soldiers were nearly defenseless, with 2 of the 4 from the Xiong Bing Lian gravely injured. Chielin could only fend for herself, and Lu Chuang was entangled with Sutton. The queen was single-handedly suppressing Qiong Sang. Was this not a grand opportunity? What could possibly be amiss? Crack! In the midst of their fierce confrontation, Sutton's curved blade shattered upon colliding with the Nox Star battle axe. Tipping the scales of war in an instant, Lu Chuang brought down his axe with tremendous force upon Sutton, who, struck with fear, quickly clasped the axe with both hands, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic fate of being cleaved in 2. Get lost, you bastard! Lu Chuang had grown weary of tangling with Sutton. Seizing the advantage, he delivered a powerful kick, sending Sutton sprawling. Sutton was hurled over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, stumbling backward several steps until he finally sat down. Barely stabilizing himself, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at his hands, bursting into tears without warning. Wah, I lost? Otto. How utterly embarrassing. Even if one is incompetent, how can one not accept defeat? Black Wind, exasperated, pointed at Qiong Sang on the screen, reminding him, have you forgotten? Qiong Sang is not alone. What of the other male angels? Huh? Otto jolted in alarm. Right? Where are the other male angels? Even if their communications were severed, it was impossible for them not to react after such a lengthy interval. Qiong Sang could hardly venture out alone. Immediately, search for those men, boom. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed, and right after, a powerful dark energy cannon shot towards Morgana, who was entangled in the night sky with Qiong Sang. Within the beam emitted by the energy cannon, even hiding behind the claws of a demon proved futile. Caught off guard, Morgana let out a piercing scream. Qiong Sang, you despicable wretch! Damn it! The queen! Otto quickly regained his composure and issued orders. Hurry! Open the wormhole to rescue the queen. Black Wind opened his mouth, intending to remind Otto, but hesitated and kept silent. The safety of the queen was paramount for the Demon Legion. With a resounding boom, a small explosion erupted in the command room of the demon flagship, creating a gaping hole in the warship. The demon soldiers within the command room were caught off guard, collapsing in droves. Morgana, having narrowly escaped, was infuriated by the scene before her. She slammed her fist onto the floor, gritting her teeth as she cursed. Damn it! I was deceived. Chapter 42. The angelic ladies, what the hell? Did that just kill Morgana? Lu Chuang looked up, dumbfounded, as he witnessed the demon queen being struck by a cannon from an unknown battleship. Disappearing altogether, his mouth agape in astonishment. However, it seemed she had sustained considerable injuries and would likely refrain from seeking revenge on him for the time being. Regarding the scheming against Liang Bing, Qiong Sang felt no guilt whatsoever. Not to mention that the general's life was currently uncertain. Even if she survived, he would still seek her out. Why drag the general into your sisterly disputes? Do you owe them anything? Even if this was the general's plan, Liang Bing still needed to be taught a lesson. Only then could she learn from her mistakes, or who knows what foolishness she might commit in the future. Are you all capable of aiding us in slaying Tao Tai? Lu Chuang mused as he gazed at the descending angelic battleship, an audacious idea taking root in his mind. If these male angels could lend a hand, wouldn't the situation on Earth be much easier to resolve? Tao Tai could not possibly match the demons. As Lu Chuang entertained this fanciful notion, Qiong Sang scoffed derisively and walked away. Get some rest. Dreams can offer anything. Lu Chuang was momentarily speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment, caught in a dilemma of words. Yet, his bluntness left him at a loss for what to say. He recognized that these male angels were indeed different from their female counterparts. Though equally proud and arrogant, they exhibited a more brutal and warlike demeanor, utterly dismissive of the so-called justice and protection of the weak. These fellows were audacious enough to act without hesitation. Moments ago, they had been on the ground, ready to bombard Morgana with energy cannons. One misstep could obliterate the human encampment. Yet they acted without a shred of hesitation, even with Cheong Sang within range. They were a pack of lunatics, to be honest. Lu Chuang considered it a rare stroke of luck that they had not participated in the invasion of Earth, but everything could be negotiated. Just then, Qilin arrived with the surviving members of the Wild Wolf Special Forces, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they gazed at the angelic battleship. Lu Chuang scratched his head, contemplating, then looked towards Qilin and the captain of the Wild Wolf Special Forces, gesturing for them to inquire. He was a simpleton, lacking the finesse for conversation or intergalactic diplomacy, but surely, these cultured individuals could engage in dialogue about their potential assistance in combating Tao Dai. Wild Wolf Special Forces Captain Li Sanshur twitched his lips and shook his head in helplessness. He truly had no idea how to deal with aliens. Thus, Lu Chuang had no choice but to place his hopes on Qilin. Qilin, understanding the male angel's intentions from her prior conversation with Mo Yun, felt utterly disheartened by Lu Chuang's hopes. She wanted to dissuade him from pursuing this idea, but recalling Lu Chuang's mention of Mo Yun's information, she hesitated, ultimately nodding and approaching Cheong Sang. "Excuse me, Senior Angel? What is it? If it is to assist you Earthlings, there is no need for explanation. We are not the overly sympathetic female angels. This is your war. And the current situation is of your own making. It has nothing to do with us, nor do we care to involve ourselves. Regretting your actions now that it hurts. Where were you earlier? The fate of humanity and the survival of Earth's civilization is of no concern to us. Were it not for this desolate place lacking in value, I would seize the opportunity for myself." Qilin shook her head, her delicate face pale, nervously inquiring, "Mo Yun, your general, is he truly unaccounted for?" This sudden question caused Cheong Sang to falter, and after a lengthy pause, he slowly turned his head, his gaze landing upon Qilin's exquisite face. Flushed and glistening with beads of sweat, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and hope. Witnessing this, Cheong Sang's cheeks involuntarily twitched. It seemed he had confirmed what he suspected. This human woman was likely entangled in a debt of emotion owed by the general. "Sigh, General, have you now fallen so low as to pursue even a girl barely in her 20s? Do you harbor feelings for General Mo Yun?" Cheong Sang stated plainly, exposing Qilin's hidden secret. "What? No, it's not. Just ordinary friends." A flush of crimson crept onto Qilin's cheeks as she flustered, hastily waving her hands. Upon finishing, Cheong Sang prepared to take flight, but Qilin, in a rush, mustered her courage and declared, "Not just ordinary friends. I genuinely like him." Then, with earnest sincerity, she asked, "Can you tell me about him? Please." Cheong Sang paused, turning once more to scrutinize Qilin. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "You should understand the vast difference between you and the general. Right? Setting aside the age difference, in terms of lifespan, 1,000 years may seem long, but to us angels, it is hardly significant. To develop feelings for him is not a wise choice for you." Qilin was well aware of this, but she felt helpless. Matters of the heart are not dictated by reason. Cheong Sang fell silent, then chuckled softly. The answer was both laughable and pitiable. The general's fate was uncertain, but he believed the odds were in favor of his survival. Who knows him better than I do? He is the most straightforward man in the universe. How could he suddenly awaken to such sentiments? Even if he did, he would never resort to self-sacrifice, so, Mo Yun is alive, right? Qilin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yes, he should be, and I have a premonition that he will reveal himself on Earth. Thank you. Qilin bowed to Cheong Sang before departing. As she walked away, Cheong Sang stroked his chin, his expression growing increasingly complex. She truly was a fine girl. It was a pity that while her strength was somewhat lacking, her youth and brevity of life were significant drawbacks. Otherwise, hey, what am I thinking? Such matters are hardly my concern. These women are each more troublesome than the last. Let the general handle it himself. The most difficult thing is to disappoint a beautiful heart. What the hell are you doing? Cheong Sang had just turned around when he was startled by the sudden presence of Shenyang and Xian Tu, who had approached him, their faces filled with disdain. What is the meaning of this, grandfather? You must not betray my grandmother. Shenyang weakly reminded him. Although we have no strict requirements regarding marital relations, I am already at this age. Angels shouldn't, at the very least, not. Cheong Sang's expression darkened. I understand you, brat. What kind of unhealthy thoughts are you harboring? Who did you learn this from? Xian Tu added fuel to the fire. continuing to provoke him, Commander. You wouldn't really pursue someone so young, would you? Disgraceful. Qiong Sang's expression darkened further. Get lost. This has nothing to do with me. She has her eyes set on our general. General? Xin Tu paused, his expression shifting dramatically. Ah, so the general has a penchant for the young. Truly committed to his tastes, as expected of the general, he even pretended to be reverent. Qiong Sang, damn it. Why must I be scorned while the general is revered? It's so unfair. Upon hearing this, Shenyang finally relaxed, patting his chest as he turned to leave. As long as it's not my grandfather. The general, well, as long as he is happy. Qiong Sang twitched his lips, momentarily engulfed in a complex mix of emotions. Days later, in a certain city in northern Huaxia, Angel Long concluded her monotonous patrol duty for the night and, with a slightly weary demeanor, began her slow flight towards the temporary base of the Angels. This was an abandoned factory situated on the outskirts, appearing somewhat dilapidated and desolate. Upon entering the factory grounds, she noticed the absence of any guards, causing her to furrow her brow and quicken her pace. Soon enough, she arrived at her destination. Discovering no signs of battle, she retracted her wings, pure and radiant as snow, and gracefully descended to the ground like a feather. At that moment, a group of little angels, who had been resting around, either sitting or lying down, sensed the commotion and raised their heads in curiosity. Upon seeing the return of Angel Long, smiles of delight illuminated their faces, and they quickly gathered around her. Did you encounter any dangers during your patrol? What is the current situation outside? The little angels chattered excitedly, expressing their concern for Long and inquiring about the state of the outside world. Angel Long, with her brows furrowed in displeasure, let out a cold snort, causing the little angels to freeze in place. Glancing about in confusion, what has happened? Who has angered Sister Long this time? They murmured among themselves. Ugh, this is truly troublesome. This bunch of second-generation angels is not only weak but also disobedient, treating my words as mere background noise. For heaven's sake, the current situation is entirely different from before. Queen Kaisa has gone offline, the angel strength has significantly diminished, and the dark dimension system has been completely shut down. Even communication is impossible. The Earth is now teeming with enemies, and these inexperienced little girls exhibit no sense of crisis whatsoever. Here I am, a high-ranking guardian angel, reduced to the role of a babysitter. The worst part is, they won't even listen to what I say. It's infuriating. At this moment, Angel Ian timidly interjected, Sister Long, we actually had someone on alert, but it just so happened to be time for a break. Upon hearing this, Long grew even angrier. Could you not have assigned more sentinels? Do I really need to teach you how to take turns on watch? Can't you think for yourselves, Sister Long? We will be more mindful in the future. The little angels lowered their heads in acknowledgement of Long's reprimand. They understood that this oversight was indeed their fault, and given the immense pressure Long had been under lately, not only leading them through perilous situations but also carrying out patrols and reconnaissance missions, they felt it unwise to argue back. With Long's naturally commanding demeanor, they knew the best course was to admit their mistakes and strive to correct them, especially since she had a point. Seeing the little angels bowing their heads in contrition, Long decided not to press the matter further. After a huff, she dismissed them, leaving only Etienne and Lingxi behind. Sister Long, you should rest. We will take care of the watch tonight. Etienne confidently patted her chest, assuring her that there would be no mistakes. Lingxi silently nodded in agreement. Long, however, scoffed derisively, if I were to depend on you, I would have perished long ago. You can't even execute the tasks I assign properly. How could you manage the ones you set for yourselves? Coughing awkwardly, Etienne made a solemn promise once more. Sister Long, rest assured, we will not make any more mistakes. Indeed, Sister Long, you should take a good rest. We will discuss things with the other sisters. You are our mainstay. It is imperative you restore your strength. Lingxi chimed in to comfort Long. Yet, Long merely pursed her lips and muttered under her breath. So you intend to use me as a mere laborer, then? Etienne and Lingxi obediently nodded, unfurling their wings to take up their watch, but Long did not immediately rest. Instead, she sought a quiet place to organize the intelligence she had gathered. First and foremost, Queen Kaisa had indeed confirmed her fall. The dark dimension system was closed, and the combat capabilities of the angels had plummeted unprecedentedly. Secondly, That annoying fellow Yin had likely encountered trouble as well. Otherwise, he would not have taken so long to assume command and restore the Angel's Dark Dimension system. The worst-case scenario was that Yin had perished completely. If that were the case, restoring the Dark Dimension system would become quite complicated. The very thought was despairing. At their current strength, they might manage to contend with the Tao Tai, but facing demons head-on was a futile endeavor. Her own demise mattered little, but these young ones still had their futures ahead of them. She could not allow them to sacrifice themselves. Given the present circumstances, it seemed the only option was to retreat northward. The human military forces in the Huaxia region were gathering in the north, and the remnants of the Xiong Lian would likely head in the same direction. Even without engaging with the humans, it was preferable to acting alone. As for actively cooperating with humanity? What a joke! The humans had long since rejected such overtures. The angels had no interest in pressing their faces to cold shoulders. For now, they merely needed to look out for one another. Once the Dark Dimension system was restored, she would immediately seek vengeance against Morgana and her demons, bringing justice upon this wicked Sister Long. Sister Long, there's a situation in the city. A warship has passed through. With an exasperated tap on her forehead, Long retorted, "Isn't it just a Tao Tai warship? What's the fuss about?" The little angel, feeling wronged, rubbed her forehead and replied, "But it looks like it belongs to our angelic civilization. Though it is rather ugly." Long blinked in surprise, her mind brimming with questions. The warship of our angelic design. Shouldn't that be from the Tianren series? What does ugly have to do with it? Where is it ugly? But wait. Even if the Meluo Celestial Court has received intelligence from Earth, it wouldn't be possible for them to dispatch reinforcements so quickly. Moreover, if they have arrived here and are still silent, something must be amiss. Narrowing her eyes, Long pondered for a moment before making a decision. "You all stay here and do not wander off. I will go take a look myself."